Welcome one and all here to the Chinese region. We continue the DPC action and we've got a very exciting day for you today as we have the triple header. Several other Chinese teams still going at it, trying to determine the major slots and of course trying to begin their journey towards the international. My name is Snare, your host for these proceedings, and I'm joined on this morning, a daylight savings morning, by T-Gov and Lizard. Morning boys, what's happening?
Like how you're trying to fake it like you knew it what it was.
Oh yeah, I know exactly what it was.
There we go, come on. I'm going to call you out. I'm going to call you out.
You knew, right?
Yeah, I was just debating you.
So what exactly is it?
Now.
The best answer. Okay, fair enough.
So we're just talking about like some early morning stuff because today we do have a lot of Dota action to bring you here. And of course, one of the things that has been very intriguing about the Chinese region has been the fact that it's been all, so far, according to plan, according to Keikaku, not many surprises. And we're hoping that that duck breaks today. However, if you weren't with us yesterday, let's catch you up on the nature of things and how things have not been that surprising so far. Of course, we've got to start with the best team in the world. Extreme Gaming versus the outsiders of China. Lizard, you didn't get a chance to watch this, so I'm going to send it to Tiga because I know he's going to tell me some interesting stuff.
I mean, first of all, your intro to this series was interesting. The best team in the world.
Best team in
I
the
thought
world.
you were about to meme one team, but then you pivoted and went with Extreme, but that's sure. No, yeah, of course, unfortunately, anytime we do get to see outsiders versus X from China, it is normally going to be a one-sided affair, but for Extreme, I think it's good on them being able to actually just cleanly win this series. There wasn't any disruptions, their drafts were really good, anti-mage picking game one was wonderful, they played with aggression, they knew what they needed to do. Like, yeah, it was just another day in the office and a clean path towards top 4 for Extreme.
Yep, very clean so far from them. A very fast set of games though across the entirety of the series. 40 minutes in total playtime. That is less than 40 minutes actually. Kind of nuts.
I haven't witnessed a single series of only
Whoa, you were about,
outsiders
you were
from
about to do the
China.
other. Let's see. Yeah, all right. Nice one, mate. We know what you're up to. Go on. What are you saying there?
I haven't witnessed a
No,
single
yeah,
thing from
it's
them,
unfortunate.
obviously. Unfortunately.
No.
It's going to happen. And when it does, I really want to see your reaction. I want to see it live. I want to see your face as you're seeing this. Just to be like,
They
what
only
is
have
actually
they only
going
have
on
a
here?
few fans in China, that's for sure. Just that their gameplay hasn't really been able to win over too many.
Well,
Yeah.
you did get to a chance to watch this series, though, the Asta versus Vici matchup. And the thing I found very intriguing about this one isn't the skill gap between these two teams, but the draft gap. Because Team Asta, the fact that they could run back the same draft, and afterward, Blizzard, when you saw the Rubik and Undying opener from the side of Vici Gaming, and then we asked the question directly to one of their players, and Monet was like, he has no idea why they would pick that into Enchantress.
Yeah, it just doesn't work. It didn't work. 4 of the same heroes on the side of Aster were picked twice in a row.
Yep.
They just switched up the carry and that was pretty much it. And they didn't even have to switch up the carry. I'm not sure if it was banned or not, but yeah, they were like, yeah, sure, whatever. Here, Monet, play another hero. Yeah, overall, I expected maybe a little bit more for Vici Gaming when it comes to the drafts, because within the games themselves, they had some decent plays, they had some decent chances. Like they almost won game 1 with a slight comeback. Game 2, however, was, I don't know, just a mess. It looked like Aster, okay, we just won with four of these heroes. Let's pick them again and iron things out a little bit.
Unfortunately, Vici Gaming were unable to adapt. They attempted to run this Alchemist strat here in the safe lane. It's the second time it's been tried in China. Thus far, hasn't necessarily worked out for anybody, really. So, not sure if we'll be seeing this more and more as time goes on. I think it'll only be wins if it gets played by LGD, Aster, Extreme Gaming. If it's not one of those squads, I'll be honest, yeah, I don't really have faith in a hero like Alchemist, especially not in a region like this, which is so centered around the laning phase.
Yeah, it's a laning phase hero that hits an early game peak, and then if you die a couple of times, the game feels like it can be over, right? Because that network just drags in. So, yep, fully agree with you on that one. And yeah, I just love the fact that ROTK, especially against IG earlier in the tour, he done the same thing where it's like pick 4 heroes and then change the last one,
yeah.
and that was against IG and in this series as well. So it's like, if you're beating a team, unless he sees a very clear change in, let's say, like the lanes, he's like, okay, I'll just keep picking the same heroes. I won't show any information to other teams. And you rarely see, you do it maybe see like once in a tour, right? But doing it twice in a tour, I wouldn't be surprised if he does it again down the line where it's just like picking the same things.
If it ain't broke, don't fix it. Right now, Team Asta sitting at the top of the leaderboard with 4 wins off the bounce. Clean sweeping, not a single map lost. Right behind them is PSG LGD, who have also accrued 3 wins without a single loss either. No maps dropped for either of these squads. Extreme Gaming, of course, they had the unfortunate privilege of going up against LGD. You know, a little bit of a schooling there. It happens. It is what it is. They came close to winning game 2, though. The thing I loved about what Extreme did, though, in that series is they adapted how they drafted. Game 1, they got demolished. It was not even close. Game 2, they went for this more pick-off oriented style. And it didn't necessarily work out for them in the end, but the fact that they were able to make that adjustment does show us that there's seeds of potential for that squad.
Yeah, definitely. Like from Extreme, when you look at their lineup, of course there's potential, right? Like they've made some changes. I think for Extreme, the most significant change has to be Kaka, just getting in. Like overall, historically, for whoever he joins, he brings to a different level. So if there was a pick-off-oriented playstyle, that was probably within the game led by him.
Well, we're going to be seeing Kaka in action later on today as well. So let's take a quick look. We saw the schedule just now, but I want to talk about the predictions that some of us made. Some of us, in big quotations marks.
Did I do it? I think I did it. No!
We'll find out.
Oh,
we'll find
no!
out.
I'm so sorry, Snare. No,
We forgot.
I meant to do it. It's my morning routine. I wake up, I see the Snare message, I'm like, okay. Oh, I've let you down. Can I
Alright,
verbally
so
do it after?
You can verbally do it now. Well, both of you can verbally do it now because everybody else has exactly the same prediction. So I want to hear from either of you. Do any of you deviate from this? Let's start with the last series, PSG LGD versus YBB. Is there any hope for YBB? Any copium that you have?
Yeah, I'm going PSG LGD as well. Gotcha.
Yeah, I would lean PSG as well. I think even though YBB's refound their aggressive form, the one-dimensional nature of that team will never be able to beat the drafting prowess of Zhao Wei because he knows aggression and he'll be able to do it. So yes, it should be PSG. Yes, I think Series 1 should be Extreme. I think the second series, honestly, is the one that could be the upset. I think the other two should be just kind of 2-0s in my opinion. And I think maybe IG on a good day. You know, we saw Vici Gaming's drafting yesterday. It wasn't the most inspirational. Sure, their plays can be pretty good, but I think Vici IG, you know what? Just to stand out from the crowd, today's the day. Emo's going to do it. Superficially throw me in on the end with an IG.
I'll be honest, Lizard, right? After having, because I did these predictions a little bit in advance, but after having seen yesterday's game of Vici, I lost a lot of confidence in them, right? Especially if they're going to draft in that fashion. IG, if let's say they steal Enchantress or they get themselves a good laning phase, suddenly I'm a lot more worried about the prospect of Vici winning that one out, and I think IG,
So
I think they could actually take it.
Basically, what you're telling me is that you lost more confidence in Vici than in IG.
Yeah, and that's what I'm asking you, because I know you
Where have you been for the last 2 years?
In IG, you know?
Trust.
You've had your heart broken.
Look, Vici Gaming, they need to lose like the next 15 series before I put them on that same level.
You just had your heart broken too many times by IG, right?
Oh, what can you do? Fool me 15 times. I won't vote for your
That's why
events
they're doing the
anymore.
role swaps. You know, they're making it so crazy that, well, you're doing all these shenanigans. We don't expect you to be good. You know, that's the power play.
I mean, look, Shang Yu has finally started to play more heroes. We've seen him expand his pool, so we'll see exactly what he's got later on in the day. But of course, the first order of business is the series of Aster Aries versus Extreme Gaming. Here is, so you gave the outside shout, right, towards the side of IG potentially here. Unfortunately, I don't think that's going to be happening with Aster Aries. It's been a fairly rough tour for them. They got the easy start a little bit by playing outsiders from China, but since then it's just been difficult opponents after difficult opponents after difficult opponents. And Extreme Gaming doesn't seem like it's going to be bucking that trend.
Yeah, they, after being outsiders, now on a 6-game lose streak, 3-series lose streak. I think if Aster Aries was able to take IG to a 3-game series, I would then look at this series maybe with better contention. But the fact that IG, who are also struggling in this tour and division, quite easily put Aster Aries to the side. So yeah, I'm a bit skeptical.
Yeah, one thing that makes me extremely skeptical, especially Lizard, is just how fast Extreme Gaming are capable of playing if need be. And Aster Aries has not been a team that's been capable of coming back after a difficult start to the game. Generally speaking, the further back they fall, the faster the game falls apart. And just mentally and strategically, you can just see that the team, they don't have that grit, man. They don't have that, you know, that thing that allows you to always win no matter what. You just see that when things are rough, you're like, yeah, okay, this game is over.
Ulu factor.
It is the Ulu factor. It is the Ulu factor. So from a player perspective, Lizard, since you've been in these positions before, right? What do you do to try and like recover that? Where do you find the grit from when things aren't going well?
You heard that music that was going on while I'm still Pepe jamming to it. Yeah, that's what you do. Yeah, you find the groove, you find it again, you play some good songs, you rally back as a team, you go all in.
Yeah.
It's all possible.
I love
Gotta
how
believe in yourself, you know, gotta have faith.
Yeah. I love how he's doing it like a rapper. He's like, yeah, you know, Pepe jamming. So I do not believe personally in Aster Aries. So are there any heroes that we've seen from them? Because for the most part, one of the reasons I haven't been believing in them is that usually when they were successful the last couple of tours in the DPC, it came at the very end when they were playing like Leshrac for White Album, some Bad Rider here and there. Red Panda would still play as off-kilter like strength heroes, some Brewmaster, some Alchemist in the 5 position. Now that they've gone back to a more cookie cutter style, quote unquote, I don't think that suits this team. I think this team sort of requires some degree of chaos in order to be successful.
I mean, also for me, Astaris, they played a game of Doom. They got kind of a little bit outplayed against the Luna lane, and then game 2, they completely lost all faith in this hero. So for me, that alone is like, what's happening? This hero is like not bad. So maybe they veer away from Doom today. Maybe they look towards that chaos in that fight. That would be already we see Pangolier. I still feel like we haven't really seen White Album be able to pop off on some like his Batrider that we saw in the previous tour that kind of gave him a little lease of life. That's been non-existent for them. But I'd just like to see them be able to play together. And when Ulu's strong, everyone's strong. If Ulu's strong by himself and he dies, I'm scared that it's going to be enter 2Gs and then another enter. Like they need to be together, cohesive and aggressive. That's all I care about from their draft today.
Well, we'll see if their draft is able to accomplish that. They have the second pick on the Dire side. Erstwhile Extreme Gaming have first pick on Radiant. It's already looking a little bit better for Extreme Gaming. We saw this opener yesterday from the side of Extreme, where they play. We saw from Master rather, the Enchantress and the Beastmaster. When we saw PSG LGD defeat this combination, they went for Pangolier, and I forget what the other support was.
It doesn't matter which one it was. Like Astor Ares have a good one. Like they answered, in my opinion, they answered this opener of Ancient Beast quite well. You have the Pango and the Snap. You can deal with the Ench. Yeah, the Roar might be a little bit annoying for you if you're Astor Ares. Like all those minions running at you can also be annoying. At the same time, you have ways of dealing with them. And most importantly, you actually can deal with Ench, which is something they definitely couldn't do yesterday.
Yeah. Plenty of anti-aggression with Astor Ares. My one concern potentially would be they have played Pangolier in the offlane so far in DPC. I feel like if this was any other team, just putting it mid, banning for it, you would have a really stable draft. I think putting it in that offlane, you give windows where Extreme can kill off the Pangolier, put him under level, and now you don't have that good matchup versus the Beastmaster against that early game aggression. So, and if they are to put it there, just make sure these next 3 bans are covering, we are putting it in the offlane.
I think right now in the Chinese region, the only player in the offlane that I'll give the pass for offlane Pango is Zeal. Zeal can play Pango all he wants. It's fine. It's acceptable. Everybody else, you still got to convince us and show us what you're worth. For me, I'm more intrigued by these early bans from Extreme Gaming. The fact that they've just isolated that. Everybody's been clocking that you just ban Leshrac against the team, and they are, the strength level literally drops off like an entire tier when they don't have access to their Lesh from the mid lane.
Yeah, Lash is that kind of a hero for a lot of teams. Like not only for Astor Ares here, there's NA teams that love to play Lash, Western Europe teams that just adore Lash. So he's just in a really good spot. I don't necessarily think that it has to be targeted towards one single team. Overall, just like the Rubik ban, right? Like the Lash and the Rubik, I believe they're top tier heroes at the moment.
I don't know if it helps, but like Extreme, they're drafting. Even in the interview yesterday with DY, he was like, I haven't played Ogre for 2 years, but I picked it because I want to Bloodlust and get out of the game, you know? And like, I'm looking at their drafts, and you can clearly see against the weaker Division 2 teams or the middle pat teams, they are going for push strats. And then as soon as they play PSG, it's like this very like whimsical, like Magnus and Sniper and Quops, and like we're going to make the big plays, you know? It's like I feel like their drafting isn't consistent to their opponent, or is consistent to their opponents. And that could actually be a downfall for them because they're not playing like the more complex lineups that challenge themselves because they are just pushing themselves out of the easier games. So they're probably going to do it again here today, but you rarely see teams have this kind of mindset in the DPC or at least in the Div 1 tours. So if Extreme is going to continue this, it's hit and miss, honestly.
I mean, it could be one of those things where they don't want to play the uber complex lineups against teams at the bottom because they don't feel like it's necessarily preparing them for the big challenges.
Sure.
Because they're practicing for the majors ultimately, right? They're trying to get themselves into the big stages. Like, for example, when we spoke to DY, he was saying that all these majors, all these tours don't really matter. It's all about getting to TI. And when you get to TI, the really difficult games begin, and you have to be able to confidently, against strong opponents, pull off these complex strats.
To get there, though, you need to win a couple of points here and there.
That's
so you must win something.
Every now and then, yeah.
At least you know the strats now from Extreme where it's like if they go to a major, if you see like a Beastmaster or a pushing pick, it's like, they think they're
better
a weak
than
team.
you.
Exactly. So if it's like, if you ever get push stratted against Extreme, they don't really think you're that good of a team, okay? So remember this now.
They don't have that respect. All right, let's see where we go from here because we're probably all going to be having a much faster paced lineup from them. So as the Ares, we still need to find further responses. Coming out of this phase here, Lizard, what do you see as them pairing with the Snapfire Pango so far that works really well?
You can see the Extreme Gaming banning out the puck. So what they wanted is some AoE control together with the Pango and the Snap, and it looks like XG is also expecting that Pango to be offlane, like you guys mentioned. So maybe something that brings a bit of control, a bit of push on the offlane that's paired with Snap. Some Mars or something like that is still in the pool. Not my personal favorite, but teams still love to run him.
Unfortunately. Well, it is China, and we have Snapfire Mars as the old school combo in the region. Shang-Chi has played that Mars hero quite a lot. I really hope they don't pick it, but it could still happen from Aster Ares. But this is where they could just go for a support, right? Try to keep things open. They have the 18th pick to respond with, so I would like them to keep it a little bit wider in terms of their availability.
I mean, based on hero pool so far, Rapanda's only got like Treant Protector available from everything he's played. But no, I don't think I would want to see that because it's like it's too static in nature for what I want to see from Aster Ares. So sure, they go for the Murano. Now there's a little bit of a question mark, at least within regards to Snapfire. Realistically, because it's Aster Ares, because you're in China, I would be surprised if there's a Snap Core Flex. So yeah, most likely she's your support duo. And yeah, of course, Murano against Enchantress, arrow kill off the creep. It kind of writes itself.
Same against the Beast, right?
Sure.
Yeah.
We've kind of seen this a few times, though, the Murano as a response to this Ench Beast Master, and I'll be honest, I'm not convinced.
It's a
like,
trap pick for sure. Like,
so it's basically Mars.
Kind of, yeah. So it's like you pick this hero, and it's like, okay, I'll arrow the creep, but it's like, sure, but if you don't arrow the creep, you miss the arrow, or if there's multiple summons, or if they're body blocking it, it's just too volatile. And also in lane, you're not the best laner as a 5. You're more like you sit back, you throw an arrow, you stop some pulls. So Beast plus a really strong 4 can just bully the carry out. So I think Murano is more about the mid game rather than the lane.
Yeah, you get that Moonlight Shadow to play around. Also,
Sure.
you can put her on offlane with something else, like 4 Mirana plus something Snap 5 or Snap Core, wherever. Doesn't matter. Like for Aster Ares, one thing that they've got is it's a very flexible draft so far. Like you can't really put a finger on where everyone is gonna go. I'll let you.
No,
your hype.
But it was small hype. It was mini hype.
It's the puck ban, right? Like I was asking yesterday where is Storm, like because I'm seeing a lot of good Storm games and he's not picked up, and the hero is in a decent spot at the moment. However, please, Grimstroke, Teagle.
I think this hero is incredibly underrated right now. I think it should be picked up in form more. I understand that it kind of feels like a lost hero, but I think the Axe is still very strong. It got mini buffs a lot of times. You can now put it through BKB, which was a big issue before. You push out lanes really nice with Stroke of Fate, and of course with Inkswell, with the correct hero, you throw it in, you go in. And I think because we've lost these Treant Protector 5 heroes, these like super lane dominating 5s that give like leaners and stuff infinite lane, these more squishy, harder to execute 4s should be coming back, like Grimstroke. And in this lineup, you know, you're Inkswelling the Storm Spirit, you're Inkswelling some summons from the Beastmaster or the Ench, and there's a lot of forward-thinking heroes that Grim can play behind and just permanently spam spells. So I like it a lot. And of course, Soulbind against Pangolier is, you know, a natural counter. Yeah.
What's the first one they're going to be having in the region? Hasn't even been banned, I don't believe. It's been, I think, mostly completely uncontested.
I don't think I've seen it in the DPC so far.
It has been played once. I saw it in Eastern Europe somewhere.
Okay.
I've definitely seen it there.
That's the one region I haven't covered.
I know you were asking, Lizard, about what's been happening with the Storm Spirit, right? And I think one of the reasons why we haven't seen them always picked up is the presence of the Tiny. We've seen the Tiny come out a lot. We've seen the Tiny do really, really well. Yesterday, one of the things you mentioned about the Storm is that when you're playing against them, you want fast and cheap stuns.
Yep.
And Tiny definitely gives that to you in spades right now.
That's what yesterday happened, right? It was Storm into Tiny. So as Tiny, you get some setup for the for the Mirana as well. Like in the lane itself, you can rotate in with the Mirana, kill off the Storm, which is always nice. At the same time, I do think that it's a decent Storm game. Like you have Mirana and Snap to constantly bully. Pango as well doesn't really like a Storm jumping his ass every single team fight. So overall, it looks decent.
I mean, both teams, depending on how the supports play, it's going to be who breaks first on the map, right? If Mirana can get to mid and kill the Storm, now suddenly you have them playing the map. If on the flip side, if Ench comes to mid, kills Tiny, and then you take the tower, at least pressure the tower. Meanwhile, Beast is hitting another tower. So I think it's on Aster Ares to make the correct moves early on, because one bad rotation, there'll be multiple forms of tower pressure from Extreme. Whilst for Aster Ares, like you get a kill, then you're back to farming. You're never going kill to tower.
Yeah. Right now, I'm really concerned about Aster Ares' potential for pushing down some of these towers. Building damage is not really there for them. I mean, I guess they have like the Snapfire to help take Roshan, but even that just does feel like they're just going to be behind when it comes to taking objectives. So whatever hero that they pick for Ulu at the very end of the draft, better be able to fulfill that. And they've already banned the Ursa themselves. So what's left that does that where you troll, I guess, is still in the pool?
His PA has been banned out, I guess. Yeah, you can go the other direction, pick something like a Naga, go full late game. They have some AoE. Grimstroke doesn't mind playing into her, but overall you're good versus Beast, decent versus Ench in the lane. And you're an illusion hero into TA, so the only problem would be the tempo from Extreme Gaming once again.
No, I honestly don't mind Astaris going greedy. I think Extreme's bans of Anti-Mage and Terrorblade is an indicator that they want to go very fast-paced once again.
Oh.
I mean, it's a banging Abaddon pick, to be fair. Like,
Alrighty. So we get the carrier pattern at long last here in the region. I've been waiting for this, been wanting to see it. Is this the right game for it though, boys?
on paper, yes, because against the Beastmaster, you're very against Raw. Storm Spirit loves to jump and pressure, and against Abaddon, you're never doing that, so you're going to waste mana pool, or at least force Storm to go elsewhere. Flip side, I really want to see Grim go Ags, throw it onto Abaddon, and then you get your own Abaddon with this Radiance running down the lane. So I think Grim's itemization is key if Extreme want to maybe win this game, but one of the better last picks I've seen from Master Ares at least.
All right, Lizard, talk to me about this last pick on the TA from the side of Extreme Gaming. Oh, does it fit the rest of the draft, and do you think it's going to be able to carry them to victory in game number 1?
Like yesterday, I believe I've seen the same duo, Storm Spirit and TA.
Yeah, you didn't like it.
I didn't like it that much. I think in this game, maybe it's a little bit easier to play it because you have a lot of utility, a lot of push power coming from your offlane. Like the game kind of plays itself, and the Storm Spirit can play around the Inkswell. Yesterday, he had nothing to play around with. Like he was the one just jumping in, naked Storm, whatever everyone else has to follow up. So perhaps the TA this time around feels a little bit better.
We're going to be seeing if the TA Storm Spirit is going to work out a little bit better for the side of Extreme Gaming. It did not pan out yesterday for Vici Gaming. But on the flip side, Aster Ares in desperate need of a win right now. They are out at sea, so to find out if they can come back to land, we send you to the wonderful duo of the Laguna Lacoste and the BGB Cup. Take it away, boys.
The BGB Cup, yeah, I mean, fits the bill right now.
Yeah, I played Lena, so I'm Laguna Lacoste, and we're ready to go. I'm so hyped about this Grimstroke pick. This hero, I don't think he has been picked a single time. One of my favorite heroes. Just like the toolkit that this hero has, it's so good. Just the numbers are very low. It's just what it is. He received the buff in the previous patch. We do have some extra damage coming out from that Inkswell, and also 20 seconds less cooldown on level 1 ulti, 10 seconds less cooldown on level 2 ulti. And the reason why they picked it is leash mechanic against Pango, against Piranha. It feels good in theory. I just want to see how good it's going to be for the game. This hero, I don't know. It always brings smile to my face. This hero, throughout the last 2 years, had a so low win rate that it's insane.
I was talking to Synderen actually a couple hours ago, pre-sleep, about the moment when they released Grimstroke. Like, oh, Mars is coming. But right now is Grimstroke. Whoa! And everybody went home to their computers and how broken this hero was when it first came out. When Soulbind slowed as well.
Yeah, it was something ridiculous. I
How
think
great
we
Inkswell
started with
was.
90. It was 70, 80, 90 or something. It was pretty ridiculous. Now
The
it
hero's
doesn't
out of
even
control.
slow. Now it doesn't do anything. You also need to put more points in Phantom. You want to have that level 3 Phantom because level 2 also dies, but you also want to max out the Inkswell, and you also want to deal damage, so you want to get Stroke of Fate. It's one of the coolest heroes that we have in Dota. That's how I feel about him, but it just feels that he's not just doing it. There's so many better 4s, so many better 5s out there. But yeah, last pick, Abba, big fan. I feel like it's a really good game for him. You're playing in the Templar Assassin, so you're going to be building Radiance, and also against the Primal Roar, against Electric Vortex. They do have a limited amount of stuns. They could burst him, however, later down the line with just one Phantom's Embrace, and Templar Assassin could kill him. She might build into Silver Edge later on as well, so there's this combo that Abba does not like to be playing into. It's break mechanic into silence. Even with a trap, it also gonna work out once you upgrade that with a shard.
This core Abaddon is something that bothers me in my bracket. I feel like I just never know how to deal with it when you're just getting run at by Curse of Avernus and right-click down, you have no answers. Feels like it could be quite strong. You can already see Radiance is in the quick buy for Ulu. And we're taking a look at all 3 lanes. One of the things I'm really concerned about, at least for Extreme, is Paparazzi. I feel like his performance has been lackluster.
I was about to say the same word. It just feels that he's been playing the worst, I would say, out of all Extreme Gaming. Might have been a couple of bad games. We don't know what's going on. But some of his performances, like especially the Queen of Pain one against LGD, even the second game, he looked relatively lost, I would say. But maybe on his signature Storm Spirit, he's going to be able to show what he's made of, that he still has it.
Yeah, you're not going up against White Album, say on the track that he really loves, or a couple of these other heroes that it feels like is White Album's go-to, but still in the Tiny feels like he could be pretty strong, and if Paparazzi's not too careful, he might just drop.
Was that intentional? Leshrac was his go-to?
Yes, it definitely was. White Album already there with the bottle, so is Paparazzi. And I'm looking at both these heroes. You know, we've seen Storm love to rotate at level 6. See if maybe we see White Album do the same.
You know what Storm Spirit loves more?
Arcade
When-
Rune?
No, when people rotate to his lane, so he doesn't have to waste time. So we can expect to see rotations when he hits level 6, and he also loves his supports dying so they can refill his bottle.
Yeah, so let's see if Kaka goes out a little bit too far, or maybe we see DY just, oh, I died. Let me refill the bottle of my mid.
JT also sending board to top lane to make sure that there is going to be a rune secured. Maybe they could have played it differently. Board tries to deny the rune. Paparazzi steals the bottom one, but also a bit more like some of these smallest plays that these professional e-gamers make. It's always nice to see.
I love Second Chakram. I love Serenity, Seeds of Serenity, and I love when you say e-gamers. Pro e-gamers.
Professional e-gamer athletes. Yeah, that's
Yes.
what they are.
Just getting longer. Professional e-gamer athletes. Oh my gosh. We need to keep extending that. Uu up here top, level 3. So he's got 2 in the Aphotic Shield and 1 of the Curse of Avernus. Red Panda, hey, I'm like watching Kaka trying to harass with Stroke of Fate. And it's just
It's not working out.
No, it's so costly at 100 mana. And Red Panda just gets to do way more with Scatter Blast, it feels like, for 85 mana.
You also don't get the full value because you want to use Stroke of Fate on the creep wave to get that extra damage. But Red Panda, he's playing on the side.
Yeah, he's just been sitting here, and now there's the cookie. This could be first blood. Ink Swell, maybe a kill afterwards. With the axes thrown, Red Panda will still fall to JT, but the Curse of Avernus procs, and we'll throw some more right clicks over onto the Beastmaster.
That was a bit too overzealous from Grimstroke. Try to play as aggressive, gets Cookie in, and just straight up dies. Doesn't have any defense tool if he gets initiated on. And we'll refill the bottle. This is what we talked about.
Yeah, both of them come over, and they're like, oh, I guess we'll refill the bottle. We might as well. Our mids are very
Red
desperate.
Panda, they're getting close. He wants to deny, but knows that if he commits, he might actually die here.
Yeah, Vortex into like an Inkswell or something like that, and Red Panda might just explode. White Album's also coming over. He wants to play aggressive. His Paparazzi's going to stand too far forward. Avalanche Toss combo, especially at level 5, is going to hurt. Paparazzi needs to be pretty careful.
A rare Heart Studio. It's voice line.
There's a couple teams in China that really like the Fart Studios unintelligible voice line, I guess it would be called. I guess sound, voice sound. So, you know, we've seen a couple teams. I think Vici likes it as well. Also, we see a lot of Vici lines getting spammed.
Oh yeah, that's a good one. Red Panda. Now getting completely zoned out here. More doing the work.
So for right now, Boar just pushing him away. He's here a little bit early for that 6-minute rune. He got pushed all the way over here.
Alright, just camp here for 40 seconds. It's okay. Does have a sentry ward. Let's see if he places it down, and he does. So trying to make a rotation before Storm Spirit gets level 6. Tiny doesn't really need that level 6.
Centaur Conqueror being shifted over by DY, and that will chase away Red Panda. That works.
They are sending summons to Paparazzi's lane. First it's Board, now it's Centaur Conqueror. They are really playing around him.
Avalanche, toss, arrow. And the Centaur Conqueror gets the stun, but they've got the Star Storm from TK to get the kill on a Paparazzi. See, now this is very unfair. You get a Centaur.
Big combo.
And a boar that Inkswell actually works, but he misses the follow-up stun. Okay. I was going to say, they get 2 heroes and you get Centaur Conqueror.
Yeah, really, it's not fair. DY, he still has a leap charge. A bit low on mana, but also 2 stick charges, so he should be okay. Not too bad for Astro Ares. Like, we've seen them throughout the DPC, where they have first, like, 10, 15 minutes, mostly 10 minutes of the game. They look really good. Now,
Bottom
first
lane.
rotation.
Yeah, swashbuckle, disarm, DY, no impetus, so not exactly the easiest kill, but eventually they'll get there. And Red Panda going to be chased down as well with the help of Ghost, but with the TP from the Tiny, they don't want to commit. They're a little bit scared to go all the way through for Red Panda.
Paparazzi, he's low on mana. He does not have anything, just the Clarity running.
Toss available.
Another Avalanche in a couple of seconds. They want to save Ghost.
Cookie lands, and with that, I think Ghost just dies here.
TK actually gets the kill with Arrow.
They really just overstayed their welcome and let Red Panda kind of come back into the fight. Now he's full health. DY is going to use the Nature's Attendants, and Paparazzi's got a little bit of mana to work with, but I don't think they have the damage to take care of these heroes.
Kaka is like, keep them busy, guys. I'm getting some solo XP on the mid lane. It's all good. I need my levels on my Grimstroke.
Need that level 6. So please make sure that you guys keep them up. Kaka, Paparazzi. Kaka only level 4, but he's gotten 202. I don't really know what to expect from this Grimstroke.
I want to see a value point in Phantom's Embrace on level 5, and then you're going to get a point in Soulbind.
Avalanche, Stroke of Fate, Arrow coming in. That's going to hit a creep. Ink Swell, that'll pop. Cookie away. White Album tossing Paparazzi into the air, and they're going to continue to chase the Tiny Stroke of Fate. But Kaka, with the Star Storm and the damage from White Album, will end up getting the kill onto the Grimstroke after he dies.
That's a big one.
Regen Rune picked up by TK and taken away from Paparazzi, who has no mana.
Oh, man, if Paparazzi picks that one up, he might be able to get the kill on TK. Regen still running, goes back to full mana.
Pango. He's getting run down here by Ghost.
Solo kill.
That is the exact sound I made. Oof.
Yikes.
Seriously.
Pango only level 5 there. We see 5, 6 heroes on a mid lane all the time. Paparazzi will dodge it.
Ooh. Arrow was thrown over by TK. White Album. Now the impetus shots are coming over, but they've got the Cookie again. And they'll look to get the kill on Akaka once more. Phantom's Embrace, impetus, the damage with the Stroke of Fate. Almost enough to take out TK.
Yeah, that level 1 Phantom's Embrace, not really doing much. You can easily kill it. And my favorite thing to do as a Beastmaster or as a spectator when Beastmaster's in the game is stack some camps with the boar and use axes to kill them. It's very satisfying. Also, the sound is pretty nice. Beastmasters before, they did not go for boots most of the time at all. Maybe just the brown boots. You wanted to get that Helm of the Overlord creep as soon as possible. But we see Beastmasters going for a different build, putting more... Oh, that's a big one.
Arrow,
oh, no.
toss up. JT. He falls. These stacks are in a little bit of danger, and so is Kaka. Place down the obs. They look at this ginormous stack, and oh no.
Guys, please, no.
Yeah, I worked so hard on this. This is what I did with my boar all game, and now everybody is here for Master Ares to take part.
Mortimer's
in grabbing
Kisses,
these
finish
stacks.
it off. Like, even Ulu comes here, wants to get some of that sweet dough. They actually stole everything. This is massive. This is going to set Beastmaster back so much.
Yeah, JT is not going to be happy about that. Ooh, now level 8. Gosh, that is a very strong ABBA. You have to take a point in the borrowed time, but he's still holding a point. And he's got 2,100 gold going into that Sacred Relic, which will eventually be that Radiance.
I want to see cameras from Extreme Gaming to see how pissed they are about these stacks. Especially, yeah, look at JT. He's not satisfied.
Yeah, not happy at all. Arrow with the toss. That is a long duration arrow, which means DY is going to die. feel like we're always looking for reactions on some of these cams, but it just makes me think back to when we always look at F-Y and it's just stone cold straight
Literally
face
nothing.
every time.
Yep.
Yeah.
Same face. And they all got like 4 neutral items, maybe even all 5 from that one. Let's see what Tiny's holding. He's holding onto Arcane Ring. There was a broom handle dropped. Abba's gonna pick that one up.
Fairy's Trinket.
Fairy's Trinket that Shanxi's holding. Shanxi not having that good of a time sitting at 0-2 and 0.
Huh. I guess maybe these odds for MeSportsBet.io look right, but we'll see if Extreme can continue to find some success. Wouldn't really say that last stack take was a success for them in any way. Stroke bait, breaking the Aphotic Shield. Eventually, the Phantom's Embrace does get killed by Ulu. That's supposed to be his wife, right? For Grimstroke?
Yes, his dead wife.
Has to relive the death of his wife every time he throws that Phantom's Embrace on somebody.
I want to see Kaka get a bit more farm priority. Like, I just want to see him get that Aghanim Scepter eventually after picking up the Shard. Because, like, there's so many good items on Grimstroke that you can buy. Like, you also want to have Lens, you want to have Force Staff. But I think maybe rushing Ags here could be the big one. You're playing into Abba with Radiance, make a stronger illusion. That is magic immune. Yeah.
Ooh. Vortex, borrowed time, Inkswell, keeping him close, and they've got the Primal Roar to follow that up, but the Mortimer's Kiss is over from the side from Red Panda. The Soulbind, 5 Paparazzi can't survive, even with the leash on these 2 heroes and Ulu sitting low. Just don't have the damage again, and Paparazzi, this is something we've seen a couple times where he has a decent early game, but the mid game finds him dying too many times.
Yeah, those deaths and Storm Spirit are going to cost him for sure. He's only level 8 at the moment. Mirana's about to be level 8.
TK's having a really good game, involved in 6 of the 7 kills so far.
Does have that Blink Dagger available.
And he's going into the Guardian Greaves on the Mirana. We've seen this with a lot of Mirana teams.
I like that. I don't think Mirana... Like, sure, some of the players are greedy, so they go for Aghanim Scepter or some Yule Scepter if you're playing into Ursa, and then you have an arrow set up as well. But if your offlaner does not want to buy Guardian Greaves, if he wants to look for different items, and this is what, like, right now, Pango, like, sure, he is a good Greaves buyer, but I'm not a big fan of this just casual Ring of Hell that it looks like he's going to turn that into Vanguard. It's way too late for it, but he's going to commit.
Yeah. I like the days of mid-Pango, Diffusal Blank. Big fan of that.
Same. I don't think offlane Pango is even close to mid-Pango. In terms of itemization, you're just not utilizing the hero correctly. Like, you're getting... It's same when, you know, there was a time when certain heroes have been played as position 4, where you, like, only have 2 spells. Like, you don't get the rest. You don't get the value out of it. And now, it's time to try to take out this tier 1 tower bottom. Shanxi with Orb of Corrosion, Vanguard. He's very tanky, though, and pretty difficult to take down. So it seems like it's just going to be trade. JT on the top lane. A bit of a delayed timing on that Helm. This is 15 minutes we're talking about. Usually you see Helm of the Overlord, not just Helm of the Dom.
Yeah, it has been a long road for him to get there. He made some stacks for himself over in the Triangle. Eventually he was able to pick some of those up. Ghost is going to go for the Ancient stacks while he wants to finish off this Deso. He's got the Dragonlance already. Deso is next, and then
11 cam stack, and they
how many
took
did they
like
take?
10 or 11, I would say. Ghost did stack for himself in the Triangle now. But yeah, that was massive. That set them back so much.
Yeah. And that's one of the things we've kind of been seeing as like the theme to Extreme Gaming's play. Paparazzi mid kind of has like this fall off, and it's all reliant on Ghost to make something happen. Top lane, JT's in the trees. They've got Shanxi under the Moonlight Shadow with the rest of the team coming over. White Album's got that Blink, so Blink, Avalanche, Mortimer's Kisses avoids the arrow, but the Rolling Thunder follow-up. JT's going to be dead again.
Storm going in. Missed the combo with Inkswell. They try to make a play on Abba. Not the easiest skill to get. Ulu, so close to Radiance. Just a 400 gold away. Once he picks up that Radiance, I feel like they should group up. Maybe have Mech on Mirana, White Album. He's chasing. Arcane Rune is available. You see Arcane Rune Tiny, you run back. You don't want to take that fight. Unless you can burst him from 100 to 0. And I don't think you can, especially with Abba being close by.
So it seems like Kaka's kind of listening to you. Shard eggs is the Q.
He understands that this is his best build, what he can get, in terms of damage, and it seems like Extreme Gaming, they will maybe look for a Roche fight. I would prefer if they smoke, get one kill, because with this Radiance being online, Acer Ares will take that fight. A bit low on mana on Eba, however.
Yeah, right now he's taking stacks. Happy to not see them be stolen. He still has this Orb of Venom queued. Had that queued up with the Radiance initially. So, just farming. He's farming pretty quickly, but that just feels like Ghost is having a great time in terms of his CS. He's already at 156. He's got himself top of the net worth by a significant margin as well. And if he could get into the BKB pretty quickly, Ghost is going to feel very comfortable in these fights.
I don't know if they want to straight up take Roche fight. You're playing into this overwhelming magical damage. You're also going to get stunned by Pango. Pango against Temper Assassin can be a very tricky matchup for Pango. You roll in and you get bursted by Temper Assassin with Deso. You get stunned with the Primal Roar. Sure, you have Abba behind you, so he can use the Aphotic Shield. But then again, I've seen it time and time again where you get bursted. So this Vanguard is going to come in handy. You know, got to reduce some of that damage.
Okay, so we'll see how much it'll do, because it definitely hasn't been the fastest start for Shanxi, right? Like, now he's ahead of White Elm, which is a little bit of a surprise based on how his lane went. But Vanguard Blink next is going to be the Heaven's Halberd. I don't know if that's all going to be enough, Kaka. Swell. Oh, Radiance Burn. All right, that's the counter. Paper beats rock. Go over and get Paparazzi. Actually gets bounced away from the arrow. Not going to banner, even popping the illusion rune, but he won't survive the onslaught coming in from Aster Ares.
Rest of the team is doing Roche. 3 points in Inner Beast. Seems like they don't know that this is happening.
Are those 2 deaths worth it, though, at the end of the day, to just get this Aegis? Or does that really rely on
I don't
what
mind
we
it too
see
much.
from the Aegis?
You also have Temper Assassin with Deso, so you take it relatively quickly, and you also don't want your Roche to be stolen. If they got another kill, Aster Ares could have potentially gone inside the Roche pit and taken themselves.
They are starting to look like they are moving around the map quite fluidly, though, for Aster Ares, and that's a scary thought when you're Extreme Gaming.
Ulu going back to Falcon Blade on his Abba and wants to get just a casual raid. It looks so funny. Like, as a carry queuing up raid band, 20 minutes into the game and then going for Manta style.
Yeah, Wraithband, Manta. I wonder if he commits to the Wraithband.
Commits to the raid band.
Yeah,
Commits to that 500 gold item.
Oh, I mean, it slows down the Yasha. It's a commitment. But he bought the blade. All right, so he's not too sure just yet. Avalanche in, toss up, Mortimer's Kisses, and trying to heal him up. And now they've got the Soulbind, but what do they have to go with it? Nothing. That feels like another Soulbind that just is kind of thrown for the sake of it. They do have the Shard picked up by Kaka, so he's got the upgraded Inkswell. It's now a strong Dispel, but still, I just haven't really felt the impact from this hero at all yet.
He needs to play with Storm Spirit, and they also need to play away from Ava, because he's just way too difficult to kill. Maybe try to get a kill on support, try to kill Tiny.
Avalanche, they found another one. JT on the run. Primal Roar with the Boars. They'll go to the Rolling Thunder. JT trying to juke it out, but he's got a Blink Dagger to jump right on top of JT again. And it's just pickoff after pickoff for Aster Ares constantly.
Still keeping things even. Temper Assassin farming a lot, but the rest of the team, they are getting their timings delayed by so much. This is post 20-minute mark, Helm of the Overlord. Abba doesn't care too much about it. Tiny could also, if they focus him down with this Echo Saber tree grab, a couple of hits from Abba, he's gonna drop.
Looks like there could be a Wraith King in the game with all the skeletons over mid. But it is just JT controlling his Dark Troll Summoner, raising the dead.
And I said Kaka needs to get more farm. I'll hold that thought. They got Mirana. They need to go for these supports. I said that they need to get these easy pickoffs. Can't really try to kill Abba. Pango even might be too difficult kill to get because he's super tanky. Does have Dragon Scale as well and Shard. Yeah, so you need to stun lock him. You need to silence him with Phantom's Embrace. But to go back to Kaka, I wanted to see him put more points in Stroke of Fate. He did max it out. Didn't even pick up level 10 talent, which is really good, especially with the Shard. -5 seconds on Inkswell, but wants to get more farm. I want to see him like just farm. Give him one lane. I think JT might need to sacrifice a bit of his farm so Kaka can get that Aghanim Scepter upgrade.
How do you feel about what Ghost is doing? He's had BKB queued up for a while, and when they got the Aegis, he instead bought out on Blink Dagger, and then he bought out on Shard, so he's delaying this BKB, but I mean, they haven't really fought with Ghost, so it's kind of working out where he's not dying and he's pushed back this item.
Yeah, I like it. Most of the time, carries do this. When they are holding on to Aegis, they swap their item build. You don't want to have a BKB.
It's just so unfortunate. You're not even, like, thinking that arrow's going to hit you, but Kaka dodges it, and then it goes to the back and hits you instead. Rolling Thunder, Moonlight Shadow. And that's stopped by Shang-Chi, so quick little roll there. You can see with that Shard, they've got the silence. It's a way to stop kisses for sure. You can just throw a trap, get a quick silence out there.
We see Templar Assassins picking it up for themselves. Like one of the few carries that buy early Shard.
Yeah, I don't want to wait for that Roche to get it. It's just too good. I think it's one of the best Shards in the game. So, top tier 2. Taken down without contest. Ghost going to continue to push with this Helm of the Overlord creep. It's Ancient Black Dragon. Really nothing doing, and 12 seconds left on the Aegis as things will stay quiet. He's got the Mithril Hammer on that BKB, and they are just allowing Ghost to do whatever he wants in terms of farm. I'm surprised with how much White Album was able to accomplish in this game, where he's 5-1-5. He's sitting below the Pango in net worth, and not too far ahead of JT, and now behind him. Like, you think about the contrast of their game, JT's 1-3, and White Album 5-1, 10 of 12. Like,
these were early kills, and also, like, it's Pango. Shield Crash, Swashbuckle. Everybody experienced it in their own pubs. You try to get some farm. He's right in front of you, especially now with the Blink Dagger. You know that he's going to go for that wave. Usually, you don't have like 3 waves to farm. At least one is pushed out. So, he does not get the priority. We've seen even yesterday with Tiny, when Asher was playing, that Bobica was getting the farm. XWY, being on the receiving side, didn't get too much of that farm. I think at one point, Bobica might have had more farm than XWY.
Oh, I thought you were going to say at one point he was griefing. Because he would walk up to a creep wave and steal every last hit from XWY. Might catch JT again. Kaka's also in the vicinity. Rolling Thunder, Blink, Kaka caught. Mortimer's Kisses, a little bit too far to get JT, but they get the kill on the Kaka, and with the Rolling Thunder, now the Kisses will follow up.
Oh, I don't know what the plan is. Extreme Gaming, they look so disconnected. Storm Spirit's on the mid lane. Maybe they thought he will pop Haste Rune, join them, but as soon as you lose one hero, like, this fight looks very over. Ghost also has been on a different side of the map, and it looks really good for Astra Ares. Like, looking at the itemization, they are going to build it to multiple Heaven's Halberds. Morana's going for one. Lucky Shot is there. Pango's also thinking for going one, but wants to get Linken's now to protect against the Beastmaster's Roar.
Yeah, I don't really know if you need the Lincolns, right? You've got ways to protect against this Roar, I would say. Ball Lightning all the way from behind. Paparazzi not going to be able to catch Red Panda in the spot where he's been safe multiple times. They do, however, Finally get that tier 1 tower. See Shanxi struggle with this ancient black dragon, by the way, top.
He's trying his best. We'll eventually take it down. It's a commitment, but easy 250.
Well worth it. Did lose his courier, which had the ulti orb on it. And a 5-man smoke from Extreme.
Radiant's top tower.
Maybe
Their
sensing
team
that
fight
Roche
is
soon.
not as good compared to what they have on Acer Ares. Mortimer's Kisses on cooldown for 20 seconds. Maybe they want to use this timing. Abba's ulti has not been even proc this game.
Well, TK. That's a quick way to get a kill. They'll look over at Ulu, but they've got the toss up into the air on a Kaka Avalanche. They will bully the support as the BKB gets popped by Ghost. The right-click damage is going to be enough. Not yet. They've got the cookie. They've got Ghost in trouble with the BKB.
Oh, Pango's flying.
He went pretty far on that toss. They get the kill on a DY, so it ends up being a 2-for-1 and a 5-man smoke from Extreme. They just don't have the damage.
They need to split the map. I don't think they can straight up 5 versus 5 against Acer Ares' lineup. They need to be able to get a pick off with this Storm Spirit. Grimstroke, they can play together. Templar Assassin maybe joins. They burst one target. But they also need Aghanim Scepter on Grimstroke. I think that's too good of an item. And I want to see Kaka just get 2 minutes in the lane to be able to farm it.
Yeah, he's not too far away. He's 1,200 gold out, so giving him that amount of farm, I guess it's bringing JT a BKB, but if they were to swap who's got priority a little bit. Like Shadow, Ghost, uh-oh! Soulbind, Force Staff back, but the Mortimer's Kisses from a distance. Paparazzi's in, has the Vortex on a Shanxi.
That was so close.
They have any vision here.
50 HP on Templar Assassin. If she has a different item other than Pupil's Gift, she dies her. That's 300 HP coming out from Pupil's Gift.
Going into the MKB. Thought about going for Daedalus, but switched to MKB. We'll see if Ghost sticks to that. Roche up in 40 seconds, and I kind of want to say Extreme need this. Because if Aster Ares get it, I don't know if Extreme have the damage to deal with, say, Ulu twice.
Extreme Gaming didn't really achieve much. Yes, they got like a pick off or 2. They got this tier 2 tower a long time ago. But ever since then, it's been Aster Ares. Oh, AC is going to be done on Abba, and he also does have level 3 ulti down to 40 seconds. Red Panda has been holding on to Gem for a very long time, so they see traps, and they also see Templar Assassin with Meld. So pretty good pickup.
Little trap spree over there, and just 25, 25. This is a Gem paying for itself.
I remember when Trap was 1 gold. You had to buy sentries to get 1 gold.
Such awful value. Seriously. Back in the days of what, 1 courier as well, right?
Yeah.
We really just need a content piece with you just going, I remember.
Yeah. I mean, I've been there since the beginning, but I don't remember a lot of these stuff. There's some stuff that I remember, but it has changed so much, and I'm also getting old, so my memory is not the greatest.
There's stuff I remember, there's stuff I don't remember. Gosh. Now, ooh, it's 2K ahead of this TA. Wow.
It's just such a satisfying sound.
Yeah, but that taunt creeps me out a little bit. Kind of weird. Like the horse is riding the Abaddon now? I don't know what's going on in that taunt.
Aghanim Scepter completed on Grimstroke.
Here we go. Here's where the money's going to be made here for Kaka.
Thing is, you don't have Ether Lens. You don't have
There
like
you go.
any casting range item, no neutral items as well. So if you go over Soulbind and his Dark Portrait, like you are very like you need to stay far away from a fight, but you also need to get close.
There we go. He's got Dark Portrait now. So you're gonna what? Soulbind, Dark Portrait, hoping you get Ulu on that, right?
He might just get it. Use Dark Portrait. I don't think you need to get another illusion from Soulbind.
Ulu running in. And he'll use that Dark Portrait, so now they've got this Abaddon running around and just right-clicking away onto this Red Panda. Snapfire, look at the damage he's taking just from the Dark Portrait. Avalanche tossed back, arrow flying through. BKB very, very, very early from Ghost. Ball lightning in, BKB from Paparazzi. They get the kill on a Red Panda. They'll look over at Uwu, who popped the borrowed time. Ball lightning back the other way. They'll buy back on the Snapfire.
White Album caught him.
Uh-oh, White Album, Avalanche, toss, killing a Paparazzi with no BKB. DY just TPing out. BKB's been popped by White Album. Uwu now on the main line.
Another Dark Portrait is available. Problem is, White Album has that Arcane Rune. He popped the BKB with it. Yeah, it doesn't seem like they're going to take this fight anymore.
They're not committing to Roche, though, on Aster Ares.
Ghost, no BKB, as you said. Gotta be careful.
Such an early BKB from him, and he was so far behind. There they go. They're into Roche. They make anything happen. They'll have the Boar walk in. They'll smoke up. Axis cooking. Oh, DY got the kill, but they'll snatch the Aegis on Uwu. Primal Roar is out.
Oh no, he pushed him out.
And now they look over as this Pango's gonna die. Shanxi, Red Panda, both gone. Red Panda bought back in the previous fight. Those Nature's attendants can't attend to the wounds there on DY, so he's dead. Blue's got a killing spree. They find Kaka. And will take out this Grimstroke. Did DY happen to grab that shard? No.
No,
Abaddon
I think they got everything.
Yeah, Abaddon got the Aegis and the shard.
A bit of an, again, awkward fight from Extreme Gaming. They use Soulbind, they use Primal Roar, like they get the value back from Soulbind combo, and like he splits them out. Like he's gonna push out Abba out of the pit. Still, does Illusion deal a ton of damage? It's just, if it gets focused down by Abba and Tiny, it dies immediately, because Illusion does 150% of damage and receives 350. It's magic immune, so right clicks from Abba, Tiny can easily kill it. But I think that's what they need to do.
Yeah, you can see that when it runs down someone like Red Panda, he just has to kind of deal.
And Grimstroke, Debo's damage done on
That's-
Extreme Gaming. Well, almost most damage in the game.
Yeah.
He's the second one. Tiny on top, kind of as expected, because White Album has been very involved, as you said, in 17 out of 19 kills.
Now MKB finished for Templars. I suppose. Yeah, just Grimstroke being the top damage dealer.
Radiant's bottom tower has
Like Ghost, he's got 6 charges on the Deso. He's got the MKB coming out. Like, where's his damage? He's gonna try and get a tier 2 in the mid lane while they go for a tier 3 bot, and they are taking it very quickly. Whoa.
fortified.
Ghost feeling the urge to TP back.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
I really think this game is
Dire's middle tower has fallen.
very much for Aster Ares at the moment.
Definitely looks like it. Abba with the Blink Dagger, he can jump the backlines, find these supports. If you manage to get on top of Grimstroke, there's only like one defensive ability, and that's like Force Staff from Enchantress to push him out of the trouble. He's also holding Aegis for another 2.5 minutes. Paparazzi going into Ags next.
Aetherun's picked up for Kaka, by the way.
That's gonna help out, keeping the distance. Most of the time, he gets in and gets blown up by Tiny.
What does Ghost want? Swift Blink?
Yeah, I could see
Hurricane
him.
Pike?
I could see Hurricane Pike before Swift Blink.
There's the cue of it.
Now with that MKB, it's gonna help out actually dealing damage. You're playing into Radiance. You will eventually play it into Heaven's Halberds. They have had 2 queued up. Shanxi switching his item build multiple times. Whoa. Whoa. Whoa.
Just the rolling thunder. Indiana Jones running away from the rock. Just trying to make sure he doesn't get bumped up in the air. So Paparazzi with that double damage. And almost that X. He's very close. Like you said, he's building it, but only 1,200 gold away.
Try to delay as much as possible. They notice how much damage Aster Ares does when they start hitting the towers. So they lose one hero. This Aegis like didn't really slow them down as much on Extreme. Sure, they wanted to be able to pick it up, and now they see Abba need to fall back. No way they kill this guy.
Paparazzi TP's back. He's now 20, so he picks up the plus 0.4 seconds on Vortex, which is obviously what he's trying to upgrade there with the Ags. So that should really work out for him. I don't know if that control, like, they still need to output the damage. They have to have Ghost feel confident in stepping up into a situation where he gets a good Vortex, right?
Yeah, I mean, you have double Primal Roar potentially with Soulbind and then full Vortex with Aghanim Scepter, so you can keep them in place for a very long time so that Ghost can actually jump in and deal the damage. We didn't talk too much about Tiny, but White Album, he picked up Moonshard.
Yeah, so just destroy towers in the blink of an eye.
It's not just Moonshard, it's Moonshard Shard.
Ooh,
So that's the build.
I like that build.
It was the old school build as carry Tiny, and let's see if they can burst him.
And they've got the BKB from both Ghost and Paparazzi, who's going to go in, and he's got himself a Basher, so Ghost isn't too free to just do whatever he wants, but they've got the Primal Roar, they've got the right clicks coming in. They also will right click and light up Shang-Chi, but the arrow lands on a Ghost. So now Uu is right on top of him, and Ghost is in trouble, will fall. Uu does die in return, though, so it's not all bad for Extreme Gaming, as TK's on the high ground and will TP out.
This Dark Portrait is doing so much work. They jump Tiny. He does not even get a BKB off in that fight. They lock him down, and he dies. I want to see the damage done. 4,000 by Templar Assassin. Okay, Grimstroke. I don't know if it counts. I don't think he dealt 600 damage. I'm not sure if this is being counted in, because he got some really good right clicks, Inkswell, plus Stroke of Fate. I feel like it's not adding it up.
Yeah, 33 damage from Grimstroke, apparently. But the Abaddon did 761, so yeah. Is Abaddon just getting padded stats because there's another Abaddon hitting?
Could be stealing his stealing his damage.
Tier 3 mid, that goes down. They'll go for the set of racks. Don't take it as quickly as a blink of an eye of Aster Ares when they've got the Tiny wailing into it. Ghost feeling vulnerable with that Basher pickup from the Abaddon. Even with that BKB, he tried to stand his ground, and all of a sudden, bash, bash. Your BKB duration's pretty much over, right?
Needs to have Hurricane Pike or needs to be saved by DY. He does have one available. DY is sitting on a lot of gold. 3,000 gold, thinking about getting Pipe, or if he needs to be able to deal damage. I assume eventually you just like switch that up and get that Hurricane Pike. Never mind. Never mind, going defensive. I've seen way too many Enchantresses in the Chinese region being greedy and also wanting to carry the game.
But it pays off. It really does. Rolling Thunder, blink, blink. Oh, JT, BKB. Turning around, he's got Inkswell. But
would definitely love to roar him there. Lincoln's here coming in very handy for Shang-Chi.
Spell Prism for both teams. Who picked it up for SG? Storm. So Storm's got the Spell Prism there. Abaddon's got the Spell Prism for himself.
Wants to lower the cooldown burrow time with that level 20 talent down to 28 seconds. So I assume you can have it 2 times. Like, all you need is 1 Force Staff to push you out of the trouble, 1 Glimmer Cape.
I wouldn't mind Kaka having it, the Spell Prism, as he's got Ninja Gear at the moment, which giving him the extra movement speed, but putting, what, Dark Portrait on 20-something second cooldown? Be nice. 5-man smoke, both teams. Ocean 2.5 minutes, and Dark Portrait on Illusion action. And it's gonna farm for him too. Sure.
That's how you do it. 3,000 gold now in Kaka.
Look at that.
Soulbind down to 50 seconds. Maybe if the fight is long enough, you're gonna be able to get 2 of those. Aster Ares with the smoke.
He's gonna be taken from behind, and he'll pop the BKB. Now he needs to run. Kisses were used for that. They had the Moonlight Shadow used to get there too. So they'll
Ghost
survive.
needs to be careful. Rest of the team is there. Basher on Pango, but no Swashbuckle available. Also, Pango's holding on to Witchbane. This is a really good item against Storm Spirit. Like, anyone who has big mana works really nice. And also, you have a Dispel mechanic, so you could remove Inkswell from the enemies.
See if he's thinking on his feet.
JT has Divine Rapier queued up. Yeah, definitely not going for that one, Chief.
I mean,
Dire's bottom tower has fallen.
he could. There's always a could. DUI, Nature's Attendance, force staffing back. There's the Dark Portrait.
Where are you going?
Kaka. Inkswell on the Dark Portrait, and now he's just gonna right-click away onto Uwu.
Got silenced.
Attack.
Throw out the Avalanche there. I think he forgets that it's spell immune. Soulbind. More Impetus shots. Meanwhile, there's an Ancient Black Dragon taking the bottom tier 3, so just keep him here while we take your base.
Bottom tower.
Because there goes the tower.
Dire's bottom
They're going to go in with the Rolling Thunder. They go into the BKB with the right clicks coming through. They've got the toss up into the air and the Paparazzi. They blow them both up. They both have buyback. DY looking like he's going to be next, and he'll fall. All three heroes have buyback, but guys, your base.
Now they're TPing out.
It's going down. TK tries to TP. Now he's trying to leap away. Silenced by the trap. The right click's coming in. The Deso damage is through, and TK's going to fall. Kaka died again, though, to White Album.
They can't
and
bash him.
JT can't get bashed, so he's just going to TP out.
Those miss chances, evasion, 20% from Strixers. So I feel like they missed 4 attacks.
100%.
I don't think this is worth it for Extreme Gaming because Paparazzi died. They used 2 buybacks on 2 supports. We'll see if they manage to take this Roche without being contested, and it seems like it's not going to be a thing.
Ooh, that was a good gobble up spit out. I don't know too. You don't think that's worth taking the bottom set of racks?
Just 1 set of racks for 2 supports. Like, the game could potentially end if you don't. If 2 supports die, you're playing 3 versus 5, and now this opened up the Roche for Acer Ares.
Yeah. Well, if they took the Aegis, yeah, you're right. Axes. Anybody risking? Anybody willing? No. Okay. So what did that drop?
Refresher, cheese,
shard.
Shanxi. We'll get out of the trouble.
Right, Panda's like, you had to bring that last right click to me? Splash damage coming in?
White Album with Moonshard and his shard plus Daedalus, like, you lose a fight, you lose a game against this one. AC on Abba, you have so much attack speed. Abba also wants to get level 25, just bought a book for himself.
Who else is close to 25? TA is already 25. 7 more refraction instances. Is Kaka 20 yet? No. Wondering if he wanted to take the plus 1,000 cast range on Stroke of Fate.
He does have A on this time around. Like, we see Aether Lens, and also DY has been holding Telescope, so extra cast
Whoa.
range gonna come in very handy.
Paparazzi goes south, pops the BKB, and now Kaka's in trouble. The Aeon Disc, it's going to be used, and they get the kill on Shanxi, but they've got... Oh, Kaka trying to run. Dark Portrait, Mortimer's Kisses. There goes Kaka. Soulbind on him. Right clicks in. Ooh, he's happy to run forward. He's got an Aegis.
We'll be able to
This
blink
Dark
out.
Portrait looking for other heroes and will eventually die.
It dies so quickly. If there's no mischance, they right-click it down a few times, dies almost instantly. Abba manages to blink out, and we see the power of this borrowed time. 28-second cooldown. With Spell Prism, going into Overwhelming Blink next.
Is TA going to go for the Ags? No. Swift Blink. If you're going to get Ags, it's going to be from Roche to have that Psionic projection. I was thinking, because they're doing like this rat maneuvers, I was thinking about maybe, you know, you throw Trap Top, Psionic projection, boom, 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 blink into the trees, project back.
I don't know if they want to play this type of a game. Like, sure, they want to get like the most out of it, to try to split out as much as you can. But then again, you will need to take fight eventually.
So Tiny, he's 25. 2 toss charges. Start to juggle some heroes, and that -1 on the Curse of Avernus attacks required. That's going to make that very strong. Especially with how fast... Like, Abaddon with farm, his attack speed's so crazy. It is very quick.
Yeah, it's insane. Like, you also need, now with that level 25 talent, -1 attack required to slow people down.
And he's going overwhelming blink, so if he just blinks in, I don't know how you deal with him if he's got, especially this Aegis. Shiva's Satanic for White Album. All of a sudden, we talked about him not getting the farm priority back in the mid game, but he is 3rd on the net worth. Ghost pushing top, bottom lane though. Ball Lightning back and forth. Storm would love to have that level 25. Cookie even deeper. Venom's Embrace. Trap for the silence. Gobble up, spit out, blink away to avoid that. But now
He's
White Album
in
going
deep.
with a toss. He's in very far. Soulbind onto both him as well as Uwu. They've got the bash though on a Paparazzi. He needs to be careful. Ball Lightning away. They've disarmed Ghost and they'll take the bottom tier 3.
JT doing the same thing. Pango forced to TP out and try to defend barracks.
Yeah, and he's going to go forward with this and trying to get through backdoor. Ball Lightning, pop of the borrowed time. They've got the Vortex to trap down the silence. The arrow's not going to land. White Album, he looks like he's just going to die. He doesn't have buyback. He's actually dead for 100 seconds. Kaka falls, both supports without buyback for the side of
Another
Extreme
Dark
Gaming.
Portrait.
Right clicks from Ghost in onto these heroes. Gobble up, spit out. TK thrown into the base and silence up thanks to the trap, but they got the stun on the Ghost. Paparazzi 3-man Vortex with the damage coming in. TK's gonna drop. There goes Red Panda, and Ulu's Aegis will finally be used. They're right on him as they will get the silence. The first hit bash from Ulu, but it doesn't look like it's gonna
He
keep
does
him
have
alive.
Refresher Orb.
Borrowed time, blink away, trying to get out. Will they chase him?
JT
Didn't look
bought
like
back.
he was gonna get out, but he's able to just blink away there.
JT playing his own type of a game. He forces Shanxi to TP back, and then he buys back. So the fight is 4 versus 5 pretty much. And again, like these, this damage from Ghost is pretty nuts. 10,000 damage dealt in the previous
Ghost,
fight.
Silence, Primal Roar, but the Rolling Thunder with the
BKB on
pop-up
second
and
cooldown.
oh no. 100 seconds without Ghost, and you've got these supports back in a second.
Radiant's middle tower
Is that going to be
is under
enough?
attack.
Buyback only available on the 2 carries at the moment.
It was also a very aggressive move from Astro Ares. They gobble up and spit out Tiny so deep in. Sure, he does have Satanic, 4,000 HP on him, but still, if he's underneath of tier 4 towers, if he's getting hit by Temper Assassin,
Radiant's bottom
he's not gonna have that good of a
tower
time. Look at this graph, it's pretty wild.
Yeah, 3K lead for Aster Ares. Like, really ahead. And then really not ahead. Vortex on it 2. TK dies. Another Dark Portrait running at these heroes. I don't know if he really likes that refresher. The Dive Bomb Hawk dropping down onto Ulu. He's only at half health. Like, right clicks the impetus. DUI? He just takes out your carry. That would feel really bad. The blink with the BKB, the Primal Roar on the White Album. Shanxi comes in with the Rolling Thunder, and Kaka's gonna get hit by that. The Mortimer's Kiss is right on top of him, but he's got the Aeon Disc. So he's level 25. He ended up taking the +3 hits to the Phantom's Embrace. That will make it 12.
Radiant's
And no one's gonna
Now he's got
die.
buyback. Yeah, after all that, nobody dies. But they will have TA in a second, so not forced to use buyback. Well, the Marauder died. Other than that, nobody else died.
Temper Assassin is going for that Silverite, something that we did mention at the start of the game, where you can silence him with either Trap, with Phantom's Embrace, break him, and then insta-kill him. So his ulti will not activate.
Can't borrow time if it's not available like that. Gets that second side, so Curse of Avernus slow and the 8 strength on that first talent. Level 27. JT level 24, so he's about to hit that 25 mark. Taking a look at what he might take. It's the Primal Roar cooldown or the minus 5 seconds of the Wild Axes. Is there ever a point where we just see him finally get the Drums of Slum?
Not really. There's always a better item to purchase on Beastmaster. Even though it did get buffed in the previous patch, it still doesn't feel like it's good enough.
The prize is mine.
5-minute smoke for Master Ares.
Top lane being pushed out one more time by Ancient Black Dragon, couple of boars. White Album needs to defend it. 50 minutes. We see some 6-slotted heroes. And Ulu, finally, he is swapping things around. Radiance is turned off. They are smoked, but he can also keep that off until Dark Portrait is used, then pop it.
Has he learned to just keep it off at all times? Or, well, not all times, but
If you
before the
keep
fight
it off
starts?
the old times, why did you even buy Radiance?
Yeah, you know. I was quick to say the sentence. I meant before the fight. But he'll turn it back on. They're going for the Silver Edge on Ghost, so want that break. See if they can kill TK. Buyback's starting to come up for everybody.
Scanning.
Everybody but TK and JT have it. So if you have 2 letters, you do not have buyback. Ooh, swashbuckle bash, but TK ripped apart. Mortimer's Kisses, and JT surviving, but ooh, blinking in. Dark Portrait comes through, and the right clicks, he's having to be using his time and attention onto the Dark Portrait. They'll look over at White Album, get the kill. Paparazzi's got that, the Vortex on a 2. Down goes Red Panda, and Ulu all of a sudden is alone. And he is just gonna straight up die here to all of Extreme Gaming.
Paparazzi has stepped up in the last 15 minutes of the game. His vortexes and going for the targets in the fight has been pretty amazing. He takes out Morana immediately, so it's 4 versus 5, gets another vortex. Like some of these vortex did catch even 3 heroes, and now it looks very difficult. They need to pop those buybacks immediately. They need to buy back on Abba as well.
Yeah, they really want the buyback from Abaddon if you're Extreme. And they might just retreat off that. Roche is up soon. Gobble up, spit out. White Album lands the Avalanche. They're going to come in with the Rolling Thunder. They'll look over Paparazzi. They have the Abyssal Blade that's going to lock him down, but he goes to the BKB. He'll ball lightning away. The Rolling Thunder is right on top of JT. So he's the one who doesn't have buyback, and he's the one who's going to get killed. 2
They
minutes.
got 2 buybacks out of this one. Roche, 20 seconds. They do have Trap inside it, so they should see something is up.
But still, with no Beastmaster, that is a hard fight to take.
2 minutes. Yeah, this Roche should belong to Astro Ares, but I also feel Extreme Gaming will take a fight even without a Beastmaster. With Paparazzi, he jumps in, pulls them together. Templar Assassin with the follow-up. Was this double smoke? They just wanted to prolong the smoke. And now they see them inside the Roche pit. This is a big one for presence.
Ball lightning, Vortex on a 2, the damage from Ghost! Oh man, blows up Red Panda now going in on a White Album. He doesn't have buyback. Ooh, who's next on the list? Uses that Abyssal to lock up Paparazzi, but that's not gonna last for long. Ooh, trying to borrow some time, but nobody's got change. And they'll look over as Ooh get run down. He's the only one of focus, the only one that matters. They'll take him out for 2 minutes and they'll call GG. Extreme Gaming will take game number 1 over Aster Ares.
Oh man, this game was so close. Extreme, they pull it back. They pull their stuff together and they managed to get the dub here. Paparazzi has been on point. So like he did struggle throughout the mid game. He goes in and dies most of the time, but this Aghanim Scepter on Abba did change things a lot. And also Beastmaster, like JT played a bit of a different game. They did slow him down so much by taking all of his stacks. Like he was pretty mad about it, but still does manage to do a lot. Like first he takes the bottom racks, then he forces the TP from Pango. They take the fight 4 versus 5 because he buys back into the game. And Ghost on Templar Assassin. Like once he started to play with this Aghanim Scepter on Storm Spirit, the game just felt different.
Yeah, that last fight was a showing of that. Well, they get the 2-man Vortex. They're able to put the right-click damage in from Ghost. JT playing that rat game while the rest of the team defends the base. And like you said, Paparazzi, he really showed up when it mattered, which is a big part of this team having a victory here. which is why they've kind of been faltering at times, is when Paparazzi doesn't exactly show up and feel comfortable in these games. So after a while, Extreme take game number 1 to break down this first game. We've got the panel. We're going to send it back over to you guys. Take it away.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. And indeed, Extreme Gaming take game number 1 over the side of Aster Aries. Not an easy victory for them by any stretch of the imagination. They really had to work hard for this one, but ultimately they come out on top. Gentlemen, you know, you spoke about something, T. You were like, at some point, you're looking at the strength carry, you're looking at the Sabaton. Ulu was doing really, really well, hurting everybody, destroying fights, but then Kaka makes the big brain play, buys Aghanim Scepter, and somehow the game turns immediately.
I mean, I'm a big Grimstroke Ags enthusiast, and I think, honestly, Aster Aries, they had a banging game. I think White Album was Tiny. He was the savior when this Ags came out from Grimstroke and was punishing Abaddon. Tiny with the Moonshard was able to instantly cleave it down in like 2 hits. It was non-existent. But, of course, when Tiny gets picked off that one time and then Extreme's able to find their motions, they are able to constantly kite out Aster Aries. And realistically, this game is recovered because JT Beastmaster.
Yeah.
The fact that he rats that bottom rack, he's always forcing, the Pangolier to think about his base. And this fight here, you got this Pangolier versus Beastmaster little mini engagement, whilst Extreme's just constantly poking and prodding, and yeah, just the small advantages, Extreme clawing themselves back into a game that, honestly, I feel like should have been Aster Aries' win. I feel like if it was a different day, different, maybe not team, but you get the point.
I wasn't sure if Aster Aries, after watching this game and how back and forth it was, like in comparison to the last season, Extreme versus Aster Aries, like, did Extreme become a little bit worse? Did Aster Aries become quite a bit better? I can't put my finger on that at the moment, but one thing that I still don't like, once again, I guess it's my personal preference, is this TA in Storm. Another time, I just feel that you lose way too much of your map way too early on. Like, you have the Storm on the mid lane, there's 4 heroes in your triangle, minute 8, 9, and you can't do anything about them stealing your stacks. Like, your Beastmaster is just kind of sitting there crying. Like, imagine this same game if JT had a better start. It would have been way different.
JT really did have to pick up the pieces, though, and elevate the performance of Extreme Gaming. I think ultimately, whoever made the call in the team, probably Kaka, right? Because we've heard that he's the one that focuses on the macro play that says, you know what, sack the fight bottom, just go push bottom, take that set of racks. So let's not fight on our own racks, go push through middle. Whatever you need to do to always be distracting them, pushing them in all these different directions. But honestly, that Aghanim Scepter purchase, when I really knew that this was going to be a big game changer, there was that fight that they had in the top lane where they killed Tiny first. And the Abaddon literally kills the whole team by itself. And you're like, oh, wow, okay.
I mean, Abaddon just can't kill it. And you could even see Ulu, he was trying to like turn off his radiance to try and be like, you got the illusion. But it's like, it's just way too scuffed. And we didn't even mention Paparazzi so much in this game, but he picks up, what is it? He has the Ags, he has Shard. There's a lot of times in these later fights where, because you have JT split pushing, and then you have Ulu thinking about Grimstroke, there's so many little variables that Aster Aries have to think about for a fight. Paparazzi is like, boys, they're just thinking, boom! Instant zip, grabs White Album +1. And I mean, I feel like Extreme, they showed that they have the discipline to come back into games. I think Aster Aries, if they were a little bit more clinical, they should have just been able to close this one out, especially after the start, taking away the stats, occupying the map. But yeah, again, Extreme, it's fun to see a little bit of a comeback game in China, because normally they're a little bit more one-sided. Yeah.
I mean, it's nice for Extreme that they're on this side of the equation, right? Because the last time out, when they played against PSG LGD, they were the ones that were in the driver's seat for the longer time before PSG LGD mounted their comeback. So the fact that they can do this in the opposite direction also shows good things for them, right? It's good for Aster Aries because they did bring a different drop than what we've seen from them. It was working until it wasn't at the very end. Can we agree Kaka has to be MVP on this one?
Mate, you don't even have to ask.
For sure.
He bought Ags. He knew what to do. Rushing Ags, though, that was a scary one. Going Brown Boots Ags, no cast range is spooky, but, you know, he had the lads around him, so fair play. He knows what's up. This hero should be picked more, especially in these types of games. Big fan. Very good hero.
I mean, that is the first game for Grimstroke that ends up winning in the DPC. It's now 1-3 at this point in time. Given that we've seen a rise more in these carrier patterns, Blizzard, do you think this is going to be now a more reliable response to these sanked carries in the safe lane?
It has 4 games already? Damn. Like all over
All over
All the
world.
regions.
Yeah, we
well,
checked. It was 2 in SA, 1 in
in
Eastern Europe, and it's lost everything.
yeah.
Okay? It's not been good.
It's more of an SA hero, I guess, than anything else, right? Like the Grimstroke. Look, I'm a big Grimstroke enjoyer.
There we go.
I love playing the hero ever since it came out. Like I've been spamming it, but do I think he's in the best spot at the moment? Perhaps not, but the meta is changing, and I believe that he might find a spot in the next couple of months.
We converted one.
We converted one of the
us.
converts.
One of us.
I am a bit worried now for the side of Asta Aries because it's one thing if you get completely stomped, right? You're in a game where you don't have a real shot at being able to win this one out. The game just ends really quickly before you even know it, it's over. It's quite another when you spend the majority of the game in a winning position, right? And we were sort of watching the game and it was like, we didn't want to hope because we're like, are they actually winning this game? Are they in the lead? Are they in a positive position? You see them taking racks, you're like, wait a second, what's happening here? You see them being able to muscle out Extreme Gaming from multiple Roshans. You're like, wait a second, is this real?
Is it possible?
And
Can
for
it
Asta,
happen?
if that's how we're feeling, imagine if you're Asta, you're feeling these emotions.
Asta Aries.
Aries,
Just
that's
to
true.
clarify.
That's true. Yeah, Asta's been winning all of their games.
they're good.
But if you're Aries right now and this starts to happen, then you lose if in that fashion, especially the last fight T, because it's not like they lost where it's like some massive engagement.
Yeah.
They're the ones that leave the base. They're the ones that go and try and contest the Roshan. And then
It's just
they
gut
lose the game.
wrenching, right? Like it's always like that. When you're winning versus a team that's a bit better than you in a best of 3 series, and then you lose that first game that you kinda had. I personally never came back off of that. Like literally, I don't think in my whole life did I ever come back in a series like that.
I'm hoping that's not going to be the case for Asta Aries because we want a 3-game series here. Even if the side of Extreme Gaming take it in the end, Asta Aries have certainly shown enough quality that they can challenge them if the game is appropriate, if the draft is good enough, and if they play well enough, which they did all of these things. They just didn't have that final 5 to 10%. We'll find out if they have what it takes to dig deep and bring it out of them, or if Extreme Gaming have crushed their souls and have managed to snag away another win and guarantee a 2-0 here in China. We'll find out after a very short break, so don't go anywhere. We'll return with some more DPC action in just a moment. Welcome back, one and all, here to the China DPC. We continue the day's action. The first game of our triple header between Asta Aries and Extreme Gaming. It went a very, very long time. Aster Aries almost able to clutch it out and snag a win up against superior opposition here in the division. But unfortunately for them, Extreme Gaming had a little bit extra in the tank. Kaka made the calls in the game, and JT's pushes helped them to secure a Game 1 victory. We now head into Game number 2, gentlemen. It's kind of rough to think about Game 1, right? Because if you're Aster Aries, you must be backing yourself. You're like, we had really good ideas. We responded to this Beastmaster Enchantress. Sure, the Beastmaster ends up being able to win out the game ultimately, but we shouldn't feel like we were completely outclassed. It's just a little bit of a difference at the very late game, just the decision-making that changed. So now going into Game 2, should they be making adjustments in the draft, or should they stick to the ideas that they came prepared with for this Game 1?
I agree with what you said completely. I think that the ideas were correct. The execution could have been a little bit cleaner, and maybe they can think about some other bans. Sorry, but the opener on its own, like Pango plus Snap into Beast Edge, I think that's very solid.
See, as the converter, the evangelist for Grimstroke,
Yes.
does
Tell
he
me more.
require a ban if you're going to play this carrier pattern?
Ooh. Oh, I mean, maybe down the line. I feel like
Not right now.
Not
No.
right now. I think that's maybe a little bit too on the ball, especially if they have the timing. I think having other aspects of physical damage to cover the Abaddon, then no. If you only have Aber as your physical, then yes. So I guess it's draft dependent, but I think if it adds to Ares as well, like looking at this game, Extreme made some mistakes too. Remember that smoke onto mid lane where they're just kind of blindly running
Jump
into
into
nothing,
Rana, yeah.
Storm's killing. So I think Extreme also aren't playing the cleanest game of Dota. So for after Ares, like sure you lose based on some late game macro choice, but your opponent wasn't like insanely that good. So I hope they themselves aren't really kicking themselves. This has the makings of a 3-game series if they don't just mentally destroy themselves.
Yeah. You were talking about like how difficult the mental comeback is, Lizard, and how you personally have never been able to experience it, being able to, get the difference maker.
Please don't remind
But
me.
it does happen every now and then, right?
Yeah,
And last season in China,
Not for
China
me.
was.
Never happened.
But you've seen it happen. Remember last season, China was just a 2-1 region where no matter how hard you stomped Game 1, you
I
had
saw it,
no
yeah,
confidence
yeah.
in being able to secure Game 3.
But this is something else. Like we aren't talking about two even teams battling it out, or at least not on paper they shouldn't be. And also we are talking about a circumstance in which you're winning Game 1 versus a stronger team, and then you still drop the ball and lose. Like, that's the problem. Like, it gets to you. But these kind of teams, look, like there's night and day difference between my tier 16 European teams and these tier 1 Chinese teams, right? Or any tier 1 team at the moment. Like they know what to do when they lose a game. Most of them, at least. Reset, forget about what happened, focus on the future.
I think one of the things we saw, we were mentioning how Extreme Gaming wasn't necessarily the cleanest that we saw from them in game number 1. A lot of cracks in the armor from them. Going into game 2 as well, towards the end of the game, it did start to feel like they were sort of resetting themselves in the game, being like, yo guys, we messed up the first 20 minutes horrendously. Let us think differently about the game. Let's make correct decisions. And they played better and better and better as time went on. That to me worries me about game 2 because I feel like Aster Aries required Extreme Gaming to be a little bit off the pace at the beginning. So if Extreme Gaming start game 2 in the same fashion as they ended game 1, that doesn't necessarily bode well for AA.
On the flip side though, I'll also say, I feel like Aster Aries, this was the first game that I saw their support duo like perfectly going towards mid lane, taking away some Storm Strip map control, making sure that they look towards like gaining information and making plays. And normally it's been a little bit more passive. White Album has to do everything. So I think, sure, Extreme kind of were sleeping a little bit at the start of this game, but if Aster Aries are able to continue replicating this playstyle, like they shouldn't be a team that is contending for bottom 2. I'm not saying they're a top 4 team, but like they're in that awkward middle ground. If they do these motions in every game, issue is they don't do that. It's why we're talking about them being a bottom 2 contender.
It hasn't necessarily been the most consistent performances coming out from Aster Aries, so we want to see more of that. Speaking of game 1 and consistency, so far in this region and just across the world, offlane Pango has not been the most consistent thing. What do we make of it? Do we think it's actually viable here? Does he get the seal of approval here, Lizard, to be allowed to play offlane Pango for Shaanxi?
What? Your response? I'm now waiting for the answer. Go on. I have no faith. After you start with anything you say here is like,
I still feel like you'd rather have some more utility coming from that offlane, a hero that brings you the team items like your greaves, your drum, boots of bearing, whatever, like these kind of things, some instant initiation, which Pango sometimes can do. I still feel that the hero is better fitted for the mid lane.
Definitely. does feel like it's...
Do you not remember like laning phase as Pango? He's always on the back foot, kind of getting chased down by the TA. It just
Getting
feels a little bit
solo kills.
awkward.
That's what he always does
exactly,
versus
yeah,
anyone,
exactly.
right? In the offlane.
Yeah, it's just not one of these heroes. And unfortunately, as the game went on, we could see the difference in impact that the Pango from the offlane could have versus what Beastmaster was doing from the offlane. So going into game 2, let's hope that they find something special for Shang-Chi. Also, I feel really bad for White Album. It's one of these games where normally we've criticized him a little bit, that he starts really well in the laning phase and then peters off in like the 15 to 25 minute mark. This game, it didn't really happen. Things only got off the rails at the very end of the game. So I want a good performance from him. I want to see him smiling again. But honestly, I just want game 3. Haven't had many of those here in the region. So let's not continue with the 2-0s. So once we get this draft underway, I'm also interested to see whether or not Extreme Gaming continue to pick the Ench first up, right? Because you were mentioning, T, that against the teams that they perceive as weaker than them, they're much happier to play this faster tempo, try to abuse the map, try to make sure that they end the game really quickly. That did not happen in this game, right? So we might see a bit of reticence to go back with the exact same strategy if the heroes are left in the pool. And the heroes are in the pool, but Asta has first pick, so might as well get Enchantress. This hero's busted.
Yeah,
Snatched.
And now is it just going to be, okay, Mirana Beast or just straight Mirana? Okay, so it's Mirana and Think, sure?
Maybe
Alright.
not Beast, right? Like, you're still... I guess axes are good. It doesn't matter that much. But sure, Mirana Beast. Yeah, why not? Why not? I'm converted. Enchantress does just the same versus anyone at the moment. She's going to win the lane. Beastmaster can go for those axes anyway. Like, it kind of changes his item build overall, though. But why the hell not?
The reason why I say it's like, sure, there's some Ench that can do some ball shenanigans, but you have a +4 in Mirana that happily makes stacks as well. And as long as Extreme draft a way to cover, defend their Ancients, that'll be fine. And yeah, I feel like Extreme, they just played a really... It wasn't a clean game, but it was a game-winning pick for them, so...
Ench steals the creep from Beastmaster. Mirana kills the creep.
Yeah, smart.
You know, there was a... So, if you go through Dota forums,
Why
like
is Adam vibing so hard? Sorry.
Yeah.
Look at him. He's like... That's
stressed,
some mad vibes.
That's not vibing.
That's stress.
That's stress.
Oh, okay. I want to say it looked like he was like kind of going to a tune or something.
I mean, they've blown a minute of reserve time, right, on this pick alone. That's definitely
Is that how you vibe, Teacup?
That's true. I mean, I played Dota for too long. Okay, now he's back. He's picked his hero. Sorry, what were you saying, by the way? I got way too distracted.
It's
Dota
fine.
forums.
It's
Dota
fine.
forums. I want to hear the story. Let's hear.
Go on, tell us, please.
There's a matchup that I was always playing on with Ench, right? Like, it's Ench versus Chen. And back in the day, Ench could pick up a creep and Chen could steal it from you. But what would happen is, Chen gave it bonus HP or Ench gave it bonus HP, I'm not sure. But it happened like this. You as Ench, you take a creep, Chen steals it for you. When you try to steal it back, you can't anymore. It says like...
It's too strong now.
It just tells you, yeah, this creep cannot be converted. Like, what the hell?
That
I
would be
reported that
hilarious.
bug like 15 times. No one answered.
Sorry, man. Luckily, that's not
Blizzard has
this game.
been through a lot,
The
actually.
games I lost.
Yeah, we're really going for an emotional little unlocking.
So Extreme Gaming do go for this Nature's Prophet early on. That's why Alanim was really thinking about this. Because I think the options were we either pick Beastmaster to deny it from away from them, or we pick Pangolier because we know how good Pango can be into this Beast Ench. And then as the Ares are like, well, since Pango's still in the pool, we're going to take it for ourselves. They feel it's probably still good enough. And the Nature's Prophet here, there's options. They could play this in the offlane for JT. Although JT is not the most prolific player of this hero, most likely this is going to be the Ghost Nature's Prophet. It's going to be very intriguing to see how they run it in this game. But it does mean that as the Ares have potential here, T, to just really play uber aggressively into the safe lane of Nature's Prophet if it isn't the Pango in the offlane.
It feels kind of like offlanes have been picked on both teams. Extreme did play Nature Prophet in offlane against outsiders.
Yeah.
They haven't played it carry yet. So like if they are to do it, I mean, nowadays you expect it to be playable in either lane. It's not like some crazy hero that these heroes don't play, or players don't play, sorry. But I feel like for Extreme, I would prefer to see it offlane. And for Astarias, if that was the case, I want Pango to be mid. Like, I respect the fact that your offlaner plays Pango, but when you're seeing a Natured Prophet, don't concede your early game because you put Pango in offlane. Put it mid, mirror all the moves, actually have a strong draft that doesn't rely on your opponent kind of just sleeping for a little bit of the early game.
You make a good point there, because if it is offlane, then what happens is that he just builds Aghanim Scepter, right?
Exactly.
And then you have some kind of counterplay
exactly,
to the Pango.
yeah. That's exactly what you do. Like 90% of the time, that's the build from the offlane. X shard, right? Yeah, profit.
Popularized by Liquid, and it's a insanely good. You just need a little bit of vision, and you can crush every fight. The fact that it starts with a 2-second route is like,
When it
Why?
comes to some offlane for Aster Ares right now, if they could think about that, like some Primal Beast would be damn solid into the Prophet, into the Mirana. You don't see your carry matchup because the Prophet, like you guys called out, can be on the offlane still, but it looks good enough. We'll see. Any sort of versus a Prophet, I'm thinking like a carry versus Prophet. There's PA and Dursa that have been banned out already. Besides that, does he suffer versus anything? I've seen the craziest one that I have seen in Europe was the Legion Commander carry, but we're not going to see that for sure.
This is not some
unlikely.
Monaspa.
Yeah, Monaspa Legion Commander carry. Let's
Skylark
go.
8 here.
Yeah.
Right now, as the Ares, they don't have closing picks in the next phase, so it's hard to pick, but I really like Primal Beast for against the Nature Prophet that you mentioned. I think if Extreme keep going for these weaker ranged heroes, Alchemist as well could be a really good option for them. Again, drafting it is really difficult because they don't have a closing pick. And we get to see the Kaka line back.
Kaka's out here today.
I think
Sure.
I think one of it's so basically why the Lion. You have a Prophet, right? And you can see that Aster Ares already banned out Storm. Like the chances of a Puck or an Ember were really high against the Prophet as well.
big jump, yeah.
So they get the Lion preemptively.
Dude, Aster Ares is super aggro with this lineup. Like
Alright,
it's,
let's go.
I mean, okay, Pango is now locked into the safe lane, so I feel like Extreme will be able to punish that with some carry pick, which is fine for them. But for Aster Ares, like you need to from lane connect the kills. They need to replicate game one where Eng plus Snap walks to mid lane. You try and find it. And Extreme, they easily can get run over in the early game because like Lion Murano, they're like setup supports. They're not damage dealing supports. Maybe some Lion Finger, but they're not heroes that defend objectives with ease. So there is a big window for this lineup. This one to outrun that one.
I'm a bit concerned on looking at this Aster Ares lineup because Pango and Ember, this offlane Nature's Prophet Aghanim Scepter feels even better now than it was beforehand. And if they can find these kind of setups, you are relying on the Monkey King to finish off some of these fights, but you can hold these heroes in position for such a long time that you should reliably be able to keep them inside the Wukong's command and have the damage come out. Also, what's fun is, talking about how Liquid popularized the Aghanims from the offlane?
Yep.
You know when it was the first time it was played in the DPC?
Probably not Liquid.
NA Dota, Shopify Rebellion, Saberlight did it from the offlane.
Yeah, but he
does scrim a lot of
plays
that,
European pubs,
Yeah,
so
yeah. So he
we still
probably
claim it
saw
as a
it, yeah.
European statement. And he is European, is he not?
He is, but he hasn't played it in Europe.
Well, can't
Quite a
take.
while.
European still
Oh my God.
doesn't
There we go.
matter.
Yoink.
gosh.
Absolutely.
Yep, that's ours.
Plus even Eastern European, so as far from NA as possible. But yeah, looking at these two drafts, I feel like Aster Ares have a really good one once again. I like it more than Extremes. Overall, in general, if I saw these two drafts without the team names, I'd be heavily leaning towards Aster Ares. Prophet obviously is the flavor of the meta, but it doesn't matter, so is Pango.
So we still just need heroes right now for Ulu on the side of Aster Ares and then presumably for Paparazzi on Extreme Gaming. I mean, Paparazzi has played Monkey King, but it's unlikely he plays that ever again with the Ghost being in the team. So what do they still need right now from the side of Aster Ares to sort of draw this draft together for Ulu? Physical damage feels like it's still lacking on their side, so who do you pick in order to help furnish that on the team?
Again, it's dependent because I think Extreme. Oh, Extreme actually have last pick. So
Yeah, Extreme are 24, yeah, so Aster are 23.
that makes it even harder. So
Just
Do you have any
picking a
idea?
matchup into the Monkey King.
Yeah.
I'm trying to think of cores that are good against him right now.
I mean, so Troll has pretty good value in this game, just because there's a lot of things to make Lion not want to just hex him. Because you've got Ember jumping, Pango jumping, and it's going to be a great matchup against Nature's and the Monkey King. Issue is, it's always so awkward to be kited. An OD ban though,
everyone-
it feels like it feels even more like a troll because they're banning out OD. But again, it's a difficult pick because I feel like for Extreme, I actually want them to put Nature's Prophet and carry in this position because against Pango, again, weaker laner, you should farm fine. And then all you need to do to get your draft through is pick some Tidehunter-esque hero. Some big-ass body, sits up front, exists,
I'm thinking
tanks the
about-
skirmishing, and you're good.
I'm thinking about the same thing, but
job.
from the mid lane.
What,
Like,
mid-tide?
No,
Oh.
it's similar hero. I mean, Tide mid has been played before. Like,
Sure.
it's doable, but I'm not necessarily Tide.
Yeah.
being serious, I'm thinking about any frontliner from the mid lane that can play on the XG side.
I see Ember here. How do you feel about DK? We've seen DK demolish the matchup into the Ember Spirit before. It's a hero that can buy Blink, just go in, just not die for a while, and soak up damage for the team.
Yeah, not necessarily as of a full tank.
Yeah, it's like a hybrid hero.
Yeah.
Like in between the Tide and the DK, it's kind of like a Primal Beast option, where it's like you just go phase BKB. You can sit up front, you can run away, you can run in. Like they basically, for Extreme, this last pick needs to be any sort of damage soak, depending on what they go for. And wow, I did not expect I didn't really expect the Luna, to be honest.
Luna. Okay, Luna, I suppose part of the rationale here is that you're not that concerned about these giants in the laning phase, if it is from the offlane. I don't know about this.
It kind of covers the tanky offlane options that we're mentioning. Traditionally, these Timbers, these Tides and stuff in the offlane, Luna was the counter to it. You can push them out of lane early on, you can fight, so maybe it's them predicting the next pick, not having enough bans, but...
Yeah. She gives you a lot of early game pressure as well,
Sure.
early gameplay. Is she supported by the other 4 heroes?
There's
If
no
the-
buff ups in stuff yet.
There are no buff ups, but if your lanes go really well, you can run over the game, definitely. However, if the lanes do not go too well, then the Luna is on an island farming the triangle.
Yep.
You're kind of scrapping around. Meanwhile, Extreme Gaming, I feel like it might be a little bit easier for them to play.
Let's see here. Extreme Gaming and the draw after the draw ranger. So it is going to be the... Is it
Profit
Paparazzi Monkey King? All right, it is.
Yeah.
Oh, wow. I was
Mid
saying it in
Monkey,
jest
right.
when I said it, that he can play this hero, but apparently he's going to do it in this laning phase. I mean, it is into the Ember Spirit, right?
Yeah.
This is a winning matchup for him, so he should feel pretty comfortable in that regard. Ghost on the draw ranger. There is movement onto him, but he's not like that afraid initially of just getting dominated in the laning phase at least.
I mean, if this was any other team than Extreme, in this specific matchup, I'd be like, okay, I really like Astar Ares lineup because Extreme, there is no natural front line. They basically rely on BKBs and items to be their cushion. So if lanes don't go well, defending objectives is hard, pumping out early game damage is hard, and of course, Astar Ares have all the tools to take Roshan, to take maps, to take fight. So I do like the idea of Astar Ares lineup. I think Extreme just execute better, play better macro game, and they have the heroes to make it awkward. So I still lean Extreme, but if this was a game to make it go to a 3, this is it. Like this is the game Astar Ares should be able to win.
So you still feel confident if you were to cover the team names on the draw lizard, would you still say Astar Ares have an advantage here at the very end?
Yeah, for sure, 100%. Everything that Tigav said resonates. Like I really think that Astar Ares have a better draft here.
Well, Astar Ares have the vote of approval from my panel yet again here. If we were covering their names, we'd really be hoping for a Game 3. Unfortunately, it hasn't gone that way for them thus far. Let's hope this is the time that they end up making it happen. And to find out, we send it over to our casting duo. We have the beardless Beacop and the lankular cast. Take it away, boys.
Yeah, what do you got there? There's some facial hair I see.
Well, so, whatever. I've been growing this since I was like 12. It's cool. Didn't have to take shots there at me. I felt very personal. I don't know what happened. I've got like beard growth oil in my room, and like I've got a dermal. I'm trying. Like, whatever, man. Just like Astar Ares are trying to bring this to a Game 3. Whoop. Look at that transition. Here we go. Coming into this game number 2, Astar Ares, they have been lacking, and JT gives me the sad trombone, of course. That is, in comparison to what my beard looks like. And we'll see what they could do. Can they grow, or will they stay the same? Astar Ares, it's been a rough road for them here in the Chinese DPC. But this game, with this draft, looks possible.
I have to disagree a bit with the panel. I love what Extreme got. I think this mid matchup is going to be very, very difficult for Ember Spirit. Like, he's going to struggle so much. They kept this option open. They picked Monkey King as their 4th pick, and then they still decided to go with Drow Ranger. Like, I want to see a bit of a... Like, one thing I dislike about Extreme Gaming's drafts is they don't have a real front line, so Paparazzi will need to be that guy. This is like one item... Echo Saber, Orb of Corrosion, or just casual Orb of Venom into BKB to be able to soak up damage. There have no damage that goes through magic immunity, so you want to get that BKB as soon as possible. And I think it's also a good Drow Ranger game. Against Luna, great matchup. You are also playing into Pang. I'll hold that thought, Kaka. And also, imagine not believing that Kaka Lion will carry the game.
Yeah, you saw it and you're like, all right, here we go.
Here we go.
Lion.
It's not even that good of a Lion game. Anyway, they saw Pango plus Enchantress.
Is any game right now a good Lion game? We don't see this hero.
Maybe against Naga Siren. I don't mind it too much.
All right. Well, we'll see what it could do here with JT. I'm excited. Took her a spike level 1. You know, it's not here, but I still want the Kaka Nexus Assassin. One day we'll get that again.
Eventually.
Ghost taking a lot of damage top lane. Shanxi not afraid to just step up, and they've actually got Kaka in the top lane with this Drow. Come level 2, I could definitely see them playing aggressive to get a kill.
So they decided to put DY on Mirana. Bottom. I guess against the Enchantress, that's what they've been looking for. In case she takes the creep, insta-kill it.
Yeah.
Like, in terms of setup, they don't really have much. And Kaka now, with his Lion, putting in some pressure, putting out those right clicks.
Yeah, what's he got right now? Just that stick, some tangos, hoping for tranquils. Yeah, we'll see if that works out for him. What's he gonna take in terms of the build? What are you thinking here? When you see the Lion, is there anything special we're gonna see from a Lion in this game?
This hero doesn't get too much farm. I think eventually you want to get a Blink Dagger, as expected, maybe a Force Staff down the line, but it's going to be Tranquil Boots for now. At least that's what he has queued up. Big Camp is open, so Kaka needs to be a bit more careful. Does have Hex available, will pull the lane back.
Yeah, 7 charges still on that stick, and I'm waiting maybe level 2. See Ghost, what did he take? He's got himself the multi-shot with the Frost Arrows, and again, if you're not too careful, Earth Spike, Frost Arrows could be a problem. Whiteout is just getting beat up here mid, and he's got 7 CS, but still you see the right clicks Paparazzi's doing.
I think he has way too much. He played the lane really well. First 2 levels.
Earth Spike, here come the arrows, the Frost Arrows with the Hex. Red Panda in trouble, and the multi-shot, gets first blood, but it's for Kaka.
Kaka gets the first blood on his signature Lion, and now DY will get another one.
Yeah, TK getting run down, has the Starstorm, and that makes it 2 here for Extreme to start off the game. So,
Paparazzi, I'm looking at this mid lane. Like, what White Album did is he pushed the first wave with his Flame Guard and then pushed it underneath the tower, got level 2. The lane bounced back. So Paparazzi, like Monkey King in this matchup, should be the one controlling where the lane is, but White Album is doing a very good job. I think White Album overall, so far, like in his career, especially during previous DPC and this one, he showed that he's really good at laning, but tends to do some like really awkward stuff throughout the mid game.
yeah, he gets a little reckless, right?
Yes.
So, I feel like he's definitely one of those players that could be picked up come, maybe next tour or something like that, where he swaps into something maybe a little bit more tier 1.
Swaps in bad play for good play.
TK running away, Nature's Attendants healing him up, and we'll be able to walk away from the damage of DY for a moment. But when the Nature's Attendants run out and the leap is up out of the high ground, DY is going to still continue to chase. Doesn't quite have the damage anyway, and TK immediately salving after the right clicks come to a halt. So that works out there for the Enchantress in terms of not dying. But this is feeling like a very dominated lane by Extreme Gaming in terms of what JT's getting out of it.
Getting way too much. He's not getting pressured. Enchantress has been zoned out, so he's getting some nice CS. But same goes for Ulu. Ulu sitting at 22 and 6, having a complete free farm on Luna.
Nothing really standing in the way of this Luna at all. They've been putting the pressure onto the Enchantress, and we'll see if that ends up being detrimental as the game goes on, and this Luna's gotten himself a bit of free farm. Again, another Starstorm out of TK forcing out those Nature's Attendants.
I'm looking at the mid lane. Paparazzi is now holding the lane where he wants it to hold. White Album can't get close. Even puts a 3rd point in Jingu Mastery, which I really like.
13 CS for White Album, so he is kind of in this awkward spot in the lane where Paparazzi just feels free to CS, and that's due in part to the fact that Monkey King kind of has a ridiculous right-click range. Can't get close. Jingu ends up being a problem.
He's somewhere in between Luna and melee heroes.
That's a little bit rough. Kaka top lane gonna die here to Shanxi. It was that swashbuckle kill, and kind of be expected. We'll see if when he respawns, if he goes over mid, because Paparazzi doesn't have a bottle.
Refill his Jingu stacks.
Yeah, I mean, that's hell yeah. That seems like that's very valuable. But if they could go and maybe get a stun out of it in a Hex, he could potentially get a kill. But instead, back to top. Red Panda trying to get a courier, and we'll spot Kaka. Scatterblast still hits onto Ghost as they go the Earth Spike, and now the Swashbuckle looking for the disarm. Ghost gonna throw some right clicks, get off to the side, needs to be away from Shanxi. Doesn't exactly land the silence though, as the multi-shot's not
the
enough.
last arrow doesn't hit.
But another Earth Spike now on a Shanxi. Cookie to follow this up. Kaka is low, but he's still scared of what Ghost's doing with this impact of the Frost arrows.
That was so close. If they managed to kill, right, like both heroes falling back at the same time, going back to base, something we don't see very often.
That means lane is wide open for this Drow. Not something you really want to see if you're a fan of Aster Ares. And both these heroes mid, they hit level 6. Remnant back and forth as we're going to see the Ember also TP back to base.
Does have a Remnant. We'll go back to mid lane, full HP, full mana. Paparazzi puts a second point in Boundless Strike. And now they're making a rotation.
Yeah, but Kaka's here. So Hex, Hurricane, Earth Spike, Red Panda, and TK are both here. So it looks like Kaka might be the one who ends up paying for this, especially with White Album coming over, and eventually they'll get the kill. Ooh, denying the tower, but now he's left alone bottom, so this is a problem. Look at the Wrath of Nature damage that comes in.
Not really a good trade. They lose the tower, they get the deny, but this opens up the map so much. First Wrath of Nature as well. You have such a great scaling lineup on Extreme Gaming. You have pretty much 3 cores that can scale well into the late game. I also want to see what JT is going to build. I'm a big fan of Aghanim Scepter on Nature's Prophet from the offlane, especially when you play into Pango Ember Spirit. And I also said that they need a bit of a front line. So with that build, I think you're gonna tank enough for them to like just survive a bit more, survive a slightly longer. Monkey King, who even puts a 4 point in Jingu.
Hex again. And Primal Spring, Kaka. Not following that up immediately, but they've got the arrow. They have the Boundless Strike. Oh, the
Kaka.
Earth Spike.
I'm not sure if it
Holding
was
it.
not ready or if he was holding it.
JT into the trees, and they've got the damage. JT just kind of in no man's land, especially with an impetus shot and a loosened beam there. They had him dead to rights, and his courier's also going to die.
JT. He's like, what do? I took this tower way too early. Usually we take it by 10-minute mark, and now pushes it all the way to tier 2 pretty much.
So doing well is bad for the lane, I guess.
Needs to pull the lane back, or he needs to farm Triangle or farm the big camp.
He TP'd over to mid, so they want to get a tier 1 now. They just want to put the pressure on it to another tower. Wrath of Nature thrown out once again, and they will glyph this mid tier 1. A couple heroes coming in as they've got the Enchantress strolling over with White Album. But nothing really doing, and they're not going to be able to get the tower. They were thinking about committing on it, but with the rotations and the glyph, might as well go back to farming and have JT on his way.
I'll put that money to good use.
So is this all, like, even though it feels like Extreme Gaming are dominating the first 10 minutes, like, the game's pretty much even.
It was a 2k gold lead until they lost JT, until his courier got killed. Mask of Madness on Luna, finished. There are no stacks available for her.
That's unfortunate.
They can still get it. I mean, they've been playing this top lane, fighting.
TK just swiping 3 bounty runes that have yet to be picked up. He'll go to the Nature's Attendants, but will still die here to the Drow.
That's value. He picked up 700 gold for his team, and they got 250.
Yeah. I'm not sure why they just kind of let those bounty runes sit for so long. Paparazzi, not going to be able to pick up that Invis rune. His White Album will grab it. Again, not controlling the power rune, especially if you've got the advantage over mid, is going to slow you down a little bit in terms of being aggressive, right?
Yeah. This is a big stack that they are trying to farm up. Bango this time around, Shanxi not going for any like different, like I'm going for a bit of a different build, going for Urn. I don't know if he wants to get Spirit Vessel on the Pango, but I like it way more than what he did in the previous game, going for that early 12, 13-minute Vanguard.
Yeah. His lane did not go well in that first game, and right now he's right there with JT in terms of net worth, so a way better start for him this time around.
He's in a good spot. Has more
Bottom lane.
farm than Ghost.
White Album sprouted, but will remnant away.
Kaka was also level 5 there without Finger. I don't think they have enough damage to kill him.
Getting really close to this Ags on JT that you were calling for.
Gonna tank him up and also give them a bit more kill threat. 2 supports on Extreme Gaming, a bit under-leveled. DY only level 4. Kaka bought the book, got himself to level 6, so now DY is trying to get some experience on the mid lane.
Yeah, while he's trying to do that, though, he's got a Satyr that's just being annoying with the Shockwave.
Full wraparound. 4 heroes from Acer Ares around the mid lane.
Yeah, with Ghost in the vicinity, maybe he could react if they go in. Sleight of Fist, Searing Chains, leap to avoid the swashbuckle, so staying alive. At least for now, but it doesn't look like they're willing to give up this tier 1 over mid.
Oh. Paparazzi trying to make a solo move on Ulu.
Hex also over in the mid lane. They'll get the kill on Kaka, though. Red Panda killing off that line.
Oh, no.
Oh, Wukong's not doing anything either for Paparazzi. Okay.
Maybe a bit rusty on his Monkey King.
Maybe, and now Ghost. I think he's just dead. Mortimer's Kiss is right on top of him. Extreme, this is kind of similar to what happened in game number 1. They played like this sloppy mid game, and they started to lose a lot of the lead that they had. At least they get Shang-Chi, but they also lost DY, and these heroes, JT, if he dies too, this just feels awful.
Oh, he dodges it.
Oh, wow. Still dies, but
Doesn't
slick
even-
nonetheless.
Doesn't even get a finger stack, unfortunately. Kaka must be mauling right now.
We look, no facial expression.
Now, you can tell inside he's fuming.
I would be.
What was that cloud on top of his head then if he's not angry?
Just the storm that always follows. God, that's unfortunate.
It's not just the kill that you get from line when you're getting those stacks. It's also level 15. You get 70 HP. So,
It's all about the HP that you want.
oh yeah, you want the HP.
That's what it's all about. Hex, JT in a bit far. Earth Spike lands, but JT's going to be controlled and killed off as the Lucent Beam, the right click comes in from Ulu with some impetus help.
These first couple of rotations
DY?
from Kaka were not on point. He rotates mid, dies, then they kill him again.
Primal Spring, Boundless Strike, Arrow. He's got the Remnant. It's not terribly far away, but he's still trying to get the kill on a DY and will do so.
White Album styling on them this game. First he dodges Finger, dies in the end, but getting this type of a kill, and he thinks he's gonna need a bit more defensive items. Orb of Corrosion, just for some cheap damage, and now going into BKB. He's still the lowest net worth core at the moment.
Yeah, but still doing well in terms of performance, I would say. Maybe not the net
Considering
worth.
what he's playing into.
Yeah.
Yeah. Bad lane matchup. And Paparazzi still didn't die this game. Echo Saber is completed. Going into BKB next, so can't disassemble that. Get a better timing on BKB. Ghost trying to farm up as much as he can, but Luna with this Mask of Madness Dragonlance. Oh.
Oh! Sleight of Fist, Searing Chains. Ghost is going to die again. Well done by White Album. This is not, I mean, it's all right. Sure, you get TK, but that is not a value trade.
DY has Moonlight Shadow available. After this ward kill, let's see if they decide to maybe use Moonlight Shadow. But Kaka is showing on the top lane.
The difference in game 1 here, too, was like, Ghost was top of the net worth the entire time.
He needs so many items this game. It feels like, considering how it started, needs to be able to recover. But also, if he's in okay spot, doesn't necessarily need to be the most farmed hero. You have Nature's Prophet. Like we've seen time and time again, Nature's Prophets from the off lane taking over that carry role if necessary.
We'll see if that ends up being the fix to this, because he's got that Ags now.
This is a big kill. Kaka, finger is available. Ulu knows something is up.
Tumblr's toy, there's the finger immediately after the Earth Spike, and Ulu's gonna die with the Wrath of Nature flying in. So they do end up getting that kill, and he does finally get himself a stack, so future 70 health.
Easy damage, easy HP, getting himself also closer to his Blink Dagger.
Yeah, right now he's using the budget blink, Tumblr's toy.
It's such a good... This item's going to get nerfed to the ground. I felt like it should have happened a long time ago. It's just too much value. If this is a tier 2 item, people will still hold it, even over some tier 3 items.
I could definitely see it being shifted out, right? Like they do those neutral shifts, get something new in there.
Bring back Mango 3.
Ooh, I'm super down.
Nah, I was not a big fan of that. There's way too many mangoes.
Your base was just a mango farm. Didn't make it mango time, though. I'm always a fan of that. So still a 1K lead here for Aster Ares as they're going to smoke up and try and get the kill. They'll look for DY, side of his Searing Chains with the Shield Crash Swashbuckle combo. The Urn, the Remnant, oh, the Starstorm not going to do anything, so DY will fall. And Aster Ares now have a 2K lead themselves. This is, considering the way the lanes went, not where I thought Extreme Gaming would be at this point in the game. Oh, another Tumblr's Toy Hex. Earth Spike, Wrath of Nature, kisses to try and deter them from continuing this onslaught. But they get the kill, and Shang-Chi falls. Red Panda now without Mortimer's Kisses.
Nicely done by Extreme Gaming. They do get the kill. No overlapping this time around. They are also lurking around the mid lane, playing slightly more towards the Ghost, just in case that they decide to make a rotation on him, so they will be able to back him up.
Yeah, still kind of a hard kill to get going for Ghost now that they don't have Mortimer's Kisses. But the way Ares have been playing, I wouldn't be surprised. They have liked their aggression. Arrow! Oh. It's like, it sounded like Toad from Mario Kart.
Gotta play that game.
Fun one. Ghost still farming. This is no surprise. I feel like he's gonna kind of be in this like moment in his game where he's farming for a while, right? Like this is just farm for the next 10 minutes.
60-second cooldown on that Nature's Prophet ulti. So he's gonna spam it. Lanes are gonna be in a good spot. Now they equalize things. Paparazzi disassembled his Echo Saber. BKB is online. Hurricane Pike on Ghost as well. I think they're going to be fight ready relatively soon. JT also going into Maelstrom.
And
probably needs a BKB after this one, then go back for Gleipnir. But this, like we talked about the scaling lineup on their side, it looks really good. JT.
Rolling Thunder and catching up to JT. They've got the cookie to keep him controlled, but JT's still surviving. And now the Hurricane to pull him back into the Lucent Beam. JT will fall finger on a TK, and that is another stack that's not going to happen.
Kaka, this was his Blink Dagger reveal, tried to find a really good angle. He even puts like Tranquil Boots in his backpack so he doesn't get canceled, gets that extra movement speed. Can they lock him down?
And the arrow, so the right clicks, the Hex, the kill on a White Album.
I think it also, like White Album, because he didn't have that good of a time in the lane, can't afford to get BKB as his first item. It's not going to slow him down as much since you have Lunar Blessing as your damage. Extra 28 damage coming out from that. During nighttime, it's global. Seems like TK will finish off this tower.
Ooh, Red Panda, he's spotted and he'll die. Ghost now getting some gold under his belt. That was worth 317. That's well worth.
Yeah, and Paparazzi got the last hit from White Album. Paparazzi again going back.
Kaka's all over the map.
Once he picks up that, well, all over the map, but yeah, all over the place with his spell casting.
That's what I was thinking. So, won't get that kill. Arrow not finding anything. So, that'll be the Maelstrom for JT, and he'll start to really up the numbers, right?
He's up there, third on the net worth. Like, Luna,
All these cores
2K
are.
gold ahead, and then you have 3 cores from Extreme Gaming. So
Yeah.
they are sharing the farm. Double damage, spawn top. JT will scout it out.
We'll see who they send to go pick that up.
It's
Or
going to
just
be
deny.
Treant.
Yeah. Could you imagine you could just get the Treant?
Treant DD.
DD.
Start split pushing.
Dire are scanning.
Yeah.
Ancient Black Dragon with double damage.
Yeah, exactly.
Or Ice Shaman. Yeah, he's the siege one.
Yeah, you can tell by his teeth. He just bites the towers. Red Panda, level 11. What's the difference between him and the supports? Because I know the supports prior were down here on Extreme and only level 8 for DY. So DY's behind. Take a look at the odds from esportsbet.io. It is favoring Extreme Gaming. Do you think this is where this game should be sitting at the moment in terms of, like, do you feel that it's heavily favoring XG at the moment?
I think this game is much more even, even though I still favor Extreme Gaming because of their scaling potential. And I also like that Paparazzi is going Deso, his third item. It's going to synergize nicely with Nature's Prophet, Drow Ranger as well. Gives you so much solo kill threat. Like Wukong Command, if he manages to get it off in a team fight, like even with their BKBs, I don't think they're going to sit inside Wukong's.
Smoke up from Aster Ares. They're coming towards bottom with 3 heroes. JT TPing out from top.
DY. We'll try to scout things. He knows that
Breaks
there
the
is ward
smoke.
uphill.
Yeah, breaks the smoke, loses his life for it. White Album with the kill. Immediate reaction on that one. He also bottled up a haste.
While
But-
there was smoke, Kaka did plant a deep observer ward
Yeah, in the
inside the
base.
enemy base. So they do see couriers flying out, the items, potential smokes. Red Panda in trouble.
Wrath of Nature, Boundless Strike, Cookie not onto the high ground. And now the Remnant over to Kaka. With the kisses, they're trying to get a kill here onto the Lion, and they will. With the BKB being popped by
Still
White
holding
Album.
BKB on Papa.
Yeah, now he's going to try and turn. He'll look over, and White Album with the haste is just able to walk away from the fight, though.
Could have waited with that BKB slightly longer, I would say. Maybe once you get hit by chains, then you do it.
Right.
But this seems like it's going to be Roshan for Aster Ares. Not sure if they want to contest. No BKB on Monkey King. No BKB available on Nature's Prophet. Ghost also thinking about getting Manta Style as his first item.
Arrow. Coming in.
Yeah, seems like it's just going to be Aster Ares finishing it off. DY maybe tries to go for some kind of a
Triple leap,
play.
yeah.
Triple leap with Arrow, but Arrow is also on cooldown. So Ghost is deciding whether he wanted to get Manta Style or get the BKB. Both items are really good, but BKB just gives you a bit more. There are no items, again, that go, like no abilities, sorry, that go through magic immunity, so getting a BKB earlier feels like a much better option.
Definitely wanting that magic immunity, and could still see Ulu top of the net worth. That is a early finger
Oh!
hurricane. Not gonna help. It's actually gonna make things worse because you're further from the arrow.
DY landed such a good arrow, even with the like it would hit anyway, but even with the hurricane, the angle was so good that it's gonna hit both ways. Doesn't matter.
Yeah, it just kind of made it worse. Bottling up a double damage, so White Album now having control of another rune. He's, I want to say, controlled almost all of them, right?
Yeah, we also see Nature's Prophet being super annoying, putting these treants inside enemy triangle, blocking off the camps. Extreme Gaming, they're fine.
Yeah.
Not fighting into this Aegis for another 3 and 4 minutes. They're like, yeah, you want to farm? Well, we'll farm. We have 3 cores. There's a couple of items coming out our way. Deso Monkey, BKB on Drow, and BKB on Nature's Prophet. Once they get those 3 items, they should try to take a one big fight. DY again, gonna
yeah.
get picked off.
It shows off the double damage, but Kaka's in the vicinity as well, so that means they're going to lose 2.
One too many.
Yeah, I think just DY's fine, but losing Kaka there is a bit too much. They still really want this Deso, but you can see Paparazzi spending a lot of the time in the trees. Like, he's getting vision, he's getting information, but he needs to get back down and start to farm.
The more you sit on the trees, the less farm you get. It's that simple.
So him and the other 2 cores on his team, they've got some decent farm. Especially we said JT was going to pop off after he got the Maelstrom. Look at where he's at. He's in a great spot.
Really is. Luna still holding the first place. Level 18 Luna. She's very high level. Ulu, Mask of Madness, Crystallis,
Middle tower.
Hurricane Pike, 8 second BKB. Did use it once in the previous fight. I want to see a bit more scaling from both Ember, even Pango, to match up what they got. Right now, he's only utility.
I got
That's
Ravage.
Ravage.
Is under attack.
Still going to die, but
Style points.
yeah. Why he's just walking down like that is questionable.
Radiant's top tower is under
And they're moving again. Like, they want to go for this once more. And they've got the Rolling Thunder. Like, they're going to find JT and force his BKB. So these heroes on Extreme Gaming, similar to Game 1, are getting picked off by Aster Ares in the mid game.
They are pick off here, pick off there, but nothing too valuable, I would say. Still trying to delay the timings. Wait until Aegis is gone on Luna, and then take a fight. JT?
T?
Oh. So close. White Album needed an extra second.
Yeah, definitely. So, shard for Red Panda. That'll help his farm. Put some more damage into these fights as well with that upgraded cookie. Ghost's been pretty quiet since the landing phase.
He died 2 times and didn't die since, pretty much. Now it's smoke time. BKBs are available. And also Deso being delivered on Paparazzi. As we said, they are looking for a fight.
Only the wary.
Yeah, if they could time this right with the Aegis, that would be their best moment.
under attack.
Slightly too early, 40 seconds. I don't know if they can drag the fight as much.
They've got Moonlight Shadow, though.
Dire's
They are
bottom
towards the
tower
top
is
lane,
under
but
attack.
nobody's home. Aster Ares, they're all over bottom, actually. So, not going to find Aster Ares while Ulu takes the bottom tier 2. And no glyph, but they need to respond. Aster Ares are going to respond to their top tier 2 being taken.
Oh, that's an
BKB
early
from
BKB.
Paparazzi. Shang-Chi with the Aeon disc means he survives, and this team's starting to come over from Aster Ares, and now that you need to evacuate for Extreme Gaming.
Not sure why Paparazzi's so afraid of. This is only Rolling Thunder we're talking about. They don't have that instant stun. Maybe like a cookie, but if you see it running, you still have time to pop a BKB. They can't just burst you from 100 to 0, especially with the 4-staff that, like, 4-staffs are being made on Extreme Gaming, double 4-staff on both supports. You have one on Drow Ranger. She could push you out of the trouble if needed.
Dire are scanning.
They're still staying here top, even without the BKB. Pretty confident to continue this push, or at least try to.
Radiant's top tower is
We'll
under
see how
attack.
Aster Ares react now not having Rolling Thunder immediately.
Olo is massive. 18,000, 29 minutes on Luna. About to crack level 20. Has Elven Tunics. This is such a huge item. You're playing into 3 cores that rely on physical damage. So you'll get the value from it. It does have a Silver Edge, so could potentially break Monkey, break Drow Ranger as well.
Yeah, going Scotty next, and then the Refresher. And Psychic Headband, all right. See who that's going to be passed over to. Nature thrown out. Nothing really doing. This game has kind of gone quiet.
It's been farm heavy. Extreme Gaming now trying to smoke. And looking at JT's item, you know what's better than a BKB? Second
two
BKB.
BKBs?
Yeah. Unfortunately, it doesn't work that way. Where you could rebuy your BKB. Like you sell and to get a new shiny 10-second BKB back in the days.
Ooh, back in my day. It's always nice, though, when you think of new things, and maybe BKB level 2 is in our future in the next patch. That gives
I don't think that's ever going to happen. Like BKB is just that item that it's extremely hard to balance.
magic immunity at level 1, magic immunity and physical immunity at level 2. Don't look at me like that, please. It's a great idea. 30 minutes into the game.
Make your own
and-
game. Like, balance it.
So 1K lead. So like even with the fact that like it does feel like Aster Ares have had control of the map for a while, there's still 1,000 net worth behind. Like the farm game from Extreme, as much as the map is open for Aster Ares, hasn't really closed on them.
Shadows.
Why does have Jim and also Moonlight Shadow. Oh no, he jumped in.
Yeah. Arrow though onto Red Panda. They get the kill there. Rolling Thunder used by Shang-Chi. And JT's got a kill over on the White Album. That's with the Wrath of Nature. That means they've got the root, and Shang-Chi's going to fall as well. First time we've kind of seen a discombobulated fight from Aster Ares.
He blinked onto high ground where they have vision. His Aeon Disc gets procced. I'm not sure how he died after to Ghost because I was watching the other heroes dying. Too many heroes dying at the same time. DK now in trouble.
JT is here. Try and run him down, and as the Sprout has that level 20. The arrow! Oh, no, not going to land, but let's see if it matters. Chingu. Sprout to get in his way. They've leashed him up. They'll even use the Wukongs to get this kill.
Paparazzi finally getting some stacks on that Deso. At 4 at the moment. 5K gold lead now for Extreme Gaming. Roshan is going to be available in a minute. Another tier 2 tower taken. I feel really worried for Aster Ares right now. In terms of scaling, it's just Kaya on Ember Spirit plus a shard. So he tried to go for more like magic damage oriented build. Pango also doesn't have an item that allows him to farm, deal damage. I see Yule Scepter. I think he needs to get a Basher to control them through the BKB because they have no abilities whatsoever.
Yeah, this is really not much impact from Pango. Like at times the Rolling Thunder was nice, and it was getting him or getting the team like a kill here or there because they had the jumping capabilities of the Blink Dagger, but overall it just feels like he's a non-factor.
This is a smoke. They're trying to get something done. JT will take over in terms of farm in a second. Does have that nullifier completed, so shield crash if he wants to be tanky against that Aeon Disc as well. 4 staffs. They have 3 4 staffs on their side, so gonna be difficult. Radiant using a scan. They know exactly where Extreme Gaming is at the moment, but they are holding the high ground.
And they need to find the right way in. They're going to blink forward. Paparazzi with the BKB very early. The arrow's not going to land on the Red Panda. He's off to the side looking for the Mortimer's Kisses, and that's exactly what he'll do. But now Wukong's over with the finger to start the damage, and they blow up Uwu. Ghost has more than enough damage to get him and White Album. TK falls to Paparazzi. He's wicked sick, and all of a sudden, Extreme Gaming, it is a 10K net worth lead for them at the price of just Kaka.
This Drow Ranger completely uncontested. They use 1 BKB on Paparazzi, an early one, but it still doesn't matter. Wukong's command, Kaka finds a good opening on Luna, and they just burst her down. This nullifier coming in very handy from JT.
So let's see it again. They don't get the kill on a Red Panda. Look at how far Shang-Chi is.
Aeon Disc already procced, does not feel too comfortable getting back into the fight, and initiation Luna just disappears.
So does White Album. Look at the damage he's just taking from Ghost. Like, that is insane. Just when you give Drow the right positioning, we've seen this, right? With, like, TA2000 when he plays Drow in the Western Europe region. You give Drow the right positioning, and they're going to make you pay quickly.
If she's uncontested, if no one touches her in a fight, she just deals so much damage. There's also, speaking of damage, double damage bottom. Plus Silver Edge about to be completed on Ghost. Needs his courier to deliver it.
Looks like DY spotted it.
Luna, like, I don't think Luna can solo carry this game. She's just not that type of a hero. Playing into 3 cores from Extreme Gaming. Needs to get close. She's like half ranged and also bad matchup against the Drow Ranger. She can keep her distance. Another smoke.
Oh boy.
This might have been caught.
Gust and the
my
Rolling
God, down
Thunder,
to
the
half HP.
damage and the Wrath of Nature with the BKB from JT. They get the kill on Shang-Chi. So Ghost gets one. Ooh, on the run. Ghost with the multi-shot, the 4 staff onto the high ground, and they look over at White Album, but right clicks again. Oh, Ghost! He is putting out so much damage. He just can't get the finishing blows on these kills until TK drops to DY. and they get themselves a second.
Luna decided to go in, gets crit once, maybe twice, not sure, because Drow Ranger has some sick attack speed. And she's instantly falling back. BKB, ulti to try to zone them out. Yeah, this game looks pretty over. Also, in terms of high ground defense, Aster Ares, they don't have much. There's no displacement abilities. Like, your best option is slight swashbuckle, lucid beam. I don't even know. Like, they don't have any big item coming up on their side that's gonna change how fights are gonna work, how they're gonna go. Luna sitting at 3.5k gold. Also, like, I'm a big fan of Divine Rapier, especially now with reduced cost, but I don't think Luna can afford to get Divine Rapier at this game. You might want to get a different item. Not sure if Scotty's gonna change things. It's a good Scotty game, don't get me wrong. You're playing into 2 range cores, plus also Monkey with his lifesteal. Maybe something like Aghanim Scepter could change it a bit more.
Paparazzi BKB doesn't get killed. I kind of agree with the not wanting Divine Rapier. Like, it just feels as though you're still fragile, especially with Ghost and the damage he outputs. You could just die in a heartbeat.
I think you need to play a bit of a different game. That's why I mentioned Aghanim Scepter.
Yeah.
Try to bait some BKBs with Pangoliers, Rolling Thunder, Ember Spirit getting in, and then using that Ags on one of them to try to get the damage done.
You see how willing these players are to just pop their Ags, like we just saw with Paparazzi on the Rolling Thunder. It's not a bad idea at all.
Paparazzi having the best time of his life, fake pumping Boundless Strike.
Always fun. That's like fake pumping the Thunder God's Wrath.
Rolling Thunder is the best one for me. The sound that it makes.
What does it sound like?
I'm not gonna do it.
So 22,000 net worth lead here for Extreme Gaming.
You're the sound guy. Give me the Rolling Thunder fake pump.
It's like, yeah, it's like a... I feel like this is just another
Primal Beast sound.
Gosh.
Holding the Aegis for another 50 seconds. They did dealt some damage to mid tower, top tower, bottom tower. Nothing too significant, but they tried to poke. Another DD.
It's
Just spawned.
anytime after 30 minutes, it's just DD. You can't convince me otherwise.
Kaka placed another Observer Ward down bottom to see inside the enemy base. There are no sentries.
Well, how much is that seeing right now? Now that the trees regrew.
Oh no, those goddamn trees regrowing every 3 minutes. Still catches a glimpse.
Yeah, so
Someone
that's not
gets
too bad.
close, gets hexed.
Yeah. JT still farming. He's in the triangle. He's going for that. What? All right, JT's memeing.
Radiant are scanning.
He's going recovery Midas.
Wants to get that level 25. Buy Midas, use it once, sell it.
Yeah. Well, now he's switched to Daedalus. Okay,
Yeah,
cool.
yeah, just wants to have as much damage as possible.
Dire
Yeah, he also
are
wants that
scanning.
25. So, yeah, there he goes. Remove teleportation cooldown. And he can be with the team at all times. Or
Now the real
farming.
fun starts.
What,
He can
what?
farm,
Farm
anywhere.
anywhere?
Yeah. Outpost. Let's see where he decides to go. Takes over the whole map.
Going
Farm.
bottom for farm. Cut off those creeps. If he only knew there was a double damage bottom, then he could just TP to that. Then he'd be really in business in terms of getting himself some net worth. Ooh, Kaka. Finger to start with the Earth Spike. Nullifier right clicks in from JT in the multi-shot. They get the kill, but Ghost low. Wukong's command. Ooh, trying to get to the back lines to go for this Drow, but might have put himself a little bit too far. They've got the Hex. They'll get the kill. They'll take the Luna. 85 seconds without this Luna is a very big deal.
JT still holding his ground.
Yeah,
Great
Kicks
cookie.
and Cookie on a 2. And they'll get the kill on a JT. He'll buy back. They get the buyback coming out from White Album, but they'll take out Red Panda and TK. They've got the leash on the White Album, and they'll kill him off before his buyback symbol is gone, and they'll call GG. Extreme Gaming will take the 2-0. over Aster Ares.
3 cores that play the game like mid-game, late-game so well with items. It's just way too difficult for Luna to like match up the pace, match up like what these 3 heroes are bringing. Bad matchups for Luna as well. This mid matchup gets dominated, so White Album never like really was ahead. Sure, he did have some really nice moves, dodge that finger and stuff, style points, but at the end of the day, the only points that matter are the DPC points and the points that you get in this tour. So Extreme Gaming get themselves another win here, and looked pretty even throughout the like first 20 minutes of the game, even though they had such a great start, took the early tower, and yeah, took the Roche, and after that, it was just clean business from Extreme.
Yeah, it felt like maybe a couple things were slipping up in the mid-game, similar to Game 1. In Game 2, I was a little bit worried because I think better teams are going to take advantage of that more. Like you go up against the LGDs and the Asters and teams in all of Europe. They're just going to not let you feel good about making mistakes and giving up those early advantages that you can really start to snowball out of control with. So it's a little worrying, but overall, I think this was a good series from Extreme Gaming, and the 2-0 was pretty clean. And, well, to break down this whole series a little bit better than us, we've got the panel, so take it away.
Thank you very much, Baycop and Lacoste. We have just completed this 2-0 series in favor of Extreme Gaming. Ultimately, although Aster Ares showed a lot of promise in game number 1, and game number 2 just did not break out in their favor, and the draft of theirs required a lot better execution, and sadly, after the heartbreak of game number 1, that execution just did not come, Lizard. You mentioned it yourself, how hard it is to make that comeback, and this was not their day.
Look. The execution wasn't there, definitely. This one was a bit more straightforward than the first game, but there were some nice things that that Ares was doing, and I would say that White Album was doing, like on the mid lane, the Ember Spirit, from the beginning of the game, basically. Yeah, he did get bodied a little bit in CS department after like minute 5, after there's a level 5 Monkey King. But up to that point, like he played the lane equilibrium well, he pushed in the lane, he dodged a couple of pretty decent ganks as well, like managed to make Kaka mad in the dire jungle. He was doing all right.
Yeah.
He really was, but unfortunately, Lacoste was onto something, right? Admonishing us for not putting the enough respect on the Kaka Lion.
That's true. I mean,
And he performed.
Bossman did some work in this game. I think the highlight before this one, when Ulu's stepping up in that mid lane, instantly just finger into Earth Spike. You got 21,000 net worth from this Luna, but it's instantly destroyed within just one line initiation into any follow-up damage. And that, unfortunately, for Aster Ares was the theme of this game. You see Ulu 2, 4, and 4. Even if he had all this farm, even if White Album, after such a hard lane, was able to make all this space, Aster Ares was never able to actually get all 5 heroes into one part of the map and go, this is our fight, this is our place. And that's because Extreme, it was JT split pushing, Kaka always looking for that one pickoff. And prior to that, there was this moment where it was like Snap died, then what was it, like Luna died, and then plus Mirana died, something. It was like maybe not Luna actually, but you get the point. It was very sad that Extreme was able to pick off Aster Ares so many times in a row. And yeah, just in the big picture of Dota, Extreme is just a better team. They know how to play the map better, they're quicker. So even if they pick these lineups that don't have that natural front line, they're just going to find the pickoffs to just cover those problems.
Another one of the things that I recognize in this game here, firstly, we should decide on who we think our MVP is. It's got to be Kaka, right?
Yeah, sure, he's playing Lion, so...
It's the classic. Kaka Lion, griefing White Album, not allowing him to have a game.
Yep.
At some point, we saw when they felt strong on the side of Aster Ares, they grouped up middle, they went in with a mass amount of push. They're like, we're going to do something special. This Luna just picked up a new item, she's 20k net worth, and then Kaka like solo kills her, like by himself with very low net worth. But at the same time, let's just talk about map movements, right? Because yet again, we see a situation where this Nature's Prophet from JT, they're able to just expand and extend the map so much as there is forced to play as this ball, and Extreme are just like pulling them apart one by one, not allowing them to play a consistent map presence on or anywhere on the map.
Yeah, it's like it's not all. It starts in a different way. It starts basically by Extreme Gaming just balling up as 5 and playing the game that way early on. Like they're taking the bottom tier 1 tower, then the mid lane they just TP the Prophet in, they pressure it. It felt like, yeah, Extreme wasn't playing anymore. They were like, yeah, you had us maybe for a little while in game 1. This time around, we're just gonna take all the objectives and all the towers very early on. okay, Astro Aries did put up a fight, but the moment you take the bottom tier 1 and you play around that mid tier 1 and you have a Prophet and the Monkey, like you were just all over the map. It was so difficult for Astro Aries to match that tempo, especially because you're afraid, right? Like White Album would usually be the one that can match that up, but you're afraid there's a lion on the other side.
Yep. There's this lion that's just going to show up, burst you down, and just make life a living hell for you all the time. So shout out to Kaka for allowing the side of Extreme Gaming to win. But the rest of the team also played really well. Paparazzi played really well on this Monkey King, being able to just get a bit of farm. And one thing that made it so frustrating, this Drow Ranger felt like, in retrospect, a perfect loss pick up against this Luna. There's always been a very difficult matchup for the Luna in that respect because of she outranges you. But when you have to get past the Wukong's command in front of it, you have to get past this JT Nature's Prophet, who's built into a lot of damage on top of having so much control. It just felt like this Ulu was not necessarily set up for success, despite the fact that he had so much farm. I think Lizard put it best when he looked at the draft and he's like, you have this Luna, but does the rest of the draft even support her?
Yeah, it's like 4 skirmishing heroes, which open the map for Luna to farm. And it's like, great, but then on the flip side, it's then, like you mentioned, 3 scaling cores. And Luna, even with 21k, cannot deal with the 60,000 net worth of the other 3 cores, right? So it is just unfortunate. And I think it goes more towards Astro Aries not actually playing with conviction at any point in this game. I feel like they never put the Luna in front of a tower and was like, okay, hit the tower, Pango roll after, because they were always reacting and always trying to just find time. So yeah, just Extreme, just a bit more polished, if anything.
Yep, just a polished squad, polished lineup. And Extreme Gaming now go 4-1 up in the leaderboard, only being beaten out by PSG LGD at this moment in time. Oh, by as Team Master, sorry, PSG LGD still have to play later if they want to match that scoreline. They lost to PSG LGD, but they still look relatively clean. They did level up because game 1 was relatively shaky, but game 1 might be just an early day. They woke up, they realized, actually not I'm sure what happened, right, is that after the game, Lanem was like, come on, boys. Come on,
Nah,
boys.
he was shaking in the draft, don't forget. I thought he was vibing. Lizard kind of reminded me that he was stressed or shaking, who knows? But
Yeah, it was like, if you play like this again, boys, with my draft,
you want to go to a major? We've got fun of standing.
Well, now that we have this game in the books, we see that now Extreme Gaming technically second in the leaderboard up until we see PSG LGD play later. Astro Aries still at the very bottom there, 1-4, 4 losses. There still is an opportunity for them. It's not like the season is over by any stretch of the imagination. There's still potential for tiebreakers to happen still later down the line. And they still have some winnable games. It's not like if they play a YBB, that's a guaranteed loss. That is still fairly winnable. And the best part for them here, Lizard, most of the tough opponents are out of the way.
Yep.
So you don't have to deal with the Extremes and the LGDs and the Astros
after
anymore.
5 games, you say most of the tough opponents are gone, and now you have 2 more, and that's it. Like, of course, I believe that Astro Aries should be able to stick around. Like, they truly do not believe in belong in Division 2 of the Chinese region.
Yeah. I think it's just one of these rough situations where it just so happens that there's so many good teams in the region that staying in Div 1 it's difficult. We saw them in the last tour that at the very end of it, they started to find a little bit of form. They found their groove. It came too late for them to stay in the division. They got a new chance, a new lease on life here. And they still haven't shown 100% just yet, but there's still a lot of time. Thankfully for them, outsiders from China are guaranteed eating one of the other relegation slots, so they can still have hopium to make sure that they can stay in this. You get past the tiebreakers, and that might be what they need, right? Maybe they need some of that pressure of, oh my gosh, guys, this is our last chance, our last opportunity here. We are going down if we don't win this one out. But on the flip side here, T, for Extreme Gaming, I think mathematically, if they win one more game, you're going to a major.
I mean, I feel like it should be pretty destined. They got to play, I mean, after 4-1, Victory Gaming, even with 4-1, I think they're actually kind of in a probably lock at some point.
It's contingent on results for Vici as well.
Yeah, I
but
guess.
They're almost there.
It's just because I know the bottom pack is still fighting, but like I would be surprised if Extreme now don't go to the major. Sitting at 4-1, the teams that they've beaten, the fact that they're in this position, and yeah, I think now the rest of the tour, they get one more win, that would be the lock. And again, consistency is key for this team. Even against Astro Aries, they're finding some windows where I think other teams would beat them, like Lizard mentioned. It's not the strongest of Chinese teams that potentially are going to go to the major, but it's the one that I think can have the most growth. So trajectory is on the right path. And I keep saying this when I see this team, but bit by bit, they're making the improvements. And I don't expect big things today, but maybe in a month or two, that's when I'm really going to be grilling them if they're not doing the things correctly.
So if they do end up going to the major here, Lizard, what do you think? How do you think they'll perform under those circumstances when they are playing up against some of the higher tier opponents who might be able to find the little bit of the gaps in how their performances, like T was mentioning?
I feel like by the time major comes, they'll even be stronger. So maybe those gaps will disappear. Like those gaps for me are happening because of Kaka and DUI. Like this combo still needs to iron things out a little bit, not only between themselves, but between the whole team.
Well, one of the things that we did see from Extreme Gaming today is that from the off lane, JT helped perform miracles to allow this team to win. And that is fortunate because we do have JT ready for an interview with us. JT, good sir, congratulations on the victory. The first thing I want to ask you though, we've been on Extreme Gaming for a couple of months now throughout this year, but you spent about 3, almost 4 years on IG. Can you talk to us about the difference in the team atmosphere here on Extreme Gaming versus how things were in your old home of IG?
首先，恭喜你拿下了今天这场比赛的胜利。然后的话，加入 XG 也有一段时间了，但是想问一下，因为之前你在 IG 打了3、4年的时间嘛，就想问一下两个队之间的队内氛围，你感觉有什么不一样吗？
首先，这两个队都挺棒的吧，就是只是待的 IG 的时间比较久吧，就是就也没啥区别吧，就是都没啥区别吧，都挺像的。
Yeah, I feel like these two teams are both great teams. I didn't realize any difference.
Didn't realize any difference. Wow, okay. Something else that we probably should also talk about. Now that you're so close to qualifying for a major, you're going to be playing in an international competition for the first time in a while. Obviously, you weren't able to get there last tour, and things didn't work out for you in 2022 on the side of IG. What do you expect to be able to learn from the international teams that you think could help elevate your personal gameplay once you do go play internationally again?
就是之前的话，国际赛场上打的不是很顺嘛，包括22年在 IG 的话也不是很成功。然后今年的话，马上就能锁定这个 Major 的名额了，就想问一下你，到了国际赛场之后的话，你觉得哪些方面会让你变得作为一个选手来说会更强？
主要现在这个游戏偏向团体吧，就是如果团体就是都处理比较好的话，基本上都是有机会打吧，就是主要是团体嘛，这个团体游戏。
I feel like it's the game is evolved towards more of a team game. So I feel like if you can be the best team, you're just gonna win the game most of the time.
All right, makes sense. T, what you got from the man right here?
Ooh, okay, JT. In game 1, you had a Mana Boots Beastmaster, and they stole your quad ancient stacks. How annoyed were you when you saw your, Helmet Dominator disappear in front of your eyes?
就是第一场比赛兽王当时出了个秘法，然后准备去刷大野的时候，发现你的大野被对面抢了，然后当时你看到自己的这个支配头盔被对面抢，就相当于那个钱被抢了之后的话，你当时有多愤怒？
感觉是自己犯蠢吧，就没办法，就自己犯蠢，就自己来买单呀。
Yeah, I feel like it's my own mistake that leads to the Asian getting stalled, so you pay for what you did.
I see. But then again, you also bounced back and did an incredible, rat play later in the game. If anything, kind of securing the win for your team, taking the bot racks and contesting mid. Was that a call you were making yourself, or was that Kaka kind of telling you, Beastmaster, run bottom, please, don't come and defend? Was it you, or was it Kaka kind of making these kind of game-winning calls?
不过那场比赛后面的话，还是靠自己的发挥，就是把场子给打了回来。尤其是后面中下两路的那个分推，当时是谁做的这个决定？是你自己说正面我不来了，我要去偷对面的基地，还是说这个卡师傅会跟你说，就是这题你别来打？当时是团队里是怎么样的沟通？
我自己说的吧，因为我感觉就是我第一时间没太有用吧，就是我能去边路给压力，然后上高。把我们人打回来，就如果有人踢回去了，然后我再走，就是我再踢回战场上，就是能帮助我的队友吧，就形成一个4打5吧。
Yeah, I was the one made the call. I feel like, I feel like if I showed up in the team fights, it won't be that much of impact if I showed up at the beginning of the team fights. So I tell my teammates I'm gonna push the side lanes and ask them to hold strong. And if anyone TP back, I will just try to go back to the base and try and if that happens, then we have a 5-on-4 situation.
Cool, nice, really good stuff.
Yep. Thanks for those answers. Congrats on the win once again. I'm wondering, how is it to play with Kaka again? And more off of T-Gav's question, like, does he bring the shot calling that the team was missing perhaps before?
就是再想问一下，你重新跟卡卡搭档是什么样的感觉？然后继续刚才提的那个问题，就是卡卡的话，会不会平时就是在大局观一些方面会帮助到团队？
就挺好的呀，跟他一起打，就是兄弟DOTA嘛，就变成兄弟DOTA了。然后主要是他来了过后比较多的小节奏吧，然后比较多的想法吧。带来团队一些帮助吧。
It feels great to play with Kaka again. Feels like we are playing Bro Dodo again, and he brings us a lot of tempo in early games, and he really have a lot of great ideas about the game.
Thank you.
Speaking of Kaka, actually, now that you are playing with him again, are there any other POS4 players outside of the Chinese region that you would love to play in the laning phase with?
那想问一下，就是我们一直在聊卡师傅嘛，那其他赛区有没有就是你特别想有机会能一起合作的4号位？
想想看，也没有吧，就都差不多吧，就没有特别想跟谁打吧。现在也想不起来，主要是。
Yeah, there are a lot of great post-4 players, and there's too many, so I couldn't really name one.
JT, the diplomat today, I see. Nonetheless, very congratulations on your win, and we look forward to seeing more of Extreme Gaming, not just in the region, but at the major for your first international competition as a roster. Thank you so much for your time, and good luck, have fun for the games you have left.
感谢你接受我们的采访，希望你们能进入 major， 然后持续发光发热。
好的，ありがとう。
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. That is JT, of course, offlaner for Extreme Gaming, and Marshall helping us out yet again with the translation to ensure that we can understand fully exactly what's going on within his mind. Very diplomatic today, you know? Not trying to ruffle any feathers.
What do you mean? Bro,
No.
Kaka's sitting next to him. You think he's going to say, yeah, I really want to play with, Boxy?
Yeah.
And then Kaka looks at him like, what? I just played a lion game and carried your ass. Why are you talking about these other, like, maybe there's a dynamic in the room,
And to be fair, Kaka's there, Lanem's right behind him.
Yeah.
It's like, hey.
I love my team. It's great.
At the same time, he was praising Kaka for quite a bit, and
True.
also most of our questions were mostly about Kaka. At one point, I wanted to say, by the way, good profit, man. Good job, nice items, like good play.
Okay, it's because, to be fair, in the interview, they said Kaka comes in to make all the macro game choices and stuff. And these games are very, they just outplayed them on the wider map. So we need to understand, is it Kaka or is it team?
He just changes the game fundamentally. I believe that any team that plays with Kaka just plays faster. There's a couple of players that just do that to the game across all regions.
Yeah. You just have these people that just make magic happen no matter where they are on the map. And of course, that magic did go the way of Extreme Gaming, so they're 2-0 up right now. We aren't necessarily done with the day just yet. We have another series coming in about 30 or something minutes. But before that, we might have a little bit of a surprise for y'all. So stick around, chill with us, and you'll see some really cool stuff here in the Chinese region from the DPC. So we'll see you soon for some more Dota, for some more hype, and some more intriguing conversation. So don't go anywhere, and we'll see you soon to continue the day. Welcome, one and all. We are back again here in the Chinese region. The triple header continues with our next series of the day being VG Gaming taking on the side of Invictus Gaming. Both of these squads still have yet to fully live up to the promise that they clearly show, and we're hoping to see which one of them is going to be able to elevate the performances today and maybe start to make a push for the fourth remaining major slot, because the top three seems pretty well decided at this point. I'm Snare yet again, and I'm joined with a new panel. I've got Kezu, I've got Sheepstick. What's happening, y'all? What's good? Sheep, no surprises in this region so far, but today, no matter what, right, this is going to be a fun series because we actually don't know what to expect from either of these teams. Yesterday, Vici didn't look so hot. IG hasn't looked so hot coming into this series. So what's your initial expectation of what we expect to happen here?
Ooh, I mean,
bloodbath.
maybe we just get some mad even series. I'm personally rooting a little bit for VG just because they seem overall more solid in the ideas that I've seen coming from them. IG, I still have no idea what they're doing. Like, okay, I'm not convinced on this Emo Dust dual core. I don't really like them bringing in their new offlaner either from LGD last tour. I'm not really sold on them. But maybe they can sell me this series. You know, if they come out strong, if they own, if they kill everyone, you know, I'm down.
You know, earlier on today, Kezu, when we were doing our predictions for what the series should look like, as we do see IG coming up on the screen right now, Emo Dust still a little bit inconsistent.
Yeah.
Shan Yu, though, started the season with only 3 heroes in his repertoire, right? Slowly but surely that's been improving. He added the Death Prophet, then he added a Visage, then he added a Timber Soul. So now he doesn't play just 3 heroes, he plays 6. That must surely make it easier to draw for the side of IG.
I mean, even before, I'm sure this guy can play more than 2 heroes, right? Like, I'm just sure maybe he's the best at, what was it, the Marcy that he had every
Marcy,
game.
Brewmaster, Centaur.
Yeah, exactly, like his signature Brewmaster, but like, stop pigeonholing yourself into picking yourself the same 2 heroes. Oh, they're open, I need to pick it. They're open, I need to pick it. It turns out you really don't. You can just play the situation of the draft. A hero looks good. Like, if you're in this team, at least, like, you should be able to play offlane Timbersaw, offlane Nature's Prophet. They're not that complex. So, you know, them swapping it up a little bit and maybe being a bit more open is good, because I agree with Sheep, this team has not sold me at all. Maybe even on the other side, they've been a big question mark for me. And VG Gaming, I would say they've shown some good things.
They have shown good things, but after yesterday's performance, you know, we had to do our predictions, right, about what we expected to happen. And coming into it today, I was like, I'm certain that Vici is going to have the advantage in this one. And then I saw yesterday's game when they played, and against Aster, they did not look so hard, Sheep. Like, their drafting was very weird. We even ended up asking Monet what he thought about their opener of Rubik Undying into Enchantress, and he himself is like, I have no idea what the hell they were doing. Where was this coming from? What do you think happened between day one Vici, which looked really, really strong? Lyrical was telling us they're top 8 at a major.
It was
now where it's
Aster.
like,
They did play against Aster, just to give them a little bit of a, you know, excuse.
Yeah, I mean, I just watched the highlights of that game, so I know exactly what I'm talking about now. It was interesting. They were actually kind of playing weird. Like Erica on TA, he was getting heavily involved. Like pre 10 minutes even, he was running around trying to get kills with his team on the hero. And I think he felt like he had to do that because Setsu was just getting pressured so hard on the mid lane as Storm Spirit. I think that was a good idea from Asta to like make him uncomfortable. They just had supports running at him and making it so hard for him to play. And then I would say actually my biggest problem with them in that whole series was that the way they contested Roche was just terrible.
Yep.
Like they gave them up, they gave up the Aegises, they lost the fights, they didn't secure it, they didn't look for pickoffs first, they didn't have like the wards down. So they just kept getting like contested by Aster, losing the fight and then losing the Aegis and then losing the game.
Yep.
I mean, there was that one drastic and tremendous Roshan fight where FY is in the pit with the rest of his squad. He goes out to face check, maybe get some vision, immediately dies. They end up losing the fight. They end up losing the game pretty much off the back of that. But at the same time, their early gameplay, especially in game 1, was really, really good. Honestly, they should have won the first game off of the back of that alone. But I think from the teams that are at the top right now, your Asters, your LGDs, your Extremes, except for Aster, who have not really been fully contested that hard, all of them have had to show some comeback potential. Be like, game didn't start so well. We have a way to come back into this game. From Vici, hasn't necessarily seemed that way just yet. What do you think has been happening? Because from my perspective, just watching them, they seem less cohesive as days go on, rather than more that they did at the beginning.
I think that in some of these games, I feel like they heavily rely on Setsu to kind of pop off. I think yesterday, Erica on this Alchemist. Like, when you play these heroes where you're going to be top net worth, you should also be leading the game. Especially on Alch, like, you're double net worth of everyone else. I feel like he was very passive approach to the game. It's like, I have Radiance Blink BKB, but I'm just running down a side lane. You could let anyone else with low net worth do it while you go and actually help your team when you're holding, what, 60% of the net worth doing so. So I feel like for them, it's more about understanding like who is strong and who needs to step up. You know, lead the comms, tell your team what to do, what should be happening right now. So I think this like mid-game stuff, as Sheep was talking about with the Roches, I hope that's something that they talked about yesterday.
Definitely so. One thing that I find very interesting about this series is the drafting orders that both of these teams tend to prefer. VG Gaming have been very, very happy to play Radiant for most of their games as their decision when they have the opportunity. Erstwhile, for the side of IG, they prefer having the first pick overall. I suppose they want to try and protect the pick for Shangyu. And for VG, why do you think they like playing Radiant Sheep? What is it about that side of the map that makes them say, hey, let's try and get this come hell or high water?
I don't know. Maybe they're just bad and they don't understand that Dire is just better.
Yeah, that's the one.
I have absolutely. I mean, Radiant is like typically you would take it because of the Roche advantage, but nowadays Dire has a pretty damn good Roche advantage, especially with that cliff ward off to the right side of it. So I'm not sure what angle it is as well. I think farming is better on Dire. Everything just feels better on Dire.
Pretty much.
I don't get it. I don't understand.
It must be some like team preference. I'm not sure, but I would say that IG, if I look at their like first pick drafts, they looked pretty solid. The last two, they had like some 3-and opening into a good pick on 8, and then second phase, you know, some Timber +1 opening, pretty solid. It's gonna give you damage, and in the other game, Luna +1 opening. Once again, pretty solid. Sets the tempo, isn't too easy to be counterpicked. So I feel like for IG, they did figure out at least something for them, and they should definitely stick to that.
You know what? Maybe if I'm theory crafting to the absolute max.
Okay, okay.
Hit us,
Maybe.
hit us.
Maybe it's because it's easier to drag the wave from when you're playing offlane, right? It's easier to drag the wave in between the two towers. So maybe their offlaner is just like massively crippled and it's like, we need this pull, we need this pull. I don't know. That's the only thing I can think of is like, yeah, I really like that when I play offlane on Radiant compared to Dire.
It makes it easier, but if that's your reason, you're not in for a good time.
Yeah.
To be fair, I think what's interesting about both of these squads is that the same weakness is apparent, right? The offlane is where the role is the one role that's the player that has the least amount of experience and is the one that's somewhat most limited in the draft. And they have to cater to him as much as humanly possible. And it'll make it very interesting to see exactly what the angle of approach is going to be for both of these squads when the draft does emerge for us. Because if, let's say, you ban out all of Shangyu's heroes and then you get like some Primal Beast for yourself, maybe a Timber Sword for yourself, now suddenly new BAB, he has his better heroes and is denying Shangyu the opportunity to play his best. So we will find out very shortly as the draft does get underway between these two squads. Right now, VG Gaming are 2-2 in the leaderboard. Invictus Gaming are 1-3. So for IG, if they have any hope of going to the major, they have to win this game because never has it been done that you can get to the major with 4 losses. So let's find out how this goes. VG Gaming, as usual, on the Radiant side, IG have chosen second pick. And VG, are you bad into the Primal Beast removal? With IG, you kind of have to remove Death Prophet in the Chinese region overall. That does leave some of these heroes for Shangyu available in the pool. But the biggest surprise for me, Sheep, no Enchantress at all. Completely ignored so far.
I mean, I guess they want to prioritize their FY Rubik, which is fair enough. I will actually say, we rag on Shangyu for his offlane pool, but Niu has actually played less heroes this tour than him.
That is true. Yeah.
So
he's only played what? Primal Beast, Marcy, and Timber, right?
Yeah. Yeah, Primal Beast, Timber, Axe. He played Axe.
Axe, yeah. Don't remind me.
I'm sorry. Well, there's your end. The Mossy probably going to go to Shangyu. I think we've seen the best success come from Troll Warlord responses, but I don't know if I would feel comfortable picking it here on 8.
Yeah, probably not. I think you'd rather craft something that's maybe where you either have your own tempo with Beast or something that makes it awkward for like the Marcy to run in. I feel like Vici, I understand that you have the FY Rubik, but with how the meta is shaping up, I feel like there's a lot of heroes that Rubik doesn't really play into that well. All these early game tempo heroes, your Eng, your Marcy, your summon heroes, all that stuff. So I prefer, or I really like the IG's response with the Marcy Eng. They play well off of each other. They go in, they play high tempo. But the closing pick from Vici with the Beast is pretty good. It's going to allow them to kind of do their own thing. And I mean, they did get slaughtered by it yesterday twice in a row.
Yeah.
Ooh, I will say as well, something that annoys me is the Disruptor when ignored.
True.
Because I feel like that hero is way too broken.
The hero's
to just leave
busted,
it now.
yes.
There is maybe one reason why Vici, I was actually going to bring up Disruptor, right? Maybe the reason why they picked this Rubik. Forget which team was playing it, but we saw that there was a Disruptor game. Disruptor was owning most of the game. Gets Ags, he's doing everything that he needs to do. And then Rubik buys Ags Shard. And then suddenly Disruptor doesn't have as much of a game before. Can lift the person out of the big Static Storm combo.
Sure.
You can steal some of the big spells. So maybe the rationale for them is, well, FY Rubik is FY Rubik, and it's sort of a soft counter to this Disruptor hero. We don't have to prioritize picking or banning it if we have the Rubik.
But then IG use their brain, and they don't pick Disruptor, they pick Eng. And Eng is good against Rubik, and then you're like, damn, we're stupid.
Yeah, also, like, I don't know, this lift, sure, cool, it can lift you out of kinetic field, but guess what? They still have Glimpse. and they still have ult, and they can still buy an Ags on Disruptor, and they can still use it. And I think especially with Vici Gaming wanting to play Spirits on Setsu, like his literal 3 most played heroes this tour so far: Ember, Storm, Void Spirit. Especially against Aster, they picked Storm twice. Disruptor is one of the best heroes in the game to play with Storm this patch, I feel like. So I feel if you're looking in that angle, maybe you should be looking to prioritize Disruptor a little bit more.
Oh, I wholly agree. Disruptor's just too good. But I'm just trying to think, what I'm trying to imagine that Fenrir knows better than me, you know? And
No,
there must be
you
a
know
plan
better
here.
than him, Sam.
Yes, you're the best.
Let's see here. IG going into the second phase, they removed TB, so we're not going to be seeing that come from Erica. I imagine here one of the keys to success for Asta yesterday is they just banned some Erica heroes. They took out his PA, they took out his Drow, then they banned, I think, Puck was the first game, and it made life way easier for them. I'm kind of surprised that they're just leaving some of the other heroes in the pool like a Drow, but we'll see as time goes. I still want to see a bit more momentum come with this Beastmaster. Right now, I'm not fully convinced by Beastmaster just plus Rubik. I want another hero. Normally, it's paired with Enchantress, and the 2 heroes complement each other really, really well past the laning phase as well. So what do you want to see here, Sheep, that'll help the Beastmaster after the lanes breakdown?
Oh, I mean, this is another hero that works well with Storm Spirit. Like, as long as they have heroes that can connect to each other, I think I'm happy. Because my problem with the Rubik Undying that they picked into Aster is that I think it made Setsu's life hard. He's like, I want to go jump this guy. And if Rubik doesn't have a good spell, you don't really have the damage and, like, mobility there to really do anything. It's like these, like, Clockworks, you know, maybe some Snapfire long-range kisses. I don't know, just something that can play from range with, like, these heroes. And when you have a catch, you actually can kill.
For IG, they're going to have to be the ones to reveal their hand first, picking out of the phase here. This is probably where they go for like some tiny, basically the PYW hero, right? And then wait until 18 to get one of their cores. So what stands out for you here, Kezu? They still need some stun, right? So Tiny, Tusk, do any of them feel good?
I think it depends a bit on where you want the Marcy to be. Because I think if you want Marcy offlane, it needs to be kind of laned with a range 4. So if you do pick, let's see, they're just going with Luna. So they're just going to take the fact that they see Beastmaster to aggress him. And I do like that to give your support pick later down the line. Because if you pick Tiny here, I think it could make your lanes a little awkward. Because now you want the Eng to go with the Marcy, and then you suddenly end up with some safe lane 5 Tiny, which isn't the greatest. So I like the fact that they just go, okay, we see Beast, we want to aggress him, we pick Luna, and now it's some LGD style where you get like a more solid support pick down the line, you're happy.
So Vici, they're going to have to do a dual reveal here. It's going to be Lich. Ooh. So this was one of the options that we saw against the Marcy, right? And we got played in the 2 games against them, right? The first game, Marcy just did not have a game, right? It was really, really difficult. This was Extreme Gaming that had their response into the IG Marcy. And then the Ursa to follow this up. You wanted a hero that can, you know, deal with the Marcy in the laning phase. This is not a fun hero to play into. This duo sucks, dude. Lich Ursa, oh my god.
But you know what actually is happening here? Now IG's going, man, I wish I could have 2 Enches. Because they really want to pair probably top to make sure that Beastmaster is forced to go like Axe's build and make him feel a little uncomfortable. But you also want to put it in the off lane with your Marcy, because then you're going to be able to actually just dispel the Lich armor or the Ursa, you know, like when he jumps on you. You can make that lane so sad if you want to put Ench there. If they can find another 5 that works really well top, that would actually be probably my ideal.
I mean, it's just Marcy 5 now with Luna and Eng.
Oh, they could
3,
just do
4.
that, yeah.
I thought they would have maybe wanted to pick some SD, but that's because I was very stuck on the idea that Marcy is offlane. You have the aggressive purge against Ursa, against the Lich Shield, you can save from Roar. But I'm okay with the Visage. They've also played this combo yesterday. Luna Visage, kind of cool. You get the aura for the birds. Visage gets you all the other auras, so you're kind of chilling. You're high tempo. I kind of like what IG are doing.
There's a non-zero chance. We saw this. I don't like it, but we have seen it in the region that this Visage goes mid.
I'm fine with mid Visage.
Who did it? It was
YBB? YBB, yeah. 7E played it in the mid lane.
Why don't you like it? I like it.
It just feels like the mid heroes that I like seeing right now are the heroes that can always move across the map, right, at a very early level. Or either you do one of 2 things. You move from the mid lane at a very early level, or when the opponent mid laner makes a move, you can immediately aggress upon the tower, like DP, for example, right? And Visage can sort of do that, but he doesn't.
100% can do that.
He can, but he doesn't do that like... He does that for the early portion of the game, right? But it doesn't always feel like this big anchor in the middle of the team fight all the time. So like past a certain point, I'm not that... I see the Visage coming into the fight, I'm like, all right, I can still play the fight around the Visage. It's not Death Prophet, where I'm like, oh my god, she's showing up with Ghost, Spirit Siphon, making everything very scary. I'm like, oh, here's this Aura bot. It's chill.
So you feel more chill when you see just a static bird in front of you?
Yeah,
that's what
it's not it's not like... It doesn't strike fear into my heart.
Okay.
I feel mid laner should strike fear into my heart.
The fear of Visage strikes much fear into my heart. Maybe I've had worse experiences racist in you. I like that they built a draft around this Visage Luna right now. I think I don't think it will be a Visage that goes mid, but if it was, it wouldn't upset me. I'd be happy with this because the point is less like, oh, we're going to go around the different lanes and make plays. It's more like we're going to try and extend the laning phase, farm our item timings, and then we're going to group up and make like a smoke play into a triangle, kill a hero, take Roche, and then we just go in the game. So that, and they have the tools to do that. And I also really like after watching Stormstormer play a bunch of mid Visage where he got like the Ags and stuff and just made it, and he gets like drums as well. It just looks really good. I think the hero is very powerful.
Okay. Going to the final phase here, Vici Gaming presumably still need a hero for Setsu to play in the mid lane. His spirits pretty much are all still in the pool. And for IG, because it's still a little bit up in the air, they either need a hero for the mid lane for Emo/Dust. They could still potentially be finding a hero for Xiangyu in the off lane. So there's a lot of versatility that comes at the end here. But let's focus on Vici here. Kezu, what do you want? It's going to be Puck. All right, so a new hero for Setsu. I don't think he's played Puck just yet, has he? This tour.
Not
he
this
played
tour.
it last tour, but not this tour.
I'm okay with the Puck pick. So when I look at the IG heroes, I was thinking of a hero that kind of like puts more of an aggressive stop to it. So I'm a bit surprised that they themselves banned Kunkka. I feel like that would have been a great pick for them against the Visage, against Luna. You have like, some boats, some Tidebringers, but Puck overall gonna be a playmaker. Usually when you do have beasts or these summon heroes, you want a hero that can eventually connect and try to help them because he is also counterpicked in the lane. So I feel like it fits their draft. I don't know if it's like the most ideal pick, but it's up there.
So for IG, what response do you want to have here, Sheep? Because it's still a fairly open draft, but what do you think ties it all together to make sure that they can play in the same style that you were mentioning, where you can congregate and make big plays around the map in this unstoppable ball that they can't stop from Vici?
Oh,
Maybe this one.
This Dragon Knight?
Maybe.
You like that? I mean, it would pile on to what they want to do. Yeah, it's not bad. If they do want to put, I don't think they should put Village Mid. I was thinking about like a Centaur potentially, but then no, I don't like that.
I'm thinking what else.
It would be nice to have a stun
Yeah.
that can start fights, especially if Marcy's going support. Damn, you're so good.
You're good.
No,
good
you're
job.
good.
You called it.
No, Kenzo,
She
you're
called
good.
it. She called it.
He's good.
I was like, is this hero on your page?
yeah, this guy.
Good job.
He's
All right.
exactly what he's doing.
So it's going to be the Emo DK here. Xiangyu is going to be playing the Visage, and then we're going to be having Dust on this Luna. PYW is going to be playing the support Marcy. They kept it very open until the very end of the draft. But this is a lot of push. And looking at this Vici draft, Sheep, I don't see that much overall, like, we can't burst everybody at once, right? We have to be able to pick a target, go on them, go one by one by one by one by one. Can they do it? Can they break past this super tanky lineup that they have from the mid and the off lane on the side of IG?
Yes. I think a lot's gonna ride on lanes for me because like if Visage gets super shut down from the off lane, I think his game is just gonna be super miserable. And then it's like, okay, if his lane sucks, then we can move our supports around and pressure like the DK, and then he gets a slower blink, and then we can run them over on Vici. On the other hand, if they don't get pressured, whew, that's a death ball.
I feel like the lanes are a little volatile, but I like IG's draft. I feel like the tempo is nice. These heroes, they kind of synergize nicely together, and this 10 to 15 mark, if their lanes go according to plan, which should be at least okay, like no disastrous stuff is happening, then I think IG, they got this one.
All right,
You're
IG, prepare to clap the side of Vici Gaming here in game number 1. We're going to find out if that's what actually happens in this game, or if Vici can use their heavy fighting lineup to deny them that option and take game number 1 for themselves. To find out, we send it over to our dynamic duo. It's Batman and Robin, otherwise known as OD Pixel and Fog.
Thank you very much. Now, yeah, looking forward to this one, IG versus Vici. Fog, what do you make of the drafts? We're getting some kind of heavy push stuff coming out from one side, and then on the other side, we have some slippery heroes, right?
Yes.
You're seeing like the Ursa and the Puck. Is the DK stun going to be enough to catch and control these heroes?
It could be. I'm pretty happy with both drafts. I think they're both really well rounded. They tick kind of all the boxes. We got obviously immense push, tons of damage coming out from IG early. They scale if they do get that momentum rolling, and they take towers ridiculously fast. We have so much aura, sidekick with Visage, Luna blessing with Visage too. All these buff ups for each other. Could be really strong. Vici though, have a very strong draft as well. I think this DK pick, though, might have been the perfect answer.
And I think this will be first blood. It will be. Now take down Yang. If they can get more from this set, so he's already used the orb. They will. They get a second one.
It matters
All right. Well, not too slippery at the moment, this Puck.
Yeah. I this was like the literal perfect pick for a DK.
Yep.
We're both sitting here and we're like, what's the options really? I was thinking like Tiny or DK. The DK definitely fits better because it's just more well-rounded. It gives them that catch for the Puck, gives them just overall synergy to it, their draft. Yeah, really nice stuff. That being said, though, Vici, it's not like they're completely outdrafted or anything like that. Their draft also has a lot of merit where they can just take over the game as it progresses a little bit slower. If Erica is able to slow the game down, this Ursa does have that good core-to-core matchup versus the Luna. But let's see if they can get that pacing going for themselves. Because, yeah, IG, they're probably the ones that want to be setting that tempo, getting early Roshan, taking all the towers, and taking control of the map. It is so much push.
It is. It's kind of lineup. Yeah, you lose a fight, you're losing tower, maybe 2 towers. It's going to be a lot of push.
And there's this Enchantress. So one thing that I actually really like about the Ench, besides, of course, you are pushing with your team.
Sure.
You have a Dispel. We've got a Dispel for the Frost Shield. So sometimes I look at these heroes and I'm like, oh god, they're not going to be able to actually focus fire anybody. But if they can actually Dispel and stuff, then yeah.
Even dispelling like the overpower, right, can get really annoying for the Ursa.
Yeah, I mean that one's a lot more, quite difficult, of course, especially if you're not in the lane and stuff. Because in mid game it's hard, but
sure.
Yeah, we'll see how these lanes end up going down.
Bottom lane.
Erica's going to take a beating here.
They'll be able to chase him out quite nicely. That Soul Assumption as well. It's pretty low.
How much mana we got on our Visage? Visage has Mango plus Wand. Pretty decent. And yeah, happy to see like a little bit of a switch up. I think it was maybe a little bit of a debate, right? They're like, haha, we're playing Marcy only in the off lane. Just kidding, it's a support. Gotcha.
Oh.
So I think it's kind of cool to see that they're able to flex it a little bit here.
Yeah, and PYW already doing a lot with it.
Look at him go.
So, well, as I say that,
he's got 10 stick.
He's going to be more than fine. Yeah,
He's
so
chilling.
indeed, doing a lot with it. Yeah, really sort of taking the aggro from both Erica and Yang in this lane situation.
I like it. He kind of has to. I think that's why he started with 6 tangos and that stick, because he needs to absorb some of that damage for the Visage early on. Can be a bit of a volatile lane for the Visage if he doesn't get a good start, and he is getting that amazing start right now. I'm getting a ton of lag. I'm not sure if you're getting the same. I am not seeing any heroes at the moment. Everyone's invisible on my screen. They're like just appearing all the time.
Sinner's mid. Probably not going to get anything too crazy going on here.
No, DK should come out a little bit ahead.
Yeah,
actually, pretty decently ahead probably, but Setsu, he's comfortable in the matchup.
Sure. Yeah, you expect Emos to be able to get a few denies really hit.
Yeah.
Against the pot.
You just go stats. This is one of those lanes where you just, you bracer it up on the DK, and then you just have that big base damage advantage. You just keep breathe firing puck, and you should be able to come out ahead as Emo. Top, interesting to point out that New has gone for the boar. So when you're playing versus Enchantress, usually you don't see that grabbed up too early on, but...
I mean, maybe he won't level it.
I mean, they already did once.
I mean, maybe he missed. What is it? I mean, because you said, like, he just can never summon it in this lane, right?
He just takes it. They also can just kill it. There's 2 different options with Luna.
Sure.
Nature attend us.
I feel like the lanes are going to look... At least 2 of the lanes should look very good for the side of IG. Should be able to slow down this Beastmaster decently. Luna should free farm. DK should have a absolutely free time and pull ahead of the puck. And the Visage with a good start. It shouldn't win the lane, but should have a better time than you usually anticipate when you're playing versus this type of heavy pressure lane of a Lich plus Ursa. Very important that this Visage has this type of start.
It's going to be very happy Luna.
Yeah. Very happy Luna, happy Visage, happy DK. Sets up for success.
Kind of hard for the 2 of them to step up.
Yeah, they can't actually pressure really whatsoever onto Dust. He's low, but he's got 13 wand charges. He's got his tangos and stuff. That's probably why, of course, he did get the board. It's just all about getting the stacks going, as we've seen so often. So just not even playing it within the lane.
Yeah,
so I guess that's probably just why.
Yeah, if he's able to get the do exactly what he's doing here, Neo, that's that's some big brain stuff.
Yeah, it's earlier than... Yeah, I think they're getting the lag. I'm getting insane lag.
Oh, they're
honestly.
lagging as well.
I mean, maybe.
I assume it was just us as kind of observers, of course, with the distance.
Oh, Owen. He's already there. He said go, though.
Oh,
so.
no, I'll get the translator up. No, okay. Keep us covered what's going on.
But yeah, earlier than usual that you get the Beastmaster to get those stacks started. But he already has a triple Ancient, so that's pretty damn good. It's okay. I'm fine with it.
Yeah, he's just not going to bring it to the lane at all.
Yep. I'm fine. That's perfect. That's great. Good stuff, then.
Okay. Okay. No, It wasn't to do with the lag, the pause.
Oh.
That he said, Zhang Yu said, well, this is probably not completely correct grammatically in translation, but it says the cat ran over.
Oh.
So it was a cat-related issue, cat on the keyboard or something. Had to have maybe the cat pressed pause. So there you go.
That's actually
It was
really
the cat.
I love it. Yeah, right now, all 3 lanes looking hot. I'm astonished how the I mean, it's because of the start that they had, of course, but how well the Visage is doing. They're actually getting aggressive. Nice dodge from Erica. Now he can perhaps turn.
Oh, you can a little bit with the backup of Yang. So if they can go for PYWs.
Gotta be careful,
Through
Erica.
the trees, though, yeah. Erica's not going to be able to stay on target.
He's getting pulled back.
And
He's dead.
Indeed going to get taken out. A little too tricky to stay on top of the Marcy with PYW heading into the tree line.
This early start, this early advantage that they have, honestly, is a big deal.
Oh.
The fact that the Marcy has 2-0-2 means he has boots. I was waiting to see if they were going to say anything. Has boots, has windlace. They have ways to distance themselves. Yeah, this bottom lane is going to own. And now it's 5 minutes, Owen. It's already 5-minute mark. So look at Luna.
Lead.
Lunar Blessing is now global. So we have a DK
So
who
these
already
lanes
has
are
double
going to
bracer.
get even tough.
Yeah, it's a 95 base damage on the DK versus 71 on Puck. Look at Visage and Marcy's combination. There's 80-something damage on both of them. This looks very difficult for Vici to reestablish their lanes.
Yeah, real rough on the lanes.
What's going on? They're all standing up now.
Are they?
A bunch of them just stand up. Oh, whoa.
Having a stretch.
Is everything okay?
Oh, it's the cat. You see it there? Out you go.
That's enough.
Bye-bye, cat.
They're smiling though. They're like, that's why the lane.
Actually, no, they got a boot camp cat. Oh, that's nice. Every
That's
team
actually
should have a
sweet.
boot camp cat or dog. You know, just a nice little animal. Maybe not during the professional game. No, get it out of the room for that. But it's a cat.
You can see them like running and grabbing the cat, and stuff. That's
I like how
incredible.
it's like it was a full team mission as well. It wasn't like one lad was
No.
getting the cat. It was like, right, everyone, we got to get the cat out. Everybody up.
Emo's like, dude, guys, we're owning the game. Come on, let's go. Emo, back to business. All right, let's go. There we go. That was too good.
Dude, maybe things are going downhill now. They've lost the cat buff.
The cat could have actually been.
It could have been the cat buff that was giving them the laning edge.
That was Luna.
That's true. That was Luna's cat.
Yep. New. Will he get brought down?
Dyer's
He will
top
not.
tower.
Dust can't actually go. Another nuke, but he should be fine from it. Can't even hit him with it. Yeah, phenomenal start for IG. I honestly think this might be one of their best drafts. The way that they've set it up, it's a very it's one that they've done a couple times with like the Luna and the Visage, but I think the cool part was that they flexed this Marcy. Even though I'm not a big fan of the support Marcy so much, I think with this lineup, it synergizes beautifully.
Sure, and because what it's allowed you to get on your cores.
Yeah.
By taking it away from one of the core roles. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And so I'm just excited, you know, sidekick familiars with Lunar Blessing. These familiars are going to clap people. As the Ruin, it'll also spawn bottom. More things going in the favor of IG. Even Setsu has to be a bit cautious since he's playing versus DK in a lot of the game.
Oh, lag him out. I think the cat's fighting back. It's in the server room now.
No.
Like, well, you're not going to let me in there. I'm taking down the internet.
FY, I can't tell if he's dying, but I think he is.
He is. That's a kill here for the top lane. 5-0. YG.
God.
Doing very, very well. I mean, I feel like it's been a while that I've seen all three cores have kind of this high CS and denies, right? Just looking at the last hits, it very much feels like the three cores of IG, it's as if they haven't seen any other heroes on the enemy team. There's nothing interrupting them in these lanes.
It actually is an absurd amount, right? I don't think I've seen 37 denies at 6 minutes.
No, absolutely not. I think it's the highest team denies at this sort of timing.
Yep.
In quite a few games. They will lose PYW, so finally Vici Gaming able to get themselves on the board.
Can't get vision for the nuke. Erica will get away. Oh my, I can't even see anything. I'm just gonna watch PG. My screen is just frozen. I'm watching PGM.
I think not.
Happens sometimes. FY only level 2. This top lane is a disaster for Vici.
Where are you going?
I mean, they've got the recovery stacks.
Yeah, but they could get taken. IG can look to pressure towers very early, as we mentioned. So Emo, I think he can pop Dragon Form, hit mid tower. If they're able to collapse and get this early tower, they can just walk into triangle.
I think for sure, yeah, with this vision that they have, they know when to go. Bottom lane, Yang.
Oh my lord.
I mean, with the familiars up, this tower is going to probably get taken down. Top lane, New's dead.
This is going to be a quick one, it feels like.
I feel like it could be.
Erica probably can barely even lane bottom versus these Lunar Blessing familiars. Like, look at them go. Immediately dropped down to 300 HP. Tower's almost dead. Mid tower also going to start getting hit. There's pressure on all fronts. And Vici, how do they fix this bleeding? They can't really bring numbers because they're so under level. Like, FY still level 2. What the hell's a level 2 Rubik going to do if he shows up to most of these lanes? He's going to die as well. Beautiful symphony of IG's draft. And look, QIQX, he's walking into triangle, at least giving some info. He should be okay. He's got stick and wand. He's gonna bait some spells out.
He's fine.
And he nets them
That's
and
the
walks
last
away.
bit of burst they have, that axe.
Lanes are broken. They're even sending the Ursa over now. Visage has a free lane. Luna has a free lane. DK's had a free lane.
I mean, where's the Ursa go?
He does. I don't feel like he knows where to go.
There's just sort of 4 of them hovering around the triangle.
I think this game is going to be a very quick one. I don't know what Vici does to really reestablish, especially if they lose the stack.
Sure. I mean, was this expected in terms of how you felt that these teams would match up?
I personally thought that IG was a little bit better. I know in the green room, I think B-Cop was saying that he preferred Vici a bit more, but I think it's very up to especially how they're able to do these like really cool preparations with their draft. I think this is literally by far the best draft I've seen from IG, the way they set it up, as I was mentioning before. Just flexing Marcy, moving things around, being unexpected, and I really think this DK pick was the ace in the hole. 6K lead pre-10 minutes. This is something that we are not used to seeing, except for 6K. Honestly, like when it's outsiders from China.
Yeah, this is absolutely reminiscent of a very unmatched stomp between two teams. And sure, you may have expected an edge for one of the teams, but I don't think you would have expected this much of an edge. This is really quite something here from IG.
Vici's draft, it's slow at recovering, really.
Oh, we've got the cat replay. There it is.
Oh, that's a cute kitty. Look at Emo.
Out you go.
The cat buff is absolutely working. They get an arcane rune top. Mid tower's dead. Bottom tower's dead. They have access into triangle
now. They got the puck.
They can walk into triangle immediately.
They're going to be able to take these stacks?
I think this game might be over. I think there's actually no recover for Vici.
I mean, if you're in this game right now, you'd be calling it, wouldn't you?
I honestly think so.
This is a rough one. This is one of the roughest, honestly. They take the stack.
They have access to Roche. They've taken everything. There's no recovery for Vici now. IG, they've played a perfect 10 minutes. The top tower actually might just go down too. They're just going to dive.
They could dive near.
Sure. PYW's level 7. He's higher level than the offlaner.
I mean, if they don't get things with these TPs...
They have no levels though.
They've got the Dream Coil. Trying to go for PYW. This is rough.
This is over.
Erica TP'd in and died.
Oh, and it's over. It really is over. Unless IG just does some literal reckless throwing at this point.
I'll catch Zhang Yu under the tier 2 a little bit. Not enough though.
They're just so low level. Like I said, PYW was level 7. The Beast was level 6. Those TP-ins, Erica, this is desperation.
Oh! And Emo is able to catch another. Gets Yang. Yeah, I mean, they can't even kill like PYW. They keep trying to go for the Marcy, but the Marcy not killable.
No, they can. It feels like IG now can pretty much go wherever they want on the map.
I think so. I mean, what do Vici do? I think this is sort of just got a 5-man around the Ursa hitting creeps in the jungle.
But he has to go battle through it this game in order to try to recover, and that means he can't fight. So they have to play around their Rubik, Puck.
I mean, how many bits of the Battle Fury has he got?
0.
0.
He went corrosion in phase, so it's very delayed.
He's got 1 now. There we go.
Got the
progress.
Okay.
Emo. He's gonna find Erica. Erica
has to just run.
Yeah. Can't stand his ground against that.
Nobody can waltz in through them. And I love the itemization so far. We see Zhang Yu goes for the Wraith Pact. I love it this early on. Right? They have no damage anyway. Now it's 30% less damage of nothing. And it's even good damage at this point in the game. Usually you don't really consider like 30 DPS too high, but when you have it at like the 10-minute mark, It is incredible. And the synergy, of course, with the Luna, with the DK. Yeah, it's beautiful. They haven't even had time to stack for Luna because of how much they stomped these lanes. So Dust, he has his Mask of Madness, only has 2 points in Glaives, doesn't have any stacks, but who cares?
I don't know, what does Dota Plus give this at the moment?
I would say like 90. I didn't even check.
I don't know. It doesn't normally go that. Yeah, it's 92. After just 13 minutes in.
And they can't defend their
Yang's
towers.
dead.
Yang's level
tier
5.
2's going down. 13 minutes. Well, not the quickest that we've seen, but still not a bad time.
No. Good lord. Yeah, Nu's gone for the mech build, so isn't going to have the Helm of the Overlord either. So sure, you've got like some sustain, but your damage still absolutely non-existent on the side of Vici. And IG, the thing is too, is since they have, I mean, they have these like very strong 3 cores that we keep talking about, right? But they also have supports that transition. We've got an Enchantress on one side that, sure, not in the early game, but if he sees the need to, he can go for Impetus. PYW's a Marcy, so he will start going for like that phase BKB build that we used to see on these support Marcies. A little to no hope for Vici. And soon, yeah, Roche is the next thing on the menu for IG once they find maybe one more kill or so.
Oh, and up top. Whoa.
Bonk.
Oh, it's not going to be long enough, the stun of the Raw, to buy time for Neo to get out.
Emo just auto-attacking him.
And FY also dead. 15-1.
Jesus.
I don't think people were expecting this level of a stomp.
No.
Yeah, maybe an edge to one of the teams, maybe to IG, but 15-1, 15 minutes in, 10k lead. It's up there with the biggest stomps that we've had in this DPC.
Yep. Roche time.
Maybe the biggest.
One of the biggest, I think, yeah. And it's nighttime, Lunar Blessing. I mean, they're all grouped up anyway, but this Roche is going to die in seconds. No way for Vici to contest. Yang is still level 5, Owen. The Lich is level 5. It's 15 minutes in.
Get that man a tome. Who took the tome out? Who took the tome out?
Actually? I mean, FY needed it. He was like level 2. This is devastating. Wraith Pact, mech done, now on the Visage too. Smooth sailing. Even Deep Ward, so they see Setsu, who has... He's super fragile. Whole map is pretty much dominated now. Erica, one more component until Battle Fury, but even then, yeah, it's just coming so late. And everyone else is just non-existent.
See where they go for next. Looking towards the top lane. Yeah, finding some farm from Vici Gaming. But nowhere near enough to keep up with just how much value IG's getting from the map. These kills and objectives.
Yang has hit 6. Look at QIQX standing in the face of 3
they
heroes.
Can't do anything about him. It feels so bad to use spells on this Enchantress.
He's got a hood.
They're going to try. Let's see if Erica can take him out. They can. They'll get the kill. Whatever, use a couple of bolts for that.
They have to come. They have to like pretty hard commit onto this Ench. IG playing it cool, not wanting to go for the contest there. They're like, whatever. It's our 5 position.
They can reset. Wait for for the Ench to be back in play.
Yep, no big deal. I mean, Dust is probably telling his team, guys, I am absolutely massive. This Luna, level 13, highest level on the side of Vici, level 10.
Early control of this outpost as well. It's going to hurt. I just have full control of the jungle of Vici Gaming. It's just very little places that the Vici can farm. I mean, the 3 of them again, very much having to sort of stick together around the Ursa, trying to force some sort of area of the map that Erica's able to hit creeps in.
Everyone has to be so careful. Like Setsu's on a ward right here. He could just get jumped and killed almost instantly once Emo gets closer. Any hero that gets jumped from this DK feels like they're just instantly dead. Playing around their vision at the moment. But IG, they want to take him out of the jungle. Setsu, that's a deep place.
What's the opening? But by the start in there, yeah, it's enough lockdown. There's just not a chance for Setsu to get out of it. Pushing down the mid, they're onto the tier 2.
I mean, this Marcy's massive too. Level 10. Like PYW is literally a core already. He's got 2 components of BKB.
Oh, and Neo, he loses his courier, so they were about to get the Greaves online, but the recipe, it's out the game.
And Erica's been found.
So not even able to get that put together.
Whew.
Got a DD rune as well on Dust.
Honestly, bring the cat back in the room. This was a good buff.
Yeah, the cat was good. Honestly,
Yeah.
if this is if after this game all the teams aren't going out getting themselves a boot camp cat, I think they're doing it wrong.
Didn't we have a tournament where Envy requested a cat? Didn't they do good at that?
There
tournament
was.
too, I think.
I think he did. I can't
he
remember
did
if
good
he
at
won
that.
it.
I can't remember.
Got Grove Bow here as well. Lovely find for IG.
The dream.
I mean, DK or Luna
Well,
will take that.
Luna's got Brigands, so I think
Oh,
she's already probably a little happy. Maybe they just give it to the Visage. Who cares? I mean, anybody
Yeah,
can
on
take
these
it.
range cat, do you always prefer Brigands over Grove Bow? When do you prefer Grove Bow? What heroes do you prefer Grove Bow over Brigands? Range carries.
Drow. Nature's Prophet.
Yeah.
So
Or you prefer
actually,
Grove-
it depends on situation. It's
Sure,
all situation what you're
yeah.
playing against, but Drow, I think, is one of the ones that almost
You
always
said
you keep
Grove
Grove
over
Bow.
Brigands, yeah.
Drow and Clinks, even though Clinks isn't really a hero. As here we go, push, high ground.
Yep, 19
Side
minutes
kicks.
in. What are you gonna do, Vici? Let's have a look.
Luna's hitting for 300 damage, and as we all know, once the tower drops, you can't contest versus Luna. Those bouncing glaives, they're just gonna rip people to shreds, especially these super under-leveled heroes. Watch Setsu's HP. Even Yang can't really walk up.
The fortification, but Greaves are popped. IG, they're able to stay at full HP, continue the push. Vici Gaming, they haven't even really got a spell that they can throw out of this.
They can just keep going. Sure, why not? Emo almost gets the grab on
Ooh,
Setsu.
that was close.
Emo's got BKB. Even throwing down the Verdurous Dale on the high ground, that green little Seeds of Serenity. Every little thing for the push. IG.
Yeah, with 2 sets of Rex, potentially 20 minutes in, it was IG. And backing off a little bit. And 2 of the ages coming to an end, and Chain Frost has been thrown out at them. Oh, they're not splitting up very well here.
Whatever.
We'll see Vici try and do something with this. They're going to smoke up and see if they can catch any of IG separate from the others.
If they can get directly on Dust with everybody, then they can potentially kill this Luna, but they cannot win a team fight.
No.
This is like a pick off and get the hell out. They might not even be able to pick off a lot of these heroes. And
maybe QIQX.
That's not one that they want, though. No.
They're not even going to be able to start the fight onto him.
He's just walking around.
They'll drop the
Okay.
Dream Coil. You see also the hesitation from Setsu. He's like, do I really want to do this? They will.
Okay.
They'll just settle for whatever they can get. It's just the Enchantress.
She finished her item, though, but purchased before dying. Pipe. So they've got Pipe, they've got Wraith Pact, they've got Greaves, they've got all the auras in the world. And now Dust actually does take the Grove Ball because PYW's like, you know what?
Okay, yeah.
Move over.
I like it.
I'm the carry now.
That's true, actually.
Marcy
Yeah,
level
get that,
12.
Get that value.
He's about to be 12. He's
Yep.
got Phase BKB, Brigand's Blade. Marcy now at this point is literally going to kill almost anyone but the Ursa
So
in a
do-
straight up 1v1.
Do you think that was just being generous or PYW being like, give me that?
It's the better balance. Yeah,
I mean,
be
for sure
balanced
it
in
is.
your
If you,
draft.
and it is the better distribution
Yeah.
of neutrals. For, absolutely, yeah.
You give the
When you go
DK the
Marcy.
dragon scale for the synergy of the,
Yep.
the lore.
He's a dragon.
Yep. Dust has the range, almost has has butterfly finish. PYW is like, I want to do some more damage too. I'm down with it too. I mean, PYW's played a pretty flawless Marcy from start to finish this game so far. And yeah, Dust has a butterfly. So now, I was mentioning they can maybe all full commit onto Dust, but that was pre-butterfly.
Yeah.
Now, even full committing onto the Luna, you probably won't kill her, especially if she's next to all these auras.
For sure. And I guess because normally you're not a huge fan of the butterfly, but this is the sort of situation where the butterfly is still a killer item, right?
I mean, you're stomping, right?
Yeah.
There's
You're
no, they're
stomping, you get
never
it
getting
early,
MKB.
and then bam, what are they going to do? They're not going to be able to touch it.
No, they need BKB, MKB on the
Yeah.
Ursa, so he's 6,000, 7,000
Yeah.
more, 8,000 gold away
Yeah,
from
definitely an item that seems kind of only good when you're more than a full item ahead of the enemy
Yeah.
carry. Then it still feels good to purchase.
Yang.
Might be fine here. Not enough straight up damage from Ema.
PYW is like, I'm coming. And Yang does go for the shard, so I was actually like, oh, we could go for like these fun Chain Frost plays, but so under-leveled still.
Yeah.
No hope. Really no hope for Vici. It's just though them trying to desperately find some farm as IG is just playing it cool, playing it calm. They're literally gonna have every aura. Or maybe that's just like what they're gonna really wait for, just to fully be the safest as possible. This Visage soon has an Assault Caress as well too, so literally every single aura. Even an Alpha Wolf. There we go. QIQX even finds himself an Alpha, so even more, even more auras.
Let's see what they get going there with the smoke. Vici, got to try and take these risks. They have their ultimates.
Because Roche can be spawning soon, so they have to play around this area. IG, they are so strong. Setsu.
Oh, quick with a phase shift in the blink.
They have to full run on Vici. They cannot take a fight.
And now they've lost the element of surprise. I mean, they're still going to
actually
try.
going in.
The Raw onto Zhang Yu. They're trying to burst through the Visage, but they can't do so. It's going to be perfectly fine. 3 dead, they'll call it.
Yeah, it's over.
GG, 24 minutes. And yeah, honestly, one of the biggest stomps we've had here in this DPC region. And as you say, that's a region where we have had, of course, unfortunately for Outsiders, a lot of one-sided series with them involved. But this one was up there with those.
This was, honestly, this was probably a bigger stomp than I saw yesterday when we did do Outsiders.
Yeah.
This was a perfect synergy from IG.
Yep.
All 3 lanes went beautiful. This Visage, even versus the Ursa Lich lane, went really well. DK, as we know, is probably going to win that lane, and then the Luna lane also should win versus Beastmaster, but everything came together. They find first 2 kills as well, too. You literally can't ask for more if you're IG.
No, that was, yeah, if this sort of draft starts to kind of show signs in sort of the start of the Game 2 draft, there's no way Vici's going to let them have this same sort of allotment of heroes.
No.
This, as you said, it kind of felt like a perfect draft for what they wanted to do, and it really played out that way for IG.
Perfect draft, and as I was mentioning, like the Marcy thing, I think it really tripped them up. They were just like, oh my god, they're actually doing support Marcy, even though they've been consistently playing it on offlane, and everybody has been talking about his limited hero pool. IG's expanding. This was a perfect draft for me, and a perfectly executed game.
It really was, yeah. Very, very smooth from IG. I'm sure we're going to get a closer game in Game 2, but we'll find out. Maybe the cap buff's too strong. As IG, they'll take Game 1.
IG secured game number 1 with some perfect execution of their strategy, but more importantly, with some perfect debating in the draft. They opened with this Marcy. We all thought, oh, this surely is going to be a core Marcy for Zhang Yu. Psych! The very last second.
Debated.
They tricked me.
They even forced them to pick this Ursa Lich, right? And they were like, if we go for this Visage, we're just going to grief this Ursa the entire time with the Marcy as support. And then suddenly the game just looks way harder than it should be.
My god, it's true. You know what Lich is good against? Physical
Wait,
damage.
this is the highlight, guys.
Hypercast it, Kazu, go.
Oh, look at the cat. She's so cute.
Oh, god.
You're saying, Chief?
So you know what? Yeah, Lich is good against physical damage. What is a Visage and a Marcy support lane? It's magical damage. You're just jumping on them, you're punting them, you're bursting them down. There's nothing they can really do. You saw it's like the first time we even took a look at bot, they were both just on like 20% health at max. So they really struggled to deal with that one.
Yep. Unfortunately, at the end of the day, also the other side of the map wasn't necessarily much better, Kezu.
Yeah.
At some point, we looked at that side. Beastmaster had fewer CS than the Luna had denies. Just getting absolutely ruffle stomped in the lane. Died a couple of times as well. Luna's net worth was sky high as a result. The mid lane didn't necessarily go so well for them either. Were there any kind of counterplays available for Vici to try and stop this train of IG?
Honestly, after 6 minutes of this game, no, I don't think so. Like, with how the draft went and how IG then also played their lanes, like, I feel like they did so many things well. And also, if you're Vici, you open this Rubik, I think next game you need to think of something else, because when Aster and other teams do the one pick into Beast, it's because they have Ench before. It carries this Beastmaster, like, out of the lane, whereas you have a Rubik. It's the complete opposite. Like, they didn't really play Dota. Then they debated them with the Marcy pick. They go for a Visage later. They get a perfect DK pick down the line. Then it feels like they did everything perfectly in their lanes too. So if you're Vici, you're like, okay, can we do anything properly? No, we can't. Then you're behind in the game, and it's like, okay, I guess this game's done.
Yep.
Yeah, that top was like so hard because they just won the sentry battle on IG as well. Like you're playing against Ench, you need to make sure these camps aren't getting spawned, and they didn't. Like you look top, you just see like 2 dire sentry wards, and they're just they win it, they get the creeps. You see the Akon man running the Beastmaster down to his tier 2. It's like, I can't lane, this sucks.
game got hard enough that he couldn't even try to recover with some ancient stacks. And a look at this. MVP for our boy Shangyu, involved in a ton of kills in this game, 0 deaths. The pool is expanding, Kizu. You know, now there's 4 viable heroes. You know, technically there's 6 played, but this Visage actually looked pretty legit. The first Visage that he played, I was like 50-50 on. Here, I'm convinced now. I'm like, all right, he's actually now in there in terms of like having to address the Visage in some fashion in the draft.
No, he did good, and I'm glad that my boy is getting to play more than 2 heroes, because I'm sure he can. I'm sure anyone in these teams should be able to. So, you know, put yourselves in a position where you feel free enough that, hey, my offlaner can play more than 2 heroes. So that's good. I also love that they picked Luna out of phase in the second phase to then like kind of wait, keep the Marcy open. Do you want another support? No, we got you with the Visage. Honestly, IG, they seem like a new team. If I look at some of their last 3 drafts, perhaps, and Vici, I think going into next game, please. No one in China has been able to show me how to beat Eng. I don't think they know. Maybe LGD and Aster, I think they know. But no, all the other teams, they're not showing me answers at all.
Earlier today, it came close to an answer, right? The Beastmaster opening with the Enchantress almost lost out to Aster Ares' Pangolier in the early game, right? They were like, you know what, get Pango for ourselves. Pango Snap was, I think, the response in the opener. LGD to something very similar. And that almost worked out. But I think in this game, you know, you never really come online, and this Eng hero does need to be addressed. Like the first pick Rubik, increasingly as well, Sheep, we see that this Rubik hero just feels disappointing, right? Just feels, it doesn't have the same degree of dynamism as, say, a Disruptor, say, an Enchantress. These other heroes that are starting to ascend in the meta, Rubik just feels like it's being left behind at this point.
Rubik was really good last top. I think just because of the nature of the patch and the way the heroes looked and just what it was good for, and people were figuring it out. And now it's like there are just heroes that are better, just due to change. So I don't think they should be prioritizing him as a first pick anymore. I don't think Rubik is bad by any means, and I think he can still absolutely fit into a draft. I just would prefer them to just say, yeah, we want this hero more than Rubik.
I agree. Like, I think you should just pick your heroes with purpose. Like, just because you have FY Rubik, you don't need to first pick it. Take it later. Like, pick something that makes sense. You want to set up your draft with good lanes and tempo? Go Eng. You want to do something different because you feel like, I don't know, Disruptor is good. You want to play on high tempo with kills? Do that. But Rubik is like, okay, I have Rubik. He does a lot of things okay. He doesn't really excel at anything.
I mean, one of the most excellent games we've seen from FI was not on his Rubik. It's the game where he played Clockwork, where he looked really, really good. I was having a great time, you know, able to invade the enemy side of the map fairly reliably. This time around with the Rubik, mixed results, it seems. And unfortunately for Vici, this is now the 3rd game in a row where they find themselves losing in the game, but also fairly handedly losing the draft as well. So they need to find some answers. They need to find them soon, because the way that they're looking right now, IG seems to have found a new footing. Feels like they've turned a corner. Lizard, who was here earlier on, he has lost his faith in IG, had his heart broken way too many times, but started to have a little bit more copium. I'm wishing I'd predicted them instead of Vici gaming. But for now, IG, with this game 1 victory, leading the charge, taking the game by the horns. We'll see if Vici Gaming can find a response in game 2 and hopefully a better draft that enables them to play from behind. We'll find out after a very short break, so return to us shortly to join us for some more Dota action. We'll see you in a minute. Welcome back, one and all, here to the Chinese region of the DPC. We continue the triple header of the day in our second series right now between Vici Gaming and Invictus Gaming. Has Vici very much on the back foot. IG, they're in the driver's seat and they're hoping to try and turn this into a 2-0 affair, which, to be fair, has been most of the games in China. So right now, history is in their favor. For Vici, though, they have second pick. They're playing on Radiant side. Because they have second pick, and because IG has shown a predilection towards picking Enchantress, I'm worried, I'm concerned, because they have not shown any kind of reasonable response here, Sheep. And after yesterday, this is the third game in a row they lose to Ench in the first phase without a reasonable response in terms of their own picking. And from what I saw, I'll be honest, I don't have much confidence that that's going to change in game number 2.
No, they're definitely banning the Ench. Ain't no way about it. I think that hero is way too annoying.
I hope so.
Yeah. Oh, well then maybe, I don't know, if IG or as Giga Brain as I'm starting to see, you know, then they'll just pick Disruptor and then, oh my god, we're going to get another FY Rubik! Woo!
I'm not hyped for it. No, don't do it. Don't do it.
Not a fan anymore?
I don't want to see it. I want to see it like picked with purpose when it's good. Then it's actually FY God Rubik. But like Dota has evolved where you're just like, well, I'm the best Rubik, so I'll first pick it. And you can't just expect to go 10-0 every game. You're playing against other people who are also using their brains, picking good heroes, and they're going to make it hard for you.
Yeah, I think a good example of this is Kaka, right, on the side of Extreme Gaming, where he also has this Rubik, he has this like Lion, especially the Lion. He could just drag it out every game, right? But they wait until the perfect chance for it, and then when he does pick it, it looks like it's a game-breaking hero. You're like, oh wow, this is incredible. It should be in every game. But he's like, only when it's appropriate, only when it really matters.
Yeah, I mean, Lion is trash, so I mean.
Yeah, it is really pretty bad.
I'd say Rubik's a little bit more
He carried the game
pickable.
earlier today. Like, he looked amazing on the line. It was like, all right.
Kaka
That's
Lion.
for sure. When it's a good line game, it's a good line game. We saw like the Lima Major, he was played around with a bit as a response to like Naga and stuff as well. So I think there's definitely a space for it. Not in the first phase though, as a Rubik replacement.
Yeah, it didn't work out. One of the new things that didn't also work out for them was the Beastmaster for BAB, right? It's a hero that he hadn't played up until this point in our...
Stop calling him BAB. I'm going to hold you to this because every viewer at home looks at the screen and they see
I agree
Mew.
with Sheep.
You have to call him by his in-game name.
I had to use
Mew,
my brain the
aka
first time
BAB.
you called him that. I was like, wait, okay, not this guy, not this guy. Ah, this guy.
Yeah.
New, all the old school China viewers who've been like following the trenches of the region will know him as BAB, but fine. New, NIW, NIU. He's out here. Beastmaster didn't necessarily work out for him. I think it probably does go back to the support that he had next to him. Doesn't help him out when things are going rough, and it went rough very early on. So if they are going to do that again, just get something to help him out. Don't allow him to just be left to the wolves. So we'll see what they've got here in game number 2. IG, they have themselves the first pick, of course. They picked up this Undying. And Vici Gaming, like you said, they banned Enchantress. They're like, you know what? You did well, fine, but not again.
Yeah. I think the new, like, when you play Beastmaster like that, you're okay with it getting messed over in lane. I think obviously he could have probably eked more out than what he did, but the idea is we stack the Ancients, we recover with axes. But what they did on IG, which was really nice, was they just stuck a ward in there to give vision of the stacks and then came and contested them through the dominance of their other lanes. So yeah, it's more of a problem if you can't get as fucked as you did in the other 2 lanes, because then your Beastmaster just loses his comeback.
Well, we've been seeing that multiple times throughout the course of this day, that if you have access to these wild axes, you know, the enemy team is like, wait a second, we should just make sure that we contest you. Don't even block the caps. They're like, we let you stack them. You know,
stack for us.
Free farm for us.
I mean, if you're up like 5-6k gold, you know, Dota suddenly becomes very easy. You can do whatever you want. Oh, there's a ward there. Let him 5-stack it. Now it's mine.
It was nice. It was so nice that they got that Vlad's on the Visage, which meant they could just group up as 5 by like 10 in minutes and then just kill everything.
Well, we see some adaptation from Vici. Well, there's some adaptation, but there's some
No, this is good. I love Clockwork. I think that's a great hero for them.
I like Clockwork, right, for FY. What I don't like, though, is yet again a dual support opening in the first phase for them.
It's okay, because you have second pick. So they're, like you can usually pick a core here that's super flexible, but it's totally fine to pick supports. You just have to make sure that your bans are not obviously protecting these, but just like protecting what you're going to open the next phase with.
And here we go, Visage again for... I mean, it was Shangya's Visage. They debated us last time by picking up one of his heroes in the first phase and then later on changing it up. Is there any potential for that happening in Game 2, Kezu?
I assume that there is potential, but I would assume that they most likely just wanted to go in the offlane. They're going to also try to protect it. You already see the morph. Maybe you have a Drow Ranger ban on top of that. With Vici's opening, I think, you know, dual support can be very chill. The only thing that perhaps isn't super ideal is that these 2 heroes don't deal too well with summon heroes, which is why you see IG go with the Visage. So, you know, good job by them to go with that. And for Vici, it's just going to be very important, as Sheep said. You need to know your next cores already. you see there's a Visage, it's most likely offlane. So think about what carry you want, because you probably want to do what IG did last game. Pick a core out of phase, whichever one you think has more purpose, or the most purpose rather, and then ban for that and move forward.
Right, so looking at these bans right now, IG have removed Naga Siren and Morphling. Thank God for the Naga ban. And Vici, they take out this Luna. We've obviously seen the power of having this Luna Visage, so I'm not going to give them access to that again. What other protection do we want to see to make sure that they can actually play their heroes here? They take out the Tiny. All right, this seems to suggest that maybe they're going back for the Storm Spirit that they played middle. Every time they've played it middle, it's often been contested by the Tiny. So now there's a bit more freedom for this hero if the Tiny was indeed going to go mid for the side of IG.
I think Drow Ranger is a hero that both teams should be somewhat aware of. I think the Tiny ban would also semi-protect it if Vici were to want it. It's a hard lane matchup for Drow Ranger because you can just get tossed back. And also if you're Vici, like think of other heroes that can, like, you know, that pair up well with a Visage Undying later in the game. You had your Luna earlier, it's taken out. Marcy's still in the pool. I don't know if you need to care about that. But Drow Ranger, I think, for both teams, you know, pretty solid in the next phase.
But Drow is a little worse though for IG than the Luna, obviously, just because the birds. The Drow aura gives Agi and it doesn't affect summons, so it doesn't work with the birds, so it's not as good. But if you are looking to just bunch up again, it's okay. I'm just not a massive fan. I think Drow is a little bit more farm heavy than like Luna. Her involvement's better with the stun.
I'd also be a little bit scared if they do go Drow, because then Vici highly incentivized to pick up the new Primal Beast, and then you just like play aggressive with this Clockwork Primal into the Drow lane. So we shall see what IG want to do. They ban out this Pangolier, so we're not going to be seeing that from IG in any capacity.
The bans on IG don't scream Drow to me, personally.
Not necessarily. Yeah, it's more for like the Visage for the time being. I mean, it's also very chill for them to just pick any spirit in the second phase for mid. Like, you don't have to pigeonhole yourself into the Drow. I would also say that I think it is better for Vici than it would be for IG, but IG very likely are going to look for this type of draft where they can ball up, as we saw them do like in their most previous games.
So Setsu and the boys, now it's time to pick. So probably it's going to be New that has to draw the short straw. All right, nice. This is actually pretty cool. A very flexible hero that can go either mid, or can go mid, safe lane, and off lane. We've seen it in all three roles throughout the region. Not necessarily successful through the mid lane, but it can still happen. So it keeps things open. I think they maybe learned from game one that don't reveal your cards too early on. We need to have some responses, especially if you are second pick.
Absolute banger hero. So much to say about how cool Nature's Prophet is.
Yeah.
Yo.
I kind of forgot that he's here. He's just like the way better Drow Ranger. Visage has such a hard time to lane into this hero. You just get out CS into oblivion. Like, you can literally have like 5 CS at minute, I don't know, 3, 4, and it's somewhat expected if your lane doesn't go well. So for Vici, it's good tempo with your supports, sick lane, sick hero. What can you do?
You need to be really careful now with what you're doing with Visage, because you're playing not only into Nature's Prophet, who's going to out-CS you hard, but Clockwork, who's going to threaten you. I thought they might go for Marcy again, but it is scary this time. I think that the kill threat on Vici is a lot higher, and they're going to be able to deal with this lane better than with the Ursa Lich. There's like... It would be really nice as well, maybe, if Vici even started bot with Morana. Because I think Visage, he's sort of similar to Viper in the sense that if you start a tri-lane, kill him, and then he comes back to lane, you're playing into like First Blood Gold, everything suddenly becomes very harder for him. The more stats you have, the tankier you are, like, it can snowball very hard for Visage, and then he just has nothing.
We'll see if what Vici Gaming, they have to reveal at least some information about their lane setup here. They might just pick the Setsu hero and still leave this Nature's Prophet flexible. I would like the Nature's Prophet off lane. Like, this seems like a very decent game for the Aghanim Scepter on this hero. Like, Aghanim to Nullifier feels nice here.
I'd rather see Gleipnir, I think.
I would prefer to most likely just be carry, simply because the lane matchup is very good and you can play the high tempo and then you get like a lot of counter picks. So I mean, the easiest what they could do here is pick your mid where you feel good against the Ember. I think Lesh does that. IG gonna last pick carry. Then you pick your offlane who's gonna give you a bit of team fight. Because for now, you have 2 ranged dudes that wanna like hit, run in a little bit, but you don't have like your frontliney boy yet with the Lesh. So I feel like Vici, they've changed up their draft and it's a lot better this time around.
Also giving a lot of objective threat here. Last game it was kind of difficult. If Beastmaster is not involved in the push, they couldn't really push down towers with like Puck Ursa. This time around, Nature's Prophet Leshrac. This is, if they get off to a very good start here, they can knock over buildings. And if IG make mistakes, they can punish them on the map.
So much fun. This is some nice drops. You know, I'm tired of seeing like Naga every game and these other series. Like, oh, we're gonna farm for 50, 100 minutes. Both these teams are like, we're going to attack you viciously for a minute like 0 and just go for it. I respect that.
I mean, I also think like this Marcy, we haven't seen it as much because I think there are a lot of combos with this sidekick. We've seen a few they have the Marcy Visage, you've seen the sidekick with Pango before, but there's also like sidekick with the Side of Fist. And overall, you know, Ember for now, I feel like if he can get through the lane, it's a pretty good game to be Ember because Mirana, Clock, Nature's Prophet, they don't threaten you too much unless they're really on point with their spell combos. So he can play the map, but for IG, I feel like their carry needs to be able to help them to like hold the map because Vici, with their heroes that they have now and another counter pick, they could really run over the map.
So what do you want to see here, Sheep, to round things out for the side of IG in the safe lane? Obviously, they can't play this Luna anymore. She's gone. The draw that we somewhat mentioned earlier on is not available either. Any other heroes that stand out to you that would both fit into the rest of this lineup, help them to ball up, as well as be able to hold the lane like Kid was talking about?
Oh, it's difficult because you're getting counterpicked. They just banned Darkseer, which makes me think they're picking some sort of Agi hero. If Terrorblade's still on the pool, that's maybe what they're looking at. I think Terrorblade matches up really well against their heroes if they can make it to his timings.
TB is probably the pick if it doesn't get banned. Like, if you're not losing your entire map early, you have a super good matchup against the Ledge with the Skadi and the high damage. I think Nature's Prophet isn't as one-sided nowadays for TB as it used to be, simply because Nature's Prophet can play on high tempo, but it's still one of the best matchups because you also have you deal with the wave clear. So if they feel like they can get away with it, TB has got to be their best pick.
Yeah.
We got banned out by them last game, so they definitely have some belief in the hero. They have some understanding that this hero can be strong. Hasn't necessarily seen the most amount of success lately. Terrorblade has, it's been a rough time for this particular hero. No longer in that territory of if we get it in 23, 24, it automatically wins the game.
I think the important thing about a Terrorblade is just that he's able to stand there and stand his ground and hit. Because what feels awful is when he gets like burst down before getting his ult and other stuff. So you're playing with a Visage who might go for like that Vlad's again. You're playing with a Sidekick. You're playing with Soul Rip on Undying. I think they're going to be able to help him just stand and do what he wants to do. And then they can just force their objectives. I think the biggest problem they are going to struggle with potentially is if Vici play a very split push heavy game. You know, the boost of travel distract, your Nature's Prophet. If their side lanes are always pushed in, I think IG might sweat a little bit, and it's how they deal with that pressure that I'm going to be looking at.
I mean, I need them to pick a hero. If they don't pick TB, it's because they feel like it's perhaps a little bit too volatile and they want something. Okay, so they want... I mean, I've seen the Monkey into the Lesh and Nature's matchups. It's just, you eventually zone control pretty hard. You also had Mickey with like some Desolator build that actually looked very strong against these like interiors like your DP Lesh. So I can see it. The only problem is you can really get counterpicked hard. Like you didn't ban any of these Vipers or... I mean, I don't think Venomancer is that good of a hero, but you know, Viper is a pretty chill pick here. It does ruin your draft a little bit if you're Vici, but like now you need to go for, okay, do we pick some melee guy that gives us team fight because we're going to win that way, even though Monkey will have a good lane? Or can we double down on lanes and then just go from there?
The nice thing about this Monkey is that a lot of news heroes are now untenable to play in the laning phase. You don't want to play as Timber, he doesn't want to play as Primal Beast, not going to play as Centaur. So even his Side Hunter, pretty much not available at this point in time. So what's left of the beefy boys? Because if they go for this Viper, Razor, all right. That's going to be something new coming in from VG Gaming. So Razor, the big man, and you's going to be playing it from the off lane. All right, Hit Me Sheep, if you are this Razor, do you feel good about playing into the Monkey King? Who's playing Monkey King? Dust Monkey King in the safe lane, yeah. So how do you feel about it?
I'm not heavily familiar with offlane Razor. I would have preferred to see Viper if we were going for this type of lane dominator. I feel like there's a chance that Razor isn't as good because you can maybe like just stun him and walk away. Fuck, I don't know.
I mean, he's gonna do okay in the lane, but I agree with Sheep. Like, if you're going for the, you know, some heavy lane domination, I would have also preferred the Viper over Razor. I feel like they're similar heroes, but I would have liked that option more. In the game, it can be a bit strange. I think it comes a lot down, again, to lanes. Like, I think you reverse it in a way where this time, if Vici do well in their lanes, they're just gonna run over IG. But if they get to hold the map, Dust gets some farm on this Monkey King, and Emo just gets to play the map with these auras, then later on, I think they're going to be A-okay.
Oh, well, we have a vote of confidence, I think, for IG a little bit more because we wanted something different for new in the offlane here for Vici. However, this draft definitely seems like it's a bit more, has a lot more options to play around the map if things go awry early on. So VG Gaming, this is their last opportunity to take us to a game 3, and to find out if that's going to be possible, we send it over to our casting duo for game number 2. We have David and Goliath, otherwise known as OD Pixel and Frogged.
Thank you very much today. Yeah, game 2 now for VG Gaming and IG. And let's see if we get ourselves a bit of a closer one. I mean, this time around, Fog, what are you sort of appreciating as the big change-ups that we're getting that might give them a bit of a better shot this time?
I think they've just got better lanes. They actually can play their lanes, looks like, across the board a bit better. And also IG did, this time they flexed, but they flexed in the way that I don't really like too much, actually.
Okay.
Now it's the Marcy
They
3
went back
and
the
it's
other
a
way?
Visage 4. Not really a huge fan of Visage 4, personally. I think this hero usually just requires farm, because you want to be able to tank up, you get the auras and blah, blah, blah. But maybe they have a different idea this game where they see that the Marcy, they're like, you know, it's a carry NP, so let's move the Marcy up in priority just to be able to counter that Nature's Prophet and stuff like that. Not sure. I think it's a better draft from Vici. I still prefer IG's, but let's see how it does end up going down. Area control and team fights is pretty crazy on IG. Dropping the Wukongs, dropping the Tombstone and stuff like that will be very strong. But Vici, if they come out ahead in lanes, should be able to fight through it.
So do you like this Razor last pick?
I think it's along the same trajectory of what Keza was saying. It's like they're trying to think of some type of lane dominator versus the Monkey King. And they wanted to pick a range hero because they're playing versus Undying. So I guess I'm okay with it. It's just like a lot of heroes, like you see them into the Undyings and you're just like, ooh. And then Undying Monkey King, it's like, ooh, you can't really pick like any melee versus it. So
true.
In that aspect, I'm okay with it.
And the fact that you're going for this sort of offlaner, you know, an offlaner that's not going to offer you any sort of catch, means I feel that this Ember Spirit is feeling pretty happy this game. Right? In terms of immediate setup onto the Ember,
yes,
there's not a lot. It's kind of the hook shot, and other than that, they just got to hope he gets caught by a stray Lesh or Mirana stun.
They have to be very on point on the side of Vici to take out Emo. So yeah, this Ember, you know, we see the Monkey King. He's, you know, we're looking at Dust is the carry, Dust is the carry, but it could get to the point where this game is actually just a Marcy and an Ember Spirit that just pop off and go crazy. Because yeah, limited catch for this Ember. They have to be perfect. They have to hook shot, cog backwards, into arrow, into Lesh stun in a lot of situations. Until, you know, level 20 from Nature's Prophet and he gets leash and stuff like that. But yeah, that'll take time. The lane, though, for Setsu should be better. Should be a much better matchup this time around compared to that DK versus the Puck. Let's see how it all does go down. I'm going to be looking at probably a top. I mean, actually both side lanes for the most part. Mid, Setsu should come out ahead. And yeah, the side lanes should be pretty strong for the side of Vici, I would think.
Well, because that's the thing, right? Because if this top lane, if you're not seeing Niu kind of be able to dominate, we'll start off with getting the first blood with the two of them, so it's a good start. Then it's going to feel bad, right? If this Razor ends up getting zoned.
Yeah, they have to have successful. They have to have successful honestly, both lanes, both of those side lanes. And mid should do decent. So across the board, all three lanes should be pretty good for Vici. Yeah, I'm really curious to see what this Visage is really going to apply as a support rather than as a core.
Well, what's the downside of having it as a 4?
You just don't get the auras online, and you're very, you know, you have to spend all your money on your, pretty much on your like your mangoes and your spam for your soul assumption.
Sure.
So you don't get levels, you don't get auras, so you don't really play amount of familiars. It's a completely different hero on support.
Yeah, and I guess when you look at IG's overall lineup, you would feel that they would have benefited maybe more from having an offlaner that was building these auras rather than an offlaner that's likely to build as kind of another carry.
Yeah, that's pretty much what I'm thinking along. So I think maybe this is going to really hurt them. Just flexing too much this time, maybe. Oh, Yang actually gets pulled into the tower. He might just be dead.
Nah, he's looking definitely.
He got
definitely dead.
So greedy. He went for a range creep deny versus a Marcy. Under the tower. So he just got disposed in. That was very, 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 very greedy.
I can't be doing that. Yang Yu and PYW, they won't miss a chance when it gets offered to them as such.
No. And Yang, he did really struggle last time on the Lich. Not because he was a Lich, but it's because of like the whole lanes. That being said, though, Marcy at the moment only has 2 last hits. So it's 6 denies up on that Nature's Prophet on the moment. That is crazy, actually, how slow it's going to be. And now PYW might just go down, and Erica's fine. This lane is kind of a mess, even though Yang did end up feeding that kill.
Yeah, I mean, if Erica's able to get kills in return, Erica will be very happy with that.
John, you literally 2 last hits to 1. All right, that is
definitely one of the lower last hits in 3 minutes for an offlaner we've seen.
Dust, though, on the flip side, he's doing just fine in the Monkey King versus the Razor matchup. Sure, the Undying did die, but he tanked the brunt of all that pressure. So he's actually 15-6 on this Monkey King, which is pretty damn good when you're playing versus this double range, especially Razor.
Yeah, I guess, yeah, just what QIQX being enough of sort of just a wall between them.
Yeah. Yeah, Zhang, very, very slow start for this Marseille.
If they get sort of another level and such, I mean, definitely potential for IG to get aggressive.
Yeah.
Up top.
And mid, actually, Emo is pretty much even with the Lesh. I thought the Lesh would have a little bit of an edge here, but Emo playing very nicely around his Flame Guard. I think he even dodged a lightning or two with a slight, so nicely done.
Yeah, I guess that's what one of the pluses in this matchup, right? The dodgeable abilities. So good slight play will do you well. Ooh,
he
gets it, FY.
That was, I thought Emo had it. Okay, there we go. That should help Setsu out a little bit more. But top, though, since he left, they're going aggressive onto Newt.
And they'll have him, I think. Oh, maybe with the stick charges.
It's going to be close. He's okay.
He's going to live.
And now they can maybe even set up to kill the Tombstone. IG.
Should be able to deny it, or you're being careful about how they put into deny range.
Yeah,
but
they got it.
Easy deny.
Yeah, Niu couldn't step up to go for an extra hit onto it there because he's very low on the Razor.
Still free farm for Dust despite that missed kill. Bottom lane going for Erica.
Cogs.
Yang is able to hold them back with the cog. The soul assumption is still there, but it's not enough to take Erica down, and Erica's able to turn, and the two of them, they'll finish off PYW.
The one plus the Fairy Fire coming into play. And on top, they get perhaps too aggressive on IG, trying to really go for this Razor. They lose the Undying.
We'll get a courier. We'll find Setsu's there.
Oh, wait, what? Did it have the item on it?
No, he hadn't had the money yet. He was just holding it there to get the booster for Arcanes.
Okay. I was like, oh god, that could be a pretty devastating kill. And now with these side lane deaths, though, since Emo did get his rune taken away from the check from FY, they'll fill up his bottle. So Emo just continuing to have that success. But yeah, a good start for Erica. A good start for the Lesh. This early tempo for Vici. Infinitely better, of course, than last game.
Absolutely, yeah.
Emo, is he really going? I mean, he's going for this.
He's got stick charges and fair. He's got another dive in the slide.
He's going for it. He's all in.
I mean, Flame Guard's going to come to an end. He hasn't got the mana.
Maybe too all in.
Needed to get a slight off. Didn't have enough mana to play that aggressive.
Can Yang find him?
I think they've got a chance of killing him.
Oh, yeah.
They certainly have. He's run out of ways out. The stun will miss, but it won't matter. Emo, he'll die for that.
And it's around the power rune. That was a very Emo-style death, I would say.
Yeah, jumping in, triple remnants. One after the other.
He really felt like he had him.
It was close.
It was.
It was close.
That is so typical Emo. Right? Like, doing great in the lane, pretty much even, neck and neck with the Lesh, and then just recklessly dives to the tier 2. But it was close. FY. We'll get the D ward and jump away.
Yeah, and as you say, well, you feel that this is very much a result of Vici Gaming coming into this game too and being more sort of minded about how the lanes were going to look.
Yeah, I mean, they drafted very much so for lanes, especially with this Razor pick, right? The Razor was really just all about being able to do very good top. Sure, Dust is still farming, but the Razor's doing great. And yeah, I think the switch up, I mean, this kind of wasn't really Vici's plan, but IG maybe playing into their hand a little bit with making the Visage the 4.
Yeah, you're not a fan.
Not really.
It's not really doing anything for you so far.
No, the Wrath of Nature, come through. I can't tell what's happening.
They got him.
I think they got
with
him.
the chains. Trying to help him out here, Emo. But yeah, won't be able to keep them off the Visage.
Okay.
PYW goes down.
Good move from Erica. Nice early TP. Even putting pressure onto this tower here. Immediately when the Nature's Prophet hits 6, they look for a play. Always what you want to do with this Wrath of Nature. He's got the Midas queued up. Yeah, they're set up for success in this game. 6-1, 2K lead, and hitting towers already. And it feels like for PYW, this 4 Visage has actually just been a bottle refiller. 0 and 3. I think 3 times now he's gone to the mid lane to fill up Emo's bottle.
Hasn't really been able to offer up much at all
He is
at
so
this point
poor.
in time as the hero.
wonder why they flexed it this much. I mean, it has to be because they wanted the core Marcy matchup, but ooh, Illusion Room denied. But yeah, I never see Visage support anymore. The hero's so level and item dependent. With the movement though, they're really persisting. They want this tower. That does
4
mean
heroes here.
it's space for Zhang Yu, the Marcy, to catch back up in the off lane. But tower likely to fall. They're actually going to bring the Marcy over.
Oh, QX, he walks in on this. He's got the backup. We'll be able to drop the tombstone. They jump in with the remnants. I'm gonna close the gap onto Yang. Rebound in there. They'll be able to take down the clockwork. So putting a stop to this push from Vici.
FY could be in trouble. Has 1-2 leaps. One more hit. He's got the next leap. He's actually all right. It just replenished, by the way.
They keep the tower alive, mid. Still very, very low. A lot of damage done there by the push from Vici Gaming. Still very much holding the lead right now. We'll see what sort of build Emo wants to go for. Saving up the money right now.
Yeah, that's true.
See if he's considering anything a bit different. Maybe some sort of bots rush or something.
I mean, that's what it looks like, right?
Yeah. I think he might. There's a lot of kind of map pressure, you know, with this Nature's Prophet and all the movements of the supports of Vici. Could feel the benefit of having the bots early to respond to those sort of plays.
I don't think I've seen a booster travel on Ember Spirit. First item in
First
ages.
Item, no. I mean, he might not. He might just buy like Phase or Corrosion and just spend the money up. But at the moment, he's definitely considering his options.
But then why would you stall it out so long, right? It's interesting. Because he also has the 3 points in Flame Guard, so he doesn't have like the slight spam just yet. So
I mean, I think the temptation is always there. If you're playing Ember and you find yourself with like 1,700 gold, you're like, well, let's just get the bots early.
Yeah, and maybe they're thinking, you know what, guys? We've lost the early game. We're probably going to have some pressure on the map from us, and like you're saying, to match it, but also just the overall greed of the game, right? They have Dust, he's queuing up Battle Fury. They have a Marcy in the off lane who's kind of a carry also, so maybe they're just looking, we need to scale in later stages, and we kind of just have to sack this early game for what it is.
Maybe he'll go for the true Ember build, the Radiance.
Please, I knew you were going to say it, actually, for some reason. Please, no. Tower drops top, tower drops mid. They will get a trade bottom. But Vici dictating pace. Very early aggression this time too. They're putting deep aggressive wards. It's like a completely different team.
I want Emo to do something crazy. The money's building up. What's he gonna do?
Please no. Please don't do Radiance.
What about Battle? There's some treants in the game. Battle Fury is always appealing, Emo.
Please don't do it, Emo.
He's gonna do something crazy. Let's go. He's gonna buy something crazy.
Blink Dagger.
As long as it's not a Blade Mail. I do not like these Embers that buy Blade Mail. Do not buy Blade Mail, Emo. Bots, Radiance, or Battle Fury, we're happy.
God, I can't believe
this. And it's just a Maelstrom.
It's just a Maelstrom. Boring.
Disappointment, Emo.
I mean, honestly, thank God. I'm sorry. Thank you, Emo. And before he buys the Relic. If he went Radiance, I would have been like, all right, we're going next. He hasn't committed the gold though, Owen.
Nah, he's gonna buy Maelstrom.
You never.
Yeah. He's buying the Maelstrom.
Yeah, it's the sensible. It's the normal.
Yeah.
But yep, IG gonna need quite some time to recover. They do have the availability to do so. We see Dust, the normal Monkey King build, 1-4-2. So he's got Primal Spring to farm to finish up Battle Fury. Emo's got Flame Guard to farm, and they've got Marcy. Their team fight, once they've got like the Wukongs and the Tombstone and stuff like that, is a little bit better, but I think their lineup is just a bit greedy, so they have to sit back and farm a little bit to catch up. Setsu.
Oh! He gets the stun, and he's going to be able to walk in and grab the DD, Setsu. See if you can try and get QIQX with that DD rune. It's a bit of a punch, he certainly can. As the rune gets the kill.
And maybe they get the Tombstone too.
I mean, I'm just saying as well, Emo's got money for Maelstrom, but he's not buying
That's what I was saying.
He's not. He's TBA. He's just gonna pick it up now.
Oh,
there we go.
And they get the Tombstone, by the way. So Setsu gets a kill, gets a Tombstone, and he gets a stack plus a DD. Well played from the Lesh.
Now let's see if IG can stabilize this game a bit. Vici game. Oh, Yang.
No way.
Oh, okay. Emo's gonna be okay. He wants to go in for this. And he'll get away with it. There's no one else here with Yang. It was just Yang on his own. Emo picks up the kill.
I was checking the Nature's Prophet. I was seeing if he was going to go TP. How many? Oh, they missed the refill. How dare you, QIQX? I think he TP'd out of the fountain or something. Because look, he's missing some mana. How dare you? I mean, they've gone for what? Like, it feels like 6 or 7 bottle refills in the mid lane at least. Big ancient stack will get farmed up.
Yeah. I mean, let's see, because it's a greedy lineup here from IG. So I think it's expected that it's going to have this sort of slower start, right? Emo wants to farm with his Maelstrom, Monkey King wants to farm with his Battle Fury, and you got a Marcy off lane. You know, Marcy wants to get this armlet, BKB, all these very carry-esque items.
Yeah.
Takes time from IG. So honestly, at the end of the day, the fact that they're only down 3k at this point, I don't think IG is going to be feeling too bad about the state of this game.
No, not too bad. And also, like, playing, like, Vici's draft, they don't really... I mean, they don't kill Rosh at, like, that insane pace. Yes, they have, like, the Treants and stuff, but they don't have, like, the Undying, the end-all, be-all, best Rosh taker in the game. Sure. You know?
Sure, yeah. See here with the odds provided to us by a partner, esportsbet.io. Very much feeling that the start that Vici's got is going to be a bit too much for IG. In the river, Emo does get caught. FY cleans him up. So they have managed to catch this Ember a few times. It's not been as slippery as maybe expected. A couple of deaths now on Emo.
They got the perfect... Well, he kind of killed himself.
One of them was indeed that dive, yeah, that's true.
But this one, they did it perfectly. The hook shot, cog back, arrow, Lesh done. Nicely done. I like the itemization. I think this is perfect from FY. They have this little... It's a small lead, but you want to be able to build off of that and play around it. So just going for straight mech. Nothing too crazy on the Mirana. Just making sure that he can build the auras.
Okay. Trying to get into this triangle, but Dust is out. They've found Jiang. Arrow's going to connect onto QYQX, but Emo, he wants to keep chasing for the kill onto the clock, and we'll get it. Yang goes down. So if they can try and move into the jungle for more, Emo leading the way. They want to see if they can find Setsu, but he has an invis rune. So it would be a bit too difficult for Emo to get his hands on his own at the front.
How the hell can you see what's going on? I saw the arrow. It actually, on my screen, it hit Ember, but then it appeared on top of the Undying. Now they get themselves a little bit of a push going. Tombstone in a pretty aggressive position. Giving that vision, though.
Try with the arrow.
It's a zombie.
Not really anything that Vici can do about this sort of push when IG group up as heavily as they do there. So, able to take the tier 1 mid.
Pretty good.
I feel, honestly, if that lead never becomes more than 3k, I think Vici Gaming's not going to feel good about the slowdown. Sure, Erica's going to continue to farm very nicely with this Midas build, but I think IG's 3 cores will start catching up.
Absolutely. Dust already has Battle Fury. I mean, he's pretty much completely caught up. Emo's gone for just straight, like, very greedy type of style build. No phase, no corrosion. It's just the boots, Maelstrom straight into BKB. So they will have, I mean, they can actually hit this, like, perfect synergy of triple BKB timing on IG. That could be problematic, perhaps, for Vici to deal with.
Yeah, Vici, they've got to keep it up. At this stage of the game, Setsu's super strong with his quick bloodstone timing. Erica's very farmed as well, has the potential to TP in. Yeah, they have to make sure that at least not all 3 cores of IG are getting away with hitting creeps.
Yeah, they have to play around this timing here with, like, the mech and stuff. Find a good grab. The last 5 seconds of this ward. They know how greedy they're playing on the side of IG, and they'll punish it. And now potentially can take top. Yep, keep playing fast. Accelerating. Things should be good if they're able to set that pace. Keeping the catapult alive top.
Yeah, for PYW as well, we see the drums. You still imagine, even as the support visage, you go for further auras. I mean, is that what we're going to get next from PYW then? Just the like a Vlad's, or what was you want for the team?
Go to the Bearing Wraith Pact. I don't think you can deviate. Even S4 visage. There's not really much that you can do. Top, they're going for a defense.
So if they can start this, they're able to get in on the backlines. FY just gets blown up.
And
able to throw back Niu. Yang's caught under the tower. Niu has to put the PKB. Erica in the midst of the Wukong's command.
Uh-oh.
I mean, it's fights like these that really just exaggerate the fact that Vici Gaming, they're not as ahead as the numbers show. They're really not. Fights like this, and suddenly that little bit of a lead is lost. As I say, I think IG is really the team feeling more comfortable in this spot, even though they're behind.
It's quickly going to start turning. I think 1 or 2 more of those mistakes, and Vici is definitely going to be the ones actually behind in this game. They really wanted the tier 2. It's 60 HP. It's a tough call to make when you're playing like Vici, and you're like, guys, like the tower's like 1 or 2 hits and having to back away. IG, a very well-mounted defense, and honestly, a gorgeous Wukong's.
Oh, QIQX walks up, offers his life.
Sure. What even blew up FY instantly? I didn't see any projectiles.
I think it was just the jump of the Marcy.
Okay.
Just in with the unleash. Bam, you know, just the first flurry of punches and he was gone.
Because I don't even think he didn't even get mech off or anything, right? Or I didn't get to even see because my screen was just frozen.
No, I'm pretty sure. No, he definitely didn't.
I
get
don't
mech
think he
off.
did, which is a big deal.
It might have been on cooldown.
Maybe. I didn't get to see, but.
All right, the fine PYW.
Okay.
Still very much at the moment, at least for IG, the hero that's no, can't really do much to save himself if they get on top of him.
And if you look at it, take a look at it's 11 kills, but look at the support deaths. It's 8 deaths on the 2 supports on the side of IG. So
I think the 3 cores of IG, they're having a decent time. They're having a pretty good time. They're catching up.
I agree.
Emo's got his BKB, so now he really shouldn't die. It's very, very difficult to kill him. It's got to be that clean hook shot into arrow combo. Anything else is just not going to cut it.
And Dust, he's about to have BKB. Well, he's a component away from BKB. And Marcy is about to have BKB. So as we said, the triple BKB timing, it's going to allow them to be able to go in these fights. And they do have strong team fight, as we were saying. They probably have the advantageous team fight with Tombstone and Wukongs if it's set in a good position. And we're seeing the Visage PYW. It's Pipe, so it's one of the auras. Just being able...
Yeah.
Now he's just countering the Wrath of Nature and the Leshrac and the Razor Plasma.
No, it's going to be a very, very nice up time. It's obviously going to take him a bit of time to get there.
Sure.
Vici, yeah, they're still going to just play to their early strengths. So head into the pit, force this Roshan before IG's able to catch wind of it going down.
This is a bit of a sneaky one. Because their lineup, as we were saying, it doesn't really do it at that super fast pace or anything. But with Yang's build, I mean, the Vanguard Clockwork, he actually can tank for it. So they're actually going to get this. That is very, very sneaky.
This is very much needed for Vici Gaming in the way that they want to be able to play this game out. Of course, we have to see what they're able to get done with this Aegis. Still a potential tier 2 to take in the mid lane. Of course, that bottom lane still tier 1 standing as well. So many on the map objectives for Vici Gaming to group up and go for.
They just can't overextend, and they have to play very careful with Erica in particular. Very fragile still on this Nature's Prophet. Has the luxury of having the Aegis, but if they get on top of him, which they have multiple different ways of doing it with the Marcy and the Monkey King and the Ember, all 3 cores, does have to be very careful of his positioning and how they execute the fights.
That's the BKB.
It's all 3.
Super strong right now, despite
IG.
having the slower start to this game.
I feel like they could look to smoke and go for a fight here. Especially, I think they got vision a little bit here, so they saw Yang setting up in the area. Might actually just get handed a kill. Yang, be careful. Sorry.
Smoke up IG. Vici, they kind of split back up on the map during this Aegis time. Did you expect to see them be a bit more aggressive with this?
Not really. I think it's hard for them now. After that failed tower push top, I think that, oh my god, FY, is he going to get away? Setsu, though.
They'll get the bigger catch.
Oh, boy. That's the biggest catch they can find in the map at the moment. They did pop a BKB, though, on the Marcy, so...
At least it was just the one. Other cores for holding on to their BKBs.
Yep. But a huge kill.
But I don't know. I feel it feels kind of bad for Vici Gaming getting caught, getting Setsu caught like that during this time where they have the Aegis. I mean, if you're saying they can't do anything now, when are they going to be able to do something with Vici? Is there some sort of item that they're closing in on?
I mean, it's the BKBs on the double cores. Nature's Prophet has switched the build. I'm glad. I saw Erica had Gleipnir queued up. I think it's way too greedy. I think you have to play with your advantage. If you're building into Gleipnir on Nature's Prophet versus this draft, you're playing into their hands. So I like that Erica changed the item build, goes for BKB. I think Fear the other day was talking about something very similar when he saw this type of like tempo kind of lineup that wants to be dictating pace, and then he saw the Nature's Prophet growing super greedy, and they ended up losing the game because of it.
We're going to try and get in on to Dust, but Dust, he'll stand his ground. He's got the BKB, Boundless Strike to take down Yang. News him with the static link. Dust, he'll go for the Wukong's command, but I mean, there's no way he's living through this amount of damage. All his damage has been taken. This time round, Vici, they're able to get in and get the big kill. They take out the carry.
Now they can maybe go for a bit of a push here. I really like that Erica switched the build. I'm just going to keep like talking about it. I think it's very important that they play around their timings, play fast pace. Don't let IG sit back and farm.
Absolutely not. Yeah, they've got to push.
Yeah.
Which I don't know, I should be able to do. They killed the Monkey King. Bottom lane, actually, yeah, Erica to bring the wave round. So they'll take the tier 1 tower.
And now they have triple BKB timing themselves. So triple BKB plus a halberd on Razor.
Now they probably can look to keep putting that pressure on. Still have about 2 minutes on the Aegis. I was worried because he was going Gleipnir, so I'm like, I don't know when he can fight if he doesn't have BKB. But yeah, triple BKBs. Now they can look to keep constricting the map. Still have to be a little careful versus IG because they're very strong in team fights. So I have to be careful how they set up around these towers.
Oh, IG's going to try and see if they can push Vici out of the triangle. Erica. That's got the Aegis and the BKB. Pop through the Aegis very quickly. He's
very
separated
deep
from the rest of the team. Neo has to come in with the BKB to try and head over and stand ground with him.
Good BKB.
They're going to go for the BKB TPs. They're just going to bail out of this fight. They will manage to do so with success. Setsu also able to retreat.
3 defensive BKBs to TP out, but honestly, well worth it. They kind of just needed to bail out. A weird way that they went for the pressure onto the tower there. And a cool build from Yang. As we saw, he had the Vanguard before. He's got Crimson. I like the itemization. I'm glad Vici's gone for these items.
Against these 3 cores, right?
Yep. I'm happy about it. All about early game itemization so you can keep that advantage going. You don't want to play into their hands at the later stage versus the greed. So yeah, Crimson, Greaves, Halberd, BKBs. I like it. And that is boot to travel for Emo, by the way. So. Greedy, greedy, greedy. And BKB's on cooldown. They're looking for something. IG want to catch a core.
Oh. And I'm trying to go with a hook shot, but that's an illusion, Yang. Getting a bit baited there.
Tanky little clockwork. But only finding a clock eye, and that's the 5 position, right? So I think Vici probably pretty happy with that because that was their downtime during BKBs. They've got 10 seconds left until they're going to come back up. So I think, you know, all in all, that was pretty good from Yang. Even though he hooks an illusion.
And do you like the build from Neo this game? BKB Halberd?
Yep. Great. I love it versus Marcy. Halberd is one of the best items in the game versus that hero. I think their itemization is very, very on point. If they can keep their type of advantage.
Well, as good, you know, Halberd as good as it is, isn't it kind of going to kind of feel bad when he disassembles it to build Butterfly?
I hope he doesn't do that.
Because he's got it queued up, right? But it would kind of feel bad, right, to lose the Halberd to sort of take away that disarm potential.
I'm checking what the Lesh has. Okay, it's because Lesh has the Shiva's queued. Because I was thinking one of them wants to buy Shiva's guard on either that Lesh or Razor. We'll see what Neo does decide to do. I don't really like this if he disassembles. I think this Halberd has way too much effectiveness versus both MK and Marcy. And he does buy the Blink Dagger.
He's gone for his Blink again. What is his actual win rate with the Blinks on these spirits? I feel like he does normally do it in the games where they're already kind of a little bit behind. This game, I don't feel they are as much.
I think what the idea behind this one is he wants to push the limits of where he can farm. This isn't like I'm going to be fighting with my Blink so much. This is more like I'm going to super split push with this Blink Dagger and you guys can't catch me.
Okay.
That's what I think it is.
I mean,
I don't know. Emo's crazy.
He's pretty much the only mid player, right, that builds the Blink on these Spirit heroes.
Yeah.
Nobody else is doing
Ember,
it. Literally nobody else.
I feel like Ember, for me, more acceptable than the Storm Spirit.
Well, you sure? Okay.
The Storm one is so optimistic. His Blink purchase is like, all right, guys, I'm getting Arcane Blink in 10 minutes. Don't worry. And he has bought the second talisman. Okay, so he's not even going to disassemble.
Oh, this is good.
That's, I mean, fine.
Well,
I'm all right with it. I'm fine with it.
I mean, would there have been any other items other than the Butterfly that you feel would have been more expected from the Offlane Razor?
I mean, like a refresher or something like that. Because they have the AC already coming on Erica. Otherwise, I would say he goes AC or Shivas.
Okay. But I guess you're really favoring the evasion.
Sure.
I mean, they're really focused on sort of like, obviously, the right-click physical from these cores of IG, right, with this Crimson Clock and with this Halberd, and then on top of that Butterfly Razor.
I'm still not crazy about it, I'll be honest with you. I'm trying to think of what like the other substitute would be. Honestly, maybe something just like a Wraith Pact, but maybe one of the supports are going to build that too. I don't know. It also just feels horrible applying that as Razor, but...
They're going to see him here, stepping up into the Sentry Ward.
He's tanky, though.
He's actually going to be able to get out with a hook shot.
Emo.
They want to try and keep chasing. In with a good rebound onto the two of them. FY just gets completely demolished there by the Unleash from Zhang Yu. A turn towards Neo. Neo punt the BKB in the static link. We'll see Zhang Yu back off. Respect the fact that he's starting to lose that right-click damage. Won't try to push on. It's a buyback that comes out from FY. But, indeed, you're seeing sort of the greed of when you go for something like this Marcy offlaner. Of course, you're going for these carry items. It pays off, because at this point, Marcy just can delete heroes.
Yeah, and now you can't BKB TP out anymore. The Basher's online. So the Marcy, in a lot of these situations, will probably just be able to stick on these heroes. So Vici, if they commit for a fight, they have to hard commit. AC is finished, so I mean they're still getting good timings. I'm still pretty happy with the way that they've itemized here. But IG, they're getting away with the greed a bit, it feels like. The Monkey King now has Shivas, and it's a godly Shivas game.
On they go. Over to Setsu. Setsu pots the BKB.
The Shivas.
Where's the bash?
No.
I think he only got a couple of chances at a bash there from Zhang Yu. 2 punches, neither of them did it.
Emo.
It's good. Well, it's a deep hook shot from Yang. Emo's a little too far away for the rest of Vici to connect upon him. So IG can turn, take down Yang here in this Wukong's command. In fact, they're going to catch Neo as well in the Wukong's as well. Neo's going to go down. IG only losing the Undying here. Maybe, okay. And the PYW, so the support's getting cleaned up, but the cores, they're out of there. Oh, Erica.
Oh, fancy.
Oh. He's going to be able to live here, Zhang Yu.
That was sick.
That was close. I mean, Erica was nearly able to cut him off.
That was really cool.
But
the jump.
The cores get out.
The cores do get out. And we're seeing the really big item timings for IG. It's starting to hit. The Basher Marcy, it didn't really come into play there, but the big one really is the Scotty on the Monkey King. Dust playing versus triple ranged cores. This Scotty's amazing. Triple ranged cores and a last strike with Bloodstone. You couldn't ask for like a better item on a Monkey King this game.
Yeah, is he going to go for the MKB next?
He sure is.
Still wants to get that against Neo and all that evasion.
I can't believe Neo actually walked in because he ran into the fight a little bit there without BKB and walks into Wukong.
I think he's just maybe overrating the evasion. You know, he feels that he's invincible, but you know they're still going to be able to hit him. Yeah. And evasion doesn't stack too crazily, right? It's not additive. It's multiplicative.
It's multiplicative.
So.
Yep. Not that straight 35%.
I mean, so he's got 32% evasion at the moment.
Yeah, still pretty.
That's still not bad.
Not bad.
That's a third of the attacks missing basically.
But yeah, look at Neo. I mean, he got pulled back in, right? Okay, it was the dispose. Fair enough.
Yeah, good move as well. Emo kind of gets round from the side and gets him with the chains. Locks them in a bit longer. Erica doing a lot of damage though as this Prophet. Of course, able to turn and stand his ground, and towards the end, they're nearly able to get Zhang Yu as well on the escape. Would have been pretty big if he was able to find that kill.
Yeah. If IG ever wins like one fight, though, it feels like they're just going to go so far ahead in this game. So Vici has to be very careful with how they pick and choose their battles in these next few moments, especially.
Totally.
Any big items at all? Shivas, I think, is done for the Lesh. So Shivas plus AC, they are strong when they're grouped up. But at the same time, too, IG is very potent when they're grouped too. PYW did have a very tough time on the Visage in the laning phase, but now he's starting to actually get that transition going. He has his Boots of the Bearing, he has the Pipe. The Philosopher's Stone has been paying off, and he is now level 15. So lots more physical. He's got all physical too. Okay. He went for the familiar damage and the familiar corruption this game. Interesting. I thought his support, he definitely would have gone Grave Chill plus Soul Suction hits 2 targets, but okay.
What are they going to do about this Roshan?
And let's see if the Nature's Prophet now also with the Sprout Leash is going to have an effect onto the Ember Spirit. IG. No, if they,
just smoking the Rosh.
If they get a Roshan, that is going to be so problematic for Vici.
And they are going to get it. Yang's not rocket flare in the pit again. He doesn't expect this sort of smoke play. It's an easy Rosh for IG.
It dies so quick too. Yeah, as we said, the Undying. They even pop the Unleash just in case. That's a big deal. They did have to pop some like the smaller ultimates. They popped the Unleash, they popped the Flesh Golem. So probably want to back up and get that farm up and wait for at least the Unleash to come back online. But the levels are starting to trickle in also. Marcy's soon level 18. And as we know, Marcy, when she hits 18, will kill almost anybody if she sticks on them. Dust also has hit 20, so we have more boundless strikes inside the fights. And I believe who ended up getting the shard? Emo, right? Yeah, Emo was the one who found the shard.
Bottom, trying to catch out FY. So Greaves there to remove the chains, couple of leaps. The Moonlight. Maybe they can use this Moonlight to re-engage. Vici Gaming thinking about going into the triangle. Yang's going to try. He's going to get in on top of PYW. Erica TP's over as well. The Wukong's command is laid down. They're fighting in the Wukongs. They've got to try and get out of this. Erica, he'll go for the BKB TP. There's nothing to stop it. He will actually manage to escape, but a very risky way for Vici to try and force a fight, and it will cost them Neo's life.
Oh, what have they done? they go for the Visage is tanky. Like, as we said, you know, BYW, he's not this squishy Visage anymore. That was...
But hold up.
Oh, boy.
Raze is changing the build as well. He's got Talisman into Basher queued. I think he's... Fiki feels like what was he
doesn't know
do?
what to build. I mean, I didn't like the butterfly either, right? I don't know. I don't know what he builds.
I think he's maybe regretting starting to go into that butterfly. Because
I think so.
Halberd and then butterfly on top of it, you just don't see that, right?
That's why I was thinking he just goes refresher and just goes for like the double BKB run in. But IG, their patience, it's paid off. Vici.
I mean, there was always the fear that this was going to happen this game. As we said earlier, Vici, they may have had the strong lanes, the solid start, but the greed for IG was always going to pay off. And in reality, Vici never got more than that kind of 3 to 4K gold lead ahead of IG. They just didn't get far enough. And now the game, it's 16 to 16. The gold is even, but it very much is in IG's favor. This is a 100%. Tough game for Vici right now.
Yeah. This nature's, I mean, you saw what what happens to him inside these fights. TP's in and has to just BKB TP out almost immediately.
Sure, yeah.
And he's lucky that the Marcy wasn't there to get a bash on him. As this monkey just continues to grow. I mean, perfect itemization from Dust. It was kind of an obvious one, of course, with the Scotty, but this Scotty is pretty game-breaking versus these triple range scores.
Neo, the regret has shown itself. He sells the Talisman.
No. No way.
Yeah, he sold it, so a little bit lost efficiency there. I think he just kind of lost his way with the build this game.
Oh, that's brutal. Even though, what is the Satanic really gonna do for him so much, too? Oh, boy. Vici, I like the itemization overall. I like the Halberd, the BKB. I like the Greaves, the
It's
Crimson,
great start, right? Halberd, BKB,
let's go.
And then it kind of just went a bit downhill for Neo.
Yeah, and a couple, I mean, 1 or 2 mistakes in team fights, they compound massively when you're playing versus this type of greedy lineup that IG's gone for, and greedy itemization that IG's gone for. These mistakes, they really do compound. The top mistake, that hookshot mistake.
Gold is a great conductor.
And also, like you said, 16 to 16, but again, keep looking at the kills. Undying with 7 deaths, Visage with 5, 12 of the 16 are these 2 supports. I guess on the flip side, Yang has 10.
Yeah, Yang is also tanking as the support on Vici.
But at the same time, IG, they've gone for just greed of itemization where...
Oh, here we go. Goodbye, QYQX.
Again and again. MKB is done for Dust. And a Basher now on the Marcy. Level 18 on Xiangyu. With a Mindbreaker. He got the dream. Dust is leashed. He'll be alright.
I mean, they want to try and start something at Vici by the looks of it, but IG, they're more than happy to fight. The Boundless down on a boat for them. Yang will get healed up, but it won't save and jump forward. The rebound, they're in on top of Neo. It's going to put the BKB, try and get out of the Wukong Samar, but the bash is there from Zhang Yu. It's going to be Neo taken down. Erica's getting surrounded by IG. He'll try and stand his ground, but the stun catches him from the Boundless. Setsu now to be focused. They're coming in with the buybacks. 2 cores taken out just like that. Very much the state of the game starting to show its head in the numbers now.
Oh no, and are they even going to get PYW? They should be able to. No way.
No, there's no...
No way.
Oh, no. There you go. Support Visage coming in big now. Easy escape.
Level 8.
Dodge the stun. TP out.
Oh,
tanky enough with that pipe.
He did it perfect. Double stunned. The Nature's Prophet on the TP. Disengages beautifully. Now he's not even a support, though.
No, he's
this
stepping
is
up,
a core. He's the same net with as Razor, level 18.
He's indeed taken over Neo this game.
Oh, my goodness.
Yeah, 2 such expensive buybacks there, Neo and Erica. And not a lot to be shown for it either. Shiva's Guard done on Emo, so something else that's really going to cause issues for Vici's heroes.
Very disciplined game from IG.
Setsu,
no BKB.
Is there anything? There's nothing to be done. He's just dead. He's dead and out for 80. We'll have buyback in 40 gold time.
IG has absolute control of the game now.
I think they always had.
Yeah, maybe.
Honestly,
maybe.
Vici just... It almost just feels like they just didn't know what to do with their lead. They had a lead. I guess he just never was enough of a lead for them. I mean, Erica wanted to farm right this profit. But without a doubt, you're seeing very much the difference from, like, you know, Vici's lineup this time. You know, obviously last game's lineup, IG, they had the lane domination and they had a very kind of clear plan afterwards. this game, I think maybe Vici, they kind of were like, well, we got to sort out the lanes, but then kind of thinking beyond that, the plan was not as clear.
Yeah, and it's just like the small mistakes with their lineup really hurt that much more. They don't have the natural like DK front line to push. They have triple range core. So it's Yang who's actually the tankiest hero as this 5 position kind of in a way. And he's been a little reckless with some of these hook shots, causing some pretty unfortunate fights for them. Yeah, IG just, they're massive now. Marcy is able, even though she has less net worth than the Lesh and the Furion, she's able to just stand 1v1 with them. And Emo, a bit of his greed build has absolutely paid off, just going for the boots of travel Maelstrom kind of build.
Super hard to kill.
Really nice. Yeah, PYW, yeah, about to surpass Neo, who has no itemization. I'll bring it up after the game probably, right toward the end. But Neo, what timing was his BKB and his halberd?
BKB
right?
halberd was fantastic.
What, like
timing.
20
It was
minutes?
fantastic.
He's gotten
timing.
0 progression in 18 minutes.
Oh, Vici. And then they got to start running. Yang, he'll be left behind.
PYW steals the last hit.
So yeah, some frustrations there on the face of Yang.
Yeah. And now at this point, there's like, where do they go? How do they take a fight? They just have to split up the map, but you can't really split versus IG when there's these boots of travels and these easy ways to get across the map on them. FY has the gem, feels safe to waltz around, play in the opposing jungle. But yeah, immediately, Emo just goes toward the top lane when he sees that split push, has a remnant down just in case of anything too. Even checking the tree lines.
And they're just gearing up to go for that final tier 2 top.
Yep. They're so strong in an overall team fight around this Wukongs, around this Tombstone. I don't know. Yeah, I have no idea how Vici fights. Vici has to like get a pick off and then reset and somehow take some of these fights. But yeah, now 25 on Monkey King also. The Wukongs is enormous.
Because they see them here with this vision. He has to BKB very early here, Setsu. See them jump over towards Yang. Catch Dust with the stun. We'll give them time to back off with the cores.
Okay, I mean, it's just Yang again, at the least, but they will have to back up all the way to the base. All 4 heroes trapped. Roshan, 30 seconds. He has to buy back to rocket it. Has to be sure to check that area.
The thing is, though, even if they were to see a Roshan there, I don't know how Vici Gaming fight around the pit there.
Absolutely.
They have to try.
An IG. Dust waiting on a tree.
Well, look for PYW.
He has the shard.
He's gonna have backup. Dust isn't ready to help, and they make the jump over towards Setsu. Setsu's out.
It was a bait.
And now they can look for Eric according to the Wukong's command. He's getting bashed through the BKB, trying to stand his ground and heal up, but he cannot survive through this. Erica's out for nearly 2 minutes. As IG, they'll look to chase on for more. BKB's at the balance is there. Setsu, he pulled back for this. He's trying to heal up with the Bloodstone. He's still surviving, but the rebound's in there from Zhang Yu. Emo gets in. It's a dieback on him. They'll get on top of Neo and they'll tap out. GG is called. IG will take this game 2. And with that, the series, it's theirs. 2-0 against Vici Gaming.
Greed is good, as we say. IG, I mean, a very well-played game. Honestly, they sat back. They were patient. Vici, these mistakes really compounded. Like 2 or 3 mistakes in this game just allowed IG to start taking over. And I'm gonna just jump off, okay? Because I wanted to see. I wanted to see Neo's. Like, what timing was it that he got?
The BKB
Halberd
was a good time, but yeah, the game really fell apart from him. I mean, we don't see too much Razor still nowadays, so maybe just not something that he's been playing a lot of recently. But very much seemed like he didn't have a clear plan after that point, and it hurt them.
So 22 minutes, he got the BKB and the Halberd.
Good timing.
And then the progression, he never got another item in the game. No. So I think maybe it was a little awkward. Like, I understand the Lesh, you want Shivas, the Nature's Prophet, you want AC, you want these auras, but then your Razor's in a position of like, wait, what do I get? So maybe it's like, maybe the Nature's Prophet should have gone more for like a full damage-oriented build, and then they let the Razor
Maybe.
go for that AC type of build. Not sure. I mean, I'm not saying that's exactly what like lost them the game. It was definitely like the plays and everything like that. But having this Razor just get completely neutered after like the 25, 30-minute mark definitely hurt them. And IG, they understood how to play their draft. They played it clean. They played it calm. They let their Summer Spot get that farm up, and it worked. They paid off.
Yeah, they look really good today, IG. Yeah, game one, very impressive stomp, and indeed this game too. In complete contrast to the feeling that Vici Gaming's plays were giving here, where it was kind of like, what do we do? IG, they seemed very, indeed, relaxed. They knew that they just kind of had to stall through that point of the game, the early point, and they would be fine. And they indeed were. 2-0 today here for IG against Vici Gaming.
Invictus Gaming get themselves a W, and despite being blessed with a divine casting duo, we will not be blessed with a game number 3 as IG, though they've in the past gone the full distance, the only team to have done so consistently. This time around, they clean it up, they get the 2-0. Very calm game of Dota from them. Very frantic from the side of Vici Gaming. They had a somewhat early lead. We saw this Razor doing fairly well in the laning phase. He was supposed to get muscled out. That doesn't happen. Erica's doing okay. This Leshrak's doing fine, but it felt like they hit a wall in terms of their progression sheep, and they couldn't translate that early laning phase into a better mid game, and they couldn't stop the greed that came from IG.
Yeah, it felt like they didn't know how to deal with IG hitting some timings as well. Because originally, like, Emo's not buying out his Maelstrom, he's just holding 3k gold. Playing without a Javelin is kind of weird, so his damage is just a little neutered. You're playing a support Visage to allow this Marcy to be a core, which means that he's pretty poor. He's died like 3 times in lane, not having those auras, so their ability to fight early was just really bad. But then they get like BKBs, they get a Basher on Marcy. Things start to come together, and they make these really nice plays during that VT Aegis to just bring the game back.
Yep, and unfortunately we also saw from the offlane Razor, it's the first one that we've had in the region that's been banned a couple of times. It doesn't end up winning this game out, and the itemization I think somewhat let him down here, Kirzu. After getting the BKB Halberd, like Falk was mentioning, 0 progression thereafter, but more importantly his impact in these fights especially just couldn't really be felt.
I think eventually it becomes hard for them to play the game, especially for a hero, because there's a Wukong, there's like a Marcy. It just feels very hard for him to really reach into these fights. I think the play mail into Refresher could have been cool, but I also think if we go way earlier in the game, they probably expected his lane to go better, because he was at best like even with Monkey King for the most part. And I would have liked them to try and play the map a bit more with like Moonlight Shadow and the Clockwork, like trying to run around with Nature's Prophet, try and get some kills, because yeah, IG, they were just chilling, and that benefited them like a lot. Sheep was saying, Emo's like holding 3k gold, kind of chilling, hands off keyboard. That's just gonna go farm his Battle Fury, because eventually a big truck is hitting you. And I mean, IG, they played better around the map. I think they've also built better items. They played better. What do you know? They win the game.
They end up getting this W. One of the things I loved about seeing this game here is that Dust, he could just play this very chilled Monkey King. He drops the Wukong's command, doesn't have to worry too much about using Boundless to keep heroes in it. He's like, I can wait for Boundless to kill heroes because I've got Emo to help me out. I've got PYW on the Visage, perfect familiar drops. I've got Marcy. Some of these disposals are honestly a little bit insane coming in from Shangyu. We see again, Sheep, why this is a hero player specialist, and they can debate this, right? Game 1, they debate us into thinking he's playing Marcy. Game 2, they debate us into thinking he's playing Visage. It's starting to all somehow come together. It feels like they've turned a little bit of a corner here for IG.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at Dust's one death, that was the one time where I felt bad about their lineup and like putting the Visage on support, because he used his Wukong, but it didn't matter because Razor's sucking him inside of it. Like he's just like, I can't stand here because no one is helping me. But like the later it went, like we talk about this patience, everything does start to come together. I think that their smokes were on point this game, like especially when Vici got that first Aegis. Like they were able to find that Lesh pick off bot. They were able to find another kill on Yang at some point. They were able to take the actual Aegis off of them with a fight. Like they took 3 back-to-back amazing fights, including like taking the enemies like triangle for a bit. Like the way that they played the map, so friggin' impressive. I really like the way that they did that all game.
Talk to me about some of the map plays that we saw from the side here of Vici Gaming, Kirzu, because despite having access to this Clockwork, right, it felt like they were always behind in the vision game. And there was one truly disastrous fight that they took on Dire Triangle. They go all up the hill, completely blind. They don't see anything. They decide to make this jump. They get absolutely demolished. Erica TPs into the middle of the fight. Immediately as he gets there, he's like, I have to get out of here. BKBs leaves. His team doesn't have necessarily the same options. So how on earth were they not able to take the fights that they wanted to choose, despite having access to, say, this Clockwork, despite having Razor obviously can't necessarily do that much, but I would imagine that they have a few more options to be able to get vision, but they always felt behind in that regard.
I feel like they missed their timings of when they could do it, and then because they did miss it, eventually they're like, okay, something needs to happen. Let's go run in this triangle for no reason. Sometimes emotions get the better of you. You're like, we can make this play happen, but in reality, you kind of can't. Maybe it's also awkward because you have this triple range core where like, okay, who should join us in the smoke? Is it the Razor? Feels awkward. Is it Lesh? Nature's Prophet wants to like come in late, so it's more on the supports I think to make it happen, which sometimes it's hard. And I mean, overall, I think the longer the game goes, the easier for IG.
Well, IG now 2 and 3 in the leaderboard overall after grabbing the 2-0 win over Vici Gaming, which means two things. Firstly, they are now tied with Vici in the leaderboard, keeping things very interesting, especially because with 3 losses, you still have a chance to go to the major. So IG keeping hopes alive as far forward as humanly possible to get themselves into some international competition. I will say they also felt more confident when you watch them. Sometimes in the past, we'd see IG play and there'd be some, frantic plays we'd see come out of them. But it seems like it's finally starting to come together. Dust and Emos, often would it be Dust is doing one thing, Emos doing another. They're not all on the same page. Now it's feeling like they actually are going in one accord here, Sheep. And the team is starting to feel like a team, not just a disparate collection of high school players.
Yeah, this series was fantastic. Like the first game, they outdrafted Vici so hard.
Yep.
Like that everything sort of played itself, and I think they were really happy with that. Game 2, you're giving Emo his Ember. He loves his Ember. You're giving Shangyu his Mossy. He loves his Mossy. They're playing extreme comfort, so their ability to like execute that becomes much easier as a result. So I'm just glad that they got the heroes they liked. They were able to form very good drafts around those, and then just run it.
Well, they ran it perfectly here, and we also got to see the wonderful debate plays all around the offlaner of Shangyu. And we actually have a time to converse with Shangyu himself. So we have him on the line. Shangyu, congratulations on your victory here today. And I'm curious about something. Obviously, you just came now from the side of LGD. Before that, you were on CDC. It's a pretty rapid ascension to go from CDC to LGD to IG. Can you tell us the story of what happened at each of those stages? For example, how after you helped to qualify for the major with LGD, you didn't get a chance to go, and then now you're on IG instead. Can you tell us what happened in between those time periods for all these changes to happen?
首先恭喜你拿下这场比赛的胜利。然后之前的话你在 CDEC， 然后娶了老干爹，然后现在来到了 IG， 整个过程应该说是非常快的。想请你跟大家分享一下这段时间发生的一些事情到底都发生了什么，包括在老干爹打进了 Major 的这个资格，但是却没能去到线下，然后后面就直接来了 IG 这段经历。
首先谢谢啊，然后就是从 CDC 打完去年 TI 预选之后 ，CDC 就解散了。当时刚好边哥退役了嘛，然后就过去试了一下，打了一个赛季，然后后面不太合适，就来 IG 了。
So it was begin with CDC, and after the TI qualifier last year, team would disband, and it happens that Faceban retired, so I tried out in LGD, and it wasn't a great match for both of us, so I came to IG.
Okay. Now that you are on IG, of course, and you still are relatively new to the Chinese Dota scene as a whole, can you talk to us about what preparations you specifically go to try and make sure that you can reach the level that everybody else on your team who has a bit more experience than you to reach the level of their play? Do they help you out specifically with like laning? Do they make sure that you have better understanding of the macro game? How do you make sure that you can also play at the tier 1 level to make up for that lack of experience in a way?
那作为队内相对比较年轻的选手，你平时在赛前会给自己做一些什么样的准备功课吗？就是保证自己能够跟队伍里更有经验的，或者说就是更成熟的选手一起能够发挥出更好的水平。
大概就是打训练中的东西吧，然后每一场的对手也不一样，会看他们录像稍微研究一下，就也不会就平时比赛就把训练打的东西打好就能赢，也没有什么特别的要做的。
I didn't do anything special. I just watched the replays of my opponent's team and try to play like what I did in the scrims. I think doing that is good enough.
Okay. Sheep, what do you have for our man while we have him on the line?
Oh, I'd love to know more about the differences between LGD and this team. Like how, could you tell us about how you feel the play styles are different and, if you prefer this a lot more or just your general thoughts?
想问一下，你觉得老干爹跟 IG 最大的区别在哪里？从你的角度来说的话，你更喜欢哪种，就是哪个战队的这种打的模式？
氛围肯定是 IG 会好一些，但是就我想一下，我也不知道怎么说，这个不太好聊吧。
打法上没什么感觉吗？
打法上面大家的风格就都不一样呀，每个队伍都不一样，也没有说具体到那个地方。
Yeah, I feel like IG has a better team atmosphere, and playstyle-wise, I think each team differ with other teams, and it's just a totally different style. So there's nothing I can start with. I just say it's different.
All right, and how do you go about fitting your hero pool into your drafts? And I mean that in the way that you don't play like the hyper meta heroes. It feels like you have your own comfort, like your Marcy and your Brew. Do you have to like have long talks with your drafter on like the heroes that work well with it to make them fit in well, or is it something that's easy?
那你现在是怎么样去保证自己在比赛里拿到自己想要的英雄呢？因为我们发现你可能玩这些版本的英雄，强势英雄不是很多，然后之前的话也是一直在选你的绝活马西跟九仙，你会跟队里就是 BP 手会经常讨论一下，怎么样能够让自己的英雄池扬长避短，这种会有吗？
会跟苏老板聊，然后就跟版本也没关系吧，因为我们打的这几套训练的就是这几条东西，所以肯定玩这个呀。
Yeah, I will. I always talk to Super about the draft and my position, and I don't think I really cared about the meta heroes. In the sense, what we scream essentially is what I played like today. So, yeah, it's not really chase the meta.
And very last one, can you tell us about the cat incident from game one? You know, what's up with the cat? What's his name? Or give us some insight.
想问一下，第一场比赛就是猫的那个小事故是怎么回事？能跟大家介绍一下吗？
就是我们屏幕前面对着的是窗帘，窗帘拉上了，不然会反光，但猫跑进去了，就太阳照得睁不开眼睛。
然后小猫的名字是什么？
我们有4只猫，跑进去的那只叫鸡蛋糕，我一般称之为鸡哥。
So what happened is our computer is behind the curtain, and if we open the curtains, the sunshine is too bright and we cannot see anything on the screen. So we always wanna make the curtain closed, and the cat just ran into it. So we have to get her or him out, and yeah, and we have 4 cats in our basement, in our boot camp,
okay.
and the one running in is named Egg Cake.
That's great.
Yeah, and in Chinese it's the same pronunciation with chicken, so I usually call him Brother Chicken, which is a reference to Old Chicken.
Old Chicken.
If you guys know, yeah.
Awesome. Thank you very much.
Okay, I'll move on. I would say you are the best Marcy, so I would like to know what made you put it in a core role in the game just now. Is it because they had 3 range cores and then you can easily stand your ground, or what made you call for it to be as a core?
我就是知道你马西3号位玩得非常好，就是想问一下，什么情况下你觉得马西会是一个比较好的选择？是对面选到远程核心吗？还是你有怎么样自己的理解？
首先线上要能玩吧，然后其次就是中期团战看对面的阵容，就这一把定位我是切酱油还是跟大哥硬刚，还是说怎么样？就首先线上能玩，然后中期我开大 BKB 那一波打得过他们大哥，这英雄就能玩了。
Yeah, I think you wanna play Marcy when you can have a good lane. That's the first requirement, and the second one is you gotta know what your goal in the middle stage of the game in the team fights. Do you wanna go jump on their supports, or do you wanna jump on their cores? And when when you hit BKB and you can solo their carry, I think that's gonna be a good Marcy game.
Okay, that makes sense. And after the YBB series, I would say that your guys' drafts have improved drastically. Was there something you guys talked about after the YBB series in terms of what you need to change? Because I think not only are your hero picks a lot better, but the synergy is also very good.
想问一下，跟 YBB 的比赛之后，感觉整个队伍的 BP 是变得非常好了。就是想问一下，那场比赛之后，队伍是有做什么样的调整吗？包括感觉你们队友之间的配合也更加默契了。
就训练多了，肯定磨合是越来越好呀。然后就当时打完之后复盘的，其实也是平常出现的问题，只是比赛中出现了。当时打得不好，后面解决了一些问题。
Yeah, I feel like it's as we scrim much and more, and I think we play better together, and I think the team has better synergy. And also last series we made some mistakes we made in scrims as well, and we just do some regular discussion post game, some watch replay, and try to fix the game we have during scrims and happening matches.
Okay, I have one last question.
Okay.
Can you tell me why Emo buys Blink Dagger on Storm? And if not, you need to figure it out for me and tell me.
想问一下你，就是 emo 为什么打蓝猫要出跳？就是你能不能帮大家解答一下困惑？
首先这英雄他切入很耗蓝的呀，他跳刀之后能省很多蓝，而且他后期做到大跳刀之后会很厉害。就他是一个切入装，其实跟很多火猫出跳刀是一个道理。就你可以把它想成一个回蓝装。
So I feel like in current meta for Storm Spirit to jump in, it costs a lot of mana. So Blink is actually help quite a lot for the mana issue. And also if you have the gold to upgrade it in the late game, it suddenly becomes a super strong item. I feel like it's a same logic when Ember get the Blink. I think it's a good choice.
Okay, thank you.
Speaking of emo, actually, could we ask, you're one of the few teams that reliably and regularly switches between who's playing in the mid lane and who's playing in the safe lane. Can you talk to us about what the team discussion is that leads into that decision? Or is it about specific hero combinations? Is it about who feels more comfortable in a matchup? Can you just walk us through why it is that your team is capable of doing that game in and game out?
那正好聊到 emo， 想问一下，队伍里现在还是有的时候会出现1-2换位吗？能简单的跟我们介绍一下，大概是什么样的情况会考虑让 emo 去换位吗？是可能打哪些英雄啊，还是说打一些对线组合的考虑？
每个人的英雄池不一样呀，然后他们有些 emo 玩的英雄大色不玩，有些大色玩的英雄 emo 不玩，但当团队需要的时候，他们有这样的一个换位就会很舒服。当然我就不具体到哪些英雄。
Yeah, I think there's a team composition thing, and those two players has different hero pools. There's just some heroes emo can play and Dust cannot, and Sam otherwise. So I wouldn't mention the specific heroes, but I think it's when they switch the roles so to fit our draft, I think it's a really good thing for the team.
Well, so far it's been working out. It wasn't at the first time, but now it is starting to kick into gear. We're seeing the synergy start to work out. So thank you very much for your time, Shangyu. Good luck, have fun for your games further, and we hope to see you still perform well as a team. So thank you very much for your time.
感谢你接受我们的采访，希望你们后面能发挥更好。
谢谢。
Thank you.
Thank you. Bye bye.
That is, of course, Shangyu, joined by Marshall, helping us out with the translation as well. A very intriguing player, very new to the block. And what I loved about him as a player, Sheep, is very confident, right? In the sense that he's like, well, I know these meta picks. I don't care. I have my own hero picks. I know what I'm good at. I know what we're good at as a team when we scrim. And there's a lot of unorthodox things about this team, right? Him as a player, the nature of them swapping around between Dust and Emo, but the fact that they still feel confident in those ideas, despite the fact that no one else is doing them. Every now and then you have to be a little bit arrogant in that way to find success in this game.
Yeah, but the problem is I think that if you want to be a contester for like top 3 in the region, like top 2, like going to major and actually doing internationally well, I do think you need to be playing meta heroes as well as your own comfort, right? There's going to be games for either or both. And we've seen even TI wins being taken away from teams that couldn't play like the most broken heroes, So I just think, yes, it's good that you're confident, but I would like to see him expand out. But I'm happy that for now that he's seeing success like in this series with what he has.
It's like a mix and match, I think. Like I like that they're sticking to the Marcy in a way, and I'm happy that they're shelving this Brewmaster. Because that shit did not work out at all. So the Marcy, you know, if you can flex it, if you can pair it around and make it work, I think that's cool. It's something other teams have not done. But at the same time, like I'm sure he can work in, you know, a Broodmother, a Beastmaster over some time. But yeah, confidence is good. Just make sure it doesn't just go down like one rabbit hole of I will only play my heroes.
Yeah, like think how powerful it is that you can force teams to like first phase ban your Broodmother. It gives you so many more options with where you want to take your draft if you can make them do that. If you don't play Brood, it's not going to happen, and then it just makes everything a little bit harder, you know?
I mean, to be fair, one of the things he did mention is that they've been improving in their scrims, right? They're still all relatively new together. They're getting better over time. Their drafts are clearly improving, like you mentioned. And his hero pool is improving. Early on, there was only the 3 heroes. Now they have shelved the Brewmaster. They've introduced the Visage. They've introduced the Timbersaw. They bring in more ways of doing this. So I imagine that if this trajectory continues and they keep winning game after game after game, that eventually we will start to see the hero pool really expand. And then they have so many more options to play with. And those options were very good today, granting them a 2-0 win over the side of Vici Gaming. Vici, a bit on the fritz right now. They started with a lot of promise at the beginning of the season. You were mentioning, Kezu, that like the IG drafts have been improving. The exact opposite has been happening for Vici. The drafts have been degrading somewhat, or rather they're not as responsive to the developments in the meta. Even though IG is playing different from the meta, they can at least respond to what the actual meta is. Vici really struggling in that department right now.
I think Vici struggled a lot against these Enchantress openings, and maybe that got the better of them. Like sometimes it happens that you see this hero, you have an idea, you try it once, you try it twice, okay, didn't work. Today they tried it a 3rd time, didn't work, and that can really throw you off your game. And then, yeah, I think a little bit of draft, a little bit of gameplay, and suddenly you lost 4 games in a row.
And it's quite important here, Sheep, because there's 3 teams that are already, it seems, guaranteed to go to the major, right? PSG, LGD, Team Master, and Extreme Gaming. That 4th slot, super highly contested. We were all thinking maybe Vici has the better chance of doing it. Now that IG has beaten Vici, if it goes down to the wire, right, they win the head-to-head matchup. They get themselves into the major slot. So for Vici,
not tiebreaker?
No, there should be tiebreakers anyway.
Okay.
But like,
Try not to
what I mean,
a little
like,
bit.
you've already won the game. You have that confidence, you know, like we can beat these guys. We've already done it once before.
Didn't that happen to Extreme last tour where they had beaten the team they had to play against to go to the was it eHome?
Who was it?
It was wasn't it Extreme versus eHome and then eHome won?
I think so.
Yeah,
you're right. You're right.
Yeah,
But like Extreme had
'Cause
won the
Naito's
first time. Yeah, there's always room for improvement, guys. Time, you know, maybe you wake up on the right side of bed for a really good breakfast. You're really feeling yourself. That could be all it takes for it to be. You never let your guard down, Snare. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Don't get overconfident.
Never let your guard down. I feel like there is one team that's allowed to let their guard down a little bit. PSG LGD versus YBB Gaming will be coming next, and maybe today is a day where Zhao can relax a little bit, you know, take a walk, stroll into the office, not worry too much about these games. YBB has not looked so hot. They've only been able to notch up 1 win. PSG LGD undefeated. Give me the percentage chance here, Kezu, of LGD dropping even a single game to YBB Gaming.
10%. I don't think Zhao 8 knows what relaxing is or being chill when it comes to Dota. I feel like this guy is like the, what's it called, like the pinnacle of discipline when it comes to him and his team. So I feel like they're going to give you solid drafts. Then it's up to his players to give you solid team play. And if they don't, they're getting a beating. And then they're better performing the next game.
Shang, you sort of obliquely referenced that when you're talking about the difference in the team atmosphere, right? And the undercurrent of it was that LGD is not a place to be if you're not going to play Zhao 8 style of Dota. And Zhao 8's like, yo, you do this, Alex. You make sure that this is how you play Dota.
Yeah,
what
Alex.
the hell are you doing? Like, you're like, okay.
Don't hurt me. Please don't hurt me.
So against what's your percentage that YBB take a game off of LGD?
Well, 10, maybe a little too much. Maybe like 5%.
Sure, 7.
Maybe 7. Well, a game? No.
What, 0% or what?
0%.
0. Damn.
Impossible.
They haven't dropped a single game so far, and I don't think YBB is like the top dog to do it. You know, like maybe if it was Aster, it'd be like, yeah, for sure they could take a game. It's like 80%, 90, 100.
100.
Well,
Best of 3.
back when
3
Lou was
games.
still on the side of Extreme Gaming, he did actually manage to take a win over not just any LGD. It was the legendary LGD that still had Shin-Q, Faith Beyond, and all of them, and Army involved. And Lou has managed to do it before, so maybe he can channel those older memories to allow them to take a W over the side of PSG LGD. With that, though, we are done with this series. 2-0 in the favor here of Invictus Gaming. We're going to be taking a very small break, about 5 minutes, and when we return, something that I definitely think you'll want to hear and be involved in. So meet me back here for some hype in a couple minutes, and we'll see you soon here in the Chinese region. Peace out for now. For now. Welcome back, one and all, here to the China region DPC. We're still going to be continuing our triple header later on today, but the team is still getting ready. So right now, we're going to be taking a break to do real talk with Snare. And this time around, I'm going to be joined by Sheepstick. What's up, Sheepstick? What's going on? First of all, this drip. Did you choose it? What happened?
Thank you.
What is the decision?
I bought it for the Lima Major because they were like, you can have colorful clothes. I was like, ain't no way, colorful clothes. So I went down to some thrift stores in Brighton and I just started rummaging around. This guy was so sad at the counter. He's just like sitting there and I just come up with a massive like bundle of clothes, you know, and I just drop it on. I'm like, here. And he you know, scans it all. It takes like quite a few minutes, you know, does it all, bags it all up, gives it to me. I'm like, all right, cool, be right back. Go away, come back, another massive bundle. I did that 3 times. This poor motherfucker, he was just like trying to do his daily work. There's like a bunch of other customers just standing behind me. I was like, clothes, please.
You're like, it's mine. And then the bag got lost, unfortunately.
That's true. Yeah, my luggage got lost for the first few days of the Lima Major. Like 4 or 5 days. Yeah. I was the saddest I've ever been in my entire life. I cannot explain the actual high that you get when the bag luggage actually arrives. I was like, as soon as it showed up, my face was like, and like I was like, asked my friend, I was like, take a photo of me. I just grabbed the bag. Yeah, it's here. So happy.
No lie, she was ecstatic when these things came back. But right now, obviously, a lot of people know your name. You know, you're out here in these streets. But you have an origin story, right? Where did you come from? So in the last couple of years, like your come up has been fairly spectacular, right? Because I remember the first time I heard about you was, I think, DPC, like 2 years ago, I think.
Last year.
Last year, yeah. And then in a very short span of time, it's like every single event is sort of incomplete without having you in it. So what were you doing beforehand, before that happened? And then how did you first make that big jump into relatively unknown, into basically being catapulted into the mainstay?
Well, I was streaming before that, right? I was not very interested in doing talent work at first. Like this is very embarrassing. Actually, it's not embarrassing. I'm just going to own it. I really wanted to play pro for the longest time. I made like some tweet longer where I was like, I want you to be the first female pro player. And I like sent it off. Someone posted it on Reddit. Everyone's like, oh, good luck, bitch. And I was like, okay, I got it, guys. And then I just like did not put in the required amount of effort to do that. And I was like, man, my MMR is just not going up. What could possibly be going wrong? And it's like, you know, you look at actual players, they're grinding like 10 pubs a day. You know, they're going real hard on the replay analysis. I had a bunch of people that were like, yeah, I can help you, you know? And I'm like, oh, the resources, everything is available to me. And I just didn't take it. I was lazy. I'll be real, I was lazy. And, you know, a few years passed. I'm just like, yeah, this ain't working. So I just, you know, every day I'm just streaming on Twitch, playing my pubs, whatever. And then eventually, I think COVID happened. Which is when I was sort of thinking about the idea of talent work. But then, yeah, like COVID, no one's doing, there's no events, whatever. So I grinded like to 7K at that point, felt pretty good. And then I got asked to do the TI 10. That was the one in Romania, right?
Yeah,
the TI 10 All-Star match by Valve. I was like, oh my God, this is cool as hell. Let's go. So I went and did that. And when I was there, Bruno was like, do you want to do a panel? I was like, sure. I'll do a panel. So he put me on it, and I was like shitting myself because you know you're going to TI. It's a TI panel. Like I'm like, I haven't prepared. I didn't come here, but you know I came here to play some random like game mode.
But now you're just thrust into the limelight. You have to do this thing now.
It's like talk about the team. I'm like, oh God. So I think I did some draft or something with Aoi, and he's like actual angel. He's so nice because he'll like when you're on the panel. And you say something, you know, if he thinks there's any merit to it, he'll like tell you, or he'll say on the panel, he'll like, that's a really good point, and then he'll build on it, and it makes you feel so confident and good. Like I was legit like sweating, so scared on that panel, and he made me feel like amazing. So that, I love you, Aoi, you're the best.
I mean, shout out this TI winner right next to you, being like, oh, this is actually you're cool. You're saying these nice things.
It's like, oh, he makes you feel really validated in your ideas. And I said afterwards, I was like, thanks for agreeing with the stupid things I was saying. He's like, no, you're good. You know, like it's not, you know, if I thought you were saying something bad, I would tell you. I'm like, okay, cool. So after that, I like tweeted and I was like, oh yeah, I'd love to do talent work next year. You know, hit my line, baby. And BTS reached out. So thank you very much to them. I owe them so much.
So it's one of these things where it's like one small random thing happens, which leads into another random thing. And then all of a sudden, before you know it, you're like flying all the way to LA. And you're like, oh, snap. I want to be doing this thing. I want to be living there for 6 weeks, just doing Dota. And with another TI winner, right? So you go from one TI winner at TI to working with Fear. And I'm sure that probably helped a lot as well to like develop you as a talent for camera.
For sure, like Fear is amazing. Like in terms of how far he's come as a talent as well. Because when I first met him, right, we didn't really know each other. It was his first talent gig, I think. He's like pretty, stiff and he right now. If you compare the C broadcasts at the start to like how he was at like the major, he is so like loose and funny and like really open and easy. He'll like flame teams. He'll be like he'll give his opinion, but he'll be entertaining. And like I think he is like by far like the coolest guy ever. Like getting to like loosen him up over the course of CDPC and like as our relationship developed, it was like so fun because we just went from like me sort of trying to figure out how to make this guy work to like shit talking with him like nonstop by like tour 3, like just throwing shit at him and then he throws shit back, he'll flame me. It's like it's so fun.
It was actually fun to watch that dynamic develop because like you said, at the beginning you could just definitely see that y'all didn't know each other as people just yet. Then as time goes on, it's like, yeah, these could basically be siblings trying to annoy each other, seeing who's going to crack first under the pressure. Unfortunately, you have the drawback. He has kids. Like, you're always going to lose that contest. Like,
bro, that I don't even think it's a sibling thing. I think it's literally father and child. Like, that's how people would talk about our panels. There's like father, Fear, and then me and Nat just being absolute like gremlins and him trying to control us.
He's like herding cats, basically. Corral you inside. Like, calm down, kids.
Exactly. And it's like we come here and, he's working with us here in Romania, even though he's doing NA. And we're just like, we did a panel together for NA, I think. And I was just like, hey, I'm just going to play SpongeBob music on my laptop while we watch this game. Because it was going kind of late and we were just like losing our minds a bit. And he's like, I don't think you understand. I have children. You can't annoy me. Like I was trying to annoy him. He's like, it's not going to work. Yeah. I'm like, I guess that kind of works for me because I like just goofing around. So when he's just like,
he's like, do you?
Yeah,
it's fine.
He'll just tease me or whatever, just mess around. It's like good friends. I really love working with him.
Yeah, Fear is pretty great. Like, Fear is awesome. If you haven't ever had an opportunity to meet Fear in your life, do it. It'll improve your life. Speaking of life in general, so now you're in the talent space, right? You're doing this. I imagine you want to keep doing this for as long as it's humanly possible to continue going, right? Let's assume you weren't in Dota, right? At all. Like you weren't streaming, you're not in a professional team, you're not doing any analysis, not any talent work, no nothing, right? What path do you think your life would have taken if that didn't happen?
Oh, that's a hard question. Okay. So before I got into Dota, I was in school for game art design because I always wanted to be within the gaming industry. Because like growing up, I watched like YouTube and stuff. I was like, into anime. I watched Naruto on TV. It led down a dark path, right? I saw like the Game Grumps. I would watch them. Like, wow, they talk about video games for a living. That's crazy. Holy shit, But it didn't seem something that was possible, right? Because this was like 10 plus years ago. And I was like, okay, I have to do something realistic. And at first I wanted to do like journalism. I'm trying to think of like real careers or some shit. I'm like, oh, I don't like journalism. I want to do graphic design. So I was in graphic design and I was like, that's still kind of boring. I did like a bit, in college, some graphic design course. You're doing typography. Like, oh, this is
lovely.
Yeah.
Fun.
So I go to university and I try and do game art design. And honestly, that was when I was playing Dota, because in college I picked up Dota. Then I went to university. I was playing more Dota, and Dota took over my life at that point. To the point, where I'm like, okay, I could study from my course, or I'm gonna play Dota all night because I'm away from my parents for the first time ever. So
no one there to control you.
Yes, it was not great. So if Dota had been if there was just no Dota, then maybe I would have just finished my course like a human being and actually be doing that. Yeah, because it was like art, it was like 3D modeling and stuff as well. So I'm assuming I probably would have ended up somewhere in the game industry making games.
Okay, so you would have been like you would have been the person to be able to point out some game and be like, oh, hey, you see that really cool model? You see that new game over there? Hey, you see this new landscape? That's me.
That's me.
That's me right there. I'm the one who did that.
Dude, I'll tell you, the ramp up in difficulty on that course was insane. It was this was a contributing factor to why I dropped out alongside Dota. They make you make like a chest or something, like a treasure chest. I'm like, okay, you can do that. It's like a box.
Sure,
whatever.
That's fine. Yeah.
Then they're like, okay, make a house. I'm like, a house? That's fine. It's still made of boxes. Little slant here, little slant here. Oh, we got the roof. Looking good. And then they're like, okay, make a human. I'm like,
that's different.
A human? They're like, yeah, here's a tutorial on how to make a hand. It's like making fingers and stuff. I'm like, I can't do this. I just left. There's no way.
I mean, you can still do it now, right? Like, you can still find yourself just making houses. Or why not do some Dota design? Like, design
Aw.
some hats for us.
No,
Actually.
the fact that the best I could do was like types of squares. I don't think I'm going to be able to make anything of use. I also forgot everything because this was what 7-ish years ago now that I did that. Yeah.
I mean, you can just go back. It'll be a fun thing just to see how much you do remember and to try to figure out if it'll be fun. But now, okay, obviously, like you said, time has passed, 7 years since, right? You're in the Dota space. Let's say after Dota, right? Do you have any aspirations after Dota? Like, or do you think about yourself in any way? Or rather, actually, the better question is, can you see yourself off camera again? Because I think right now, you seem to be having a lot of fun whenever you're on air. So can you imagine yourself just not on air ever again?
That would make me sad. I mean, I could see myself doing it maybe, but I prefer not to. I like something that's the most fulfilling to me is like when I feel like I've made impact on people's lives. So like when you're behind the camera, it's a little bit more like disconnected. It's nice to be able to like, meet people and they say like, oh, I really love watching your stream or whatever. Even as something as small as that, it like means a lot to me because it's like they spent their like time in their day to watch me and it meant something to them, but they felt the need to say that to me, and that's like the most, that's the happiest my heart gets. So being on camera and doing stuff is like my preference.
Oh, talk to me about this. When was it, or do you remember a conversation you had with somebody who like admired you or a fan of yours, right? That after you had that conversation, you realized that, yeah, this is for me. This is where I need to be right now.
Honestly, I can't remember a specific one, like just off the top of my head, like, in the moment right here now. But I think if I went away and thought about it, I could probably find one or two. Because yeah, some people send like really touching messages that are just like,
and you're just like, oh. Unfortunately, though, Sheep, we gotta talk about it. It's regrettable, but not everything is touching within the Dota landscape. Especially like you mentioned, you wanted to be the first woman pro player, right? And it hurts, right? But then the salt, the shit that you have to eat, right? That you catch at time to time. How on earth do you deal with it and stay sane and still stay as like, because your energy is infectious, right? Just being around you genuinely makes you want to feel a little bit happier. But we know for a fact that in the background, not everybody is super happy to see you. So how do you keep your head screwed on right when all this shit is happening?
My skin is probably a little thicker than some others, but it still gets to me. I mean, it's hard. It's kind of like you have to remind yourself of like what you feel like you're doing well. Like if people don't like something about what I'm doing, if I see that, I try and take it on board in a way and think about how I can like improve it. But it can make me feel like shit. I mean, I'll be real. It's like you have to go to your friends. You have to sort of get like their opinion on it. Try and get like a more realistic approach of, does this thing need to be improved or not? I don't know. When people just hate you, it's like a little hard. I'd actually say the most difficult thing is how when you're new, you get a lot of praise and love because you're new and people are like seeing you for the first time. Yeah. And they're like, oh, this is great. This person's doing really well. Shout out threads, blah, blah, blah. Everything's good. And then after like a year, that kind of goes away. And it's like you have to really think like, oh, am I just doing a worse job? Or is like the newness going away? Because then it turns into this thing of like, people have told you they liked you. They don't feel the need to say it again.
Yeah.
But people who hate you, people who really don't like what you're doing,
they have infinite
they're
energy.
annoyed.
Yeah.
They want to go out there and give their opinion. So it starts to become a lot more negativity versus positivity, which I found hard to deal with, especially, actually. I really struggled with it for a little while. So I'm like, basically, I'm just trying to keep myself at a reasonable level where like objectively, yes, it makes me feel like shit, but I'm trying to like figure out what is actually useful to take away and what is, worthless.
What's just like worthless fluff or just random, just noise, basically. You're trying to find that signal in the noise and not let it get to you. I mean, it's really hard to do though, like doing it on a consistent level because being the shiny new toy, it's nice, but you know that it's definitely going to go away. It doesn't last forever. Yeah. And at some point you become part of the furniture. And when you're part of the furniture, that's when people start to notice the flaws more. And they're like, oh, we're going to nitpick on this. We're not just going to look at the positives and overlook everything else. Yeah. But let's talk about it as well. From when you started until now, right? What do you think you've improved on the most, right? And what do you think is the biggest unique thing that you bring still to the camera space and the talent world?
I think my confidence has improved quite a fair amount. Like I remember at the start, like I would get nervous before broadcasts or I'd like not know what I was really talking about. Because honestly, I didn't really watch Pro Dota before I started doing talent work. I played a lot more at pubs. So I knew like, oh yeah, I know who Team Secret is and OG are, obviously, but like I couldn't tell you like the history of these teams or like the details of the players or the other regions especially, complete mystery to me. So I think the big improvement has been watching a lot of Pro Dota, going to events, seeing stuff, gaining experience, and then like knowing more. So now when I cover a team, especially having done C, I'm so grateful I got to do C in Europe East last year, because then I could go into like the Arlington Major and actually hype up the Southeast Asian teams with the knowledge of, yes, I watched every single game this team played.
Exactly what I'm talking about.
Yeah, and it feels good to bring that. What was the second part of your question?
Oh, like right now, obviously after all of these improvements, what's the most unique thing? Like then, what's the sheep TM thing that like you bring to the table that literally nobody else in the space is doing right now?
I try and the thing I like that I bring is more of like the player kind of view side of stuff. Like I feel like the majority of like panels is mostly like, okay, we've watched every single pro game, here are our opinions on it, we're talking about it. I'm not saying no talent has ever done this, but it's like my hard focus in prep is like interviews. I watch like loads of content that the teams put out. If they do a YouTube video of their players talking about stuff, I watch it, I write down what they say. You know, if someone releases an interview, I read it, I write down notes on what they say. And then I try and go into my panels, not so much in DPC because there's not very many interviews during this time, but like especially majors, I try and bring that information because in my opinion, viewers want to know what pros are thinking. And if I can kind of collate all that information and bring that experience to them, then I feel pretty happy with what I'm doing.
I mean, there's probably a reason why a lot of pros like you, right? And people are always like, oh, this sheepstick person is really great. She's awesome. She's pretty hype. Let's look back. Let's talk highlights, right?
Yeah.
So far, obviously, it's been a wild ride in the last 2 years of your career, or your life in general, right? What is the highlight, standout moments for you that you were like, oh my God, this is incredible right now. This is the best thing that's ever happened to me.
In the last 2 years?
Yeah.
I think when I walked out on the first day of playoffs on Arlington Major.
Yeah.
Because it was my first event with a crowd, and you come out of these doors, you walk up. We had like this little square thing with our panel on it, whatever. And behind us is just the entire like stadium of people. So like when you walk up there and it's like you look out and there's all these people and I'm just like, hi guys, you know? And they're all like, whoa! They all start cheering for like our whole panel, that we're all walking out. And it just felt surreal. It's like, oh my God, like, it was really
I've got
cute.
these fans, I've got these people here.
That's so nice. Yeah, I have like some level of imposter syndrome where it's like, I don't think I'm like terrible at my job, but like, if I'm with like other talent, for example, and there are fans, I expect the fans are like there for them and not for me. So whenever people do approach me and they say, I really like you, can I have your like signature or whatever, I'm just like, oh, thank you.
I mean, y'all should have seen the lines for her at Lima. It was kind of crazy. It was nuts.
That's the thing. The imposter syndrome kicks in. I'm like, I'm sure they were there for Pudge. I was just collateral. They just asked for me on the side,
Nah. Those lines are long as hell. They're like, oh, por favor, por favor. And you're just like, oh, you got to do this thing. You got to be out here. So looking forward into the future, what do you still want to accomplish while we're still in the space?
I would love to work. I'd love to work at TI where I'm actually at the event. If they want to keep doing the same format as last TI, then I understand. But it would be nice to like get to do a TI where you do get to like have all the fan interaction too. So that would be cool if that ever ends up happening again. Otherwise, I don't know. I like to improve myself. Every time I feel like I've gotten better or improved or figured something out, that makes me happy. I have stuff I'm working on right now, so.
I mean, listen, take this advice, y'all. Improvement, that's the hype. Sometimes that's the joy you should just take is in improving yourself and knowing that you've gotten better. The world, whatever, they'll give their opinion, but as long as you're competing with yourself and beating yourself and being a better version of yourself, you're probably good. And I think you're probably good for TI this year. It's been on the up. Like, you're on the come up. You're like that rapper who dropped like a hot mixtape, the album came out, people are like, oh, it is chill, but the next album's gonna be like, yo, this is hot. I would not be surprised to see you on panel at the TI finals.
Oh, well, I hope I'm on it with you, brother.
Hey, let's go. Let's do it. TI finals. Until then. Well, actually, until a few minutes, because we still have some Dota to do here in the Chinese region. So stick around. Don't go anywhere, because when we return, Sheep, myself, will be here for some Dota. So we'll see you soon for PSG LGD versus YBB Gaming in just a few minutes.
Let's go, Snare.
Welcome back, one and all, here to the CN DPC. We continue the day's action. The triple header still has to conclude, and now we head to our final series of PSG LGD versus YBB Gaming. YBB certainly up against it because PSG LGD have been incredible, have yet to drop a single game, have mounted incredible comebacks, and have just looked incredible, looking like they're a well-oiled machine back to their fine best when they were one of the strongest teams in the entire world. My panel today, I'm back in for the third series. I've got Kezu, I've got Sheepstick.
We're back.
We're back again. Hey. We were just hanging out, just chilling, Sheepstick. Kezu, while we were doing our thing, I was thinking about some of this game, right? And thinking about how YBB Gaming, during Div 2, you saw a lot of their games, and they had to sort of revert back to their mean. They came into Div 1, tried new things, the new things didn't work. Now, as they're getting back to what they were doing in Div 2, it's slowly but surely starting to work again. It started with their drafts. In particular, they've been playing a lot faster, not trying to just angle for this much later game. Will that work out against PSG LGD, who's also known for being able to play extremely fast themselves?
It's, I think, really hard, but I do like that YBB are going back to what their strength is. You know, like this high tempo, the Lu Nature's Prophet, they play around with some Dev Prophet as well, because I feel like this is their timing. I don't want them to play these, like, sit back with some Tidehunters, try to outfarm your opponents. I need them to play fast. I feel like that's their strength, so just stick to it.
I think what's also frustrating, Sheep, about playing against a team like LGD is not only are they able to play very fast, which they enjoy doing, but even if they want to play late game, sure, it's fine. They can just do that, right? Shiro can play anything, so they'll just look at the draft and say, hey, let's pick Shiro, the hero that makes sense, not just for the early portion of the game,
hero.
but then also scales as well.
Yes, he is super good. They're all really good. I think LGD are impossible to beat, it feels like, for any team that's not in the top 3 of this region, and 3 is pushing it. It really feels like Aster has been the only team to contest them because they just do everything well. They farm really well, they play the map really well, their vision's outstanding, their supports always find good farm. Like, you're just playing against 5 heroes that find a way to reach their timings, so you have to outplay them. And right now, I just haven't seen anyone be able to do that.
Yeah, it must be very frustrating for some of the other teams because YBB right now, they have 2 players on the team, 7E and ZZQ, who've played together for a while. They're going up against their old former teammates because PSG LGD is like 3/5 of the old eHome roster. So when you're going up against these guys, you know them very well, but you're looking at them, you're like, damn, we were on the same team. How on earth are you guys this much better than we are? And one of the reasons why they're so good, Kezu, is because of the way that they draft, right? PSG LGD have Zhao 8 in the back corner, that brain trust. So talk to us about what he's capable of doing that allows him to be so good from a draft perspective.
Yeah, I mean, LGD overall in Zhao 8, I just think he has some of the perhaps biggest Dota brain as well. And they did something in their most recent series against Extreme that I really liked. And when we just look here, so first pick drafting is mainly about you setting the tempo of the game. So having this beast into Disruptor opening, nothing too crazy there. But I feel like LGD are really good at hitting the nail in the drafts where they don't only pick heroes that are good for them, but also against the enemies. So they end up Extreme open the second phase with a Magnus. You want to play fast against Mag. Luna plays fast, beats the hero in lane. At the same time, you end up getting the Luna SD combo, which is very good for you, but you also get the save against the Magnus RP. And whenever you purge with SD ult, you take the Empower away from the carry, you back it up later with the Primal Beast, who can then open up the map. And once again, LGD's draft just absolutely complete, perfect with high tempo, and they end up winning in like 21 minutes.
Yeah. I mean, Extreme Gaming is not a bad team by any stretch of the imagination. They're the 3rd best team in the region right now, and they made them look like a tier 2 team, right? It was not even close. So the division between them was absolutely massive. PSG LGD, very notable for being pretty much the final boss right now. Although I still do think Aster has a pretty good shot at beating them. I was much more confident coming into this tour than I am right now, having seen how LGD plays. So this series, YBB certainly up against it here. Are there any specific strategies you can imagine YBB doing that might be able to somewhat exploit LGD Sheep?
I have like a first pick an Enchantress.
Yeah, and then what did it pair with a Beastmaster?
Maybe I think a Beastmaster because you know that they're gonna pick Pango.
Yeah, I can smell it too. Actually,
Pango
it's cooking.
and Disruptor,
It's coming. It's cooking.
I think. So you would be like, yeah, we need the Beast in this situation. It's pretty good.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's the right because
sounds pretty good.
They should ban Primal and Ruben. Oh, whoa!
Magic.
Damn, she's good.
You can see the future. Wow,
She's good.
damn.
You know me, guys.
Unfortunately, we saw this, right? They have played against this Enchantress Beastmaster before. Vici Gaming tried it, right? This exact opener. They tried. And you know what PSG LGD did? They were like, all right, Zeal, bring out your Pango. I think he's the only Pango in the region allowed to play this offlane. You give it to Zeal. You had doubts the first time.
I did
both
have
of
doubts.
You. Both of you had doubts.
But
and then you saw it, and you're like, okay.
I have less doubts, actually. I honestly, I'll be real with y'all. I kind of like Pango still in the offlane, but everyone else was so like, oh yeah, Pango offlane's
We
trash.
dragged you down.
That I got kind of like, well, I feel bad like expressing this opinion now, so I'll just try and agree.
Honestly, I would say that it was pretty bad. I mean, I still think that it isn't amazing, but Dota has room for any hero in the right scenario, and it just comes down to how you execute it. You know, turns out you just need LGD to do it, and then it works. I think sometimes also they're like a step ahead of the meta, so they know that this Eng is like crazy, and they were the only team to beat it in this region. They did it with Pango, so I feel like now they're going the next step where I don't know how good this is. We'll see how it turns out in the game, but they're just gonna first pick Pango because they know either you now pick Eng and we know what we already have is good against you, or you leave it and then we take it anyway.
Yeah.
Something that does annoy me though is this Rubik ban. Just going back, why would you ban Rubik over Disruptor? I think that we've seen enough Rubik now to know that it's just not as good. And the way that LGD play with Disruptor is insane. Like, oh my God, you give Planet this guy gets like a blink dagger, he's finding you, you show on a side lane, he's instantly TPing, finds you with the kinetic glimpse, punishes you, gets that kill. He is setting up for his team so well on this hero. Like, I just don't think Rubik can replicate what it is that LGD can do with Disruptor right now.
Absolutely. Planet himself got an MVP vote in that particular game just for how consistent he was on the plays, how on point his static storms were, his glimpses, just everything that you could possibly want out of this hero, he is doing for you. But in general, Planet has just been something else. I've been watching this Planet guy for a while, and I always thought he was really, really good. He was especially good on Rubik back in his eHome days, but the glow up from him, actually the glow up from all of these eHome players once they joined LGD has just been phenomenal to witness. So in this game, YBB needs to try and find some answers, some kind of way to deal with what PSG LGD is doing. And Kezu, I'm looking at Jawe, he doesn't seem like he's going to be taking it easy on them in any measure. He's going to be playing at absolute high level. So what do you want to pair with this Disruptor? We've often seen them play with the Enchantress, obviously it's not here.
Yeah.
Phoenix is another hero that they've played very often. Do you think that could work out for them in this game?
I mean, Phoenix gives them some team fight. I don't know how they view the Phoenix Beast matchup. I feel like a lot of people have like a different mindset when it comes to this. Some people think, oh, you get the Beast aura, and then other people think, oh, I don't really care about the egg. You just get like this team fight. Oh, there you go. You get something completely different.
Yeah.
You at least get, so you have ET against summons where you get all the damage, but ET laning into Eng is not great because Eng is going to have creeps. She can purge you. So perhaps they just value the team fight more. Okay.
It's also a vision providing hero for Glimpse, I guess. If they want to keep on the Astral on someone while they're chasing them down.
Yep.
That's a good point, actually, from myself. Thanks, Alex.
It is a very good point.
YBB. No, I was going to lead in something
Another one. Another good point.
Another point is YBB playing with Eng Beastmaster. I actually really rate highly into LGD because whenever you see them play, they'll have like some mid hero like Storm and they want to go look for kills with like Disruptor and stuff. What Planet does on his Disruptor is he plays a lot in trees, like topside especially. He'll just sit in there and wait and set up and be like, all right, come here, bro. Someone's going to come farm this. I'm going to hit them with the static, and then they'll kill that way. But if you're playing with Eng and Beast, you have really good vision. You can use your Hawks, you can send creeps, you can definitely scout out these areas, and LGD can't just set up as easily as they want to try and kill your heroes.
That definitely makes sense. I like that YBB as well have now gone in for, I presume, to be the 70 Tiny here. It could also be the Tiny in the support position for Tianming, but I'm hoping that it's going to be the mid one, and indeed it is. Mid Tiny here, and they get the Jakiro. Jakiro is a lot of new heroes. So Klinks, this is the first time it's been picked up in one of the games here in the Chinese region. Okay. We have seen this ET before. Hasn't been successful just yet, but if anybody can make it work, it's LGD. Talk to me about this Jakiro first, though, Kezu. Looking at what they have assailed for themselves on YBB, this is the second time we've seen Jakiro in the region. Is this going to be the time where Jakiro actually wins a game?
Whether it wins the game, I don't know yet, my friend. But in terms of laning, they built themselves 2 side lane supports that make it very annoying for ET. You have the attack speed slow from one and the purge against the spirit from the other. So that's already pretty good. You have the follow-up damage into the Tiny later, so I do like that. And then LGD, they go with Klings, not something I could have predicted. I was thinking maybe like Troll, some range carry that is going to pair well with the ET in the lane. But they decide to go with Klings. Maybe it's something to... you get the Glip Glop, aka Gleipnir. You can eat the Beastmaster creep. You're chilling. They must know something I don't, because at least I would not have thought of the Skeleton Man.
Yeah, I would like to see Pango go mid though with the Skeleton Man now, because we saw him be played in Europe and they had like a Lycan off lane. Doesn't have to be Lycan, but they built Helm of Dominator, and that way they were just constantly like feeding the Klink's
I
creeps
see.
to run around with like 3,200 health.
But why do you need your teammate to have it if you just eat it from Beast?
That's because you can't always guarantee the Beast is going to be around with his creep. You know, maybe he starts playing a little bit more carefully. Maybe he doesn't buy it at all and he buys a Radiance. Who knows?
The Radiance?
Now
we're talking. Holy base.
This is LGD. You're going to end up stomping the beast. What if he doesn't get to Helm of the Overlord?
So
That's-
true.
That's why you need to let them have a little bit of space. Yeah.
Let them play some Dota first. I'm more intrigued about seeing this ET workout because when we saw it here in China, they paired it with Rubik, if I remember correctly, and I forget which team it was, and it wasn't that great. Here at the release, it's always set up for these stomps with the kinetic field. Glimpse is going to be able to hold heroes in position. I still want a bit harder lockdown for LGD, so I don't know. The high execution is very apparent from their lineup. But for YBB, we need somewhat physical damage to make sure that somebody can hurt and give the punch. So what's Lu going to play here?
Call it
TA.
Templar.
Pog.
Damn.
Lu TA. I mean, I don't even know why I asked. This Lu TA 23 pick, of course he's going to do this.
It's good. I know, now I want something that can jump with this Klinks. Because like last time I saw Klinks play, he was running around in Invis, finding heroes for his team, and then he had a Tiny that followed up afterwards, and then they would just combo together while he uses the thing.
Yep.
Like I want some solid lockdown so that he can get his damage off on Klinks. So something like that to play with him is what I'm looking for here.
Let's see. So
What is
Pango
this?
feels like an NTS Pango. Zeal can play it as well. So it's on either side of the map, right? It could be maybe some Storm Spirit for NTS. Maybe from the off lane, it could be Tide Hunter, Centaur.
Yes.
Maybe Tide is too slow. I want a more reliable stun that comes more
like
reliably, more often.
cooldown maybe.
Yeah, I want something more up tempo. So like at this 15-minute mark, you have your Pango who has like one item, whether it's some diffusal, blink. Your Klinks gets closer to his Gleipnir, so you can like actually fight into the beast timing and the Deso coming out from TA. Because at 15 like to 18 minutes, you need to be aware that YBB don't just run you over, take Roach, and then keep tracking down the map. I mean, if you go Pango mid, I can't find that many great offlaners. I mean, there's definitely a few, but there's nothing that super stands out to me unless I'm really missing something.
Let's see. They're playing into Tiny, so it could still be an NTS Storm Spirit. We've seen that a couple times. It's sort of gone 50-50. The Tiny does very decently in the lane, doesn't always win the game. All right, there's an offlaner that has a very high tempo hero,
Great
very low
stun.
cooldown, great stun, BKB piercing as well. Can hold the TA in position long enough for Echo Stomp to follow up, for Pango to follow up, for Burning Barrage to follow up. But the hero seems kind of bad sheep. It keeps losing games. So talk to me about it in this game. Is this the right time for Zeal to be whipping out the axe?
Ooh, I like the axe for what it does for their lineup. It's just whether he gets out of the laning phase happily. He's going to be playing with the Disruptor, so I think they should be pretty happy to like trade with the support with the Hunger plus Q on Disruptor. I actually think the lane's not that bad, and then they can just start cutting creeps because TA is like reasonably immobile. She's not going to be able to run after you or anything.
All right, and hit because when you look at this draw from YBB, you gave it a 10% chance that they might get a W earlier on today. Has that increased at all when you see the draft sailed here before you?
I can increase it at least a little bit, maybe a 17 to like 21%, somewhere up there. There's some stuff happening on LGD that I don't have too much info on, like Klinks. I do think this hero is better than people could give it credit for. Axe is like an unpicked hero, a bit wish-wash for me, but decent game overall. He's gonna do well in the lane, as Sheep said. Gonna get his blink, do some stuff. But yeah, for me, it's more about like this 12 to 17 minute mark. Whoever pops off there is gonna win the game.
Yeah, I like, honestly, remove names. I like YBB's way more. I see what LGD want to do, but I think YBB just have like more easy to execute heroes.
Well, YBB has gone back to what was winning in Div 2. Very high tempo, easy execution that allows them to somewhat scale into the later game. PSG LGD, 3 of their heroes they have not picked in this tour nor the last. So we're going to be figuring out if they have what it takes to turn this into a victorious draft. And to find out, we have the wonderful duo of the lounging, lyrical, and the tremendous T-Gov. Take it away, boys.
Lounging out over here. That's right, man. How you doing? You ready? Tremendous.
I get to cast a PSG game. It's been too long. It's an absolute treat. So yeah, I got no complaints right now.
And we got some kind of crazy stuff, like Snare was alluding to. There's these new heroes coming out from LGD.
Yep.
And for YBB, Sheep actually says that she thinks they're going to win. I'm just putting those words in her mouth because she said she likes the draft, right?
Yeah, I think she's going to go on that one. I think YBB, these are heroes that they've thrived on before. It's aggressive. I love it from them. But for PSG, this is the first Klinks, at least in the China region for this tour and this division, of course. And for Axe, it's the second game. So PSG, entering this game with just a couple weirder picks.
I like it though, and I think there were a couple of cool things mentioned when we were in the draft. We were talking about Helm of the Dominator, Helm of the Overlord. Obviously, is sort of the weird one because Clinks can't eat the Ancients.
Yep.
But there's always going to be those Ench creeps that they can try and eat up too. So a couple of different ways to try and take away this stuff from YBB. And unfortunately, I don't think that there's going to be a great Helm of the Dominator hero on the side of LGD. But I'll tell you this. I built it in my pub.
You did build it in your pub, yeah? You were telling me.
It was great.
You liked it?
On a Lich, yes. That way I just kept giving gold to the Clinks. It was amazing. If Planet does that, though, I'm pretty sure he's getting kicked. So
Jared's going to have some stern words. It's like, where's the 4-star brother? It's like, no.
Helm of the
Shira needs more gold.
Dominator. Doesn't matter that the Enchantress can take over my creep. It's fine. Dude, ZZQ taking a lot of damage there.
Yeah, kind of rough. But also, another thing to think about with the Clinks, even though he can't take over the Ancient creeps, when Beastmaster picks up his Dominator, normally carries get kicked out of lane. A Clinks, if he has his ultimate available, will be able to quickly throw out the Death Pat, eat that neutral creep, and then run away as well, right? Or even look for a kill. So it just stalls out that early tower aggression. And on top of that, of course, Enchantress will be bringing creeps to every engagement. So quite a nice Clinks pick just for the early game.
Taking a look at all these lanes. Look at that spray up top. I am ZZQ. That's awesome. It's got a pretty cool little hat on also. As we can see real quickly now, Jakiro's starting to drop somewhat low down bottom. He already took a lot of harassment over there to the side, and you can see Planet, even with just the glimpses, keeping the pressure on him. He might be in some more trouble now. ZZQ's starting to drop lower and lower. We'll have the dual breath, but with the glimpse pullback, that's going to be first blood. Zeal draws it.
It's an aggressive lane, this Axe Disruptor. I mean, Axe +1 is always just incredibly strong, especially when you step out. And now that Disruptor's back in meta with Glimpse, it's going to be a beautiful one. And yeah, I feel like Axe also itemizes quite nicely to deal with this TA, the minus armor spam. So yeah, PSG laning so far going to be pretty good.
But for YBB, you can see the Zench picking up the Harpy Stormcrafter. Super annoying to deal with in the lane. It's just already using it to the best of their ability to try and get these denies out and keep the pressure on.
Yeah, luckily it's already dead for PSG. It's got a short life, especially with Enchantress. Yeah, surprising that PSG didn't look to try and block up some of these neutrals, actually allowing Enchantress the easy spawn. All camps are available, so plenty of options for Ench to play around with.
Well, they're still, in spite of the denial there, you can see that they're still willing to play somewhat aggressive onto Why You Smile. Does have his Spirit coming back to him now, so plus good chunk of damage.
Yeah.
Let's be careful about his movement there.
Yeah, that's kind of the trade-off. Mentioning not blocking the camps. Through not blocking the camps, it does give Why You Smile options to gain the damage and armor. But
oh man,
he is getting slapped up quite heavily right now. To be
Sal
fair,
brought out.
Shira's not getting hit, so Shira's pretty happy. Level 3, Why You Smile is sacrificing his game quite a lot just to make sure this Clinks can accelerate his game and get to that level 6 as quick as possible.
Another dual breath down bottom. Zeal still farming quite well though, 13 and 1. All of the cores seeming to do pretty well. Beastmaster just about a whole wave behind. But yeah, I think that this looks like a pretty free game for Zeal so far. Already has his Ring of Health, getting towards that Vanguard. He's going to be able to put some more pressure on, and if ZZQ's not careful, he could run into more trouble here too. Just anytime that glimpse is up and online, he's in danger of being killed off.
Yeah, Jakiro likes playing lanes where he can slowly chip down his opponent, but this Axe, already with Ring of Health going into Vanguard, not only will it stop Jakiro's limited mana pool at harassing him out, it'll also prevent TA from kicking him out of lane. And, Axe can kind of replicate what a Beastmaster does in regards to pressuring this tier 1 tower. You get Vanguard, you skip the wave, you get the catapult to hit. You can honestly take the tower, sometimes even quicker than Beastmaster, especially this whole Clinks factor in top lane, eating the early Dominator.
Why You Smile, getting brought down lower and lower, will get sniped in the end. Beyond makes the move in with this Axes build on the Beastmaster, so they find themselves another kill. Not bad at all.
Yeah, I still feel like this is PSG kind of laughing a little bit in this top lane. Because Shira's like, boys, I'm just free farming. Thanks, Why You Smile. It's like some Spartan gameplay. If you're a Western European viewer, you're seeing some Spartan plays. He dies a couple of times, but Nande just gets some insane free farm. Already 24 and 5 on the Clinks.
And one thing that we're not seeing either is what I was kind of curious about was if Beyond was going to go and try and do some stacking. He's not actually decided to go for that other point in Inner Beast. So no boars to go stack the Ancients like we've seen in some of the other regions as well. But nonetheless, come on over here, going for a quick little pull.
Oh, he is actually just sending out the boar now. So
okay.
You have summoned the play to happen, and I mean, PSG, they don't have the best stack takers before Clinks gets like Maelstrom if he goes that route.
Yeah.
Axe is probably not going to reposition all the way there. Ooh, nothing to say. Nearly going down as well in the mid lane.
Got him caught there. It looks like with an avalanche toss combo. Yeah, it's true. The congestion, at least for now, unless you bring the Axe, is going to be very difficult for them. But likewise, I would say that like even just a Pango could be pretty annoying when he's trying to take those stacks on the Beastmaster, and that might give enough time if he rolls in and disrupts things for Zeal to make the rotation over.
Yeah, for sure. I think PSG, they're going to be really good at just threatening rather than taking. It's more like, okay, if you want to come and do it, you're going to have to use either bring a lot of heroes or waste a lot of resources to do it.
Right.
But so far, very static start to the game. And yeah, I feel like this mid lane, haven't spoke about it too much, but depending on who gets a 6-minute rune, that could really, start dictating a little bit more pace of this game.
Right, and being forced back to base there hasn't really hurt nothing to say too much yet. It feels like Zeal playing in the wave right up in Lowe's face and able to catch him with the taunt, but now ZZQ with the slowdown, and well, Disruptor dead leave to go stack up, and you can see with the Vanguard, it's just no fear at all right now for the Axe.
Yeah, there's nothing stopping him from getting kicked out of this lane. I think, if anything, if he steps up again, some dual breath slow into a tiny TP, completely different story with some tower tanking. But yeah, these stacks are going to be immensely good for PSG. And now nothing to say is the first mid hero to make the rotation. It is scouted out though by the Radiant Observer. So nice hindsight, or not hindsight, nice forward-thinking play, from YBB.
Yeah, catches that one out. And I mean, you think about also on the side of YBB, if they bring numbers and try and take the stacks, they can take it really easily, right? You've got TA in this game. It's sort of going to need to come down to them scouting it, realizing what's going on. But with, Ench being away, or excuse me, Disruptor being away for a little bit, there might be some inkling that that's what's going on. As mid, nothing to say, tanks another Avatos combo, spams out the wave, they're good to go. And Stomp. Okay, Shiro needs to be careful. Another round of axes, and with the impetus, it's almost enough. Beyond,
Detection?
He's going to need to snipe it. No, he's not going to find him.
Yeah. Zhongming had his center in his backpack, so wasn't able to throw it down when Shiro's on a sliver of HP there.
Yeah, that's unfortunate. So Shiro gets away without too much lost, as Salve going to be transferred over towards mid. And so far, 6 stacks for that Disruptor, only 5 on the entire team of YBB.
Dude, these are some juicy stacks.
Wait a minute, they're going.
Lou's having a look, yeah?
They're going. So we knew that this was possible, that this might be a move that they would go for. Tries to find Planet now, hits him with the Meld Strike. He's just a sliver away, and is going to be able to connect onto him. But can they come and take these?
I mean, they've got the Jakiro here as well. One Dual Breath into a couple clicks, but
it's taken a while, though. This is the danger. And now they're going to turn on to Zeal, try and blow him up, burning through the refraction instances, getting that extra armor, and now starting to hit onto the stack. 7E is there. They're going to find Zeal, but they do manage to bring him down. Now nothing to say. Bounce it back and forth between the two of them. Finds a couple heroes. They've even brought a whole freaking creep wave over this side. But yeah, Luo stuck around a little bit longer. Planet now onto him. I mean, it's kind of a low amount of heroes to bring to contest this stack, but they are kind of doing it.
I mean, they're not really hitting the stacks. They're killing some heroes right now, but Lu, he's just starting to do it now.
This is huge.
He can't tank it, though.
If they can do this, I mean, they have an Ench creep here, so I think that they're going to be able to take it.
All right, he's got the one. All right, nice, okay.
Wow, what a huge change in this game. And now, why you smile? He's going to get caught. Avatos, YBB. They're playing fast. They're playing their style of Dota, and it's working. They brought 4 heroes
and now
to
it's
the
Ancients.
stack.
Now it's Ancients time. All right.
I mean, this is enormous. I mean, this is what we talked about. Like, if they find an opening, if they see that this is going on, they can take them.
Yeah, I love the fact that they bring in heroes here. If Jakiro is not here, there's no way TA can tank this by herself. And 7E, he knows he can't be the one hitting the Ancients. He has to play on the fringe. If PSG initiate, then he can reinitiate and take the fight. But this was, 2 triple stacks taken away at YBB. probably going to take it up to maybe about only a 1k lead. It's nothing too crazy, but
Right.
just it prevents that speed in which Axe can go from Vanguard phase boots to suddenly a 30-minute blink on top of that.
The thing that's so interesting about it is they are going to now try and chase down Zeal a little bit here, and I think they actually might get him because again, they're bringing 4 heroes. As Ava toss, is he going to go down? Zeal, they're saving the toss, and now the roll. Okay, nothing to say. Shows back up, low, a little bit low, but they will throw forward, not able to connect onto him, and yeah, nothing to say. Just buying enough space for his partner to get out of harm's way. Or is he? No, they're going to keep going. Just when you think it's over, it's not.
And Klink's just died top.
Oh, man.
He died solo to the Beastmaster.
Dude, they were not ready for this. They were not ready at all. And Beyond, he's going to be punished. But the bigger take is just these constant kills down here on the bottom lane. He has a shield crash, but the toss is there. Misses on the ice path. Lil trying to get the slow down, and it's enough to bring down nothing to say.
Dude,
what just happened?
This 4-man conga line of YBB is just slaughtering PSG. They're just not in position to make these plays. Like PSG, they're a little bit more static with their heroes, right? It's Axe AFKs in the lane, Klink's AFKs in the lane, and yeah, YBB, they're punishing it. Even killing YSMO again.
Yeah.
Wait, hold on.
Oh no.
Wait, hold 1 second.
Jinxed.
Yeah,
Jinxed. So I guess the one thing that's sort of weird about that was like it started to look really, really good for YBB because they were getting kills and taking the stack, but then LGD just like let them have it, and then they went out and farmed, and there was like 2 waves hitting the bottom tower, and I think that's why it's not as much of a gold lead as I would have anticipated.
Sure, and it honestly could have been worse if Beyond didn't get a solo kill onto Shiro, but the fact that he was able to do that, and now Beyond's taking his ancient stacks, TA took the PSG's ancient stacks. Both of these heroes that are meant to be activated after laning phase should in theory get to their items relatively quickly. And like the panel was mentioning, whoever wins that first fight gets the first Roshan. For YBB, it's securing, pressuring tier 3s. For PSG, it's stabilizing the game to wait for the next Roshan to then look to win. And
their numbers. Static Storm, it's all in a Jakiro though, and the Axes, they're close. They're gonna try and steal these stacks now, so just a lot of stolen abilities, but look at them run in! Oh, and now the roar onto Disruptor. Shiro, he's so low. He's actually getting away though. Oh, I can't believe Klink's got out of that one. That's crazy. It looks like nothing to say with the swashbuckle. No, he's gonna toss. Hurricane after? Toss the creep onto him. Get on back here. Nothing to say. They couldn't find him. And swashbuckle to the high ground. It was a cool move, but in the end, it was not enough. Dude, this is a very fast tempo game. I'm liking this.
This is very aggressive. And like even Shiro, right? He's living because of the death pact, but also he's on like 50 HP. Doesn't even swap his treads. He's on Agi the entire time. Like it's very close. But for PSG at least, they're trying to seek revenge. They lost their ancients. They want to go in, but they weren't really able to take anything. And sure, if you look at poor lad. I feel like every time you look at YSMO, 70's just running him down.
Playing fast and loose and looking to try and finally take a tower now.
I mean, YBB, they just know that PSG's lineup is all about items and scaling, right? Like, Pangler is the glue to PSG's lineup. If he isn't popping off, then there's no way an early game Axe or Cleans can really threaten what YBB has. Like, this is YBB's time, and take top tier 1, take mid tier 1, look for Roshan. I think the next 5-10 minutes of this game, it really should be YBB dictating every single move.
Well, and again, we talked about this potential comeback that they have of the Klinks being able to take the creeps and all the rest of it. But because Beyond has been farming so well, he's almost got that Helm of the Overlord. He just completely left away the Helm of the Dominator and went for the Vlads, as we will see Tianming get caught here for a moment. Drops down the Macro Pyre. Some pretty good damage there onto LGD, and immediately they deward the ward that was just placed. Feels bad.
It happens, it happens. For YBB at least.
70.
Are they actually going to get a pick?
Toss. Oh, he doesn't have
so
it. Ice
low.
Path wasn't up.
But still, like, this is really good for YBB. Like, you're trading an Ench for Rolling Thunder.
Oh! From downtown.
Bro, that was clean.
That was awesome.
Nice.
Wow, YBB.
Take top, take mid. Yeah, I mean, I feel like, they're just playing their draft really nicely right now. It all stems from one ancient stack contest. It really breaks the comfort of PSG playing a wider map, and one bad TP dragging heroes to over farm each other, like just over, cross over their farming patterns. It really prevents PSG from hitting their stride, and Dude, this TA is incredibly fat. Deso about to be completing 200 gold.
Yeah, on top of the Dragon Lance, treads, all the rest of it, she has gotten what she needs. And Roche, I mean, it's going to be coming up super quick because once this Helm of the Dominator's done, going to be going straight into the Overlord. Clinks can't eat that one if he takes an Ancient.
Yep.
There's going to be the Blink Dagger, now done on Axe, on top of Vanguard. So this could be one of the avenues that they need Zeal to pop off.
Yeah, not only do they need Zeal to pop off, they need to isolate the TA in a position where Clinks can then layer damage on top with the Disruptor.
Okay.
But the concern there is YB already has ways to play around it. Ench can just kind of run in with the heal. You've got this AoE, mitigation with the Ice Path and the Macro Pyre. Tiny can toss back. So YB, they have so much in their toolkit to prevent this Axe having a really clean entry with his Blink Dagger,
and not
as
only
long as
that,
they're positioned, right?
Like the way that you're describing it, it sounds like it's 10 different steps that has to be done perfectly. So
yeah, that's true. No, it's hard.
Well, they will at least scout out that Roche was being thought about being taken, and the Elder Titan always very annoying to deal with. And as soon as the Spirit gets sent back, they're going to smoke up. And look at this LGD, they're trying to move in too. Down to the south, they find the Ench. That's a decent, well, if they can't kill her quickly, the rest of the team is showing up, and this fight could go poorly for him. But the Static Storm down, well played. Still going to end up costing him his life, most likely. The Roar over in the river finds the Elder Titan. 7E able to connect now onto Zeal. Why You Smile dropping very low. Next round of axes gets the finish, and he can't get away with his Blink Dagger. So in the end, it's going to be Ench and maybe going down Zeal here too.
An instant TP to top as well. Lou pressuring, nothing to say. YBB, they got an Arcane on the Tiny, and you notice a hard game for PSG. They're jumping an Enchantress with Axe plus Clinks with a Disruptor. Right. It's like, there's no damage. It's not like this Ench was 100 to 0. She's able to walk away a little bit. Of course, she precast her heal, but PSG, they have no way to kill off YBB unless they are just egregiously out of position, and it's like 3 or 4 heroes clobbering them down.
Well, this at least is something that will help a little bit. Getting this Diffusal Blade onto Pango, it's a huge increase in his sort of damage potential. Kind of broken, to be honest, but
a little bit, yep.
It sort of depends upon him being able to get out multiple swashes in a row. And with Tiny, with Beastmaster, having long-range ice paths, all this stuff sort of scares me a little bit. His potential just get exploded in the fight.
No, I mean, these fights are so messy, and I feel like nothing to say. He's going to have to do a lot of work at just disrupting YBB's positioning to make sure they can't enable each other. And yeah, PSG, it looks like they're going to be conceding first Roshan. Again, with this lineup, after how hard the start has been for them, it does feel like they will be skipping waves, hoping to survive the first stages, then to look to contest with Shiro. He shows for a second.
This is crazy. If they get Roche and they also get Shiro, they're gonna. Oh, man. LGD. I don't know if they woke up on the wrong side of the bed or what's going on, but YBB, they are definitely taking it to him here. And a little bit of that Div 2 magic coming back for them here.
Yeah, if anything, I'll just say this is YBB drafting their style and PSG being a little bit cheeky, trying to push the boundaries of how far they can push their heroes. And when they don't win their lanes, these are the type of drafts that rely on 30, 40-minute comebacks. And yeah, PSG, they're just going to be on the back foot now for, the foreseeable future of the game.
Incredibly tough. Again, it's only a 3,000 gold lead. We've seen comebacks from bigger than this before many, many times. I think some of them even earlier today. But 13-6 as this tier 2 tower is going to get hit. Nothing to say, very much behind enemy lines now. But it's hard to imagine them taking a solid fight when you've got TA traps back there. He's just trying to cut the wave.
He's already been, such a nuisance.
Can you actually get out of here, though?
A little swatch to kill the wave off. Maybe he throws out a roll, but there's
a hawk right on him.
And a trap.
He is mega dead.
That's very dead, yeah.
I mean, it's dangerous trying to do these split push plays. It does slow it down, and you look mid, there's action happening there. They actually managed to find the Ench, who's sticking around a bit too long, and now Beyond tries to make the move to catch. They can't do it. So LGD, very good at creating space. Fortunately for them, that time it cost them their Pango's life.
They're scaling though, because this time when they jump the Ench, she actually dies. Last time they failed at it.
That's so,
PSG is getting stronger using the Ench metric.
Okay.
I don't know how well that was going to really work out for them, but no, PSG already kind of demonstrating that they know they're at a really weak position. nothing to say throwing his body. Well, as soon as they see a couple heroes chasing him, then they look to find another kill elsewhere on the map. And I feel like that's going to be the theme for PSG at least. It's just keep making these weird plays, keep prolonging. And, you know, Klinks will get to a point where he is this unkillable hero.
Right.
As soon as he gets like Gleipnir, BKB +1, even if he's not unkillable, the burst damage that he can do inside some Blink Axe Call will be insane.
I mean, the other thing that's kind of interesting, though, for this Ench, right? She's going in for this pipe, too. So it helps to mitigate some of those little remnants of damage that are coming out. And particularly because she's going to be doing so much split pushing, it feels like. She's actually going to be pretty well farmed. She's catching up to 7E right now on the Tiny. As posturing around this area, LGD wanting to defend their triangle, it looks like. And Axe actually completed the Blade Mail, but they're kind of going to get kicked out of this area now. And well, can't really do much. The Ench creep is keeping on pushing through bottom, while Lul farms up and takes away the jungle from him.
Aegis out in 2 minutes. Again, don't forget, Blade Mail is online. If they find the tier by herself, they can kill her twice if YBB is not in position. And if you look at the minimap, they are very spread right now, and PSG is smoked up.
CZQ might get glimpsed here, and that one should be an easy one. Oh, he broke it! He broke the Rolling Thunder, still in trouble, gonna get chopped by Zeal. So they managed to make a pretty solid move. In fact, you could argue that it would have been better if they let the roll went off, but no such luck. As Klinks takes over one of those Ench creeps, a nice little influx of damage for him. And, well, YBB just content farming out more of the map than LGD for now.
Yeah, and you're mentioning that the fact that Ench is going to maybe overtake Tiny, the trade-off is PSG. Their cores are also scaling. Like, if Tiny isn't scaling because he's always looking to find that next pick, he's toss-backing his Jakiro, he's going to maybe hinder his own game, and this puts YBB into that awkward point where post-Aegis, if they don't execute correctly, that's when this comeback potential comes online. So sure, they are building a 5k lead, but
look at this, esportsbet.io, even odds right now between these two teams. That's not what I would have anticipated. And of course, it wasn't the same coming into this one. Pango's going in for the Aghanim Scepter next, too.
They just want anything to make fights feel weird. And no, I think YBB, even with this Aegis, they are scared about hitting objectives, because hitting objectives into ET, one of the best anti-aggressive heroes, especially around objective areas. You hit that one clutch stomp onto 2 cores into any follow-up damage, it is going to be disastrous for YBB. So they are respecting PSG immensely. And you might even argue, are they respecting them too much, where they're not really utilizing their early game advantage to really knock PSG out of this game?
Well, they did just lose one of those Helm of the Overlord creeps, and BKB done for the TA. I have a feeling that, like you're saying, the sort of level of respect is going to be cut down pretty soon here, because with BKB done, with Enchantress having a pipe, it feels like it's their time to shine.
Yeah, especially with the fact that you mentioned this BKB. It's how does she die, really? If anything, it's more how does she utilize the BKB? If she blinks in, gets called, disengage, and now she has no BKB. That's the thing.
They find Shiro's away from him, but in the mid lane they're jumping.
That's a big
looking for the fight. Can they get it? It's a macro pyre. It is an ice path. Zeal is burning to death. Some good damage though. Lu pops that BKB and now trying to back away. Nothing to say. Trying to get out of there, but Lu is gonna go down. Still, the magical damage did rip LGD a little bit to shreds, but nothing to say. Kills off that bird, so they don't have damage or vision for the impetuses. Ice path down, tries to back away. ZZQ getting run down by Shiro, and with another glimpse pullback, Beyond also in trouble. He does have a stomp coming in from the Ench creep, but it won't be in time. It won't be enough. What a huge turnaround from LGD.
I mean, this is exactly what I was talking about for YBB. They have to respect this ET. They clump up in the mid lane. They hit a beautiful 3-man avalanche, but there was no real damage after. Thank God we have a replay. And look at ET. Look how juicy meaty. It's a Gleipnir into the stomp, and then there's no Aegis now on Lu. So all Axe has to do is play on the fringe. He has low HP. Boom, cool, double call. And at this point, YBB is just on the full retreat. They're fighting into a tier 2 area where they don't really have very good positioning, no real purpose, chasing the pickoffs. That's not what you want to see. And yeah, YBB, a poor fight from them, but PSG instantly capitalized on it. And yeah, now the game gets kind of scary for them.
Yeah, it's a weird situation to be in. And, you know, you normally think, okay, you find the initiator at the start of the fight, that's going to go well for you. But like you said, there's multiple avenues of initiation now. And for Lil, just to not get that BKB off before he was already half HP feels pretty bad. Don't anticipate that we're going to see that type of a thing happen again in the future here, but we'll have to watch and wait and see. And of course, the fight right after the Aegis expired.
Exactly. Not the best. And I mean, in mid lane as well, I didn't realize that PSG, they had a ward in front of their tier 2 tower.
Yeah.
So that entire fight was set up by the fact that they hide behind their own tier 2, hide behind their trees, and they know exactly all the information. So yeah, I think PSG, bided their time, waited it out, and really nice stuff from them.
Well, coming up on 25 minutes now, and they still have been able to control a good portion of the map on YBB, but LGD making some of these comebacks in terms of gameplay happen. Ench is becoming more and more of a problem. Tianming has had a very good game, and now going into the Force Staff next on top of this, like other team fight oriented items, things could start to look a little bit scary for him. I'm also curious if we've seen a couple of Beastmasters go back for Guardian Greaves, but he's just going straight BKB.
Yeah, I feel like YBB need to be survivable. Like when all these clutch plays come up from PSG, the stomps, the calls, basically they need to keep each other alive and then go, okay, we survived your initiation, now let's just barrel through you with our TA clicks and our Beastmaster summons.
Yeah.
So I'd love to see them itemize like that. And for Chong Ming on the Enchantress, I'd like to see him go more right-clicking now. Like he went all in on Pipe. Sure, there's a little bit of damage that you want to mitigate there. But now go for the Hurricane Pike, become that core. So when your Beastmaster or Tiny initiate, you are now also like this artillery alongside your TA that PSG has to think about.
No, it's true. And I think that, obviously the like Pipe very good against the ET Aura, all that brings to the table. They might need something eventually like an AC out of the Beastmaster too to try and match that similar type of stuff if he can manage to stay alive. But as far as fights go, to me, the other hero that kind of, obviously did so much in that one was Nothing to Say. He's going to do even more now with this full Aghanim Scepter done. I just want to see them blink roar, blink TA blow up. Like, get him out of the game. Don't let Nothing to Say play.
It also doesn't help that he has the Broken's Blade. I feel like every time you see a Pangolier nowadays, not only is he a broken mid-hero that needs Diffusal to have a good game, he often, 9 times out of 10, don't hold me to that exact stat, gets the Brigand's Blade. So he's just pumping out all the damage needed.
It's pretty crazy.
There's just a lot of layers to PSG's lineup once it survives the early hurdle of YBB.
God, and full Scotty done on Clinks after that last engagement.
God, it just keeps coming, doesn't it? Jeez, they're all just getting items. Yeah, and Clinks overtakes TA for the first time in the game now.
Vision, they're there. They see him. Right away, Zeal on site, Planet. Spotted for a moment, but they're just going to take over this side of the map now, it looks like. And with Roche having respawned, there's an interesting window here. Are they going to go for it? I think they are.
They need to. They have vision advantage, both entry to jungle and mid lane.
This was a quick Roche. LGD don't know about it. And they're going to be kicking themselves after this. What a huge, unfortunate series of events. And with ET Aura, it's one of those things that feels like it shouldn't happen. But they managed to get away with one. A free Aegis for YBB.
Like you said, PSG 100% will be kicking themselves at this stage of the game with Pangolier and ET. Incredible Roshan contestants. Just respecting that smoke up, of course. YBB from smoke dewarded, so it's okay, maybe in the area, but the fact that they went all the way to the bottom ancient area rather than maybe repositioning to top, maybe they have a bigger picture for the game.
Right, and you think again about the way that this sort of last fight had gone. I mean, it feels like that bigger picture for the game is going to have to be just waited out and hope that
once
things
again
get better later.
Here we go. Again, I know like in these games, it's so hard for PSG to make that perfect call because for YBB, anytime they get a free pick, there's going to be an objective after. They have Beast, Jakiro, Tiny, TA. These heroes rinse the towers. So I feel like for PSG, if they don't feel like they're 100% ready for an engagement, they'll probably say, don't worry, give it up, we'll find the next play. Like even after the first Aegis, they skipped waves, they got pickups. They were the ones that were dictating the game when YBB had the first Aegis. So as long as they can do that, replicate that again, I don't think they're too concerned. Because once again, like let's say YBB walks up to high ground. Now they're putting themselves in a bad position to try and take the rack. So I think for PSG, with their heroes that they have, they are comfortable conceding some of this, but it also depends on the confidence that they have in the next engagement.
It's going to come down to, like you said, if they do decide to try and force it on YBB, or if they just sort of split the map and try and like catch them on the other side, in which case then that thing can happen that you're talking about of LGD sort of playing more defensively. But with now Daedalus done on TA, there's creeps hitting that bottom side. Yeah, I mean, it's definitely a scary situation for them. And YBB are going to make that sort of cross-map move, but look at LGD's position on the mini-map. You have this like ball of heroes mid from YBB that don't want to get picked off, and everybody is farming right now on LGD. They're cutting into this net worth lead at the same time that this is happening, but can they get out? Doesn't look like it. On a trap, gonna get just about 3-shot. The silence and the disarm is there, loses all of his mana. Beyond needs to find it, and the roar is gonna be there. All right, so they do manage to kill off Nothing to Say. It's a punish, but again, they're still farming pretty well across the rest of the map for LG, but this is looking a little bit scary.
Oh, now they're seeing ET in mid.
Find him, maybe.
Oh, okay, nice. Just a Beastmaster. Really unlucky for Nothing to Say there. Like, when he does the roll TP, if it was slightly more angled towards the left-hand side, he wouldn't have bounced back into the Beastmaster, into the roar. But yeah, I think for YBB, the fact they have the gem on the Tiny, sweeping across the map, trying to get the D wards, they are choking out the vision of PSG. They need to make that play they just made, maybe even one more time to force all of PSG back to base, or even just go straight for the high ground. Because if they let PSG back out to encircle them to skip waves, that's what makes it so uncomfortable, because it's like, we have our tools to go high ground, but you're just never letting us get there.
Right. Well, and
just look how hard it is. Like, they look at this wave and it's like gone. Like, Lou wants to hit this tier 3, but the wave just disappeared in front of him. There's a Clinks.
Yeah. I mean, the gold lead is now, with LGD stuck in the base, starting to go up a pretty significant amount, up to 8K now. But it does sort of lend itself to the question of, okay, when are they actually going to go high ground? When's this actually going to happen? Because for now, it's just kind of chilling outside mode, which is pretty annoying, it feels like, probably. But, you know, both teams have a Philosopher's Stone. They're hanging out.
YBB is doing it correctly, at least, right?
Yeah.
It's like they've choked PSG into their base. You see them trying to group up. You know, what are they even doing? They're just kind of holding hands as four. Are they smoking? Are they doing anything here? Nope.
On LGD?
Yep. No,
Yeah.
I'm just seeing what they're doing. They're just
No,
literally
they have to
5
stay.
in base.
Yeah, they got to chill.
All right.
I mean, it feels very, very rough to make any move. All the vision started to get taken away also. The Tiny has this gem.
Yep.
They've been able to cut out everything except for a small sliver up on the top side of the map. So no idea what's happening in this game. And of course, you're playing against TA traps. You're playing against Hawks. When you're behind in vision in this type of a game, it feels that much worse.
Yeah, especially, you know, TA traps with the shard. So you're going to silence as well, have insane solo kill threat.
You know the other problem?
What's the other problem?
They can't hear Zhao yelling at him, go smoke.
Ah, that's true. That is true. I mean, to be fair, there could be some, like, code, you know, door knocking.
Okay.
He, like, walks past the room to go to another room. It's like,
please, no. Oh, there it is. Now they smoke.
Ah, see?
They heard us talk about it. That's what it was.
It wasn't boss man knocking on the door.
All right. What can they find, though, here?
Currently, they're running into potentially a Tiny, but he's already now repositioned back into the high ground triangle.
Yeah, nobody's showing. There's a full wave hitting their bottom tower. They know that this is going on. So they're defending the high ground and in position to try and fight this. Zeal reveals himself, jump forward right on top of that Tiny. Not bad. Static Storm is following up, but they get the BKB off on the Tiny to back away. No BKB for the Beastmaster, but the jump forward. 7E, Avatar, Shiro starting to fall low. Is it going to be enough for the kill? It is. So they take down the one Clinks, but the call's going to be there onto 7E. A second round of the Avatos. Lul can't get into the fight right now, but it doesn't matter. They have the rest of the numbers, and from up on high, they take down 3 with no buyback. Dangerous times for LGD. Are they going to drop a game to YBB here?
I mean, they're going to drop a Rax or two to YBB at least. It's 60 seconds, no Clinks, 40 seconds, no Axe. Sure, you got to buy back on ET. Luckily for PSG, they got the Pango still alive, but...
Avalanche chase in, find Planet, gone. The value of a gem. They're going to pop a glyph now, but yeah, like you said, this is going to be a Rax. It's going down. They've got, what, 30 seconds until Clinks, and this is a TA. TA Deso with Daedalus. Going to at least be this one and probably go top.
This all started because 7E perfectly got his BKB from the Axe initiation. He survived that jump. And on turn, sure, you kill off Beastmaster, but you have bottom outpost control. Buys back instantly into the fight. So yeah, YBB quick reactions, perfect positioning, utilizing buybacks. They're gonna, yeah, I'd be surprised if they get. Surely they get. Okay, no, they are respecting it. I was gonna say maybe they take the tower here at least, but okay, come on.
Back
Root.
away for a moment. Want the creep wave to die so they don't have to worry about the axe call as much. Zeal's still there, a little bit dangerous. Look at all these traps in the forward position. If they step to the wrong side,
Nice
he gets
blink.
away. Blink back. Sick BKB, bro. As they run away from them, there will be a glimpse available. So likely catch a couple on the retreat here. As Enchantress also in some trouble. They found a really good stomp onto low. Does have BKB with the TP, but look at it lined up. Zeal, though, with the big call, able to connect now onto this TA. Down to half HP. She's in trouble. Does she have a way out? No. The dunk is there, and she doesn't have buyback. The rest of YBB now in trouble. They're starting to drop. Oh, no, not like this. LGT, they make the comeback happen with this great fight. I mean, they do end up losing a lot, though. The Beastmaster, Boars, and everything else ran in and took almost the entire top racks.
Okay, Roshan might respawn in 17 seconds. Again, for YBB, that's the type of play where it's like, don't worry, guys. We'll go back there soon. It's all good. And now the game will dictate if PSG truly is making the comeback. If Roshan respawns quickly, PSG's back. If it's like a 2-minute respawn, then YBB will be able to respawn, group back up, sweep back to their vision.
That's enough time.
A minute, yeah, a minute 4. That's plenty of time. It wasn't some quick one. Okay, gems. Who's got the gems now? Okay, Wild Smile's actually got 2 gems on him at the moment.
Okay.
Which is, you know, maybe one more than he needs in his inventory. He might want to throw one back in base as like an insurance, but meanwhile, while Shearer's heading mid, you see on the top side of the minimap, yeah, little Wild Smile, he's running around, killing off all the traps, killing off all the wards.
Right.
Trying to cleanse his side of the map from this pesky YBB.
I think that, yeah, there's something to be said, too, about, like, being able to take that gem from the Tiny now and, like, the fact that they're not going to have that in the next fight. It opens up more avenues here for things to go good for LGD. And the gold lead, you know, after taking almost 2 sets of racks, you'd imagine it'd be bigger, but it actually gets cut into again because of all the buybacks, all the deaths, and now LGD farming out the entire map. A little bit scary stuff again still for YBB. Losing that tier 2 tower, you lose another fight, suddenly they're running down mid.
Again, their draft is this like Deathpool-esque style lineup where if it gets defended 1 or 2 times, it will fall off in its steam and its ability to confidently go back towards the racks and, you know, convert on that aggression.
Right.
And, you know, buyback-wise, like you were mentioning, what is it? So PSG, they only had to use their 2 support buybacks in that previous fight. 2 support buybacks to half the net worth lead to keep your melee top racks alive. Like, that's honestly quite a win.
Well, Roche still a little ways away. They are going to be able to kill off that Hawk. No, they're not, because there's an Avatos back while you smile. Enchant to slow, and now the Roar finds the Clinks, but the Axe Call, is it going to be enough for the save? And Shiro with the damage, the turn, oh, it's so much, but 7E, can he kill him off in time? A couple more punches, he's not doing enough. Finally, with the Avalanche, the BKB wearing off, he finishes him off. But it's going to be low dead again without buyback and nothing to say. Starting to clean up a little bit here, too. It's only 2 heroes left.
I don't think anyone won that fight, Lyrical.
No.
I'll be honest.
The viewers did, though.
That is true.
Oh, it was a buyback from Jakiro, though. That does make a little bit of a difference again.
Okay, PSG, incredible victory at the 37-minute mark. No, if anything, yeah, PSG are the victors of that fight because, once again, they're stalling out the next Roshan from YBB. And yeah, for Shiro, like, I think why we just have to respect the grouping that they're doing here. You can't group as 3 heroes to club down this.
They're just standing on each other.
I mean, he has Butterfly, he has BKB. They don't have the physical damage to eat through him right now.
Oh.
And if Nothing to Say didn't get bug spotted onto the high ground spot, you could even argue that Clinks could have survived. So
right,
things are getting scary for YBB.
Very
Couple
much so.
misplays, and yeah, this game, even though they were the ones going for Rex first, in no way are they the ones truly in the lead.
Dude, we got the coolest play ever here going on. All right,
what's happening?
Look at Disruptor. You look at his net worth, 8,000. And you're like, huh, where's all of his net worth at? It's on his courier because he doesn't want them to click on his hero portrait to reveal he has Ags.
Nice.
Dude, he's just keeping that. Okay, no, he took it now. All
Yeah,
right, never mind. It's over. All right, it's over.
Isn't that also based on the last time they were seen?
Yes.
So I guess you can assume there's going to be some Hawk sign, but yeah, I like the fact that with big items like this, I feel like players could utilize couriers better. especially when you have a gem, for example. Hold your courier next to you, you die, courier comes in, takes gem.
Somebody told him that like you're gonna get your courier sniped, and then he just like, all right,
yeah,
fine.
that's true.
It's not cool anymore.
Yeah, Jarrett's at the door again.
All right, but he does have Axe Disruptor.
I mean, that's massive. I feel like YBB, they've been struggling in fights when they've had some like 8k lead, plus vision advantage, plus position advantage. Now you throw in an Axe Static Storm, that can catch anyone off guard.
Ooh, and there's an Aghanim Scepter also on Roche. So pretty soon here, we're going to have the Drums of Slom coming out, which is very strong.
Yes. I was thinking of Beastmaster. To be fair though, I have actually played against a Beastmaster in a pub who went this.
Yeah.
But he went first item, and it was kind of annoying. Like
first item Drums of Slom?
Yeah, he went like Dominator into Slom, and he was just slomming about the place.
The old Slom.
And he's like healing around, throwing his Slom around, and it's like, it's kind of annoying.
Yeah. Nobody likes the Slom being thrown around.
No, not at all. Not at all.
As they're getting ready to go high ground here now. Zeal waiting for his moment. Has his gem ready to go. God, if you initiate poorly against Axe, it can go bad so quickly. But
they're doing the wraparound though. They're respecting the choke point here, but they need to do a deep wraparound. But the vision in this area is so insane. Every high ground is warded by PSG.
I want YBB to force them back to the base right now. They've got 2 sets of racks. Like, grab a creep wave, send it through mid, and then start hitting bottom racks. LGD has to come back. Easy Roche.
Yeah, unfortunately, that play sounds amazing, but they haven't set themselves up to do that quickly.
Right. Lul, he's over there. They're killing off this wave. It does look like it's going to start shoving in through bottom. So LGD need to make a move beforehand before they're forced back to their base. It looks like they're dodging now on YBB as the wave it's going to be going out there through bottom. LGD, do they try and take Roche? They know that this is what's going to happen. So they're going to try and take Roche before they're forced back in. But there's a whole creep wave coming in bottom.
I mean, the Hawk is scouting out everything. It just dies now.
Yeah, they know that this is going on. The scan is there. LGD, they're in a weird position, but they're going to lose bottom racks. Starting to get pushed away. LGD needing to deal with that split push that's coming in. And they're not able to. It's a full troll wave. But they jump in, they find the Enchantress. Avalanche to try and interrupt that. Now Macro Pyre down on top of this Clinks. He hasn't been able to play Dota in a while, but there's the Static Storm Agged. It only caught onto Tiny, but will that be enough? Oh, nothing to say. He's caught in the weird spot. The chase is there. Tiny is going with no buyback. They all have enough buyback. Oh, no. YBB. What have you done? The fight goes poorly. Now, they are taking racks. They are losing this. Nothing to say. Very, very low at this point. Ready to jump into the Beastmaster. He steals it. No, Shiro gets it. Beyond is going to die. Had buyback, but was willing to go in for that one. And while this is happening, they haven't dealt with it. So bottom racks is going to start to drop low. Can they quite finish it off in time, though? The troll creep is good, but it's not good enough. Damn. What a play.
Just YBB in the moment aren't really able to capitalize on it. I love that, like, you're calling for this bottom play. I think if Beastmaster and Enchantress synced up their summons together, they sent the Ancient plus the Troll Creep into bot lane, it would have been way quicker on the push. This Rax would have fallen. It might have caused PSG to think about two things, both Roshan and the Rax. But because of the Ench doing it by herself, and Beast didn't join this split push shenanigans, it did give PSG the advantage. And yeah, in the fight as well. It's so spread, it's so split. PSG just love these type of fights.
The Burning Army has been summoned. It's Aghanim Scepter on Klink's 35,000 net worth. Dude, I haven't seen this ability in a very long time.
For a good reason. I as a support player, I hate Klinks, the invisible little run around the map, pick you off type guy. But yeah, the Burning Army, it's back. Spawn some skeletons, throw it out. And with the attack range that he has, the damage that he has, he's going to be loving this freebie. You'd never buy it, but
1,300 range is kind of crazy.
Yeah, it's good. It's not great. It's good. Like, again, Klink's players, they'll never go, wow, I love going second item axe.
Okay.
But like when Roshan gives it to you for free, you're like, wow, I
love this.
I love this, yeah. It's just more damage. And gee, yeah, Klink's is just kind of unkillable, honestly. I mean, he's got BKB, Skadi, Satanic Butterfly. TA just completed MKB, so that's going to help out against the Klinks, but he's got, what, 4,500 HP? If he eats some Ench creep or something, it's obviously going to be more. Like,
yeah, and that's, Satanic brought in. He also has a cheese ready to go.
Oh, and he has Tunic as well. Yeah, multiple layers of evasion plus tankiness.
MKB definitely gets a lot of value. It feels like the bigger issue for YBB is just not getting called as like 2 or 3 by Axe. But it looks like they're going to try and force him back again. Another round of creeps heading up towards top. But LGD, they're going to pass by him. How much damage can they get done to this melee Rax? Is it going to go down? It's just a Centaur. There's no way this one goes down too quickly.
I really want to see Beast and Ench use their summons together. Like,
Yeah.
I feel like this is such an underrated mechanic here. And if you're doing that to, let's say, the bottom side, meanwhile, you're poking them elsewhere. Sure, you might trade a couple heroes, you lose some Jakira in the fight, right? But if you can just whittle down at least one Rax, then it's like the all-in play for Mega Creeps. Survive the onslaught after. YBB can drag themselves back into this game,
Shiro. He passes by the area where they're smoked up at. No, I hear you. I agree. And I guess the other big problem is, of course, making sure that all their waves is constantly pushed out so that it's always a threat, because that's something that we haven't really seen be happening. Mid lane is very much pushed in right now. 7E in the area where the rest of LGD are at. He did for a little while have the AC queued up, but has decided to go in for the Ags on the Tiny.
Okay.
And now going back for the Daedalus after.
I mean, I don't mind having some more explosive damage, especially if you hit that raw Ice Path onto someone, right? You want to put them to half HP. Looking at Shiro, though, he's going to be, brushing off this damage. He doesn't really care.
Multi-shot Searing Arrow, but you said you wanted to see it up top. We're seeing it now. They're going in for this, trying to take the melee Rax at the same time. The Pango is trying to deal with them up there on the top side of the map. It's just the Beastmaster and the Ench, but the Avalanche looks for a toss back. He's not going to find it. Oh, and the Disruptor ulti, but Force Staff Kinetic Field wasn't on point. Jumps back in. Tiny, crazy, 7E low, but going to be able to walk away for a moment. Finally gets brought down. Does have buyback. They don't have Pango in this fight.
Keep it in.
This could go poorly for him. Okay, now the show up is there. Trying to burn through Shiro here with the impetus hits, but it's not going to happen. So in the end, doing some pretty good damage there onto these racks. Shiro, he's not leaving. Still sticking around. They need to find some type of initiation onto him, but it's a little bit too scary. The gem on the ground will get picked up now.
And now instantly back, to push it out. No, I feel like this is kind of, after this one fight from YBB, in the back of their minds, like, okay, this is what we need to do. Force nothing to say to defend. Whilst he's defending, then we can try and look for these opportunities. But sure, Rax goes down. And yeah, YBB just sweeping back across the map. H is out now in 7 seconds.
Okay. Could make a difference. They're going to retake their outpost. Lul spreading through the map. I mean, he is still 8,000 gold behind the Clinks, but a lot of that is this like burning army that I don't even think he cast in the last fight, if I'm not mistaken.
I don't think he did either.
Shiro, he's the first one forward. Do they spot him? Gem, where is it? They don't have it. Static Storm on the both. That is devastating. Has to buy back immediately. Lul, does he want to come back into this fight? Wait a minute, they're turning now. Avalanche toss with the Aghanims. It's good damage out, but it's not enough. And they don't have Static Storm now. Why You Smile goes down, nothing to say, jumps onto Beyond. They buy back on the Ench. Everybody trying to get away from the rest of YBB. The Static Storm down now for 40 seconds. Does this the timing that YBB were looking for? I mean, they have BKB on Lul still?
They have to be so careful. Like, they just traded buyback to obtain no real map control on YBB.
Yeah.
And now it's a clear objective for PSG. It's group up, make sure we have resources. If we hit Static Storm and TA, she dies, no buyback, it's GG. So for PSG, they have one clear path to victory. Maybe that is what hurts them. Maybe if they overcommit, just chasing for the TA. Again, there's a lot of turnaround from YBB, but no, for PSG, they know exactly what they need to do.
I think that that's one of those moments. Oh wait, the gem didn't scout that. Okay, now that they're now
it's pretty awkward. I mean, that's really awkward.
Oh my god,
PSG is smoking up into this.
Oh no! No! Static Storm, it's down on the Tiny. Wait, he gets out. He gets out. How'd he get out? Zeal misses the call. Okay, things got very weird. Things got super weird. Lou on top of Why You Smile. He's dead. Nothing to say, wants to roll up. Beyond, pops his BKB, tries to back away. Shiro in the middle of this fight. All eyes on him. The damage coming from Tian Ming, but Lul, he doesn't want to go in, doesn't want to commit himself because he doesn't have buyback ready. They need to go for a second round here in a second. Lul still looking. Avalanche on 2. Nothing to say. Thinking about the jump in, finds it right there with the call. Zeal was waiting. Where's the save? It's not there. Luo was right to not go in as he got caught and killed. No TA for 2 minutes. What can LGD do in this timing?
Yeah, already Enchantress is drawing the lane on top side. Beyond, please get to top side of the map. Please start split pushing. We have no buyback. And Zeal, honestly, MVP of the previous fight. Not going to say the game, but just the previous fight. His patience, waiting for TA to show her face for just a split second. Boom, instant at's cool. You know she doesn't have buyback. PSG knew they had one thing to do to win the game, and
Beyond missed the wave. It passed right by him. Now
they have no fortify
the
either.
Second one. Yeah, this is a problem. The multi-shot, it is killing off those creeps very quickly. They will have the macro pyre ready in a second. 7E gets taunted, pulled in. Beyond, he's shown back up now, goes for the roar, but the control is there. 7E gonna get chopped, gonna get killed. LGD running in for the throne with nobody left alive. GG is gonna be called. That one has gotta be heartbreaking.
Oh, poor old YEB. I'm happy they got to make their aggressive plays. I'm happy they got to showcase what they can do in a Dota game. But PSG, they weathered the storm. Yeah, the cat is the cat buff. We saw it in IG earlier today. They had a cat buff. We now got nothing to say with his cat buff. Yeah, I feel so bad for YBB, but this is why PSG is the best team in China, at least in my opinion. They, even after they play arguably a very atrocious first 20 minutes, they know, I'll be honest, it was rough. It was rough. But they know how to bounce back. They know how to make the map plays. They know how to do it. So I think, Zhao Wei going into game 2 is like, all right, boys, maybe let's not be this crazy with our hero picks. Let's respect them a little bit more with their aggression, because YB is aggressive.
Right.
But yeah, Christ, I feel so bad again for YBB.
No, it's a tough one. And I think that there's a lot to build upon. And the thing to keep in the back of their head is like, hey, this is against LGD. It's like, even if we get stomped next series, whatever, we looked good in that other game.
They looked great, yeah.
Remember that, guys? That was awesome.
Yeah.
And we'll just sort of take that memory and stick it deep into our soul as we head on back to the panel. Let them break that down.
Oof, PSG, LGD. You win the laning phase. You win the mid game. You get your items online, you take the first lane of Rax, and they still beat you no matter what. This team is just on one right now. And unfortunately for the side of YBB Gaming, despite everything going well for them early on, despite them, what more are you supposed to do? Honestly, like if you're the coach right now, you just have to throw up your hands and say, it's LGD, mate. What are you supposed to do here, Sheep, if you're in this good of a position, but you still can't close out the game against LGD?
You say, my God, boys, we nearly beat LGD. Let's go!
Let's go!
Woo! You guys play sick. Let's keep it up. Run it back.
Honestly, you should also sometimes you need to, what's it called? You need to blame the casters. Every time I've been casting lately, I say, I don't know how this guy dies. T-Governor did it here in this clip. He's like, yep. How can this TA die?
Dies immediately.
3-man storm, 2-man roll, he dies. I just feel like LGD are very good at holding the map. Like, even though YBB were ahead and with the Aegis, and honestly, YBB played really well for like, I don't know what the timer in the game is right now, 20 something?
Yeah.
Yep.
They played very clean, like very much up until this moment. Then afterwards, they picked it up again. But, in some fights, they just overplayed a bit. You'll see another one here. And LGD, they're just very good at playing these dragged out fights where Nothing to Say rolls in, he makes some space, and then everyone just gets to come online, and then Zeal, cosplaying Seb a little bit in some of these fights too. Yeah, I don't know. LGD are just very good at knowing, to not bleed too much in the game.
Oh, they're so good at that. I think YBB, their biggest problem was not figuring out how to advance their win.
Yeah.
It was so you see them smoke, but they're smoking to areas where there's no LGD heroes.
Yeah.
You see them move places. They just don't get anything because they aren't playing the map properly or aren't using vision correctly. Not sure exactly. I'm sure it's a multitude of reasons. And then they end up diving that tier 2. We talked about that fight because it's the biggest, it was a big throw. It's they're just diving that because they're just trying to brute force something.
Yeah.
And then it's just too messy.
One of the things that I'm very impressed by LGD that they consistently keep doing is we looked at this draft of this. Firstly, the one thing is that Shiro always has a ton of farm on himself, no matter what, right? Another thing they do is that their movement on timings, just as they get strong or just as the opponent is about to be weak, whether it might be Vision expiring and Roshan expiring or just any kind of bad move from the enemy team, they can exploit it. But Shiro hasn't played this Sling Hero since 2020. Zeal has only played a solitary game of Axe in his entire career. Hasn't played it since 2019. Why you smile? Yes, he's a proficient at the Zelda Titan. It's one of his most played heroes. Hasn't played it in 8 months, right? For YBP, this is all comfort. This is stuff they play day in, day out. Maybe with the exception of the Jakiro. But nonetheless, LGD looked like they've been doing this strategy for years. This looks so comfortable for them. And I don't even know what to say. All right, let's talk about, at least let's choose an MVP for this one. I want to say almost the whole team because everybody did their thing. Like the Pangolier did really well with his Rolling Thunders. We had some really good Static Storms. The Kinetic Fields, maybe not so much. We had some amazing Echo Stomps. But some of these calls from Zeal, man, it was just... What do you think, Yazoo, about MVP, Zeal? Do we give it to him?
I feel like it's going to be nothing to say or Zeal because they were kind of controlling the fights. But I don't know.
I'll give it to... nothing to say.
Nothing to say?
Yeah. No, I think him and Planet were actually... I mean, okay, it could be everyone, but I'll give it to Nothing to Say. I just liked how they were playing the fights when they were behind. Because Nothing to Say bought the Ags, which I think was an amazing pickup because it meant that they could do stuff like glimpse someone back into kinetic field and then like use the swashbuckle to like play from range and poke them down and try and get like either a BKB or just trying to kill them without fully committing. Because fully committing is how they punish you and kill you when they have a net worth lead.
Yeah. I also think like one of the things that I feel like LGD were the first team at doing this a lot was to buy halberds on heroes, especially when they played against TA. Because all you want to do is like drag out the fight. All Nothing to Say has to do is like go in, bait out a BKB, make sure that when he rolls out, he's like still alive. And they're just so good at this and buying the right items. And going back to what Sheep said earlier about YBB, I feel like when you're in that position, you need to kind of be able to close out the game. You're ahead in the game, you have a gem, you have vision from traps, you have Eng that's helping you push lanes, you have Beastmaster helping you push lane, and Hawks as well. And they were not able to close out the game with that. And that just goes to show you that LGD are incredible on the map. When you can play the map and still hold it strong against all of this, I mean, you're just a world-class team.
Yeah, they really are world-class. It was the first time this entire tour that they've been behind at either 15 or 20 minutes. Later on in the game, sometimes things have gone awry, in particular that series they had against Extreme Gaming in the second game. But nonetheless, LGD just way too crisp. And the problem with how this game went, because of their decision-making here, Sheep, you can't even look back at the draft and say, hey, let's pick some different heroes here. We had the Enchantress, we had the Beastmaster, we had our Lu TA, we had 7E's Tiny, we had all the good stuff, right? This is how you're supposed to be able to beat an LGD lineup. And normally against any other team, I'm pretty sure that they close this game out, right? But LGD, the decisions that they can make in the late game, the way that they take fights as well, I love how they can prioritize who's making the control happen and who's dishing out the damage. At some point, they're like, Pango, don't worry about building damage items. Shiro will do all the damage. It's fine. You just have to make sure these heroes stay in position long enough for us to make it happen. And they just do it. It sounds so simple in concept. It's really hard to do in the game, but they have a habit of making really difficult things look super simple when you watch them play.
Is there a question in there?
I mean, you pretty much nailed everything. Yeah, I agree.
What do you want me to say?
I think you just
Holy
nailed.
shit.
You just nailed basically what LGD do. I agree.
Yeah, I agree.
I agree. Seems good.
Seems good. Seems a bit
Thanks,
too good. Seems a bit too good. Going into game 2, if you're YBP, I think the difficult thing now is this recovery. We saw earlier today when Asta Ares lost the game that they were winning in, it sort of broke them mentally. You could see their spirits were crushed, and going into the second game, they weren't able to play at that same level. This feels even worse of a heartbreak than what we saw earlier on in the Extreme Gaming series.
Well, for YBB, no, this is a win. This is a win.
They should take it as like at least somewhat of a win. You just played very well against LGD. If you do the same thing and you can step it up,
Yeah, like...
it's not too bad, no?
You know, there's just little bits. Maybe they got that first Aegis, they slack a bit. Because, right, like you saw LGD, this is probably one of the biggest marks of a high-tier team, in my opinion, is knowing when you have a timing to play into an Aegis. Like, you saw them smoke because they had the Blade Mail on Axe with the blink, so they go make their play. And YBB, you know, they have a hero that gets caught in the mid lane by it, you know, and they poke him down on LGD, and they don't overcommit. And, like, that's the high-tier move that makes them distinguished from the rest.
Yeah. Well, right now, PSG LGD looking like PSG LGD. I don't even know what to say. The way they are right now, YBB is certainly going to have a difficult time bringing them down in game number 2. They came so close in game 1, closer than any other team that we've seen. But unfortunately, yet again, Extreme Gaming came also fairly close, but nobody can seem to close games out up against the side of PSG LGD. We'll see if there's any kind of magic that YBB have in their back pockets. Comfort didn't necessarily work out for them. Even though they're playing an uncomfortable draft on LGD, didn't necessarily make them feel uncomfortable in the game. So whatever opportunities, whatever witchcraft is available for YBB Gaming, now is the time to cast those spells. And we'll figure out if those spells will have an effect in game number 2. Don't go anywhere. PSG LGD and YBB Gaming game 2 coming in just a moment. Welcome back, one and all, to game number 2 of PSG LGD versus YBB Gaming. We are deep in the middle of this game. 1-0 up in favor of PSG LGD, looking to make it 2-0. And if history is any indication, that should definitely be the case. YBB, they need to make something miraculous happen here. They're
Ask Cheap what they're going to pick.
Dire
Ask
second
her quick.
pick.
Ask
All
her.
right. Prophet Cheap, hit us.
LGD's gonna pick Primal Beast first. Okay, that's what. Okay. If I was playing as Primal Beast, what would? Ench has to be banned. Ench has to be banned. Okay. So which means that Disruptor's still in the pool. So YBB, they're gonna respond with Disruptor.
He's good.
Okay. Who do you pair with the Disruptor? Okay.
Don't say it.
Dawnbreaker. Oh, I was wrong. Oh, you can only be so good, right? You know what can you do?
So good, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
So.
Well, this is still more common for YBB, right? Tianming Disruptor, this still goes way back to when he was playing on a lot of different teams, like the Keen Gamings and stuff within the region. We've got this Beyond Doom as well. These two heroes pair very well together. Now you have the dual silences. You've got some very intriguing team fight. And I like Disruptor versus the Primal Beast. Pre-BKB, you make this hero feel very miserable about life. But still, I'm no longer confident that just having a good draft is good enough to deal with LGD. But fortunately, Ench is gone. They're not going to deal with that.
Oh my god.
Wraith King,
Giga
right?
Chad.
The old school Doom counter. It's just like, all right, you invite the Doom, Doom me, brother. Nothing's going to happen to me no matter what.
Yeah, love it. It's like Faceless Void Doom. What do we want to play? Wraith King.
Easy clap.
Easy clap. I don't really like the hero in the meta right now, but I like it against Doom, and I guess it's fine.
We saw it once before as well in the earlier start of the season.
Yes.
Someone made it work. I don't quite remember who
Erica,
it was.
yeah.
So, I mean, heroes, you know, sometimes they just have a purpose. I would say this is one of them. You have decent wave clear against Disruptor as well. With the skeletons, your lane is chill. But I have seen these lanes like go both ways. So whoever has the stronger support can win the lane. And then it's still a playable matchup for Doom. But yeah, LGD just kind of showing that they don't really care what heroes are meta. Whatever hero makes sense, you better play this hero now.
They're figuring stuff out pre-major. They're like, if we can play every hero in the game, then it doesn't matter who gets buffed on the patch. We can play it.
There we go.
One step ahead.
Easy clap. Yeah.
This is kind of ridiculous, the fact that this is a different opener than what we saw in game number 1. They're going to be playing a different style of Dota. And you still have full confidence that it's going to work out for them.
Of course it is. Yeah, I do like what Kezu said though about the lane going either way. I think after watching Tundra play a lot of Doom, going to like more points in Scorched Earth, if they can combine that with the what the hell is Disruptor's Q called? This is the second time.
Thunderstrike.
Thunderstrike. All right, you can do those two together. I feel like that's a lot of damage output.
Yeah.
And you know, Wraith King, he's not able to really defend himself in lane. So they need some nice support on the next phase to secure his lane. Because you get like your Meteor Hammer on the Doom, and suddenly...
All right, you built that item.
Yeah.
Nearly forgot about that.
Looks like YBB agree with you though. They ban Undying, they ban out the Phoenix heroes that would normally be sitting behind this Wraith King to ensure that he has a good lane, healing him up, buffing him in the situation. So YBB is like, no. We want to pressure that side of the map. One thing I do like about what I'm seeing here, Kezu, is that the idea from YBB is still to play with high tempo, still play quick Dota. They're not going to go back to, well, we lost this game trying to play fast. We were winning for a long time. It was closing the game, that's the issue. So this wasn't their problem. So I'm glad that they're sticking to the style of drafting.
Yeah, I mean, it fits for them. They've done this Doom in the first 2 in their last series as well. I mean, it's not something that I would say I'm the biggest fan of, but there are teams that make it work when you know how to do it, you know, predominantly Tundra, and it has worked for YBB. So they just want to continue to play on the tempo, and they're going to need good lanes to really do that, because Doom is a really, you know, top net worth takeoff hero or middle of the pack and just do nothing.
Yeah, that's like you guys hyped up YBB's like, oh, we run at you and mess you up, bro. And now they're playing a bunch of heroes that tell me that they're going to be a bit more passive. Because unless this Doom is going like max Scorched Earth, getting an early BKB and just running at you, it's a little hard. Like you're going to be deep pushing waves with Rubik. You're going to be trying to punish moves with Disruptor. Right now, they need a hero if they want to play their usual style. They need something that goes in.
Well, PSG LGD pick up yet another new hero for themselves and another new hero in the region. They grab up this Dazzle, rather. We haven't seen them roll with this before. It's a new hero for the region. They're just going to keep doing this, I guess, because why not, right? They have Innocence in the team. He probably told them, boys, when I won TI, we just played everything. So let me teach you what's up.
I'm assuming the idea here is they summon the Skellies, they press the stun, they heal the Skellies. Bam, bam!
Combo, wombo, poison touch. Yeah, I mean, that's got to be why you're doing. And you wanted a bit of the protection for the Wraith King, so like some semi-heal. So it's not super passive like an Abaddon. It has like the more aggressive approach too. But okay, I mean, this is a pretty baller Pango pick if you ask me.
It is, yeah. Like, I think YBB are just going full in with like what's good in the patch, and I like it.
Yeah.
You know, a little bit more. Like I think this Wraith King Dazzle lane, for example, could go absolutely disastrously.
Yeah.
Like if you just go with Disruptor and Doom onto Dazzle, he's just gonna die. Especially early levels. Like your Q is not that like Poison Touch is not that good.
It's basically not even a spell in like the first, I don't know, couple minutes.
Yeah.
And I think also what you said about the Doom Rubik, like I feel Doom in like the early mid game, he's only as fast as his team is. Like, because if you're losing the early game, he's just gonna keep farming until he has like his 3 items. But if you have this Pango who can like help you get in the game, then you're like, okay, I can actually join.
Yeah.
So it does fit their draft, and I do like it.
One thing I also love about it is that it provides them a more team fight as well between the Doom, Disruptor, Pango. Lots and lots of team fight. LGD team fight is fairly mediocre with what they have for themselves right now. So YBB is like, well, we lost a lot of fights later on in the game. Let's make us fights as easy for ourselves as humanly possible.
I think what I'm hoping here for LGD is that the Primal goes mid, gets an early 6, and then they just bring the Mirana and they just do the into like arrow and just kill people that way.
Yeah, I love that play. Can't wait to see that one.
So excited, man. And then like, oh, okay, if there's a moment bot, you just TP down, Wraith King presses the stun, he charge in, bam, bam. Well, he doesn't even need the bam, bam. He could do like a level 5
Everyone
rotation.
just gets bam-bammed and they die.
I'm just so
I kinda
hyped.
like
man.
that.
Yeah, this Primal Beast, it has the potential to pog.
So if he is going to be mid, that does mean we need a Zeal hero for their team. But it also could be off lane for Zeal as well. So it's either an NTS hero to round out the draft or something for Zeal. What feels more comfortable with what they have as Zeal? Cheap, you want this Primal Beast to be mid. So if it is mid, what does Zeal play then?
Damage, hopefully. Just anything with damage. I mean, if they feel like they can get more damage from the mid lane, I'm down for them to do that instead. Just any hero with some nuke. Maybe not like a quap nuke, more like sustained nuke, or just like a Lesh maybe even could work for me.
For offlane?
No, like
mid,
for
or-
mid if they want to put the Primal off.
I mean, old school stuff here, Kizu. Shadow Grave.
Dude,
What the hell is happening?
Were you going to say this? Oh,
I had it in my mind for the offlane because, so first of all, it's only in my brain because LGD right now are picking like very strange heroes.
That's
And
fair.
so I feel like they want to go in and then, sure, you have Rupture eventually against Pango to answer him because I feel like he's the hero YBB need to pop off to bring the rest into the game. I don't know how good it is, but you have the Rupture. It does make some sense. I don't think the lane is perhaps incredible. Mirana Bloodseeker is kind of like whatever. It's not like you do blood right into arrow. There's nothing really going on. So yeah, I mean, LGD are just doing maybe they're doing the all-hero challenge.
Yeah,
You
that's
never
what
know.
I'm feeling right now.
Very few stuns in their lineup, though, now that they have this Bloodseeker.
Okay, right. So they have very few stuns. You're playing with like a Bloodseeker. I think YBB, if they just slam some like Kunkka right now and just work off damage reduction, I feel like LGD can't friggin' kill anything. Like this is not the damage I wanted. Right now they're relying on pressing Rupture and hoping someone dies, or like this Wraith King getting like super fat, or Primal has to pop off and have the best game of his life. If YBB don't give him that, I think it's hard to play that lineup.
I don't think Lu plays Kunkka, unfortunately.
Well, it's time to play it now.
What does he play Doom carry? What about that one?
He does not play Doom carry. He
This
just
one
plays
sucks.
like,
What does he play?
What does he got? What does he even do,
traditional
man?
Agi carries. He plays TA, Drow Ranger, the PA. He plays like Faceless Void. These kind of heroes.
Well,
you
if he ever wants to join LGD, he's got to up his hero
He's
pool.
got to step this one up,
Because
man.
like that,
know? Not good enough.
Okay, well.
Alright.
Look, to be fair though, right? His TA, that was not the reason they lost that game, right? He actually played really well. He was doing a lot of work in the earlier portion of the game. He was doing most of the damage outlay for the team. They needed a physical damage dealer for themselves right now. Right now, I'm looking at this draft, right? Unless they go like Radiance, they actually have a fairly hard time getting through the refraction. This makes sense why they would go for the 24 TA.
Oh, I'm just making shit for fun. I think it's just fine. It's a great TA. It's an absolutely fine TA pick. It's going to give them building, Roche. It gives them like ways to objective take and actually end the game. Just this time, I think maybe their win condition could just be more straightforward for team fighting well. With like, we doom one hero, we kill everyone, bam, bam. Don't have to rely on these like tossbacks and grouping up into Elder Titan shit. Don't worry about it.
Don't worry about the shit.
Don't worry about
Just
it.
do it.
So, Kez, are you feeling good about this draft from YBP? We liked it the first time around, and we all agreed that if we just hit the team names and just looked at the drafts, we would actually prefer their draft. It just so happened that LGD is that damn good. So, this game too, do you feel the same way again, that if you hit the names, you would be fine with what YBP have?
I preferred it more in the first game. Even though LGD's draft is very strange, I think these range carries, they suffer a lot against lineups that overwhelmingly go on you. And I feel like that is going to happen. You have Wraith King, who's going to go in, Primal, who charges in. And then Pango, he's like the one to offset it, but he's going to get ruptured.
How can they do that when they're doomed? Kezu.
They're gonna go first and won't get doomed. Yeah,
He got me.
It's gonna be a close game. I don't know this LGD draft. Like maybe they flipped a couple coins on what to pick, so I don't really know.
Well, LGD has managed to confuse the entire panel right now, so we don't know absolutely what the hell is going on, but we're going to be finding out in game number 2. And to find out, we send it over to our casters. We have the Lost Hitting Lyrical and the Team Fighting T-Gov. Take it away for this incredible game number 2.
We're ready for that one to come on out right now, T.
Please don't last hit me. Do not last hit me.
Okay, all right, sorry.
I am full HP. There's going to be multiple hits. It will be illegal.
No.
Please don't last hit me.
It would be the last hit. No, I'm just kidding. So we do have
Thanks,
a great game coming up right now. Holy moly, Primal Beast. I feel like nothing to say is going to pop off. You know, Sheepo, she was doing the bang, 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 bang plays. I think that was for Rubik, but I think nothing to say is going to be wreck and face. Give, says Seal. I think he wants tips.
Yes, he wants 70 to tip him. I don't know if that's going to happen. Tip for tip, and it's only one way. Very unfortunate. But no, draft-wise, I actually really like what PSG's got. I think it's all about the lanes, I feel like, with these heroes. You know, Primal Beast against Panglir, Primal should do well. Some Dazzle Wraith King lane against some Doom, also going to do well. And yeah, that's going to be the key theme for PSG with their quirkiness of their heroes.
Yeah, they've got some strange stuff coming out. And I think, you know, there's an element to last game where I just think about how strong YBB looked when they went in and they invaded the Ancients. And they're like, we're not going to back down. We're going to run at you. We're going to battle. And then LG was like, oh, you guys want to do that? Okay, we can do that. And that's what they're doing this game. Because holy moly, you've got like the you know, Snare was talking about Wraith King, Primal, Bloodseeker. They're ready to battle.
And in the bot lane, we've got some weird shenanigans here. Rubik, Disruptor, and Doom. What, are they going to kill off the range creep and eat a melee? Oh, they are. Yep, okay. Bot lane has just been absolutely disintegrated by some heroes.
Okay. He's like, all right, the lane's going to go bad, so we're not going to lane. There's so many new things going on in this one. Very cool.
Yeah, once again, we don't get to see Dazzle picked too often, but it is, especially against this Doom. Doom nowadays, it's, again, Meteor Hammer into Midas.
Yeah.
So if you throw in a really potent, kind of aggressive chase you back down the lane style combo, then maybe Doom won't even get to Meteor Hammer at good timing. Maybe there'll always be that kill threat, and that's why you're seeing this kind of new combination coming out. But again, also, Wraith King, it's a really good game. TA hates playing into Wraith King later into the game. She can never just jump burst him. Doom really hates going on him. Disruptor hates using spells. So I think there is a large damage issue with YBB's lineup if lanes don't go well, and it's only TA who's having a good time.
And, you know, you talk about that Wraith King and how good of a game it is for him. This was a first 2 pick, you know? He has sort of gotten away scot-free in the draft, which is pretty interesting considering how I thought that was going to go. It does look like that Ring of Health is just about completed right now for the Doom, though. Has his courier going on out to pick that up. So his laning stage should at least be okay. And maybe there's that's the way that they do it. If, like, you can start snowballing this lane, getting that Meteor Hammer stuff going on.
Oh, I need TPs, no!
All right. Well, you know, the lane...
What were you saying, Lyrical?
It's just not going to go well.
There we go.
No, it's sad.
Yeah, but his death did secure his courier getting to the Doom.
Okay.
He secured the Ring of Health, getting to the Doom, not getting sniped by the Dazzle. That was the biggest load of whatever I could have produced there. Yeah, that is a horrendous start for YB in this off lane. In regards to the support, very unfortunate.
It was going so well, too.
It was.
But you know what that means?
What does it mean?
Solo XP.
Oh, that's meaty. Yeah. And the lane is pushing in. So, yeah, Doom's going to be chilling. I will be surprised if he actually gets to use a Meteor Hammer against a tower. Again, any of these carries that provide a really low cooldown stun that can mirror the CD of Meteor Hammer is very good against Doom. That's why we saw Luna in previous China series. I think IG was the one that did it. And again, here we have Wraith King. All he needs is like, what, 2 points in his Fire Blast to have mirroring cooldowns?
Yeah, and I mean,
there's even just 1 point.
There's going to be the possibility of like doing it from off to the side and like hiding off in the trees and dropping it down. I'll also say, as 70 takes a good chunk of damage there from nothing to say. Oh man, be careful, buddy. Bloodseeker's also moving very fast. Every hit that's traded, he's got 10 seconds, but the bottle's there. All right, so he'll be okay. The thing that I love about Meteor Hammer is that we get to see all these weird channeling animations. I think Doom is one of the weirdest, where it's like his double hands go up and he starts waving around.
I went into Dota SFM just to look at all the different channel animations.
Yeah.
And I was going to see who has like the best channel animation, but then I realized it was a bit of a time sink. I was just spending way too long doing it. I was just kind of staring at Invoker. And I stopped doing it. But it was a late night activity that I had to stop doing. Yeah.
That's...
If you want, I can complete the tier list.
Okay. Yeah, sure. Let's do that.
Okay.
Beyond, he's going to try and TP back just to the tier 1 tower, so he gets out of harm's way, and 2 components of the Meteor Hammer done. I mean, when you think about the lore of this item, I feel like it should be more threatening. You drop a meteor from the sky. It's terrifying.
I mean, it's terrifying towards towers. It's really pathetic when they're actually channeling it.
I guess you sidestep it.
Yeah, just walk off. And we haven't really mentioned the offlane yet, but I feel like this Bloodseeker pick, when you're going TA into Bloodseeker's a high armor hero. Like, you don't want to leave TA in a 1v1 matchup. Normally, you have an additional support to utilize the meld and that chase down. And I just feel like Zill's just going to become another carry. He's 18 for 10 to the 17 and 2 for TA. So far, all lanes on PSG, and this is what I kind of anticipated with this type of lineup. They are just going to be tanky heroes that win their lanes, and they're so sustainable. And once again, YBB damage will be a key thing they'll have to find as quick as possible.
You know, T, that's some really good analysis right there, but I want to go back to talking about Meteor Hammers again.
Yeah, no worries. Yep. Am I going to have to start Googling lore to help you out?
What I was going to say is that it reminds me of, do you remember in Lord of the Rings, Return of the King, when the weird-faced orc gets a trebuchet giant piece of rock thrown at him, and then he just sidesteps it slightly? That's what I imagine. Like 7E dropping in the mid lane, almost goes down, but able to get away.
Oh, yeah, it's exactly that, actually.
You know what I'm talking about, though, right?
I know what you're talking about, and it's wildly pathetic. And
yeah. Planet. Oh, look at him. Look at him. Look at him.
Go on, hit the arrow, hit the arrow.
No, he's not ready. He's not ready. Oh, Planet, look at him. He's like, yeah. You see, he looked at the camera. He's like, yeah, that's right.
Dude, that's clean. He knows. He had no vision. Like, he placed...
He did. He had the Bloodseeker thirst.
Ah, yeah, of course. Yeah. My bad.
That's what you meant.
Yeah. No natural vision. No natural vision. Yeah. Nice. I was just making sure you're listening, you know what I'm saying?
I appreciate that.
You're too busy talking about orcs and Lord of the Rings. I had to bring you back down to this game, you know?
Exactly. Well, we're here now, and it is looking rough for the Pango. He did get the TP, though, at least.
1900 to the 2600 of Primal Beast. And this start... Sure, both mid laners love to rotate, but when you have such a sizable lead on the Primal Beast, his ability to quickly get to a side lane, kill, and then return to mid is a lot quicker than Pangolier. So already looking to see how Nothing to Say wants to utilize this early lead to kind of even just overwhelm the side lanes even more.
Bang! 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 Arrow! Bang!
Dead!
Damn.
Wow.
7E scratching his head afterwards like, guys, this guy's really strong.
Yeah, he's out leveling me, and also I feel like, again, it's a very dishonest mid lane. Planet has somewhat AFK'd in mid for a little bit. It's been a bit of a 2v1.
That's fair.
So 70, it's unfortunate. All right, here's the big thing. Beyond's got the Meteor Hammer.
Let's go.
Will he be able to actually get it on the tower, or even use it successfully? Because Shiro, 1 point in Wraith Blast, very much ready to stop this channeling.
No, they have a lot of different avenues to stop the Meteor Hammer. The arrow, which obviously won't be there, but then, of course, the Wraith Fire Blast being the two main ones there. And, well, Planet facing off against ZZQ will do stacking while simultaneously forcing back the Mirana. She does manage to get on in and block one of those. But, yeah, there's a lot of gold built up here. Planet jumps away.
Yep, no glimpse available, so you can start looking around. And Beyond, I feel so bad for him. He got the hammer. He walked around bot lane.
But the Meteor Hammer from on high. Does he go for it? Why do you smile? Oh, Nothing to Say might just kill them all. They're going for it. Bang, bang, bang. He can't Meteor Hammer yet.
Neutrals tonight?
Oh, well played. Okay, they get that.
The bang, bang, bang aggroed the neutrals to then bang, bang, bang. Not YBB, Tiangming, sorry. And yeah, get the knife. But look how displaced this Doom is. He's just walked around for like 2 minutes.
Oh, here it is. Oh,
yes.
That's the orc.
That's the orc play. Yep, that's the orc play.
God, what was the name of that orc?
Oh, I can Google it if you want.
Oh, sure. I'd love that. That would really help the cast a lot.
No worries, I got you. Orc Lord of the Rings that dodges Big Rock.
70 gets the bottle refill in mid.
Is it Gothmog?
Gothmog.
Lieutenant of Morgul.
Yeah. Gothmog.
He does look like a Doom that did get slapped in the face, to be fair.
It's true. He's got that weird eye.
Yeah.
Well, right now, LGD weirdly eyeing up
It's like me before makeup, now that I think about it.
No, it's not. You're beautiful.
Yeah, thanks.
Beyond, eyeing up Gothmog. Got him caught there, and bang, bang, banging him into death. Just like the Rohirrim that found him on the fields of Palinor.
Bro, there's like 7 people right now that, actually, to be fair, a lot of Dota viewers would actually,
yeah,
about 7,000 viewers actually right now are vibing with this.
Dude, Loda, right? This Lord of Dol Alamoth. As TA gonna get caught silenced, dead. Just like that, they show off the power of the Zeal off-lane Bloodseeker. And, well, he will get found here by 70. Can 70 finish off the kill, though? Tries to get it. Swashbuckle saved. He's not going all in. He's too afraid. Nothing to say is nearby.
I mean, he has 10 armor. Like, Zeal's incredibly tanky. Double Wraith Pan stick plus treads. It's hard to kill. And yeah, PSG, all about the lanes with these heroes, crushing the lanes. YBB, Doom doesn't have a game. The question for YBB now is, how can they find ways to get TA to farm the stacks, to farm these Ancients, and then present an opportunity where she can maybe, poke her head in, get a kill, then look towards Roshan. But it's a lot of things that need to go right for them, because PSG, they're dictating everything. Nothing to say from bot to top, killing off mid. He's just everywhere right now on this map.
Completely taken over the game. And ZZQ shows for a minute there, probably looking for a bigger target to go for the Pulverize on, but also just gets Tango passed over to him and is going to be passing by a ward. So now realizing there's a little bit more freedom, and you can see 70 immediately tries to back away, but is he going to be able to escape? Nothing to say. Ooh, could have gone for that.
Oh.
And he walks into a ward now, but Planet mid lane, because they saw that that Primal Beast left, they set up for him instead. Regen tries to get into range. I don't think they can do anything to Primal though. Oh wait, yep, they're just gonna turn and hit him. And with 70 moving in, now maybe they can make a play, the glimpse to pull him back, and now the roll back and forth. Nothing to say. The supports weren't a danger, but when you bring in the Pango, it does become a problem until the Grave comes out. And there's the jump, gets the kill. YBB, they're fighting back in a pretty good way here.
Yeah, this is really important. Nothing to say. He gets a little bit confident going for that rune, and meanwhile, Beyond, he's able to actually hit 2 meteor hammers on this bot tower.
Okay.
So after being, starved in the off lane, he himself is, relatively getting back into the game.
Yeah, he's top net worth on his team, which might not be a great thing for his team. But TA is eventually going to go and try and clear up and farm up the rest of this jungle, it feels like.
Yeah, I feel like if you're YB, you need to kill off Zill at least once. It's like, kill Zill, force reactions top, allow Doom to take bot tower, and that might set your map up quite nicely. And yeah, they are looking to do that.
Got him caught here. Lowell makes the movement over. They rupture the TA, and now nothing to say. They still turn around that gank. That one did not go the way they hoped it would. I mean, if nothing to say is there, it becomes very difficult to take a fight.
I might even go saying near impossible. I feel like if nothing to say is in a fight, 70 has to be in the fight. And unfortunately, in hindsight, 70 didn't have Rolling Thunder, so this move from YBB was maybe a little bit too quick for them. The idea of the play is great. They need to make sure when you're behind, you have all the resources available to make sure that you aren't just kind of throwing bodies into a lost cause.
Well, and in spite of a good last couple of minutes, it is feeling not like a complete lost cause, but definitely kind of rough right now for the side of YBB. After taking that top tower and so much pressure on towards mid, they're starting to collapse on this area. Like, Wraith King is even farming out the enemy Ancients right here and almost has a completed Radiance.
Yeah, he's just causing a really nice overlapping farm where if TA wants to try and farm, she can't go to her Ancient. 70 is just awkwardly trying to shove out the Wraith King. So it isn't as fluid of a game that you expect. Like, YBB's lineup is very, very greedy, right? Doom wants to AFK, TA wants to AFK. There isn't a lot of damage on the support, so...
Glimpse pulls him back. Static Storm. They bring in 7E. This is what they need to do. They need to kill off. Nothing to say before that BKB comes out, but the Grave is there. Does he have a way to escape the Onslaught? But he gets the stick charge off to stay alive. Shiro shows up. Arrow, but able to create a little bit of separation. Now ZZQ going to get ran down. They have a good chunk of damage there and will be able to take down this mid-tier 1 tower. But rough series of events there for YBB, not able to kill the Primal.
It's so hard. From game 1 YBB, where it's like all their heroes want to sync up, make the plays, to game 2, where it's like 3 heroes trying to desperately do as much as they can, you know, the odds in game one were like 1.88 at this point or something. Now it's like
even.
now it's very drastically PSG favored.
Esportsbet.io not favoring the YBB lineup at the moment as they continue to dominate this map here and maybe trying to set up onto Beyond. It's a little bit scary. I don't think Planet can do it on his own. Probably just trying to scout out this area and get his arcanes. Stealing away more farm, as Maranas do.
Let's quickly double check what's Bloodseeker going. Okay, so he's going for Atos.
Okay.
Not going for auras. Again, you already have a Dazzle in your lineup, so you have kind of Shadow Wave. It's not auras, but it's at least sustain. Morana, again, we've already mentioned not going mech. So their survivability comes from the fact that the heroes themselves are extremely tanky, and they'll be pushed forward through the maybe defensive nature of Moonlight Shadow or the turnaround of Grave. And yeah, a rare game where I would argue that you don't really need too many auras. Nice positioning though from Zil to not get caught by the glimpse in the ward.
Yeah, I mean, that's just really good Dota right there. Recognizing, hey, nobody's showing over by the Ancients where the rest of the team was at. Nobody's showing on the map at all. Beyond is going to do the same type of thing right now, it looks like, and try and get out of harm's way. So both squads able to dodge the ganks that they thought were coming their direction. And now YBB is kind of grouped together. They could make a smoke play themselves, see if they could pick off Shiro before he gets one of those survivability items after the Radiance.
Yeah, they just wish that Lu had maybe Desolator by now. If this was like a Deso TA, this play feels a little bit better because it's like, we look for a kill, boom, Roshan. But they're still in that awkward state where they don't have the BKB on Doom, they don't have the Desolator on TA. Even though they might want to look for the engagement, I'd argue that they need to just farm these items, utilize that timing to then try and punish PSG. But it's going to be difficult. Like, one team, they're waiting. On the flip side, nothing to say. When he picks up BKB, I don't think there's anything YBB can do to this hero. Like, other than dooming him after he jumps in, it's going to be very hard to stop PSG just swarming throughout the YBB lines.
Well, and it again gets back to sort of what Sheep and Kezu were talking about, that the first person to find that initiation is probably going to end up on the better end of the fight. And that's sort of what they excel at on the side of Primal Beast as a hero, is, you know, setting up for a good fight, but they need that vision first as well. They tried to go down bottom, couldn't quite connect there with the Onslaught stolen from Rubik, which is about to expire right now. And Lil just about completing that Deso, but ZZQ caught in a weird spot, doesn't quite burn out there to the Radiance damage. Gonna salve up to try and keep the thirst stacks at bay.
Go.
But it connects in time, and they will find ZZQ very low. Rupture for a last hit. Oh, that's annoying.
Oh, and then he has the go-ahead run. Ooh,
oh, no.
What a little tip.
70 backing out, and they don't have Rupture for him this time. Okay, bouncing back and forth. Do they have heal, though? Just a couple of right clicks. Planet might be able to kill him himself. Yeah, 70 has to back away.
But still, you can already feel the sense of the game kind of slipping away from YBB. The way that they're just kind of throwing heroes out just to buy time. And where are we at on the BKB situation for Doom? All right, okay, 400 gold away.
He's still very farmed.
Yeah, he's still pretty good. Again, Lu, Deso's easily been complete since then. Another 800 gold's been generated. And that could be a nice moment for YBB, right? It's like I already mentioned the Deso BKB, but if they want to be really safe, they're like, okay, let's wait for the BKB on TA. That will then mitigate the Radiance, prevent the Primal Beast from being too much of a factor. But it's a lot of waiting, a lot of like, okay, the next item, then the next item.
Yeah.
And it does concern me that YBB will always be chasing what's the next item that will give us a little bit of confidence to take the fight. Because so far it's been 17 minutes where they've been pretty much just ran at.
And I mean, I will. Oh, look at this. This is pretty good.
That's good. Yeah, that's
if you can
nice.
find any type of a pickoff, particularly onto this Bloodseeker, very, very solid stuff. And it's going to be Tianming that picks up the last touch on that one. ZZQ gives him the tip back after losing his life. So a little bit of retribution there. I guess the one thing that does sort of stand out to me is I think YBB, it's not like it's completely hopeless if they go into the late game against LGD. But there are a lot of answers that they have. Primal always feels a little bit weird to me late game because it's like he doesn't do much to BKBs.
I think the good thing for late game YBB is if they are in Vision and Doom is having some incredible game, you know, you can just like Doom off the Primal Beast. Yeah. And now the team fight of PSG is two physical damage style heroes in the form of Bloodseeker and Wraith King, set up by just enabling supports that don't really contribute to locking people down too much. So I think YBB can easily thrive as the game goes much later. but it's then also disrupt Dragon. There's a lot of economy that YBB need. And for PSG, there's going to be a window where they want to just break the game. Like this Wraith King, after a really strong laning phase, he's just been mode AFK.
Right.
What is it? What's his scoreline right now? Yeah,
I mean,
like
he's
1-0
chilling.
He's mad chilling. And it's like
the other thing too is you're going late game against LGD, whose decision making I feel like has always been so clutch in those late game scenarios.
yeah. And I also don't really enjoy the idea of TA late game in this game. Nothing to say, also doesn't really enjoy Rubik in this game.
No,
because he's just been killing him non-stop.
Rough time there. And I mean, that Moonlight Shadow into the kill, it feels rough. They do also have this ward. They've had it for a little while. Gonna smoke up with 4. And with Rupture not used on the Disruptor this time, it makes the Pango's game significantly harder. Beyond, no Doom for 40.
Doesn't want to use his first BKB just defensively.
ZZQ.
No, well, he's
Vision.
gonna die.
Glimpse, force away. Can't run that fast. And after the kinetic field goes down, they will manage to take down this Disruptor. And a Meteor Hammer from Beyond onto the creep wave, trying to kill it off. Also going to Midas one of those after the BKBs, queuing up the blink, and he actually almost has it.
I'd be interested to see if Wraith King or at least Shiro wants to go for blink pre-BKB. I think there's a window in this game where TA doesn't have BKB yet, and if he's a bit more explosive, make that jump, layer with the Atos, you can actually, you know, cause some concern for Lu, but the fact that it is so close, it's like, this was a marginal window in the game that they could have played for.
Right.
I don't think he's farmed quick enough to put that threat onto TA, nor has TA really been shut down in the last 8 minutes or so. She's just been happily farming up 0-1-0 on Lu.
They had an idea that he was over here. 70 gonna get found. Atos tries to get away. The arrow's not gonna connect, but I don't think he has a way out of this one. So they find 70, and even worse news for him too, they were not able to get a Brigand's Blade on that second round, but they do get it on LGD. Oh, that's unfortunate for him.
It's very unfortunate. I mean, Pangoliers, they often get it, but he's got Pupil's Gift. It's
not comparable.
Not comparable, yeah.
Poor
I was
guy.
trying to be nice for a second, but no, it's pretty depressing when you don't get the Brigands.
Well, less than 1,000 gold separating these two teams, and Doom's still very much farmed. It's just Pango who's kind of been left behind. You can imagine a world where if he gets Lincolns or something, the game starts to feel a little bit easier for him, but he is just pretty far behind where he would want to be at this point. And, well, they could think about going down here on to nothing to say. Glimpse pulls him back, but the BKB, that's the reveal, which is not terrible. In a BKB as he's trying to run away is better than going in with it.
No, this is really good for YBB. As soon as you know that BKB has been used, you've got Blink Doom available on Doom. You've got TA with her own BKB. Like, I feel like they should be grouping up and smoking right now. It's a massive timing for them. On top of that, Shiro, he hasn't completed his item yet. He didn't go for Blink. He is still trying to complete his own BKB. So yeah, I love the fact that YBB stalled out the game. They're down 8 kills. Net worth's the same. If they get even one good pick off here, no buyback, their team will take Roshan quickly.
Of course, finding the right hero is a little bit of a problem. If they take this fight and try and kill off Shiro and it takes too long, his resummon is going to turn into their undoing. But it doesn't look like they're going for that. Instead, in towards mid, Planet is going to show for a second on the other side of the river. A lot of other heroes heading into position right now. They don't have their Pango with them. 70 is not there. I thought this was going to be a move from YBB, but kind of difficult to make anything happen. And 20 seconds till Primal Beast BKB, they didn't connect onto a kill quickly enough.
Yeah, I think YBB, they did smoke around to the top side of the map. They looked for that engagement, but PSG, at least Planet, he was drawing on the minimap, like, guys, they're running at us. Let's retreat back to our own side of the map. Yeah. Respect the fact that we have just used our BKB defensively. So both teams kind of, dancing around the map right now, trying to find that little edge to get themselves into the game. After how well the lanes went for PSG, the stabilizing plays that YBB have made is incredibly commendable, and they have put themselves in a position where they honestly can go toe for toe in the fight. They just need to make sure that their execution is clean. Because if they ever waste a Doom, if TA ever blinks in poorly, they're just going to get ripped apart with how many forms of damage that PSG has. It's like 3 cores against 1 big damage dealer.
Yeah, which is why we're seeing this TA go less for the blink and more for these other items that allows her to stand her ground in a fight, trying to get this Lincoln Sphere done. She is pushing in bottom side. They can TP her to the tier 2 tower if they want. Shiro there, TP coming in. Who do they find? Jump forward, control is there. They get it off. The Doom onto the Wraith King. I don't know if that's going to be good enough. And with nothing to say, turning to try and take his fight, he is going to fall. And Doom dropping down low, but they find the glimpse now onto Zeal, trying to chase him. Couple rounds of the swashbuckle. He didn't die on the Wraith King.
No, nice grave, some extra heals. Also life stealing up with the Vampiric.
Do they go in again? LGD, they don't have their Primal Beast, but oh my god, ZZQ just might get chopped here. The stun, the arrow, tries to keep him alive, actually pulls him to the other side. Wraithfire Blast is there, beyond, trying to find that finish, but it is going to be a grave. Buyback from Disruptor, wanting to keep them over here. Do they have a way to break the TP? Don't quite, and now everybody else getting away, but the long-range Wraithfire Blast, they find themselves Zeal too. So with Why You Smile turning, it's going to be Zeal going down. 3 dead, Roche is open.
That's incredibly awkward from PSG. Like, especially that they're playing in an area where YBB has immense vision, and you see that really. The chase down, kill Disruptor, but then the quick ward placed again from the cast range of Rubik, and they're getting picked off.
I thought for a second they were walking into Roche, and I was very confused.
No, yeah, I was going to say, that's why I stopped. I was like, YBB, there's a Roche on here, boys. This is kind of what you've been waiting for.
Oh, no.
Massive arrow.
Oh, no. Dude, are they buying enough time?
Not really, kind of.
I mean, Primal Beast is nearby. The Meteor Hammer. They've got BKBs back up again soon. Dude, they didn't go quick enough. And now, nothing to say, jumps in, wants to find one. ZZQ is going to be the one that he catches, but doesn't really have the damage for it. And now Wraith King getting kited. His ulti's down, nothing to say. Tries to back away, but they get vision. They find him with the Wraithfire Blast, and, well, they bait them into a bad fight. So LGD lose nothing to say again. And it's a buyback from Marana, but, I mean, they can kind of just hold their ground. They didn't use BKBs.
I mean, this is all under PSG's own performance, right? They're the ones that are throwing bodies in, overextending, and then Disruptor are just punishing it. Like, I don't know. I don't feel... The PSG from last game wouldn't have made these mistakes. It's interesting, it's confusing, but yeah, YBB capitalizing it very nicely.
Wow. Yeah, tons of damage from all of the heroes in that one on the side of YBB. And another moment where like this sort of pre-30-minute game or so going a little bit awkward for LGD. This is 2 times in a row now. Of course, can't overstate, the case that much. It's only 2,000 gold. But an Aegis now on TA. Things starting to still look pretty good as this Beyond Doom is coming online. And, we talked about the Lincoln Sphere needing them. They've got 2 now. 1 on TA, 1 on Pango.
It's going to help a lot, especially when they start moving towards Objective Siege. You put the double Lincolns onto Lu, and then he can't really die. Already using 1 Lincolns in the bot lane to stop the Atos, but he doesn't care. He just keeps clicking.
He didn't wait for the Atos to hit before... he didn't end up rupturing them. Never mind. No. But Zeal has to pop his BKB to try and get out of there. And will manage to get away, but tips
These are
going
good
out
tips.
galore.
Very good tips. It's like, why are you here, Zeal? Why are you in a position where you need to BKB TP?
Beyond just jumps in and kills Why You Smile. Oh, LGD getting a little bit flustered here, it feels like.
Yeah, they thought they were incredibly strong, but the top jungle fight, the tier 2 dive, not the best decision making from PSG.
Nothing to say. Oh,
very quick.
Good play to get out of there. That was super dangerous.
TP bottom. Yeah, PSG identifying the fact that Lu's by himself, so Shiro, he does jump in for a second.
God, he wants that last hit. Doink. Gave him the doink. A stun maybe? No, it's Vampiric Spirit. Okay. Is that the name of that spell?
It is, yeah, correct, yeah.
Oh, okay. I don't remember if it was the aura or the spirit. They did the old switcheroo on us.
Yeah, it happens.
Ooh, a Titan Sliver.
I know we kind of mentioned it earlier, but I do like the fact that Lu didn't go for the Blink Dagger. I feel like that's the one item on TA, especially in these type of games where you can kind of throw the game yourself through just overcommitting, putting yourself in bad positions. It also happened in the previous game when Lu was on TA.
Yeah.
And in this game, it's like just become tanky, buy the items to stand your ground, and then lean on maybe the Rubik with his shard down the line to be your repositioning tool if needed.
So I can't help but feel a sense of familiarity here, though, with the way that the beginning of this game has gone. If they can find a good fight here, this is into the Aegis. The arrow's there, 4 staff, trying to get her away. Static Storm down, still has the Aegis ready. Luo, they pull him to the low ground, getting brought lower and lower. Refraction instances out, nothing to say, jumps through, finds the kill. Now the Doom to turn it, ZZQ able to escape, so they're gonna have glimpses after. Chase looking for him. Shiro has already lost his life once, and now the BKB out, still chasing on to nothing to say. They get the Grave away. 7E is there for the stun, looks for more, finds another, but can't chase him down. Still, charge call comes from 7E as an 8k gold lead now and into a tier 2 tower.
Yep, YBB just perfectly utilizing the fact they had Aegis there. It's Doom the Primal Beast. That's kind of what you need for the rest of this game, and if you have an Aegis, you can tank some of these key spells. And yeah, PSG kicking themselves they gave away an Aegis, struggling on the fact that they had to take a fight in that style. And then you might argue, once they've respawned, the group up, the look for that fight, there's no Doom, there's no Aegis. There is a sizable window for PSG to make these combat plays that they made in the previous game. It's now on YBB to adjust and not to fall victim to them 2 games in a row.
Right. On a window 2 where BKBs are down. It's about to close, though.
Look at Planet and Bot just running around with a wave.
Well, he doesn't have any more leap charges, so he might be in some trouble there. Old Planet. Dude, what is that range on Wraithfire Blast from Rubik?
It's so good. It's like...
What the hell?
I mean, he's got 4 points Arcane Supremacy plus an Aether Lens. It's pretty
mid?
easy. Oh, hold up.
Mid. They catch him. 7E in some trouble. Ruptured, dead. Can they do anything to try and take this fight further? They need to get out of here. Nothing to say's got him. He does have BKB in 1 second, but it's going to be a second too late. So with those BKBs still on cooldown, LGD managed to find a nice little turnaround play on mid.
Yeah, and Wire Small is very happy here. All that economy he got from the killing off the Doom. But yeah, is this not giving you reminders of the previous game here, Lyrical? Like the idea that YB's in the lead, they're vibing super hardcore, but then they do like a split decision on the map where it's like go chase for a kill. Meanwhile, things are happening mid. So PSG very good at distracting their opponents with like one random support doing something kind of dumb, and then kill the guys who are watching the guys chasing the other guy. You know, it's I just said a lot there, but I think YB is also confused by everything that's happening because PSG, they not really playing Dota at the moment, just kind of playing how many heroes can we find by themselves and hope to kill them whilst they're distracted by weird things happening.
I think the thing that separates this game is Zeal does not have his BKB. Oh, Glimpse pulls him back in. This is going to be a kill. Onto the Bloodseeker. A couple hits. They got Vision down. Can they get there in time from Why You Smile for the save? They will, and channel TP out. Okay, okay. And now, wanting to turn, Shiro jumps, finds that Disruptor, 7E, runs in, thought about the roll, doesn't decide to go for it yet, but the bash is going to be there, and connection onto the Wraith King, but able to get the Armor Toggle off, doesn't get it a second round. Now, Grave trying to come in to save his life, but they take down the Dazzle, and he actually was able to get the blink out regardless. No, I agree. There's some weird stuff going on here that LGD is making them squirm. I think the big difference for me is that TA has like a partner that's a real hero in this game, which is the Doom.
Yeah, I feel like it's those two heroes in tandem are the ones that are kind of crushing this game. Pangolin, of course, is a sacrificial hero in nature, especially when the game's a little bit harder. He's just kind of making chaos. But no, I think Doom and TA, if they just play together, this game should be able to play itself. Doom, the Primal Beast. Bloodseeker is falling off a little bit with the abundance of Lincolns that they have, and then it's just cut out this Wraith King, and it is possible, but the way that PSG is playing, doing these constant map plays, it is difficult for YBB to get in position.
Oh, still trying to hunt. Beyond, again, close to catching. Nothing to say, who's just been doing a really good job of kiting him around the map. Meteor Hammer lands. Might want to sell that one pretty soon here, but regardless,
Or Hammer or Midas, though? That's an age-old question. That goes back to 7.32E.
Okay. Yeah, age-old. Absolutely.
It's like a week or two.
Dude, yeah, this 6K gold lead, it's feeling less and less impactful. I mean, if they get to these items, and particularly like Why You Smile's having a really good game on this Dazzle. Has a Solar Crest done, got drums. He's going to be going in for Aghanim's Scepter.
Yeah, armor is...
Sir?
Ooh, okay.
So all item cooldowns by 50% and becomes an active ability that can be cast on ally to refresh all the item cooldowns.
No, I like that. I like that.
That one would be very interesting if he can get to that in time.
So he's got his Solar Cross, that'll be 50%. Boots of Bearing will, of course, be pumping that out. Then he gets to help out his team. I mean, I like it. Especially after he's already shown 2 really good active items for his team. And armor is the key theme, right? You've got Primal Beast who went for Shivas. You got the Wraith King now going for an AC. Now they can maybe brush off that TA damage. And I feel like for both lineups now, it's who can survive long enough to get the damage done.
Yeah.
Because if you tank through the Doom, if you tank through the Rolling Thunder, you should argue that PSG can easily win fights. And yeah, they've got to that point. But again, they need to smoke up, use high ground vision, position correctly, protect the Dazzle. Nothing to say if he does get doomed at the start of the fight. He needs to be able to disengage. I'd argue even a Lincoln himself could be handy, but that's not on the cards right now. He has got it on his quick buy actually.
That's an AC done. That is an AC done for the Wraith King.
Yep.
That is a really scary proposition because, like you said, being able to tank through all that damage. Who's the main damage dealer right now for YBB? It's TA, and she has had to go for these defensive items, which I think is the right play.
Straight into Roshan. This is bold.
And they find the Disruptor right at the start, not willing to stick around and go for the all-in. Oh, man. Oh, God. They could have just taken it, maybe.
I feel like if Disruptor was more defensively positioned, then they could have tried, but surely someone would have scouted it out. It was a very ambitious play.
I mean, this is very scary, though, because if they want to, the Skeleton's starting to take down Roche with the Wraith Pact in the pit too.
Already down, though. So that's going to expire.
Yeah,
there will be like
HP.
a 40-second window, no Wraith Pact.
They did take away the vision, though, and now a smoke up coming from YBB. There are a lot of lines being drawn right now.
They're going to just clash in the river, potentially. Don't forget, Boots of Bearing is up for Dazzle, so the speed in which PSG can enter this fight and disengage is going to be key.
Shiro, they spot him right away. Jump forward, silence. Needs a way to take that one off.
The
But he
arrow!
jumps into the arrow. Oh, man. Oh, God. Jump forward. Force Staff trying to buy some time. The second round of the hit. Oh, that Mind Breaker. That one hurts. The swash into arrow, rarely seen. That one hurt. Gem down on the ground. No Pango for 70. No buyback. LGD, did they just get a free Roche? If Zeal can go down, if they can manage to kill him, the arrow good. Force Staff to dodge that one for the side. But there's the Grave out very early. And a BKB used for Zeal. This might buy them enough time. It's still scary, though. I mean, Roche is down super low. They're going to kill off the TA trap. No BKB on Wraith King. Scary stuff.
I mean, they have no Doom.
Take away it. Look for one. There's the jump. They find a stun. It's not going to be on to the Primal, though. Lul forced to get... He gets caught. He gets hexed. Turns with the BKB. Tries to do the damage. Lining it up. The Pulverize from the Rubik. And Shiro very low. Trying to back away. Does he manage to get brought down? But the Grave, the heal, it's all too much. But they jump in and beyond. Able to pair together for the damage. Zeal now trying to stay in this fight. Pango's back up in 15 seconds. They've bought enough time because there's no Wraith King for 80.
I'm so surprised that PSG looked for the fight there. After such a big pick like Pango, with the vision that they have.
Oh, Force Staff. He doesn't have BKB.
They're trying to find something. They know that Wraith King's dead for 60. They needed another pick to prevent YBB from going Roshan, but a slight misjudgment in play there from PSG. Roshan easily should have been there to Pango down, no Doom, but instead they look for the fight and they keep reaching, they keep hoping to find the hero. They don't connect, and yeah, Wraith King goes down. Ult was on cooldown, and rough.
And now with Aghanim's Doom up and online, you've got some really scary things that can happen. You get a Aghanim's Dooms with a kinetic field. It's basically Disruptor ulti with Ags.
Yep. We have answered the age-old question. Sell the hammer, not the Midas.
There it is. That's the one.
Oh, another arrow.
And Wraith Pack down again, trying to slow down this Roche here.
How many charges of... Okay, 3 leap charges on Planet, 2 inventory slots available. Planet has one thing in mind, that is steal everything.
10 seconds until this Wraith King is back up beyond, trying to say no to this, but they catch him there, has the BKB ready. Force Staff keeping him alive. The silence is down. Does not connect onto any of the heroes.
Rafing's
Good
back up.
sidestep. Very close. Very close. 7E. They're right on top of it. Joe's for the leap charge.
Planet
Jump
got
in,
it,
and he's
Planet got
able to get it. Planet with the snatch and the catch. What a sick play. Now, he might end up paying for his crime. Zeal going to be pushed back and forth in. They have caught for the moment that Zeal with the glimpse back. And with the Dazzle also going down, I mean, whatever. They got the Aegis on Planet. Who cares?
That was
Did
so
he get
important.
everything? He got the shard too? Oh, man.
I mean, Doom tried so hard to prevent Planet from making this play. He blinked to the left-hand side of the Roshan pit. He just activated the Shivas, cut on through, hoped to prevent PSG from positioning correctly, but...
Where's his stomp, by the way?
His stomp? You mean the Doom, the Centaur stomp?
The Centaur stomp. Oh, wait, they finally catch him? Nothing to say. The Hurricane.
The Hurricane.
It's
Yes,
dangerous. Where's the detection? They don't have it. Oh, no. It was 7E that had the gem.
Not to say no, looking kinda. Shira's also in the area.
Yeah, they're running away.
I'd be surprised if... Oh, me.
Whoa,
Jianming. You might want to go back, Chief. There we go.
Yeah, he's out of there. Wow. Let's take a look at the replay of this.
I mean, it's so important. Just the fact that you already see here, the Doom went to the left-hand side, tried to force them away, but then he retreats back away, and yeah, Planet, it's just mode chill.
Just jumps in. The Aegis spawns right on him. And he gets a freebie of 2. How crazy is that?
Yeah, I feel like for YBB, we didn't see it in the highlights, but Beyond started the fight on the left-hand side.
Yeah.
And then he disengaged, and then it's like, then he's going back in. I wish maybe they threw bodies in a little bit harder if they wanted to try and get the Aegis themselves, but no, fair play to Planet. That was so critical. YBB was kind of winding themselves up to this point where if they had Aegis, I would be a little bit scared if you're a PSG fan.
Invisrune, CZQ spots them all. Now, this is interesting. Late game Invisrunes can really change stuff around. But I don't know if they want to fight into the danger of Planet Aegis. Does also have the gem ready. Arrow
has a nice ring to it. Planet Aegis.
Yeah. Another Lincoln Sphere. 3 Lincoln Spheres on YBB. Can we get a 4th?
It's like TI with Spirit.
That's right. But this gem, they're scouting everything out, taking away that vision from the TA traps. Tier 2 tower up top could be where they go. 5,000 gold lead, meeting very little. As you can see, the buybacks are the bigger story. And they only have it on 3 heroes in the entire game. Lift now onto Wraith King. They picked up the Swift Blink for Luo, trying to use Planet as that first point of contact because of the Aegis. So everybody's doing the running man and the weird little artifacting. But 4,000 gold lead. It keeps getting cut little by little. Oh, and Planet sold his Midas for that Lincoln's. But you can see...
Oh, you mean Beyond? You scared
Beyond.
me?
Yeah,
Bro,
not Planet.
I'm clicking Planet. I'm like, what happened? He gets
No,
one
no,
Aegis
no.
and suddenly he's a Midas buying. What the hell? All right,
I'm just
we're
thinking
good. We're good.
of Planet all the time.
Yeah, that's fair. I mean, he's making some big plays. He hit the arrow to hit the potential Roshan, but then they kind of threw a little bit. Then he hits the Aegis, so he kind of recovers. So yeah, Planet making some insanely good plays to keep PSG in this game.
Lift back, looks for a bash, isn't going to be able to find it there, but does have the glimpse. Doesn't quite connect with the kinetic field.
Dude, Dazzle has 10,000 net worth.
Yeah. Jump in, Doom, caught him, dead. Zeal gone. Knew exactly what was happening there. 70 looking for more. Can they find anybody else? Why you smile, just barely getting away from that one. And that is a Doom getting a courier kill onto a heart. That's looking for Primal Beast. He's close. Nothing to say.
Big pick. I kind of feel like maybe Wire Smile in hindsight now is wishing he had a 4-star potentially. A lot of these engagements, even when the Doom jumps on him, if they have a form of disengage, there's no natural nullifier by it outside of the TA. And if TA is the one jumping to that position, maybe you could argue she's too far in. So I think, sure, there's one 4-star from Mirana, but that second 4-star would be pretty key to giving PSG some breathing room. But yeah.
Well, after the kill onto Zeal, they do manage to take the last tier 2 tower standing, and Lowell starts to pressure in the high ground a little bit. It's still the great task of how do you break high ground. It's not an easy thing to do at all, but
gotta wait for next Roshan, Lyrical.
I know, and this is the exact same situation that they ended up in last game for YBB. They couldn't break high ground. They had to try and keep LGD contained in the map, and eventually LGD just outmaneuvered them.
I think the difference in this game, at least, is they do have immense pickoff potential if PSG aren't grouped up as 5. We've seen Zero a lot of time poke his head into lane and instantly get punished. And let's check Disruptor. Oh, actually nowhere near an Aghanims. I was hoping that could maybe be like a little X-Factor play down the line, but no, he's even looking to go for Drum and Gem before even going Ags.
Yeah, and you can see, I mean, the other thing is last game there was Philly stones on both teams. Not the case in this one. No Phillies at all. Shiro shows for a second mid. Oh.
That illusion really got hit hard.
Yeah, and the silence, the rollback forces out the BKB. 7E backs away. The Doom is in with Beyond.
The Rupture.
They've already lost 2 of them. And they're starting to drop, but with the Aghanims do, is it going to be enough? Lua's just TPing away. Beyond in some trouble. Going to get caught for a moment. God, he is big and scary. But
Blink,
the
and you miss
turn,
it. Yep.
and he's in trouble. Beyond, he's going to go down. Dude, LGD, how do they keep doing this? Just when it looks the worst, they manage to pull it back together.
It's the positioning of the fight. You know, YBB, they're just in the river. They're not occupying a high ground area. They're not playing underneath their ward. They're just they're throwing bodies into this mid-fight, and YBB, they're going to have to buy back on this Doom minimum, but no supports.
Man.
PowerPoint Dota.
It is very, very quick the way that these buildings fall, and I mean, LGD, they don't have a tier 2 tower taken up top yet. They could go in through bottom, but instead, it's jump forward and find the Pango. 70 in trouble. No save. They try and Hurricane to pull back in there.
Nice
there aren't BKBs
stuff.
available on LGD, but it doesn't matter. Although, can they get out with one more? If they can get the Wraith King here, that might make some of this worth it. So they find him there with the Infernal Blade, looking for the slowdown. They're still going to have a Grave available for Shiro. With the Pango rolling back and forth, he doesn't have... Oh my god.
But you guys, you have to kill the Wraith King.
Yeah, they got him. They got him. There we go. Got him. Can they find more? Zeal in trouble. Starts to drop, throws out that silence, but the connection's going to be there. And so with 2 dead, it cost them a couple buybacks, but maybe they can force some out now from LGD. And Wraith King actually doesn't have one.
All right, we get to play Roshan Lottery Time. Might respawn in 45 seconds. If it spawns in, you know, I'd say sub 20, 30 seconds, a very quick respawn. That'll help them out, but realistically, YBB, barrel it down the mid lane. You know, force Bloodseeker buyback. Wraith King's only missing it due to economy. So in the back of their minds, they expect Wraith King to have buyback. That's why they are hitting on the tier 3s.
And going for it right away, trying to force that one out. It's not going to come. The question is, for LGD, do you just decide to give this up? It's a scary idea. Did pop the blink already from low, trying to burn through these refraction stacks, taking down that Wraith Pack, dodging the arrow, still hanging on to that 6-second BKB with the rest of the team right behind her, making it as hard as possible for Lau to feel completely safe. So they find him there with the Hex. Roche, oh, it's almost an instant respawn.
Oh, it's actually,
ooh. Wow. Do they go back for it, though? I feel like they've got to.
You get mid-racks, you naturally will reposition towards Roshan, knowing it should be up within that 3-minute window.
Oh, that's so huge if they can go and scout it. They don't have a TA trap in there. All of it got taken out by the gem.
Surely they're checking it now.
They have to.
They have outpost control as well, so they have buyback advantage around the Roche fight. If they scout this out, ZZQ walking in, whoop.
Yep.
There it is, pinging it out.
They gotta go. They gotta go.
PSG, though, they're grouped up in their base.
They're not going quick enough. The rest of the team isn't here. They don't have their Doom with them.
This is incredible.
Oh my god, they've got to take it quick. And Doom is not there.
It's going to go down.
Beyond, he does have a TP. He needs to get there in time. There's a scan coming out. It's taking some time to finish it off. And the arrow! The BKB popped. Can they do it again? Static down, Zero! He snatches the Aegis! You've got to be kidding me! It can't keep happening like this! YBB forced to use the BKB. God, I thought last game was heartbreaking. This one, it's going to be even worse.
Wait, who got the Yags?
Oh, jeez, man. That one really hurts. It looks like 7E got it.
Okay.
That's big at least, but he's dead for 100 seconds.
This entire game, it's a matter of fractions. If there was a TA pit, as soon as they go mid, they know Roshan's up, they'll be hitting it instantly. The fact that it was like a 2-second window to go for it.
Lua feels like he needs to get it all right now. He goes for the rapier.
I mean, he has to.
Yeah.
His Pango doesn't have buyback.
They've got to make something happen. Some big plays happen. And, well, the rapier, it's there. An Aghanim Scepter done on Dazzle, so they'll have 2 rounds of it. What's the best hero to use this on?
Honestly, at this point, anyone who gets jumped first, when their BKB's done, bang it on them again and off you go.
Well, everybody except for Pango is up right now. Stolen Onslaught. It's still so hard, even with the Rapier, to fight into these heroes. Nothing to say is at 4,700 HP. You've got 54 armor on Shiro. This Rapier is just going to tickle them.
I mean, Solar Crest on top of that, the evasion of the 15 talent from Murano in Moonlight Shadow, they are plenty tanky.
Oh, it is not looking like it's going to be enough. And too long before the Pango's back up again. Look at it. The Rapier does nothing. Tries to do what they can. A little bit of a dodge there for a second with the flicker, but buildings, they're the main objective. Shiro starts to take some hits there to the side, down low, but is going to drop once. Gets the jump back. The lift is there. Control the mute. It's on to Primal Beast, doing some good damage with that Doom going, but he gets the BKB off. Oh, Beyond didn't want to stick around any longer. Still willing to fight. Force Staff getting him a little ways away from Nothing to Say. That's the Dazzle, giving him the second round of that BKB as they're focusing down these buildings.
7 seconds for Pango.
They need a little bit longer than that, though. The lift is there, trying to keep ZZQ alive. Turn to the side, Nothing to Say, drops lower and lower. That's going to be the Aegis. Can they find any more? Pango roll, looks for it, but Shiro just going to walk away in the duration of his BKB. The chase is there. Can they bring him down afterwards? Silence out. Keeping this chase on. They've got to get something. They got Megas. They have to win this fight. Low finds him for a second, but the grave is going to be there. Nothing to Say, rolls through, finds both Shiro, living through it. He's somehow alive. The stun is there, the turn, the bang, bang, bang comes out. And TA likely to drop as they get eyes on here. Rapier on the deck, GG called. LGD breaking hearts again.
2 games in a row. It's like YBB, such aggression, such ways to play the map out, but they just don't. They aren't able to capitalize. And in this game, at least, Planet, the first Aegis still. The second time around, Shiro popping off with another initiation. And I feel like YBB, it's like the bigger team choices that are letting them down. In this game, it was no trap inside the pit to instantly maximize your time. When their respawns are going low, if they were just like 2 seconds earlier, that would have been take it, blink back out, reset, the game's in a beautiful spot. But because they delayed it by that little margin, completely changes everything. Dota is all about the seconds.
Well, and I mean, even little things like you talk about the team decisions, right? The idea of Beyond to go bottom afterwards instead of everybody going at once to check
Just
Roche
everyone clubbing Roshan together. Just use all your spells.
They would have been able to get it in time. I don't know if that, I mean,
it helps.
It probably would have won them the game.
I would like to think so, yes.
Because you get another Aghanim Scepter. Like, you've got so many great heroes for it. Man.
Disruptor.
Exactly. Oh my God. What could have been? It's going to be haunting YBB for a while as we end out today for China. A 2-0 series. LGD get the lead. Let's head on back to the panel.
LGD 2-0 again in a very difficult circumstance. So it was very intriguing watching this game because yet again we see YBB Gaming claiming some racks. We see them being able to force really good fights. We see them having astronomical amounts of net worth, and yet again it ends up not being enough to bring down the giants that are PSG LGD. One thing that I found very interesting about this particular game is that when the thing started out, for LGD, they started amazingly. The first 10 minutes of the game, incredible. Shiro gets the 5th fastest Radiance all time on the Wraith King, all time, across all patches ever since we started counting this stuff. He's having a phenomenal time. They start stopping that on YBB. They take very good fights. They slow down the progression of PSG LGD. They get up all their net worth, and it just doesn't help. And especially all these MLG Columbus.
Here it comes.
Oh,
he steals it. Man, holy. Why would they show this one? Where's Planets? Did it already play? Did I miss it?
No.
This was
the first one.
earlier, yeah.
His arrow is still the MVP of this clip too. So.
For real.
How are there multiple Aegis steals in one game from one team? Like, how do you even take the Roshan from them?
Why is there? Because YBB suck at taking Rosh.
There you go.
I am getting mauled at all these teams. They're like not blocking these moves very well. They're not setting up for it good enough. Like, you need to get these kills. Maybe do a fake back, knowing that LGD will come to try and contest the Roshan, and then punish them when they come up the high ground with their smoke. You know, like, there's options for you to do this in a safer way, but you choose to risk it. And sometimes it pays off. Many times it doesn't in this game.
To be fair, Kayla, this doesn't necessarily feel like a risk, right? You're 10k net worth up. You've just taken a lane of racks.
But it depends on how you do it. Because you can like have 3-4 people hitting it, and you can have one guy be like, I'm gonna go in there and show you where they are. I'm gonna tank the arrow. I'm gonna make sure that these clowns don't get to run in and just blink at you, you know? So it's more about like, sure, you can do Roche, but it's like the setup needs to be there. Maybe you need a ward. Maybe one guy needs to run in, or maybe it's like, if they come, we need to stop hitting him, stop hitting Roche and actually kill them. So I feel like I'm missing the next step. They do the right play in the moment, but they don't think the next step ahead because, I mean, LGD aren't bots. They're gonna like respond and make a play, right? So you need to think about what you want to do. But yeah, LGD magic. You know, they just make it happen.
Always and consistently, this team just makes it happen. It feels like the further they are behind, the harder they are to play into. They end this game being able to take so many consistent fights. Despite not having the most amazing kind of lockdown, they have what? They have a Pulverize, they got themselves an Arrow, they have Wraith Fire Blast, and then they build up the Aegitas on the Bloodseeker. That's it. That's the only lockdown they have. But somehow it felt like these heroes on YBB they were under Ravage all the time. One hero would get caught, 100% dead. They move on to their next target. You have this Dazzle keeping them alive in the background. I don't even know what to say here, Sheep. Like, help me. Deal with this. Do something about this.
I'm gonna tell you about Planet. Don't build to Marauder, dude. As soon as this guy MLG 420 90 arrowed
at
whatever
minute 7.
At minute 7, this Pango on mid. Holy moly!
We knew they were gonna win.
This is the freest game of his life. And then you're like, oh no, we gotta give the MVP to Nothing to Say. He's rotating so much. No, then he gets the Aegis steal. This guy's the absolute goat of Mirana. God tier plays all around. That's my MVP. That's my guy.
Yeah, agreed. Even the later Roshan steal, it's his arrow.
Yeah.
Forcing the BKB, giving the vision so that, who was it, Chiro, I think, blinks in, snatches the Aegis. No, he didn't actually take it. It's Planet. He stole all the Aegises. He stole my heart. MVP.
Same.
Amazing gameplay. Like
for you.
this Mirana, this Planet in general, since he's joined the side of PSG LGD, has looked on another level. The glow up has been phenomenal from him. His Rubik looked really good. His Mirana looks very good. Everything he plays is good. His Disruptor is incredible. Just LGD. I don't know how Xiaowei keeps finding these players like this, these 4 positions. You know, last time around it was Shin Q making magic happen in the 4 role. Before that it was FY making magic happen in the 4 role. To be fair, that was before Xiaowei started coaching the team, but nonetheless, this organization just consistently manages to find these kind of players. But I feel so bad for YBB. That's the 2nd time in a row. At first, I was actually kind of worried about them, well, because it felt like they were being ran over. The fact that they had enough resilience to recover from a terrible early game, a very poor ending to game number 1, still challenge for the majority of the game, be winning most of the game, and then you still lose. That's way, like, I'm sure, I'm a bit sad they're in a team house together because I just want them to just log off Discord and just go outside for a while. Just go
split ways.
Yeah. Jesus, yeah, okay. I mean, they came close. This is how I felt about Asta Ares in Tour 1. They were like doing pretty competitive things, but they were ending up losing. I don't know how the scoreboard looks right now, but like if they get relegated, I'll be sad because it's like the kind of team where they kind of deserve to be in Div 1, but there's like not enough slots, you know, and then they are just making those mistakes. They aren't taking the Roche right. They aren't doing the right things.
Yeah, they're 1 and 3, 1 and 4 right now after this particular loss.
Oh, pain.
That's not good.
Yeah.
Not guaranteed relegated just yet, but they still have a couple of games to go, some difficult series. What is interesting is that YBB and Asta Ares still have to play up against each other. If they play in this form, honestly, YBB should be able to take it. Against most teams, not just in the region, even outside of the region, most teams would have lost this game to YBB. It just so happens you're playing one of the teams that have the best understanding of the map. Because you once mentioned here on the panel that PSG LGD feels resistant to bad lanes because their map movements and how to resist that kind of pressure is probably like some of the best that you see in the world right now.
I mean, it is, and you can tell like from these games. So if you're YBB, there's still a lot of good things to take away. Like, you know, some of the early games, I also think your drafts were more than fine. So it's more like this mid game, you know, think this one step ahead of what can the enemies do? Do we need to alter something? How do we actually close down the map? Because I mean, you know, that's some of LGD's specialty. And I think YBB, even though they're 1 and 3, their play resembles better than that, if that makes sense. Like they look better to me than a team that is 1 and 3 currently.
Yeah. I think it's probably a bad thing for them that they started off not playing their signature style of Dota. Had this brand of Dota been what they emerged from in their first opening games, they probably would have been much further ahead. But regrettably for them, they're playing up against PSG LGD. So finding your form up against them, a little bit difficult to be able to accomplish a victory over LGD. And speaking of LGD, we're going to be speaking to them as well, as we have YU Smile, aka Y, aka Innocence, TI winner and support player for the side of PSG LGD. Good sir, congratulations on the victory. Now, I want to ask first and foremost, now that you've had some time to spend with some of the players in your team, you know, the new players in particular, Shiro, Zeal a little bit, but specifically for Shiro and Planet, you spent a full tour with them, you played a major with them, and now you're deep into Tour 2. Are you feeling like they have fully integrated into the team at the moment and are feeling like they don't have to find new synergy anymore with you?
首先恭喜你拿下这场比赛的胜利。然后这里的话，其实跟新人打了也有一段的时间了，打了一个 DPC， 打了一次 Major， 尤其是这个主要是1、4号位嘛，3号位可能更新一点。想问一下，就是主要是1、4号位这边的话，打了这么久之后，有没有就是感觉到团队已经慢慢的进入状态，已经磨合到位了？
肯定是越来越好的吧。然后包括。还是更多需要线下赛的历练吧。我觉得我们就是基本大部分的职业队伍更多是以线下赛为磨合，更为起点吧。就是接下来的 ESL 的比赛。
Yeah, I think we are definitely getting better, but I think for most pro teams, offline event is always the place you can learn and improve the most. So I'm really looking forward to the ESL series that's gonna happen.
Something else that was very interesting about this particular series, across both games, you played heroes, both you and the rest of your team, that you haven't played in a very long time. You played a hero you haven't played in 8 months in the Elder Titan. Zeal played a hero he hadn't played in 3 years in the Axe. You know, we had Shiro playing a hero he hadn't played in about 2-3 years as well. Was that part of the strategy? Are these heroes that you have been scrimming with and just haven't had an opportunity to play in officials? Or did you just have the feeling that, well, even though we haven't practiced them that much, this is the correct kind of game to try and bring them out?
想问一下，在这个系列赛里面玩了很多就是选手最近都没怎么玩的英雄吗？像是你自己的英雄好像就是有8个月没有玩了，然后 Shiro 的英雄的话2、3年的比赛应该也没有打过了 ，Zero 斧王的话应该是3年之内都没有这个比赛记录的。就是你们会刻意的去练一些比较冷门的英雄吗？还是说就是训练里面有尝试一些新的东西，然后就照训练里面的来跟大家打？
就更多还是以训练为主吧，然后就。经常因为这些英雄可能是刚好是这2天刚刚开始训练练到的，然后觉得效果还可以，然后今天刚好应对上了，所以我们就选了。
Yeah, basically our draft is based on our scrims for sure, and there are some heroes we just scrimmed it with, and we felt like it fit into our draft and it's the opponent's lineup. That's the reason we picked them.
Okay. Sheep, what you got for the man while we have him?
All right, congrats on the win. I would like to know what you think you are doing better as a whole team that makes you better than other Chinese teams right now. Like you won Tour 1, you're looking really good this Tour 2. Like what is it that just makes you guys the best?
我想问一下歪队，就是觉得老干爹哪里做的可能比其他的中国队伍好吗？包括像是已经拿下了第1个赛季的冠军，然后现在成绩 DPC 成绩也非常不错。你觉得哪一点是老干爹比其他国内队伍做的要好的？
应该更多可能还是在经验或者在应对劣势局的时候，大家的因为也不知道对方沟通吧，因为我是觉得我们在应对劣势局的时候，每个人的沟通都是比较好的，然后比较通畅的，然后对目标的一致性也比较强吧，所以我觉得应该大概是这些吧。
I feel like experience-wise, we have some really good experienced players, and I don't know how other team communicates, but one thing I feel like we are pretty strong is at the late game, or if when we are falling behind, we still maintain a very good communication with everyone, and we have a clear goal on how to win the game, and we oftentimes we have the idea on the same page. I think that's probably what I think that make us better than other teams.
Okay, so to ask more about then the communication, last game was pretty damn hype. You had a bunch of like Aegis steals, you know, some cool plays. Do you guys get excited and hyped up in those moments, or do you remain pretty cool and calm the entire way through?
那就谈到交流的问题嘛，因为上场比赛其实也出现过很多比较激烈的时候，比如说抢盾啊，然后又抢盾啊，然后又打这种比较长的团战，但这种比较激动的时候，队内的交流是什么样的？是会像这个我们看比赛一样会比较激动，还是会像你说的一样，就是大家可能会更偏向于冷静一点？
在关键的团战肯定是比较交流比较频繁，然后比较激动的吧。然后最主要是看在打团的时候有没有人爆出关键的信息，然后关键东西吧。像比如第二波的第一波盾，我们就更多是决策说能试着抢，然后先看他们的打盾速度，这些来进行更一步的决策。然后第二波其实是关于我们已经知道对面贴开了 BKB， 所以那个盾关于抢盾方面就是觉得我们当对面已经用 BKB 之后，我们就觉得那波团已经很好打，就是更多是关键信息吧。
Of course, in a very intense team fight, the communication the atmosphere is very intense. But I think from our perspective, for example, the first Roche fight, our communication was that we will try to steal the ages. If we can, we don't need to force anything. For example, for the second Roche, we had the communication that Template Assassin already used her BKB. It should be a easy team fight for us no matter what. So that's kind of the communication I'm talking about.
Oh, cool. And okay, so I have one more thing. Obviously, you talked about traveling. It's going to be cool to see you guys play more international lands. When you do travel, how do you go about starting scrimming with other teams? Do you have certain teams in mind that you want to scrim with? And then how do you go about, creating that relationship with them to get things going?
那之前也提到了出国比赛，就是想问一下外队老干爹，如果出国的话，就是队内怎么接训练的？就是怎么去跟自己想要打的队伍去约训练，然后怎么跟其他可能国外或者一些线下赛的这个队伍去保持良好的关系？
这些我也不太清楚吧，因为更多是我们负责接队的领队这些负责的，然后更多肯定是去了解欧洲的，就是去地方的学习，就是要即将面对的对手吧，然后更多是接这些的队伍的队吧。
I actually have no idea. Those are the work for our team leader. But for me as a player, I focused on the opponent we're gonna face in the tournament, and I try my best to learn and study from them.
All right, cool. Thank you very much.
All right, hello, Y. Big fan of you and LGD. I have 2 questions. First off, I feel that you and LGD, you guys are the best team in the mid game, especially when you're behind at knowing who needs to go where and what plays to make. So when you talk about communication, who takes over in those moments to put you guys all on the right place in the map? Or is that everyone doing it on their own?
想问一下，就是我个人觉得老干爹是在中期处理，尤其是落后的时候处理的最好的队伍之一。就是刚才也提到了沟通，我想知道在可能比较大劣势的情况下，是谁会来主动的说，我该去什么地方推线或者做些什么样的事情？一般是谁会做这个决定？然后大家的话，可能队内的沟通啊，或者说这个决策是怎么样的一个情况？
大部分是2或者2、3个人一起协同沟通吧，大概一般都是一个酱油跟一个大哥，就是根据当时我们就是怎么说呢，就是根据当时需要刷钱的大哥跟酱油分析哪一块地图，然后看哪一块比较安全，然后沟通。就是如果是劣势，因为大部分劣势的是对面强势期嘛，然后就要看自己的装备，自己大哥的装备强势期吧。然后再分配，然后哪些地方，然后再根据英雄的属性吧。
So it's up to a certain game situation. It's always different. But in general, we have a couple people in the discussion. It's usually one core player and another and his support. So those 2 or 3 players gonna have the discussion on where we can go on the map and who can get the farm. And the hero, the player get the farm gonna be the hero needs the most key item. So because when we are falling behind, it's always enemy team dominating the map. It's a limited resource, so we figure out who needs the farm most, and that player gonna have the support to discuss where on the map they should go.
Okay, and quick closing question. How does your strategy time look? The 1 minute between picks being done and the game starting. Is it Jawed explaining what you guys need to focus on, or is it more like everyone you talk about, okay, I want to go in the offlane with my Eng? Like, how does it work? Is it all Jawed, or is it also you guys talking about some stuff?
那想问一下 BP 结束之后有1分钟的策略时间，这1分钟老干爹是怎么去使用的？是小巴占据了主导权来布置一些战术，还是队员也会参与到对线上的一些具体方向的讨论？
都会吧，因为有的时候不光是细及到那1分钟嘛，因为有的时候可能那1分钟不够，可能更多是在最后2手的时候就可能会开始讨论一些，一个是根据如果是选的是弱势英雄，就会更讨论对线吧，然后也或者是从那时候就开始讨论整体的阵容强势期在哪吧。
Yeah, it's actually before strategy time. We already start the discussion. It's usually at the last phase of the picks. We have already starting to the discussion, and it's a mix of both. Coach will talk, and we have a discussion as well. Usually, it's about laning. If we are picking a weaker laner, and it's also we also have a discussion about when is a crucial time for our squad.
Thank you.
I'm curious about something. You mentioned communication quite a lot today, and we also heard from Planet when we spoke to him that communication, he was genuinely impressed by the degree of cleanliness and the degree of good communication that happens within your squad. Do you only communicate like that about the game, or are there things you do outside of the game? For example, are there activities you do as a team to make sure that your communication is great within the game and between you guys as people?
之前的话，其实采访 P 神的时候，他说老干爹给他印象最大的就是跟其他俱乐部比起来，交流要就是有效、干净很多。然后就是想问一下 Y 队，我们平时在游戏外的话，会不会有一些选手之间或者教练之间的互动，来保证不管是游戏内外的话，沟通都会做得比较顺畅？
游戏外可能。其实，在游戏外就涉及到生活，我觉得生活上更多肯定就是要更多的垃圾时间啊，就是更多喜欢说废话，因为生活不需要每个时时刻刻都是关键信息关键啊，我觉得是这样的，只有在比赛训练的时候需要那样吧。
Yeah, I feel like outside of the games, then it's daily life. I think in daily life you have a lot of failure talks, and I think those failure talks are very necessary because life is not like a game. It's very intense, and in the game you have to always communicating with your teammates with key informations. I think just relax outside of the game, and it's fine.
Relax indeed. You look both in and out of the game right now. Congratulations on the victory. There's still some very intense series for you to come. And like you mentioned, you still have to travel to the ESL league later. So we'll let you get back to practicing. Thank you so much for your time. And good luck. Have fun for the games that are remaining.
感谢你接受我们的采访。Thank you.
Thank you so much. And that is, of course, Innocence, 5-position player for LGD, runner-up at TI 2 years ago, winner of TI in 2016. Honestly, one of the all-time great players, going to go down in the history books. And shout out, of course, to Marshall for helping us out with the translation. Communication, it seems, is key for this LGD squad. This is the second time we've spoken to an LGD player, and the same theme keeps being reiterated. Communication. Not about watching replays necessarily, not just about scrimming, practicing, but about being able to effectively say what must happen next. And this is something that we saw when we were watching one of the previous series with the Alchemist game from Vici Gaming, that you were mentioning it, Kezu, when they're strong, you want the person who is strongest at the time to say, guys, I just got this item. I just hit a particular timing. Let's go. Let's make something happen. And the way he was phrasing it was, we look and see who's closest to that item, who needs it, and then where can we go? And it feels like clockwork, but it seems to work out, right? Being able to always hit that timing. And when we see them, you can see the fruits of that communication coming out.
I mean, I feel that Dota is a lot about making it easy for yourself and your teammates. It starts in the draft with the heroes you pick. If you have a good draft, it makes it easier. The way you communicate as well. Like usually your strongest guy, he should be speaking up to make it easy for the rest. It's like, yo, come with me. I'm the strongest. Play with me. Let's go. So I think, you know, the more teams value communication, the better they're going to be, and it shows.
Yep. And I think one of the things I also love that he mentioned, Sheep, is the fact that don't be afraid to talk about failure, right? And say, well, life is rough. The game should actually be the thing that stresses you out the least about your life, right? When you're playing the game, you should be having fun. So it should be an open communication about what's not working, what is working, and how to make sure that the stuff can work better. And if you're afraid to talk about what's not working and where the failures are, both in the game and out, then you're going to have a much rougher time. You're not going to look as clean as PSG LGD.
And here's the thing, if everything's going well, you're 2-0ing everyone, all you got to do is get into a game, start drafting some Wraith King, Dazzle, some
get
real
close to it,
funky shit, and just try and make a problem. Like, if there ain't no problem, create one.
There's some next level plays coming in from PSG LGD. So they have just gotten 2-0. They maintain their complete clean record, despite the fact that it came close to being taken by YBB Gaming. PSG LGD are just that much better. Unfortunately for them, not that many problems are going to emerge next, because their next game on the next day of action.
Oh, please tell me it's the best. The GOAT team.
Outsiders from China.
Let's go. It's going to be a hype game.
It's going to be...
I liked it when you said you have some really exciting and intense games ahead. I was like, yeah, they sure do. They sure heckin' do.
I feel like if Team Aster, Vici Gaming, pretty much everyone has used Outsiders from China as an experimentation tool. If LGD is willing to experiment for everybody else, they're definitely going to pull out some weird stuff up against the Outsiders from China.
They might actually
it's going to be a fun series.
some coins in that one.
I want to see something more exciting than Setsu's Mid Oracle. That was my favorite game against Outsiders from China. I want to see something cooler and better than that.
What's that?
Meepo.
Let's go.
Anything,
that one's
honestly.
gonna happen.
Just pick the wildest shit, because it will work. I promise.
It will work.
It will work.
It will work now. And then the next series that they have, of the day rather, that we're going to be witnessing is Team Aster versus YBB Gaming. YBB, this is rough. This sucks, Kezu. You came close to beating PSG LGD, right? It would have been nice if they were the ones playing Outsiders from China. You can forget about it, relax a little bit. Now you have to play Team Aster. Heads up right afterwards. Literally the two best teams in the region, both of whom are undefeated. After a loss like this, it makes it much harder than it would be otherwise going up against a Team Aster.
I think it depends a lot on how they feel right now and which talk they're going to have. Is it going to be like, okay, this was the be-all, end-all, we lost to LGD, we suck, and it's over? Or is it like, we actually did good things, but these are the 1-2 things we need to fix, and if we do that properly, then we can actually win against Aster. So I think it's more about, because their play is good enough. They just need to tweak 1-2 things. If they have the right conversation right now, they can win next time.
Right now.
Right now.
Let's tune in, listen in, hello?
See.
They're not talking, so my bad.
We can't get them on the line. We don't know what's happening with them. Of course, YBB Gaming have fallen down the leaderboard at this point in time. Team Aster, PSG LGD still at the very top. Both of them undefeated on these 4 wins. Really can't wait to see what happens when they meet up at the very end of the tour, because that right there is going to be very, very interesting to watch. All of us, when we made our predictions coming into this, made the assumption that at the top or the bottom of the leaderboard, or number 1 or 2, Aster or LGD, it was a coin toss to decide which one. Unfortunately, that's the last game of the tour, so it's going to be as exciting to build up to that as humanly possible. With that, though, we are going to be done for the day. The triple header is complete, and PSG LGD, they get to celebrate their win. Extreme Gaming get to celebrate their win. And of course, Invictus Gaming got to keep their major hopes alive with a victory over the side of Vici Gaming. Still a lot more to come here in the region, so you certainly do not want to miss any of the game days. So with that, from myself, Snare, my panel right now, Kezu and Sheepsicht, everybody who was helping us cast these games, we had Lyrical and Tiga, we had OD Pixel and Fogged, we had B-Cop and Lacoste earlier on in the day, and shout out to Lizard as well, who was here on the panel. We say goodbye, we bid you adieu, and until next time, remember, drink water, hydrate, get some fresh air, play a couple of games of Dota, have a positive attitude about it, remember to love yourself and to let someone that you actually love in your life, let them know that you love them as well, and join us again for some more Dota 2 action in a couple of hours, about 2 days from now. We'll see you then. Love you too. And peace out.